Hello everyone, and welcome to round 9 of the Grand Chess Tour's Your Next Move Rapid Tournament in Leuven. This is the final round of the Rapids, and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow we're going to have a Blitz day, 9 rounds of Blitz tomorrow, and 9 rounds of Blitz the day after tomorrow. So going to be a wild 2 days, which I'm going to try and cover most of the tournament, at least show those games that were interesting. But there's a festival, a 3-day festival going on in my hometown here, so going to have to visit the festival a little bit. There is a nice crafted beer day and everything, so we'll see how much I will manage, but I'll try to manage at least the important ones. So getting back to this game, it's a very nice game, and Fabi definitely didn't have the greatest tournament so far, and it seems like this entire tournament I'm only showing Fabi's games, but the games that he played, either winning or losing, were very interesting. So it's not my fault. Here he faces Sergei Karyakin in the last round, who definitely in the last round of the Rapids, who had an excellent tournament so far, and he has the white pieces, so not an easy task. Before we check out the game, we have a very nice photo challenge. Not going to be an easy one this time, so once again, best of luck to you, and let's have it. So here it is. Who is this very nice gentleman? I believe most of you should know him. Those of you that don't, I will give you a little hint. In 1976, he defeated in Manila none other than Anatoly Karpov. Those of you that have been following my channel for quite some time now might even remember seeing that game on my channel. If you haven't seen that game, you're welcome to check it out. But before you can check it out, first you have to figure out who this person is. So best of luck to you, and if you haven't, do check out that game. It's quite a masterpiece. So let's check it out. Karyakin has the white pieces, and he opens with e4. We have e5, knight to f3, and now Fabi does go for his Petroff. Knight to f6. Knight captures. We have the classical variation. d6, knight to f3. Knight captures. Now c4. The Kaufman attack against the Petroff defense. Knight to c6. We have d4, d5, and c5. Now a variation that you will not very often see in classical time format. So once again, it's very nice to take a break from the classical time format from time to time. Hence the Karpov quote above the board. Bishop to e7. We have bishop to b5, castles, and now Karyakin castles as well. Fabi goes bishop to g4, which is the simple threat of simply capturing the knight on f3 and then grabbing the pawn on d4, or simply grabbing the pawn, not immediately, but the knight is pinned, so you do have to take care of this. So bishop captures on c6, b captures on c6, and now h3. Either forcing the bishop to capture the knight, which you never kind of want to do. You don't want to give up the bishop pair. So bishop to h5, and now you're still not out of the woods. This knight is still pinned. You can't really move the queen. You have to play something like knight bd2, but then you're going to play a passive game. Karyakin decides to play an active game, and he goes for g4 immediately, unpinning bishop to g6, and now knight to e5, forcing to grab, threatening to capture the bishop, but also threatening the c6 pawn. And the only way to actually defend the c6 pawn would be queen to e8, but that's not the kind of move you want to make. Your position would simply be silly with black here. So after knight to e5, bishop to f6. Either going to capture the knight, or the knight now has an option. Either he will capture on g6, which definitely a lot of people would do, but Karyakin sees the opportunity to grab the pawn, and he grabs the pawn. So knight captures on c6. Queen d7, attacking the knight. We have knight back to b4, and now rook 8 to b8. So that's 1, 2, 3. So a bishop, a queen, and a rook developed for the price of this one pawn. Not sure if that double pawn was worth it. Knight back to c2, and now bishop to h4, already pressuring h2. And if you look at black's pieces, and now if you look at white's pieces, it's hard to say if that pawn was worth it. We have f3 attacking the knight, knight g3 attacking the rook to f2, and now f5. Fabi is going for the kill. Knight to c3, and now knight to e4, opening up a discovered attack from the bishop to the rook. So what do you do here? Moving the rook is definitely the way to go. Rook to f1 is an option. Here, Karyakin goes for rook to h2. Knight captures on c3, b captures on c3, and now rook b back to e8, going for rapid development. Now all of Fabi's pieces are in excellent squares. After f5 is pushed, this bishop will come alive, and it will be a very nice position for black. Bishop to d2, now bishop to g3, rook to g2, and f4, solidifying that bishop on g3, and really restricting the movement of white's pieces. Rook to c1. This knight is under attack by the bishop. This knight doesn't really have a good square to go to. You can't really move the queen, as you're going to lose the knight. So rook c1, defending the knight, now preparing to move the queen. But now comes a very nice move, bishop to d3, not allowing this queen to move anywhere. Queen to f1 was an option, but not anymore. We have knight e1 attacking the bishop c4, and now queen to c2. And now another very nice restricting move, bishop to e2. And now there's really nothing for white to do here other than wait. The threat, of course, is bishop captures knight. Knight is the only piece that's defending the f3 pawn, and then bishop captures on f3. So there's really nothing you can do to stop this. Here Karyakin plays c4. We have pawn captures on c4, and now bishop to c3. At least trying to activate a little by giving back some material. But now bishop captures on e1, rook captures, and bishop captures on f3. Rook captures, queen captures, and now rook to f2, attacking the bishop, bishop to d5, and queen to e2, offering a trade of queens. Here Fabi declines the trade. He plays queen to g6, as he controls a lot more space. When you control more space, you don't want to trade queens or pieces for that matter. This bishop is an excellent piece, slicing all the way to h1. In future ideas like queen b1 check could be possible, followed by queen to h1 if this rook ever moves, for example. So a lot of things to consider here. Here, queen to e5, a very active square for the queen, although the queen cannot really stay there. We have c6 defending the bishop on d5, and now the queen, it is a nice square for the queen, but queen to d3 is coming, so you don't want to stop this by playing queen to e2, but even with a move like queen to e2, there's very little white can do here. Here, Karyakin tried king to h2, but now comes the punisher. Fabi immediately plays queen to d3, and now there are simply too many threats. Queen to g3 with check, picking up the rook is a threat, queen captures the bishop is the immediate threat, so you can't stop both. So rook captures on f4 by Karyakin, giving up a piece. Queen to c2 check first, now king g3, and now queen captures on c3 with check. King to h4, and now rook captures on f4. Queen captures on f4 and h6. H6, this is move 38, and after playing h6, Sergei Karyakin decided to resign the game. He's down piece, there's really nothing to do here. Any slow move will be met with g5, winning the queen in the game. Whatever you do, if you put g5 yourself, then simply captures, and there's really nothing to do here for white. So a wonderful game by Fabiano Corona, who, so far in this entire tournament, he's been like a punching bag. Really had a couple of terrible games. He himself said in an interview that some of the games were even embarrassing, but you can't really help it. So this is why I use this title, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. So as they said in the live coverage, you never know who you're going to get in classical time form. You know who you're going to get, but in rapid, he really had a better tournament, and then he crushes Karyakin using a Petroff defense, and Karyakin was having an excellent tournament so far. So let's check out the standings after the last round. After the last round of the Rapids, here are the standings. Wesley still in first place without a single loss. With 5 wins and 4 draws. Then followed, there's a tie between Levan Aronian and Maxim Shiel. Then followed Sergei Karyakin, Hikaru Nakamura. Then Mamedyarov, Grishuk, Caruana, Anand, and Anish Giri. It's also one of the things that Hikaru Nakamura said in an interview, he said that although Wesley is having an excellent tournament so far, that Nakamura doesn't think that Wesley will do so good in the blitz section, and that he himself and some of the other players will catch up to him and overtake him in the blitz section. And then they asked Fabi the same question, and then Fabi said that he doesn't agree with Nakamura, that Wesley is an excellent blitz player, which he proved by winning the Norway blitz tournament Altibox a couple of weeks ago, and he's an excellent blitz player, and that Fabi said that he's not sure, but he thinks that he is higher rated in blitz than Nakamura. So yeah, also an interesting question. What do you think? How will Wesley do in the blitz section? And it's interesting that last year he also was in the lead, 2 points in the lead ahead of Magnus Carlsen after the rapid section, but then after 2 days of blitz, it was actually Magnus Carlsen in the first place. But there was no Carlsen in the race this time, so we'll see how it goes. And I hope I will be able to cover some of the games, due to the festival going on in my hometown. So yeah, I would like to thank Oliver Florian for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check out my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, probably with a couple of blitz games. And I think if there will be time, I will continue the Anand Carlsen series. If not, then we'll finish the Leuven tournament and then proceed with the Carlsen Anand series, because we don't really need a lot of time to finish that series. So yeah, thank you all, and I'll see you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome to a very interesting game from round 6 of the 2019 Isle of Man Chess.com Swiss tournament. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Alexei Shirov. Alexei Shirov, after he lost to Fabiano Caruana in round 3 after that roller coaster game, won 2 very nice games, and now he again catches up to the leaders, and he now faces the world champion. So without further ado, let's just check it out, as it is a very interesting game. So Carlsen with the white pieces opens with e4, again showing that he's up for a good fight, with e5 by Shirov, knight to f3, and now knight to f6. Shirov goes for the Petroff defense. With d4 by Carlsen, the Chinese attack, knight captures on e4, and now bishop to d3. Standard idea. With d5, and now grabbing his pawn back with the knight captures on e5. With knight to d7 by Shirov, knight to c3 by Carlsen, and now knight captures on e5. With d captures on e5, and also a trade on c3. Knight captures, b captures, and already as of move 8, all knights are gone from the board. With bishop to e7 preparing the castle, and both players castle. Now we have castles, and f4 by Carlsen. And here, not allowing further expansion, Shirov pushes f5 himself, where you don't really gain anything by capturing en passant, and other than that, you've pretty much done a good job closing in White's bishop pair. So bishop to e3, Carlsen continues development, and now we have following basically the same game Nikita Vitigo had against Wesley. So in the World Cup, I think we covered that game. Vitigo won a very nice game, but in that game, bishop to e6 was played by Wesley, and here c5 is a move that Shirov chooses, and it is a new move. So already as a move 11, we have a completely new game with no knights on the board. Bishop back to e2 by Carlsen, as you're not waiting for something like this to happen, not at the moment, but you always have to keep an eye on it. So bishop back to e2, Carlsen now wants to remaneuver this bishop to f3 to go for the d5 pawn. Bishop to e6, developing, also adding another defender to the d5 pawn, and now bishop to f3. Queen to d7, just developing, connecting rooks, and now a4 by Magnus. We have rook 8 to d8, and here queen to e2, getting the queen away from the d file, and queen to c7. Queen to c7 with some very tricky ideas. Shirov here is preparing to push g5 at some point, and with g5 in place, White will not be able to capture because of queen captures on e5. Or rather, White will be able to capture, but Shirov will get a very interesting game. Rook f to b1, Carlsen transfers the rooks over to the queen side, and now b6, not allowing any ideas on the queen side. And here, as the b file is now pretty much closed, Carlsen shifts the rook over to d1. So rook to d1, and here Shirov couldn't take the slow maneuvering game any longer, and he decided to play some real chess, and he played g5. So here you could capture on g5, for example, pawn captures, and then you have to calculate ideas like queen captures on e5. Also f4 is a very sneaky move, so now the bishop no longer goes to g5 pawn. You can only then recapture it after that. So a lot of very complicated positions can happen if Carlsen decides to capture on g5, and you don't want to play positions like that against Alexei Shirov, especially if he maybe had this or similar positions at home on the board. So Carlsen just plays h3. He prevents g4. Also, he doesn't mind just pawn captures, because after bishop captures, d5 pawn is nicely protected. We have rook to d7, now preparing to double up rooks on the d file, hopefully push d4 at some point, and Carlsen does the same. Rook to d2. Now Carlsen is preparing rook 8 to d1. Rook f to d8, and Carlsen also doubles up on the d file, rook 8 to d1 to counter the d4 threat. And g4 now. Sorry, not g4, g captures on f4. First grabbing a pawn, with bishop captures on f4, and now that the bishop no longer guards the d4 square, now Shirov takes this opportunity to push d4. And already you can see that a lot is happening on the board with all through this idea of Shirov pushing g5. Now, things are in motion, and Carlsen plays queen to f2. It's a very sneaky idea. If, for example, now d captures on c3 looks like a very nice idea, but d captures on c3, Carlsen had in mind queen to g3 check. And after the king moves, rook captures on d7, rook captures back, and now do you see what Carlsen's idea was? I'll give you a couple of seconds just for you to spot it. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on finding a beautiful rook lift. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's rook to d6. And now the point is the king is stuck here. And if you capture the rook, if you don't capture it, then you're just going to lose the bishop. The point is you cannot move this bishop, because then Carlsen plays e6. He frees up this diagonal, and then the bishop can claim the e5 square for his bishop, and that's game over for black. So you kind of have to capture the rook after bishop captures, e captures. Now you don't really have a good move. Bishop to e5 is coming. Also, your queen is under attack. You could try rook to g7 to try to give back the piece and trade queens, as the bishop is covering the queening square. But the problem is Carlsen has bishop to e5 here. And now you don't really have a good move. Queen d7 blocking. But now this crazy maneuver, bishop c6, you cannot capture because queen captures with checkmate, so you have to move the queen. And now another crazy maneuver, bishop to d5, getting rid of this bishop's control of the d7 square. You cannot allow bishop captures here, because if queen captures again, you're getting checkmated. So if pawn captures, now you just play bishop captures with check, queen captures, king captures, and just d7, and the black king is too far to stop promotion. So that's what Carlsen had in mind with this queen to f2 move. Of course, Shirov spotted it. He plays king to h8, doesn't allow this to come with check, and king to h1 by Carlsen, also improving the position of his king, as the dark square bishop is still on the board. You don't want your king on the same diagonal as your queen if the position opens up. Queen to c8 by Shirov, now getting the queen out of this diagonal, and king to h2 now by Carlsen. And here, the time on the clock is quite different than what you would expect. It's 52 minutes Carlsen and only 11 minutes for Shirov, or maybe you expected it. I don't know what you guys were expecting. But here, Shirov abandons his control of the d file, and he plays rook to g8. He shifts the attack over to the king side and sort of tries to trick Carlsen, because here you cannot capture on d4, or maybe you can, because that's exactly what Carlsen did. He played c captures on d4 after Shirov recaptured. Carlsen now just played rook captures on d4 and allowed this bishop to c5 move. Of course, Shirov traded once, rook captures, and Carlsen recaptures with the rook. He could capture with the queen, but it's a bit of a passive idea. After rook goes back, you have to go back with the queen, queen f2, and now, for example, if the rooks are traded, you have this, well, you're still up a pawn, but it's hard to say. It's a pretty crazy position. So here, Carlsen played a more solid line after rook captures. He played rook captures on d4. He allows bishop to c5, and here Carlsen played c3. with the idea that the bishop captures, Carlsen just gets a beautiful pawn center. But there was also this queen to h4 move, which is really interesting. It goes after the queen to f6 check. So the point is, after bishop captures on d4, you get queen to f6 check, rook to g7, and now bishop to h6, threatening mate. And after the queen defends this, now you play bishop captures on g7, queen captures, and queen to d8 check, and now you just pick up this bishop. So queen g8, queen captures on d4, and you get a similar position. White is still up a pawn, but black is really passive here. You can never move the queen away from the queen, and bishop control the d5 square. For example, if you can get this bishop to d5 and capture here, if the queen comes somewhere like d6, you're going to start pushing this pawn. It's a very easy win for white. So here it would be really, really tough, a really passive position for black. But Carlsen decides to go for the, like we mentioned, more solid c3. And okay, Shiro says, yeah, okay, I see what you did there. Pretty good stuff. Bishop captures on d4, c captures on d4, and now what do you play here? Shiro played queen to d7. Of course, you cannot allow d5. If d5 happens, it's game over. So queen to d7, blocking the d pawn. And here the time situation on the clock is 15 minutes Carlsen and 4.5 minutes for Shiro. And here, what do you play? Carlsen decided, well, you either have to choose against between h4, h5, and h6, or queen to d2. The move Carlsen played. Now again, preparing pawn to d5, and you have to be careful on how you stop it. For example, rook to d8 does prevent d5, but it doesn't prevent bishop to g5. Now you're just lost. You have to move the rook. It's a pretty silly idea. And once you move the rook, just d5, and you win the game. E6 is coming next. You're going to remaneuver the bishop here. It's a complete annihilation. So after queen d2, bishop to d5 by Shiro, and now comes the move Carlsen had in mind. If he didn't have this move, I'm sure he would have gone for the queen h5 line we discussed. But here Carlsen plays e6. It's a nice pawn sacrifice. He clears the e5 square for his bishop. With queen captures on e6, and now bishop to e5 with check. Rook has the block, and now what do you play here? Queen to c3. Carlsen now wants to get to the queen, well, to the back rank if possible. A big mistake would be something like queen to g5, like a threatening checkmate. But I'm sure you'll see why it's a pretty big mistake. Even feel free to pause the video if you don't, because it's something like this could happen in your own games. So for those of you who found it, congratulations on punishing white for such a silly mistake that didn't actually happen in the game. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, queen captures on e5. I know you all saw that. The captures, and now you just pick up the queen, and well, white will recapture the bishop, but after f4, you're picking up this pawn, and it's a completely winning endgame for black. Grab the exchange, you're up a pawn. Well, you will be up a pawn. There's no way to prevent that, and it will be an easy win for black. So after rook g7, Carlsen decides for queen to c3. And now we have bishop captures on f3, getting rid of this bishop. Also, there is this threat of just bishop captures on d5. Once the queen captures, you will no longer be controlling c8, just queen c8 wins the game. So Shiro trades, bishop captures, queen captures, and now what do you play here? The threat is queen to a8 check, and it's not all that easy. For example, if you try to unpin, white will not go for the rook. White will still go for this queen to a8 check, and after king to f7, now you just play queen captures on a7, and you're either winning the rook here, or if queen blocks, you're just winning. Well, you will be up a piece at the end of this very, very nice line. But there is one other move. It's a brilliant defensive resource. So Carlsen is threatening queen to a8 check, but also if the queen goes back to defend the back rank, you have to give up the f5 pawn. So what else is there? It's really just a powerful move. But again, feel free to pause the video and try to find this defensive resource that Shiro had in this position. Well, I'll give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to see it and find it, it's really just a disgusting engine move. So if you spotted it, congratulations. The point is you have to combine the two ideas. How to prevent this and the queen captures. If the queen moves well, just give up a different pawn. It's h5, and this really saves black a lot of trouble. For example, queen captures on h5 with check, king to g8. Now you've unpinned. White has to capture the rook now. Bishop captures, king captures, and now black has some ideas of queen d6 check followed by queen captures here. Also the a4 pawn is a bit weak. Black also has some plans of a6 followed by b5 to create a pass pawn on the queen side. So here, for example, if queen d1, just keeping around this pawn here, you play a6. You're going to push b5, create a pass pawn here, and you have some very nice counter-attacking chances. So this was really a sneaky idea that did not happen over the board. Shiro played queen to e8. He decided to give up this pawn, but he will claim the a4 pawn for himself. So Carlsen captures it, queen captures, and now king to g8. You cannot allow any checks while the rook is pinned. And now Carlsen has to decide whether he wants to play queen to f6 or just capture it right away. If queen f6, you have to move rook here, and now okay, you do get the h8 square, king f7, queen captures here, but then after king to e6, you grab another pawn. Now it's 4 pawns against 2, but black still has a rook. So white is better here. There's no doubt about that. But it just seems like a more complicated position than the one Carlsen chooses. He plays bishop captures on g7, just go straight into the queen and pawn endgame being up a pawn. So king captures on g7, queen to g5 check by Carlsen, king to f8, and now queen to f4 with check. With king to e7, if you block with the queen, also possible then, for example, queen f7, then just king g3. Of course, Carlsen wants Shiro to capture so he can improve the position of his king, and it's still a king and pawn game where you're down a pawn. Would be very hard for black to play this. So he tried king to e7, but now Carlsen plays queen to e4 check, king f8, and he just captures the h7 pawn. And Shiro decides to capture on a4. Queen captures on a4, and with this move, we reach move 40. Both of them reach time control. They are given additional time, and Carlsen is still up a pawn. But on the other hand, Shiro has two connected pass pawns on the queen side. Carlsen goes for queen to f5 check with king to g7, queen to e5 check, king to f7, and here Carlsen played h4, and well, here Shiro started thinking, and after thinking for I believe some 17 minutes, it was in this position that Alexei Shiro resigned the game. You might think that it's a bit of a premature resignation, but in this top-level chess, it's not, because Shiro knows that this is winning, and it's winning if white plays the best moves, and he respects Carlsen to think that he will play the best moves. And I think that Shiro just wasn't satisfied the way he played. He wasn't able to create something, but it's hard to create something against Carlsen. I think Carlsen was actually very happy when Shiro played g5. I think Carlsen just thought to himself, oh great, it's not me who will be trying this game. You try, and then I'll just play, just try and play best moves and see what happens. So I think Carlsen doesn't mind playing positions where he's the one who's under attack, but and he doesn't get shaken psychologically easily, which is something that Shiro can really achieve in other players. So here we play out a bit more. For example, if queen c6, you bring the queen back into the game. D5 is coming, queen d7, now h5, and it will be very hard to stop both of them. So I think the Norwegian supercomputer says, I said, like it was a total domination for white, like a mate in 100 moves, saying that even if black plays whatever, it's still going to be just winning. And like I said, Shiro doesn't want to play this out and maybe hope Magnus will blunder or try. He will try tomorrow in a new game where he will then try to create something else, as he always does. So yeah, a very nice win by Carlsen, and we're not going to show the standings or mention the standings just yet, as I'm about to show another game from round 6, but the link in the description below takes you to the standings, so feel free to check them out for yourselves if you just want to do it now. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Hamid Mazuji for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this very nice tournament, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and of course, whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to Game 6 of the 2018 World Chess Championship between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. The previous 5 games have been drawn. If you haven't had the opportunity to check them out, I will put a link to all of the previous 5 games in the description below. And I would just like to make a very short announcement. As of today, I've been verified as a valued member of the YouTube community, obviously, and YouTube has allowed me to have official YouTube merchandise. So as you can see in the top left corner, it says merch available, link in the description. I have one design ready that you can all check out, but I will get back to that after we check out this very nice game. So that being said, let's see what we have in store, and it's really an amazing game. A lot of us were wondering, will we ever see E4 and the Petroff in this World Chess Championship match, as Caruana has proven to be a deadly Petroff player, and how will Carlsen tackle it. So yes, this game does feature a Petroff, and it will be very exciting. But before that, we do have a couple of photos. Here we have a very nice photo. We can also use it as a photo challenge. Who is the woman that will make the first move for Magnus Carlsen? And as you can see, she's extremely excited to be making the first move, or perhaps she's just extremely thirsty. But here we have a photo of her actually making the first move, but she does it in a very peculiar way. She didn't go over to Carlsen's side of the table and then push the pawn forward, but rather did it across the table, and it seems like a very awkward move to do with your hand. But maybe it's just me, I don't know, seems a bit off. Yeah, who is the woman in the photo? Best of luck to everyone. Also, here we have a very nice photo of Magnus Carlsen. Not really a close-up, but almost. I thought you might enjoy it. And also, here we have a very nice photo of Caruana. There you have it, really a masterpiece. So, like I said, all of the photos here are compliments of Nikki Riga, so do check out all of her other work. Link to her social media will be in the description below, so feel free to check that out as well. Now, let's check out the game. Like we said, Carlsen has white pieces, and he opens with e4 this time. And of course, when we saw e4, it was very much obvious that Caruana would go for his Petroff defense. We have e5, knight to f3, and the knight to f6. So the Petroff is on the board. Knight captures on e5, d6, kicking the knight back. And here, usually you will see the knight going back to f3, and there's like over 20,000 games played in international competition available in the database, but here Carlsen actually goes knight to d3, and there are actually very few games played with knight to d3. Fortunately for Caruana, he already played a game with knight to d3 when he defended against Wesley So in the 2018 Sinquefield Cup this year, so not really that much of a surprise to him. And okay, knight captures on e4, we have queen to e2, and now queen to e7, the only move available to black. Perhaps if you have this position with black in a blitz game, you could try f5, which leads to quite an interesting position. After f3, yes, you do lose a piece, but after knight to c6, pawn captures on knight to d4, white has to move the queen, and after queen d1, now comes f captures on e4. You force the white knight to move back. And here, a very interesting move. Knight to f2 is what white has to play to keep his initiative. If white goes something like knight to f4, then his life is going to get very complicated, because you can surprise him. White is, of course, expecting queen h4, and then he will block with g3, but knight to f3 immediately with check. And here it would be a really crazy position, where white either has to start running away with his king, or accept the knight, which then follows with queen to h4, and there is no g4 pawn, g pawn to block the check. So here you would have to move the king e2, queen captures on f4, and now with the bishop pair, and black will castle, bring rooks into the game. It will be a very unpleasant position for white. But such things are for blitz. Here after queen to e2, queen e7 is the only good move. We have knight to f4. In the Sinquefield Cup that we already mentioned, Wesley So played knight to c3 against Caruana, and that game ended in a draw. Here Carlsen goes for knight to f4. He wants to go for that d5 square to attack Caruana's queen. Knight to c6, and now comes knight to d5. Caruana's queen is under attack, and here we have knight to d4. Carlsen's queen is also under attack. Knight captures on e7, grabbing the queen. There's really no better move other than capturing the queen. After knight d4, knight captures on e7. If you try something like moving the queen, there's really no good square to move the queen to. If you move the queen to d3, then you allow all sorts of nasty discoveries. If you move it to e3, then knight captures on c2. Will simply win you the queen. So here, knight captures on e7. Knight captures on e2. Caruana also grabs Carlsen's queen. Knight back to d5, and now interestingly, knight back to d4. So a lot of knight moves here. And here, knight to a3. You want to protect the c2 pawn. You don't want to do it with the king d1, because your other pawn becomes vulnerable. And you don't want to do it with bishop to d3, as after bishop to d3, you kind of block your own path here to development. You can't push the d pawn anymore, and so on and so on. So here, after knight to d4, we have knight to a3, guarding the c2 pawn, as the pawn on d6 is pretty much fixed. You don't have to worry about bishop capturing the knight. So here we have knight back to e6. You might argue that, okay, perhaps instead of this knight to a3 move, you could also try something like d3. But that doesn't work. Yes, white is also attacking the c7 pawn, but here after knight captures on c2, check, king moves, knight captures on e1, yes, you can capture on c7 with check and capture the rook on e8, but now black gets the other rook as well. King e2, knight captures on h1, and here black is just up too much material. So after knight e4, knight to a3, as we already mentioned, we have knight to e6, and now comes f3, attacking black's knight. Knight 4 to c5, and now comes d4, kicking the knight back, and now we have knight to d7. Also possible here with c6, but after c6 you go into a series of exchanges, and obviously black was not interested in that. For example, captures on c5, captures on d5, captures on d6, captures on d6, and after bishop to e3. Yes, you can capture on a3 and mess up white's pawn structure, but you don't really want to give up the bishop pair for no apparent advantage here. So after d4, knight to d7, getting the knight out of here, and now c3. Carlsen makes room for his knight to go back into the game via knight c2 or knight e3, and here the e6 knight is stuck guarding the c7 pawn, so you do want to push the d5 knight back. c6 is played, we have knight to f4, offering a trade of knights, and now knight to b6. If the knight is captured, then bishop can capture on e6. We have bishop to d3, Carlsen develops his bishop. We have d5. D5 could also have been used as a nice square for this knight, but then developing the bishop on f8 would be somewhat troublesome. So d5, making room for the bishop to be developed, and now knight to c2. It's hard to say if Caruana was even considering capturing on a3, because if you start playing something like king f2 to get your rook into the game, capturing on a3 doesn't promise you all that much. After pawn captures knight a4, going after the c3 pawn, yes, white's pawn structure is crippled here, but still with the bishop pair in such an open game, white should be all right. So after d5, we have knight to c2, getting the knight into the game, and also preventing bishop captures on a3. Bishop to d6, Caruana develops the bishop, also putting pressure on the knight on f4. Knight captures on e6, bishop captures on e6, and now king to f2. Carlsen finally makes room for his rook to enter the game. We have h5 by Caruana, preventing g4, and also expanding on the king side a bit, and now Carlsen does the same. h4 expands a bit on the king side, and also prevents a further expansion by Caruana on the king side. And here, Caruana decides to go for some active play. He wants to push c5, but still, you have to give further protection to the d5 pawn. So before doing it, first knight to d7. Not immediately, but first knight to e8, going for e7. We have knight to e3, and now comes knight to e7. Now the d5 pawn has extra protection, and also this knight can now go to g6 and f4 if needed. And interestingly, this is move 20, and we've already made 15 moves with the knight. So if you're just beginning, to learn how to play chess, you're just getting into chess principles, principles. There is a principle that says you should not move the same piece twice in the opening, and here we already had 15 knight moves by move 20. This is what you can do when you're already fully familiar with the principles and you're fighting for the World Chess Championship title. Then you can just jump around with your knight. So, but otherwise, don't. G3. Taking away all of these squares from black, and we have c5 now. Finally, Caruana decides to change the character of the position. He makes a pawn move, and now Carlsen has to react to this. Of course, you don't want to capture and allow bishop captures on c5, but you do expect Caruana to capture on d4 at some point, so you have to be ready for it. Bishop to c2, preparing for this rook to come to d1 and make his presence known across the d file. We have castles by Caruana, rook to d1, and now comes rook f to d8, countering Carlsen's rook on d1. Knight to g2. This knight is now here either to come to f4 or to prepare the development of this bishop on f4. Perhaps if the bishops are exchanged on f4, perhaps the knight can come to f4, threaten the h5 pawn, maybe weaken black's king side a bit, but who knows? It's still far too early to tell. Here Caruana goes pawn captures on d4. We have pawn captures on d4, and now rook 8 to c8. Comes into the game with tempo as it comes with an attack against the bishop on c2 that is undefended. Bishop to b3. And now comes knight to c6, putting pressure against the d4 pawn. We have bishop to f4, now offering a trade here, and of course black doesn't want to do it. If bishop captures, knight captures, then you're putting a lot of pressure on the d5 pawn, you're putting pressure on the bishop, you're putting pressure on the h5 pawn, so black would most likely have to weaken his king side by playing g6, so not something you want to do. First, knight to f5. Knight to a5, you go after Carlsen's strong bishop on b3. As it is an open game, if you manage to get rid of the bishops, you're going to have some edge. Rook d to c1. This is a very interesting move because, well, first, when you look at this, you have a feeling that the only piece undeveloped from white is the rook on a1, so rook a to c1 might seem like an automatic, but then black can play captures on b3, and after pawn captures, you no longer have a rook on a1, which might be very useful. But also, there's an interesting comment by Alexander Grishuk, another one that I used for a quote above the board, but that's also a very nice comment. Instead, rook d to c1 was played, and Grishuk said that whenever you're thinking which rook you're going to play to a certain square, you always pick the wrong rook, but it's only an illusion because and your opponent will play differently, depending on which rook you play. And then after you get a certain position, you will say, oh, if only I played that rook to c1 and not this rook to c1, but then your opponent would have played it differently, and this position would never have been on the board. But here rook d to c1 seems better because now if pawn captures and he captures, then you already have a rook attacking the a7 pawn here. And then most likely you would force black to trade here, and it would actually be white who would be controlling the open c file, the only open file on the board, and it would not be all that simple for black to counter it, as there is this tension between the two bishops. So perhaps would be better. So instead, bishop to b4, not capturing the pawn here immediately, and here bishop to d1. Here Carlsen moves the bishop, as now if you allow knight captures, then perhaps the pawn can come to a5 and create like a very solid structure here. So bishop to d1, and now we have knight to c4. And okay, the b2 pawn is under attack, so Carlsen defends it, he pushes it forward. We have b3, knight to a3, and now rook captures on c8. Rook captures and rook to c1, offering to trade down even the other pair of rooks. Knight to b5, now going after that d4 pawn, but also the c3 square is now weak in white's camp, so knight to c3 at some point will also, black will be able to put pressure against the a2 pawn as well. So rook captures, bishop captures, and now comes knight to e3. Now if knight captures here, it's been a very long game, over 6 hours. Knight captures on d5 would have been played, and as the bishop on d4 is under attack, you have to move it. Bishop to e3, attacking the knight, also if the knight moves to a wrong square, then the a7 pawn falls. So after knight to c6, it's still playable, but you've managed to push the black's pieces very much back. So after knight a3, we have knight to c3, defending the d5 pawn, and now bishop to c2 as the bishop was under attack, and now bishop to a3. A very nice move by Caruana that fixes the a2 pawn here on a light square, and this knight will capture it eventually. But here we have bishop to b8 by Carlsen, going after the a7 pawn. Pawn to a6, not allowing it to capture it, and now f4. And here we have bishop to d7. You still can't capture on a2 because this knight is still very much needed to defend the d5 pawn. So bishop to d7, and now comes f5. And here everyone felt Carlsen did make some progress here with this f4 to f5 move, because now it really prevents black from pushing g6. So if this knight could somehow maybe end up on f4, maybe it could attack. The h5 pawn also put pressure on g6, but it's still far along the road. Bishop to c6, putting further protection to the d5 pawn, and now knight captures on a2 is definitely a possibility. Bishop to d1, and here Caruana interestingly doesn't capture this immediately. If he captured it immediately, then as Carlsen also attacked the h5 pawn, bishop captures on h5 would be played. Bishop to b2, and now going after the d4 pawn, and now bishop to a7, defending the d4 pawn. And now after knight goes back to c3, still black would really have to prove his advantage. But Caruana finds a nicer way. First, bishop to b2, knight to e4 with check is a threat that would open up an attack from the bishop towards the d4 pawn. Carlsen captures the h5 pawn, and now we have knight to e4 check as planned. King moves to g2, and now bishop captures on d4. So Caruana gave up the h5 pawn for Carlsen's very strong central d4 pawn rather than going after the a2 pawn. Bishop to f4, defending the e3 knight, and here we have bishop to c5. Here, the path is very clear here. If Caruana can get his past d pawn pushing, then things are looking very tough for Carlsen. And here bishop to f3. Bishop to f3 is is definitely the best idea. If you try something like knight to c2, not allowing this pawn to attack the knight and get it out of the way, then black will actually have a very nice game after pushing d4. Because now after you bring the bishop to f3 to prevent this connection here, then black can play d3. And after you move the knight, now comes bishop captures, and here d2, and white simply doesn't have any move to play here. Whatever you play here, you cannot capture as the knight is defending it. If you capture with the bishop captures knight, then black can even just capture. After you move, you will get a queen into the game. There's really no good move to make, and whatever move you make, that's no good because there isn't a good move here. Then knight to g5, and again you're winning. There's a double attack against the f3 bishop, and of course the d1 queen is a terrible threat. Of course, if you capture then d1 queen, the bishop is pinned. You cannot capture the queen, and there would be really nothing to do here. You would have to capture this, and then knight captures on f3 would leave Carlsen down a piece. But still, it's very hard. Even with Carlsen's best defense, we have bishop to f3. Now comes knight to d2, and here there were a couple of ideas Carlsen could have gone for, like knight to f1, but this leads to a very passive position for white. For example, knight captures, king captures, and now d4 opens up a discovered attack towards Carlsen's king. And now it's two bishops, so Caruana keeps his bishop pair, and Carlsen has a bishop and the knight. King e2, now comes the bishop to b5 check, king e1, bishop to b4 check, and after the knight blocks bishop d3, white would have an extremely hard position to defend. So instead, Carlsen goes for a different approach. He decides to give his piece for 3 extra pawns. He plays bishop captures on d5, sacrifices a piece, and of course Caruana accepts. Bishop captures on e3, we have bishop captures on c6, and now bishop captures on f4. Bishop captures on d7, we have bishop to d6, getting his bishop out of the way, and now bishop captures on a6. So here Carlsen has his a pawn, his b pawn, and his h pawn, the three extra pawns we discussed, but Caruana is up a knight. So how can you do this? First, knight to e4, going after the g3 pawn, and here g4 is played by Carlsen. It's interesting, if you try something like a4 to start your, the pushing of the pawn as soon as possible, then black will in fact have time to grab your g3 pawn. Now you have to move the bishop to allow your pawn to move forward, and now after you move the bishop, now knight to h5 will be very nice, threatening knight f4 to win the bishop, and after you move the king, now comes the bishop to b4, and you will no longer be able to push this pawn anywhere as the bishop is controlling all of the dark squares here. So in fact you would just have blundered your g pawn. So Carlsen pushes it. We have g4, bishop to a3, not allowing any pawns to be pushed forward, and now bishop to c4. After Caruana's knight attacks this c3 square and the pawn on a2, Carlsen's plan is to push b4, and then the bishop will be defending the a2 pawn. King f8, there's no need to rush this, so better to get your king into the game as soon as possible, and now comes g5. We have knight to c3, and now Carlsen doesn't allow the a2 pawn to be captured, but rather he gives up the b pawn. Caruana captures it, you don't want to allow this pawn to be pushed to b5. We have bishop captures, king to f3, Carlsen wants to get his king into the game as soon as possible as well. Knight to a4, and now comes the bishop to b5, attacking the knight, and the knight to c5. It's very interesting if knight to c3 is possible to attack the pawn and the bishop, but white can actually play a4, and after knight captures, pawn captures, white would be able to draw this, because after bishop to c5, preventing the b pawn from being pushed, white simply goes up, and after the bishop blocks, white goes further up. We have something like g6, king e5, we have check, king f6, pawn captures, and after king to g7, h5 now. King to g8, now comes h6, we have bishop to b6, and now king to f6, and after bishop to... sorry about that. Bishop to d8 check. My throat is very dry for some reason. King to f5, we have king to h7, and now comes b6. You would give up this pawn, black would have to capture it, and now you would approach the f7 pawn. King would have to defend it, and now g6, you are good to go. You will exchange the pawns, and now you can even make a little joke here. Black can give up a pawn and even stalemate. Bishop can even do a stalemate here. So after bishop to b5, knight to c5, we have a4, and now comes f6. King to g4, also possible was g6, but Carlsen was reluctant to create this, as now it really fixes this pawn structure here. And of course, at some point, if the king makes his way down the board, then you want to push your h pawn and maybe force black to capture it to be able to push your g pawn. But if black just plays the bishop to d2 and controls the h6 square, it is very unlikely that this would happen. Sorry about that. King to g4, we have knight to e4, and now comes king to h5. Again, g6. We already mentioned this, but we may just show it. It does fix the pawn structure on the king side, but still it can get very dangerous. For example, if black isn't careful and goes something like this, then h6 would win the game from white after king to pawn to g7, as you will not be able to prevent queening here. So after knight e4, king to h5, and now comes bishop to e1, focusing on the h4 pawn. We have bishop to d3, and now comes knight to d6, getting out of the way, controlling the bishop on d3, and also pressuring the f5 pawn. And here we have a5 by Carlsen. Everyone was following the analysis of the supercomputer Sese, and Sese said that if g6 here, then it's actually the evaluation would be -3, but that's kind of normal since you are down a piece. So a5, Carlsen decides to give up the a5 pawn. We have bishop captures, and now pawn captures on f6. Pawn captures on f6, and now king to g6, getting the king into the position. We have bishop to d8, defending the f6 pawn. This was much needed. If you could play something like king to g8 and prevent king to h7, then that would be excellent for black, but unfortunately you have to defend the f6 pawn. Bishop to d8, and now comes king to h7. A very important move, because if Carlsen played h5, it would be a whole different story. Then black can actually go king g8, take away the h7 square from Carlsen, and then after h6, you don't want to push h6. This will be pretty much the topic of the entire position. If you ever push a pawn to h6, then black will be able to attack the pawn and win it at some point. Sorry about that, I seem to be coming down with something. Bishop to b1, knight d4, bishop to a2, knight f3, and then at some point you will be able to check the white king on d5 square. The king will have to move, and now you will just force it back with the bishop as well, and then finally win the h7 pawn. And this will now, of course, be winning. You will simply push the white king back, occupy the g5 square with your king, and then the knight will remaneuver itself to win the f5 pawn. So Carlsen, of course, doesn't want to do this. King to h7 was played, and now comes knight to f7. Bishop to c4 by Carlsen, and now comes knight to e5, attacking the bishop. We have bishop to d5, and now bishop to a5. We have h5 by Carlsen, bishop to d2, and now bishop back to a2. We have knight to f3, and now comes bishop to d5. And this is sort of the theme of the position. Black would really want white to push h6 to put this pawn on a dark square where it can be attacked, but white wants to keep this. Pawn on f5, pawn on h5, and the king will always be able to protect both of the pawns by playing king to g6. And here we have knight to d4. If something like knight to e1, then king to g6. And if bishop to g5, you have to be careful. Here, if h6 is played, then you can even do something like knight to d3, h7, and knight to f4 checkmate. But of course, it is very unlikely for that to happen. After bishop to g5, you will of course not push h6. You can simply just move back king to h7, and then all will be well once again. So after bishop to d5, knight to d4, and now we have king back to g6 by Carlsen. With bishop to g5, bishop to c4, and here everyone in every possible live stream was screaming that this is a blunder and that the black is now winning. And a lot of people were trying to figure out how black was winning, and no one could do it. Caruana in this position played knight to f3, which was again characterized as a blunder. And even later at the press conference, one of the news reporters in the press conference asked Carlsen that if he realized that bishop to h4 or Caruana that this was actually winning. But I myself couldn't figure out how this was winning or why. If any of you have like a really exact evaluation and explanation of why this is winning, do share in the comments, because they've shown this position to both Carlsen and Caruana in the press conference after, and they really had a hard time grasping that this was actually winning for black. And even after playing a couple of moves that were suggested by the computer, they still didn't seem convinced that this was actually winning. So of course, if you push h6, the win does come easy. But after something like bishop to d5, which is a move Carlsen immediately asked at the press conference, what happens then? Then knight to e2, but still, you couldn't get, I mean, a reasonable position. You're threatening knight f4 to win the bishop, but after king moves or bishop to f3, it will be very hard. But like I said, if anyone has like an exact explanation of why this would be winning for black, please do share. I couldn't have figured it out. But okay, after bishop to c4, we have knight to f3, king to back to h7, and now knight to e5, attacking the bishop b3. We have knight to g4, and now bishop to c4. We have knight to e3. Bishop to d3, knight to g4, and now bishop to c4 back. Knight to h6, we have king to g6, king to e7. Caruana starts making away with his king into the game, as if he repeats knight g4 one more time, it will have fallen for the threefold repetition. Bishop back to b3, we have king to d6, bishop to c2, and now comes king to e5. So Corona does make progress with his king, but we have bishop to d3, king to f4, bishop to c2, and now, as there is no way to move the white king from protecting both of these pawns, there's very little black can do here. Knight to g4 was played, bishop to b3. If you go bishop to d1 and attack the knight, then knight to e3 attacks the bishop, and then after bishop moves, knight can capture on f5. But still, it would be questionable if you could actually win this position. Most likely there would be a way to do it, but still, it would be hard. You can't go king e5 because there's still no way to push f5. The bishop would be hanging, so you'd have to go around king g4 to keep an eye on the bishop. But then again, bishop d1 check, king moves, you're controlling the f5 square. It would still pose you much problems. So just instead bishop to b3, knight to e3, and now h6. Finally, Corona allows Carlsen to push h6, but now it is enough for him to draw. Here, bishop captures on h6 is played, and it was in this position on move 80 that the players agreed to a draw. Why did they agree to a draw? Well, now after king captures on h6 and king captures on f5, it's a bishop against the knight, and a knight will not be able to outmaneuver the bishop to promote this pawn. One such line we can show is after the bishop simply moves and the black makes room for start pushing his pawn. Bishop to b5, we can play f5. Bishop moves f4. Now bishop here. The king comes closer. White king also approaches. We have f3, and now bishop to c6 check. Knight blocks, and now king attacks the pawn. We have pawn to f2, but now simply bishop to f5, b5. Knight to c3, attacking the bishop, but now simply king to g3. You're ignoring the bishop, you just want to grab the f2 pawn. King defense, we have bishop to c4, knight d2 check, king moves, and after knight g1, you can either just move the bishop back and forth, or even make a little joke with the king to f1, and there will be no way to move you back and then promote the pawn to a queen safely. So yeah, after bishop captures on h6, the players agree to a draw, and game 6 now ends in a draw. Tomorrow we will have a rest today, and then we are continuing with round 7 on Sunday, where Carlsen will once again have the white pieces. So yeah, definitely an insane game, and really I knew that, well, I was presuming that the first time we will see the Petroff, we will have all hell breaking loose across the board. But yeah, how did you enjoy this? And really, if anyone finds like a really concrete explanation of why bishop h4 was winning, please do share it. I will then show it in the next video. But yeah, like I mentioned, YouTube now allows me to have a merchandise area in my channel, so you will find a link to it in the description below. It will be the first thing you will see. For now, there's only one design, and it's actually this one. I've shown it a couple of months ago. I think it's more than 6 months. If you remember, I once did a tile video where we had this position where a king and 2 queens was on the board, and I called it a chess threesome. You really enjoyed it, and then I asked one a person here in my hometown, a colleague, he's also a designer. He works as a bartender. I just told him what happened, and that I wanted any kind of a design that resembles chess, that includes a chess threesome, and I'm not gonna interfere. I just want him to do it the way he wants to do it, the way he sees it, and this is what he came up with. So in the description there will be t-shirts for men, t-shirts for women, like hoodies. There will even be some coffee mugs with this design. So I do hope you enjoyed it. I haven't still figured out all of the features this website offers, so I will look into it deeply. But this is just like a first design. Perhaps I'll even consider making it a limited edition, but we'll definitely see how it goes. Sorry, I'm definitely coming down with something. I have no idea what is happening. But yeah, that's the game. I would like to thank Thomas Kreuzenbrunner, Cyprian Popovicio, Christopher Villia, Taras Karpiak, and Steven Miranda for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon tomorrow with a different video aside from the World Chess Championship, and on Sunday we continue with Game 7 of the World Chess Championship match. Thank you all, and I will see you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome to the 2018 World Chess Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. This is game 11, and if you haven't been following the championship so far, I will put a link to all the 10 previous games in the description below, so you can follow it up if you feel like it. If not, all of the games so far have been drawn, so 10 draws in a row, and I believe this makes it a record regarding World Chess Championship matches. There have never been 10 draws in a row in a World Chess Championship match. It's still hard to say. If you ask either of them, or I mean, they were asked in the press conference who is now the favorite here, as there are only 2 more games left before the rapid playoffs, but Carlsen is fairly confident, as one would assume, but Caruana says that his chances are not as low as everyone says they are. So before we check out the actual game, we do have a couple of nice photos, again, compliments of Nikki Riga, so let's check them out. Here we have a very nice photo. In this game, the first move was made by the 2016 World Chess Championship challenger. It is the man himself, Sergei Karyakin, and he also, like Woody Harrelson, decided to play a little joke. He opened with pawn to b4 for Carlsen. So quite a move from the former World Chess Championship challenger. As you can see, they are all really having the time of their life. Here you can see he checks with Carlsen, is everything okay with the b4? Will he actually play it? I mean, Caruana most likely knows it's a joke, but I mean, you can never be too sure. This is the last time in the match before the playoffs that Carlsen actually has the white pieces, so he might even go for b4. You never know what's going on. You can see on his face that, yeah, it's a joke, but it also might not be. And here we have a photo of Carlsen saying, Karyakin, why you do this to me? But later in the press conference, I've learned that Carlsen was actually informed some 2 minutes prior to this that Karyakin will pull this joke. And here we have Karyakin was also a guest in the official stream. There you have it. He's explaining to Judith and Anna like why he made the little joke with the b4 move, how he has a lot of followers on Instagram, and also a lot of very cool stuff, how he was the better challenger in 2016 than Caruana is in 2018, and so on and so on. I actually totally made up the last 2 things, but I have no idea what they were talking about, so there you have it. So like we said, Carlsen has the white pieces, and he opens with not b4, the move Karyakin so conveniently played, but rather e4. Again, Carlsen wants to test out Caruana's Petroff defense. And okay, e5 with knight to f3, knight to f6, the Petroff defense is on the board. Knight captures on e5, d6, and here Carlsen doesn't retreat like in the previous game where he tested Caruana's Petroff with knight to d3, but rather he goes to knight to f3. This is the classical variation, and now we have knight captures on e4. We have knight to c3, knight captures, d captures, and here this is my favorite line personally with the white pieces against the Petroff, as now, well, it's a very enjoyable line to play. You can freely develop your bishops. I mean, it's a fairly open game. But if you play it like in blitz games, or if you play it against some weaker opponents, you will usually encounter this bishop to g4 move, where you can immediately punish it with h3. After black moves back, you will play queen d5, attack the bishop, attack the d7 pawn, and here if black wants to keep everything intact, he will have to give up the bishop here, and now you will have won the bishop pair. It will be fairly hard for black to develop. If knight c6, then bishop can come to b5, if c6, queen g3, again hindering black's development, so a very enjoyable position for white. Okay, after d captures on c3, bishop to e7 by Caruana. We have bishop to e3, and now Caruana castles. Queen to d2, and the knight to d7. This entire game has already been played before, but we'll get more into that a bit later. A queenside castle by Carlsen, knight to f6, and it's very interesting. If you remember that entire VideoGate thing that was going on, where the St. Louis Chess Club leaked that footage where Caruana had some preparations and some of the lines were visible, so then everyone was like, was it done on purpose? So they would confuse Carlsen's team to prepare for lines that Caruana wasn't even planning, or was it just a silly mistake? Here it's fairly interesting. This knight to d7 to f6 line of the Petroff was actually one of the lines shown in that video. And what makes it even more interesting, after bishop to d3, what Carlsen played, here Caruana played c5. And again, Caruana caught Carlsen out of preparation, because Carlsen was definitely not prepared for this c5 move, and here he took again some 10 minutes to muster up a reply. So very interesting. Here, this knight d7 to f6, you see it in Caruana's leaked video that regards this preparation of the Petrov line, and then of course you just don't prepare for it, which makes sense. Bishop to d3, c5, and here Carlsen simply goes rook h to e1. Also, an interesting line is knight to g5, simply going for a very nice all-out attack, and after h6, it makes sense to play actually h4. And here if black captures, white would eventually end up winning this game. Now you will either have to give up the knight, or you will move the knight and then lose the game terribly after bishop to h7, king h8, rook h2, the other rook is coming to h1, and the black is getting checkmated. Problem is, after this knight to g5, black doesn't have to react in such a foolish manner. He can simply go d5, play a nice central move, and now the pawns are very dangerous here. He will simply ignore the knight and g5, and after something like king b1, he will also start attacking on the queen side. So it would result in a very double-edged position. Carlsen instead goes rook h to e1, and here we have bishop to e6, attacking the a2 pawn. King to b1, and now comes queen to a1, queen to a5. And here black is threatening checkmate. If white makes a silly move, then white of course is getting checkmated here. So you have to play something. After queen a5, it's not all that impressive to go with something like a3. Then after c4, attacking the bishop moves, now comes knight to e4 with an attack on Carlsen's queen. Queen to c1, and now d5, and black is getting a lot of action going on in the center and also on the queen side. So here Carlsen is basically forced into the next line. He plays c4, offers a queen trade. We have queen captures, and here comes bishop captures on d2. And this is the move that, Caruana was most likely super prepared up until this point. Most likely he was expecting for something like knight captures, and then after knight to g4, which is after the bishop gets attacked, b3 defending the c4 pawn, and then after knight captures, you capture with the rook, and yes, black does get the bishop pair, but still white will play something like knight e4 to c3 to d5, and after this knight reaches d5, you no longer have the c pawn or the e pawn to get it away from d5. So at some point you will have to give up the light square bishop if you want to get rid of this knight from d5. So yeah, it would be winning a bishop pair, but not really. So okay, bishop captures here. Instead of knight captures, we have h6 by Caruana. It took him some 6.5 minutes for this move, and this is the first time that he actually spent time in this game. Also, a known move here in this position, as there was already a game played with these exact same moves, is rook f to e8. It was played in the game Sasikaran versus Miroshnichenko in 2018 in the St. Louis winter event, and that game ended in a draw. So here Fabi goes h6, and now we have an entirely new game. This game is not available in any of the databases. And here, there's a lot of possibility here. Here we have knight to h4, and Caruana decides for rook f to e8. Of course, you have to notice that the g6 square is very weak now. If the knight comes to g6, then even if you capture the knight, the bishop on e6 becomes a target. So here, one of the moves that Caruana could have played is knight to g4, but knight to g4 is pretty much a forced draw sequence. After knight to g6, f captures on g6, rook captures on e6, and knight captures on f2. Going for the rook here, rook d to e1, going after the bishop on e7, and now knight captures on d3. C captures on d3, and now bishop to f6. Rook captures on d6, now comes rook f to e8, challenging white's rook on e1. Rook to d7, going after the b7 pawn, but now simply b6. And after rook captures on e8, rook captures, you will not be, well, you're not going to achieve much by capturing on a7, because if you capture here, then rook to e2 is very strong, going after the bishop, going after the g2 pawn, and it will be a drawish-like ending. So what knight to g4 would actually do here is force that drawn sequence. So rook to f to e8 was played by Caruana, and now comes knight to g6 from Carlsen. And here he does go knight to g4. If you go something like bishop to d8, simply move the bishop, then this knight is coming to f4 with an attack on the bishop on e6. After we move the bishop, captures, and after f3, controlling the knight on f6, you would have pushed back black's pieces somewhat, so maybe it would be better for white. But okay, after knight g6, we have knight to g4 finally, and now comes knight captures on e7. Rook captures, and the rook to e2, defending the f2 pawn. Knight to e5, and here we have again a pretty much forced sequence that goes into a lot of trades. Bishop to f4, knight captures on d3, rook captures on d3, and now rook to d7. Of course, you cannot capture on c4 here, it would be nice, but your rook is hanging on e7, so here you'd be just down a piece. So after rook captures on d3, rook to d7 was played, protecting the pawn on d6, as now there's actually threats of bishop capturing on c4, rook captures on d6, rook captures, bishop captures, but now rook to d8 first, as the bishop cannot move due to problems on the back rank. So rook to d2, defending, we have bishop captures on c4, as they decided to trade this d6 pawn for a c4 pawn, king to c1, preparing to defend the rook on d2, and now b6. We have bishop to f4, rook captures on d2, king captures on d2, and here we have an endgame with opposite colored bishops, where there are 3 pawns on the queen side and 3 pawns on the king side. So it's basically a perfectly identical, but not identical, but 3 pawns on the king side, 3 pawns on the queen side each, and each a dark square bishop. White's king is somewhat more active, but we'll see what happens. Here, an interesting move would be bishop captures on a2. It would be fitting, if Caruana did this the way Fischer did it against Spassky, but here it actually wouldn't work. After b3 and c4, you would get king to c3, and now if the pawn captures, king to b2, and now the bishop is definitely trapped. You're threatening to capture on b3, and there are no tricks with pawn captures here, because you can simply capture it. The queen square is guarded by the bishop on f4. So here, after king captures on d2, we have a6. And a3. If you go for something like bishop to c7, it does seem like you're threatening to win a pawn. After pawn here, bishop attacks pawn. It doesn't really work because of bishop captures on a2. Now you can actually capture this pawn, as the bishop from f4 is no longer guarding the queening square. After b3, you can push c4, but now the same idea doesn't apply here. Pawn captures on c2 actually does work. Now you cannot capture the bishop, as black gets the queen into the game. So after a6, we have a3, and now king to f8. Fabi starts bringing his king into the game. Bishop to c7, now going after the b6 pawn, and yes, the c5 pawn will be lost with tempo, but again, you can give up one pawn, as it's an endgame of opposite colored bishops. We have b5, bishop to d6 check, king moves, and now bishop captures on c5. We have h5, now as Carlsen has a dark square bishop, Fabi wants to place all of his pawns on light squares, which is exactly what he will do, and Carlsen will at some point have to place all of his pawns on dark squares. At some point in the game, I might have said that they will have a dark square bishop, where in fact they're opposite color bishops, so basically I misspoke there. King to d7, king to d4, again bringing the king into the game. G6, putting the pawns on light squares, so they aren't targets in the future. G3, Carlsen does the same. Bishop to e2, and now comes bishop to f8. King to c6, we have b3. you have to try at least something. If you immediately put all your opponents just on dark squares, then it's a dead draw immediately. Here, Carlsen at least wants to try something with c4. We have bishop to d1, now comes king to d3, bishop goes back to g4, and now c4. We have bishop to e6, king to d4. We have pawn captures on c4, pawn captures on c4, and now bishop back to g4. We have c5. That c5 pawn is now very nicely protected on c5. And also one of the interesting things is that even if this king goes all the way to the king side and the white king somehow tries to go over to capture the a3 pawn, as soon as this pawn is captured, then this comes with check. So also a thing to consider. Bishop to e6 by Caruana, bishop to h6, now comes bishop to d5, and now bishop to e3. Bishop to e6, and now king to e5. We have bishop to d5, king to f4, bishop to e6, and now king to g5. Here Carlsen has a very nice idea, but you'll see you'll see what happens. Bishop to d5, we have g4 by Carlsen, pawn captures, king captures, and now comes bishop to a2. An interesting maneuver would have been if something like king to d7 is played. Now comes f4, if Fabi just decided to repeat, king c6, we have h4, bishop to e4, king g5, bishop to d3, and now after f5, you would have this situation where if you actually capture the pawn, then white would have a winning position, because now h5 would be winning, just to get an idea of how this entire situation can go wrong for black. So now of course you will either have to ignore the pawn and allow it to be queened, or you will capture it, and then white will capture this bishop and win the game. But of course Caruana doesn't go for that. He goes bishop to a2, we have king to g5, we have bishop to b3, king to f6, bishop to a2, h4 now, bishop to b3, we have f4, and bishop back to a2. Again, interestingly, if you go bishop to e6 to prevent this pawn from coming to f5, you will face the same idea, f5 simply. And now you will either have to capture with this pawn, and now there's no way of preventing this pawn from queening, or you will capture with the bishop, and then again h5 wins, as you will either have to let it slide all the way to h8, or you will capture and then lose the bishop. This pawn is protected. It's an easily winning game. There are no chances here for black. But Fabio, of course, sees all that. He goes bishop to a2. We have f5 by Carlsen, and here Fabio simply ignores him. Bishop to b1, bishop to f2, and after bishop to c2, the players agreed to a draw on move 53. And as you can see, even game 11 was drawn. There's nothing really to do here. You can simply just move the bishop back and forth, or even if you exchange something here, push h5 or whatnot, it's still a draw. Nothing to be done here. But yeah, after bishop to c2, they agreed to a draw, and there is only one more game left in the classical time format, and it's very interesting. So if you imagine, the match so far has been drawn, and now it's like the World Chess Championship is to be decided in one game, where Caruana has the white pieces. So if you look at it like that, Caruana is definitely a huge favorite now, as Carlsen has to defend his title with the black pieces. So far, I mean, he did create most of his chances with the black pieces, and most of the creative games were where he had the black pieces. But also a very interesting aspect of this World Chess Championship match is that Carlsen always gets out-prepared by Caruana. So that's really interesting. Is it? I mean, what's the idea here? Is it due to laziness, due to bad work of his entire team? How does the other guy's team always out-prepares you? And I mean, you're the world champion. You definitely should not be out-prepared so often in a World Chess Championship match. So very interesting. And again, it's very interesting that Carlsen actually decided to go for e4 in this game, as Caruana being such an expert on the Petroff. It's hard to imagine that he could have hoped to achieve some advantage here with the white pieces. But yeah, I just think that by this point he already feels that his best chances are either in game 12 with the black pieces, where he either prepared something insane, or he'll just go into tie breaks and faster time controls and look for his chances there. So I'm also very interested in what you think, how this match is doing, where is this going, and feel free to share your comments in the description below. I would also like to thank Carsten Kurze, Lars Alsbach, Glenn Brack, Turkley Consulting, and James Polk for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, hopefully with some more interesting content. Maybe even check up on some of your suggestions, as tomorrow is the rest of the day before the final game. Thank you all, and I will see you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the good stuff. We are continuing the Paul Morphy saga, and we are starting the match Paul Morphy versus Thomas Wilson Barnes. After his match with Samuel Sandwich Boden, Morphy now takes on the legendary Mr. Barnes, and you will see that Mr. Barnes' gameplay is peculiar to say the least. So without further ado, let's check out the game. This is only one of the games we're going to show. All in all, they played a total of 26 games, but not all 26 exist in recorded format, so we are only going to show some. Morphy with the white pieces now opens with e4. We have e5 by Mr. Barnes, and bishop to c4, going for bishop's opening. We have knight f6, and now knight to f3. We transpose into the Petroff defense with Morphy gambiting the e4 pawn by basically just playing bishop to c4. So Mr. Barnes accepts the pawn. We have knight captures, and now knight to c3. A gambit that was very well known in those days. Even Boden was a big fan of it. We have knight captures, d captures, and now f6, strengthening the e5 pawn. And although, yes, you played f6 very early on in the game, however, you will have some nice support for d5, and then you will have this massive center here. So it's not bad. Morphy castles, and now knight to c6. You still cannot go for d5, as both the bishop and the queen guard that. So here, knight to h4, Morphy goes for the f5 square, as for the moment the knight is able to reach it, the bishop still doesn't cover it. And while you could play something like d5 with a pawn sacrifice, maybe you can play d6 for the bishop to guard the square, Mr. Barnes actually plays queen to e7, and he invites Morphy to go knight to f5. And it is as of move 7 that this position has never been reached again. And now Morphy goes for knight to f5. So the queen is under attack. Queen to c5, now putting pressure on the bishop. Morphy moves the bishop, and only now d5, saying that now you cannot capture on d5 since your knight is hanging on f5. That's why Mr. Barnes invited Morphy's knight to f5. So Morphy just continues development with bishop to e3. With an attack on the queen, so you don't have time to grab the knight. Queen to a5 by Barnes, and now you can see that although Morphy did try to go for some rapid development, Mr. Barnes isn't doing all that bad, as he has a massive center here. He has a knight in the game, a queen into the game. The knight is under attack, so it's very hard to decide. Like, you could go for some knight captures on g7 action here, followed by queen h5 check, and then f4 to try and bust open the position, but it's hard to say if this is enough compensation for the sacrifice piece. So Morphy decides to go back with knight to h4 instead, and now bishop to e6. Barnes just keeps on developing, adds another defender to the d5 pawn, and only now queen to h5 check by Morphy. And here Barnes goes for g6. He invites the knight in, and Morphy goes for it. Knight captures on g6. Now you cannot capture because of captures. So Barnes just pins the knight, and now you cannot capture because of captures here, and Morphy goes queen to h4, saying, okay, I will give you a knight, but I will capture on f6. And Barnes says, okay, no problem, we have captures, the rook is now under attack, so rook g8 by Mr. Barnes, and rook 8 to d1. Morphy just calmly continues the game like he didn't just sacrifice material. And bishop to e7, kicking the queen away. We have queen to e6, pinning the bishop now, also with a double attack, triple attack here on the pawn, and bishop to f7, attacking and defending on d5. So Morphy has to move the queen, and he goes for queen to h3. And it's like the only good square to go to. You do not want to allow queenside castle. If you allow queenside castle, then black is just better. Black is still better, but with queenside castle, if the king leaves the center of the board, it's just lights out for Morphy. And here, of course, Barnes knows this, and he wants the castle. However, he needs to somehow somehow block this diagonal. So he goes for knight to d8, and it's a bit too optimistic. He wants to get either the knight or the bishop to e6 to block the queen on h3, and then just castle queenside. Well, obviously the knight, as the knight is now blocking the path. However, Morphy now goes for f4, and things start happening. Now, if you try something like knight to e6 to try and do that, just rook captures on d5 will be extremely strong. And now the queen is under attack. The e5 pawn is under attack, and you just give back a bit too much. So here on f4, Barnes played e4. He said, okay, we're not doing that, and well, our bishop still needs to be guarding the d5 pawn. But now we have another interesting move here. But even pause the video here and try to find this interesting move Morphy played while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on deciding that it's time to part with the rook. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's rook captures on d5. Now the queen is under attack, and also queen to d7 is coming, so you do have to capture the rook, which is what Mr. Barnes did with bishop captures on d5. But now queen h5 check, and now everything nicely connects here on d5. So king f8, and here just bishop captures on d5 with an attack on the rook here. So you don't have to worry about checkmate. The knight fortunately covers the f7 square, so it's not a problem. So rook g7, and now the move you had to see to sacrifice the rook b4. Nicely kicking the queen away. We have queen to a6, and now even f5. And now again, there's a what do you do if f6 comes? You really don't want to open up this file. So what Mr. Barnes did here is that he decided, okay, we're not going to block the pawn with the queen. That's I mean, the queen is much too valuable to waste on blocking a pawn, so we're just going to play knight to f7, and we will play perhaps queen f6 on the next move. Now we can bring the rook into the game as well. However, this loses the game for Barnes, but you will pause the video and figure out why while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on paying attention, as we already mentioned that the opening of the f file wins. However, it's not as straightforward as it seems. Just give me a second. But luckily it's not the mailman, it's Yelena. So here you of course go f6, and now it seems like yeah, of course you're just giving up a pawn, but not really, because you had to find the star move. So of course you don't want to lose a piece. Bishop captures on f6, but now comes b5, and now you can see that you don't have all that many squares available to your queen. If you move the queen, you just lose on f6, and if you don't, well, this is covered by the bishop. This is covered by the bishop, so only d6 remains, and this is what Mr. Barnes goes for. He puts the queen on d6, but now comes bishop captures on f7, and you cannot recapture, because if you recapture, you've also set up a trick here. The queen and bishop guard the c5 squares. So if you capture, then bishop c5 just wins the queen. That's Morphy's idea. So Barnes has to play b6 to restrict this, the movement of the bishop, but now comes bishop to h6, and now everything is completely pinned. I thought it was a nice quote to use for this game. The pin is mightier than the sword, as you know, it's just pins for the entire game, so this is now cannot be captured, and there's not much you can do here. King e7 is played, but now just bishop captures on g7, bishop captures, and bishop back to b3. And although Morphy is now regarding material up only one pawn, there's not much to be done. Rook and queen can now come to f7, which will be deadly. So Mr. Barnes played rook to f8, but it's not much. Rook captures on f8 with first rook to f7 check, not captures. Now you will have to capture. Here is where Barnes captured, and now queen captures on f7. Now the bishop falls as well. King to d8, and now queen captures bishop on g7. And Barnes still has this nice e4 pass pawn going for him, so he will try to make use of that. Queen d1 check, king f2, queen d2 check, but now king g3. And now he starts pushing the pass pawn, but it is not enough. Queen f6 check by Morphy, king to c8, and now bishop to e6 with check. We have king to b7, and here Morphy just played queen to f3 check, and it was in this position that Thomas Wilson Barnes resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here, since it's mate in 3. And that's just it. So here he resigned, as now you can move the king, but if you move the king, you're just getting checkmated. Queen f8 check, you're going to go to b7, and now it's just queen to c8 checkmate. Not a lot of fun. But yeah, Barnes played this really nicely. He played f6, he grabbed the center, he pushed Morphy all the way back, but then he made that one imprecise move, that knight to d8 idea, which simply allowed Morphy to make use of the position here. After queen h3, he went knight to d8, and it was just giving Morphy a bit too much time. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I'd like to thank Theo Kroon, Patrick Pogoda, Tariq Islam, Siddhartha Baki, and Anna Levinich for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga. We are continuing with the match with Mr. Barnes, and we will see what happens then. Will the match with Staunton happen or not? What's taking so long, or you know, what else could have happened? But yeah, checking up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the finals of the 1971 candidate series. It's Bobby Fischer versus Tigran Petrosian. It's round 5, game 5 that is, and well, if you've been with the series so far, then you know that the result so far is 2 points each. Fischer won the first game, then Petrosian won the second game, and then game 3, which was a really competitive game, was a draw, and then game 4 was a really quick draw, but it was basically a game, a repeated game that was already played in 1969 World Chess Championship match between Boris Spassky and Tigran Petrosian. So there you have it. Let's check out game 5, and we do have, as I mentioned already, perhaps during game 1 or game 2, that I will receive some photos from the San Martin Theater in Buenos Aires. So here they are. There you have it. This is the hall, probably where you enter the theater. Here we have also a view from the other direction, and here we have the playing hall. So here where you can see the drum set, here where it's really light, there's the place where the table where the board was for the Fischer Petrosian match. There's the place they were sitting at, and the audience was all around well, where the audience is. So there you have it. I do hope you enjoyed this, and thank you very much to such a diligent subscriber for sending this to me. Now let's check out the game. So for this game 5, Fischer once again opens with e4. We have e5 and now knight to f3. And here for the first time in this match we have knight to f6. Petrosian opts for the Petroff defense. Here knight captures on e5. Botvinnik mentioned during the game that the d4 was giving black much more problems in the current tournaments, but Fischer goes for the classical line, not for the Chinese attack. Knight captures on e5, d6, knight to f3, and knight captures on e4. We have d4, and here, well, if you ever play the classical variation of against the Petrov, then you will most likely encounter d5 here. But here Petrosian goes for a different idea. He plays knight back to f6. Yes, a move with the knight back. And Botvinnik mentions that this is like, the setup here is basically an Alekhine defense, but instead of this knight being on d6, that the knight is actually on f6, which only favors black. So okay, bishop d3, bishop to e7, and here Fischer wants to play c4, but he doesn't want to allow bishop to g4, such a nice development of the bishop. So first he plays h3. h3, now limiting this bishop, and also preparing to develop this bishop to f4, while also creating a nice square on h2 for the dark square bishop. So Botvinnik really compliments Fischer here. He says that, like young Smyslov, Fischer really puts his pieces on optimal squares. We have castles, c6 by Petrosian, rook to e1, and now knight b to d7. Bishop to f4. We have rook to e8 and now c4. Okay, knight to f8. We have knight to c3 and now comes a6. And here queen to d3 by Fischer. Here Botvinnik says that queen to b3 isn't the greatest of moves. Here he says that a4 is a move that definitely should have been played here, preventing any counterplay on the queen side, and also that this would come very handy later on. The weakening of the b4 square is not all that important because it's very unlikely that black will be able to use this b4 square for either of his knights. So okay, a6. Fischer was queen to b3, and now we have knight to e6. Bishop back to h2, as Fischer already made a nice retreat square on h2, and here bishop to f8. b5 was possible immediately, but as Fischer never tried to prevent it, Petrosian doesn't take advantage of it just yet. Rook to e2. Now Fischer prepares to double up rooks on e file, and then now comes b5. Finally, Petrosian expands on the queen side. Rook a to e1. Here Fischer doubles up rooks, and here we have bishop to b7. If you try something like h6 here, then you have to notice that the rooks aren't really connected, and here d5 would be a pretty big threat. For example, c captures, and now you capture on b5. Captures, bishop captures, you attack the rook on e8, and after rook moves, now comes knight captures. And here you want a pawn, but that's not really the main issue here. The main issue here that white would have to connect the pass pawns on the queen side. So okay, bishop b7, Petrosian prevents this, and now queen to c2. Here d5 doesn't really work all that well now that bishop to b7 has been played, because now after you capture here, now you capture on b5, and now d4 comes, opening up the bishop's diagonal. Knight e4, knight captures, bishop captures, rook captures, pawn captures, and after knight captures on b4, knight captures, rook captures, knight captures on b3, rook captures on d8, rook captures on d8, and a captures on b3. You can see that the material on the board is completely equal, but Fischer would have two double b pawns, and Petrosian would have an isolated b and an isolated d pawn. So black would be slightly better here, and a dark square bishop for both of them. So here, although seems like a very active move, it's basically a draw invitation. So first, Fischer goes back, queen to c2. Create some pressure against the h7 pawn, and here g6 by Petrosian. And here Botvinnik mentions that if you look at Fischer's pieces here and the pawn structure, he has a pawn on c4 and then d4. That's excellent. The knights are ideally placed. Sorry about that. The queen and bishop are creating some nice pressure against the king side. The dark square bishop is a very nice piece, slicing all the way here, and the rooks are nicely doubled in d file. So Fischer's pieces are optimally placed, but yet, as Botvinnik mentions, Tigran's position is impenetrable, something Tigran often does. But okay, we have b4 here by Fischer. B captures on c4, bishop captures on c4, now creating a triple attack against the knight on e6, and here knight to c7, which is a very nice move because this d5, although it seems like the best move, kick away the bishop and then win the pawn. For example, bishop d3, bishop captures on d4, now you get rook to b1, and now from that impenetrable position, white is actually starting to create some chances here. So instead, after bishop to c4, Petrosian goes back, knight to c7, and now we have bishop to b3. Here we have a moment where not just Botvinnik, but also Viktor Korchnoi gave us his suggestion. Here Korchnoi, instead of this move Fischer played, suggested rook captures on e8. Korchnoi said that this would at least remove one of the knights defending the d5 square. So for example, if knight captures on e8, only then queen to b3 with an attack against the df7 pawn, and now after d5, bishop to d3, this bishop comes completely alive. So this would be a pretty big plus for white. And now if you want to challenge this bishop's influence on this diagonal, then you're going to get bishop to e5. Bishop captures, pawn captures, attacking the knight, knight to d7, and now with e6, it's definitely white who's playing for the win here. So not a bad suggestion by Viktor Korchnoi, quite a guy that Viktor. But okay, Fischer played bishop to b3, and now we have rook captures on e2 by Petrosian. Rook captures, knight c to d5. Botvinnik describes this knight c d5 move as pure art, because now you can see that Petrosian's pawns really do control the center here, and if any exchanges are made here on the center, it will only favor black. And now also this move comes with a tempo, it attacks the b4 pawn. So now again, Botvinnik says that in that position, if you remember in the opening, an a4 would have been a better move. Now moves like b5 would have been possible, and so on and so on. But okay, we have a3 defending, now comes a5, pressuring the b4 pawn, and now knight captures on d5. C captures on d5, now comes b5 by Fischer, and a4 by Petrosian. Bishop to a2. Botvinnik says that capturing here probably would have been better. Queen to a5 with a double attack on the bishop, then after bishop moves, queen comes to h3 with a pawn capture, but saying that this would have been better for white. But okay, Fischer goes bishop to a2 immediately. We have queen to b6 and now queen to b1. Rook to a5, piling up against the b5 pawn. Rook to b2, and now comes knight to e4. A move that Botvinnik describes as Petrosian's advantage slipping away. Here Botvinnik suggests bishop to h6 as a much more active idea, but also the bishop to c8 idea is very nice. Simply preparing to introduce another attacker against the b5 pawn. Of course, first you're going to go bishop to f5. For example, Fischer would play something like bishop to f4 to prevent bishop to h6. Then comes bishop to f5, attacking the queen. Queen moves, and now bishop back to d7 with a triple attack against the b5 pawn. Bishop to g5, rook captures on b5, rook captures, bishop captures with an attack on the queen. Queen b1, pinning the bishop, and then now comes knight to e4 with an attack on this bishop. And here you would have a position where black has 6 pawns and Fischer only has 5 pawns, and it's a very promising position for black. But probably Petrosian as usual was very low on time, and it's only moved 27, so not even close to time control. So first Petrosian goes knight to e4 immediately, and here Fischer does have some chances of equalizing rather easily. Bishop to f4 was played, knight to c3 now with an attack against the queen and the bishop, and here we have queen to c2. Rook captures on b5 by Petrosian. Capturing the bishop here would have been a bit tricky, because after rook captures, queen to c7 is a possibility, and again it would be probably white who would be looking for chances in this game. So as he doesn't enjoy this, we have rook captures, and now rook captures on b5. Knight captures on b5, and now queen captures on a4. Fischer eliminates the a4 pawn and creates a passed a3 pawn, but it will not be a very useful pass pawn. Queen to a6, offering a queen trade. We have queen captures, bishop captures, and now comes bishop to e3. There's really no way to keep an eye on the a3 pawn. Really, no way of actually protecting it. If you push it, then simply knight would attack it with an attack against the bishop and the pawn, and wouldn't really work. So bishop to e3, giving further protection to the e3 pawn. We have knight captures, and now bishop captures on d5. Bishop to c4, we have bishop to c6, and now knight to c2, attacking the bishop. Bishop to d2, we have bishop to e2, now attacking the knight. Bishop to e4, bishop captures on c2, and here after bishop to d5 was played, here the players agreed to a draw, as the position is a dead draw, completely equal. 3 pawns on the king side, 3 pawns on the king side each, one isolated pawn in the center of the board, and 2 bishops each, completely drawn. So yeah, a very eventful game 5 to say the least, and again we had Fischer played excellent chess, but the defense Petrosian presented was even more impressive. Probably if not for time trouble, it would be Petrosian who would be pushing for something more than a draw in this game. But it's game 5, 2.5 points each, and we are then now coming into game 6. The thing with game 6 is that I already did a video on game 6 some more than a year ago, so I will be remaking a video of game 6, but I'm not sure if I will be able to do it today. So for those of you who can't wait, they want to see what happens in game 6 and are eager to see how this story continues, the first thing you will see in the description below will be the game 6 I already made a year ago. So also it could be a nice opportunity for you to see how this channel developed, how this to perhaps follow the evolution of the channel, see how I created my videos like a year ago and how I do it now. So feel free to check it out. And for those of you who would rather wait for a remake, I will probably do it today, but if not, tomorrow definitely. So I would like to thank Justin Angel, Stephen Gotti, Mr. KH, Adbiel Garcia, and Michael Stepan for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you soon with Game 6 definitely of this epic match. So thank you all, and see you soon, and enjoy the rest of your Friday. Hello everyone, and welcome to a wild game between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. It's a game from round 7 of the 2018 Steamfield Cup, and there's really a lot at stake in this game. If, for example, Caruana wins this game, then he will overtake Magnus Carlsen in the live ratings, and if he finishes the tournament nicely, then he might become the new #1 chess player in the world, ratings-wise. And also, it's a pretty big thing for the tournament standings. Fabiano Caruana is currently the sole leader with half a point ahead of everyone else. A win for Magnus Carlsen would definitely go huge for him in this tournament, and also to increase the gap between the ratings. But if this is even a small taste of what we can expect in November, then November is definitely going to be a great month. So before we check out the game, we do have a nice photo challenge. So in honor of Caruana's defense, who is the gentleman in the photo here? So there we have it. Best of luck to everyone. Now let's check out the game. Carlsen opened with e4, and Caruana replied with e5, so no doubt we will see the Petroff defense. Knight to f3, and we do have the Petroff defense on the board. Knight captures on e5, Carlsen goes for the classical variation. We have d6, knight goes back, and now knight captures on e4, and now knight to c3. The Nimzovic's variation, and also my favorite against the Petroff. We have knight captures, d captures on c3, and now bishop to e7. Bishop to e3, knight to c6, bishop to c4. We have castles, and now comes queen to d2. Carlsen signalizes that he's ready to castle either kingside or queenside, depends on the mood. Bishop to f5, and here Carlsen does castle queenside, and as you can see, we have opposite castles on the board, which means Carlsen will want to push his pawns on the kingside and attack Caruana's king, and Caruana will of course try to do the same on the queen side. Queen to d7, of course Caruana wants to prevent Carlsen from starting to push his pawns. King to b1, safety of the king comes first, of course, and now rook f8, and here we have h4 already by Carlsen. Bishop to f8, we have h5 and h6, and here it's a very nice moment in the game. Now, how do you start to push your pawns here and start attacking? The bishop is on a very nice diagonal here, eyeing the f7 pawn. You want to push g4 as soon as possible. So what are your options here? As I mentioned in the live feed, knight h4 is a very nice idea. Attacking the bishop here, knight to g6 can also be played if depending on what black plays, as the f7 pawn is pinned. But here black can go bishop e6, and after captures, so black is perfectly fine here. The queen is preventing white from pushing g4, and you can't really push f3 and then go g4 because your bishop on e3 would be hanging. Another thing you can consider is knight to h2, and then you prepare g4 or f3 g4, but then you lose control of the e5 square, and then with knight to e5, and here black really puts a knight on a beautiful square, and now the position of your bishop that is undefended on c4 becomes questionable. And another thing you can do after this h6 move, you can go bishop to b3, but here black can simply push a5, start attacking this bishop, or even better go knight a5 and eliminate this strong piece. So here Carlsen plays a move that was really praised by everyone, especially by Hosiyar. He plays bishop back to e2. Hosiyar describes this as a Karpovian move, where it seems like a bishop was very active on c4, but in fact it wasn't, as you saw that the knight from e5 could really challenge it. So simply a move with the bishop back. And now Carlsen will prepare perhaps knight h2 and then starts pushing his pawn. Also the bishop from e2 will be also eyeing the g4 square. So first Caruana plays bishop to g4. Now if the knight is moved, Caruana can exchange bishops. Knight h2 was played. Now Carlsen attacks the bishop twice. Bishop captures, queen captures, and here knight to e5, preparing to bring the knight over to c4. And it's a very nice idea because now if Carlsen starts pushing his pawns carelessly, then Caruana can indeed play knight to f5 with a double attack on the bishop here. And after an exchange is made here, captures, knight f3, and the other rook can come into the game, for example c6, and then the rook can easily the rooks can easily be doubled on d-file. So it would be a perfectly nice position for black. After knight e5, Carlsen plays another move that once again impressed everyone, bishop to c1. A waiting move, but later this bishop can really become a powerful piece. Queen to c6, here Fabi now prepares to protect the knight, and preparing knight to c4 basically. But okay, Carlsen plays f4, we do have knight to c4, the c4 square is guarded now, queen to d3, and here queen to e4. Here Fabi wants to exchange queens immediately. I thought, okay, perhaps even a move like rook to e4 could be played. It seems like a very nice move, prepares to double rook on d-file, but here Carlsen can simply start pushing his pawns on the king side after your double g5 is coming, and it's a really nice setup here for white. Captures, h6 is coming, so very nice position for white. So okay, Fabi goes for queen to e4, he wants to trade queens, but Carlsen ignores him, he pushes g4, and he says if you want to trade queens, you can capture my queen, but then I will undouble here, and my position will improve very nicely here. So okay, g4, we have knight to e3, attacking Carlsen's rook on d1, and now rook d to e1. The strongest move, Carlsen plays it pretty much instantly. Queen captures on d3, c captures on d3, and now knight to d5, as the knight was attacked twice. And rook e to g1. Here, also a move that kind of moves away from the principles of chess, as rooks do belong on open files. But here, while the rook is on e-file, you can simply exchange all the rooks, and then white really won't have anything to push for advantage with, so instead he goes rook e to g1. Places the rooks on the g and h file, he wants to push g5, open up some of the files, and then pressure the black king. And in this position, Carlsen had 28 minutes on the clock, while Caruana had 23 minutes on the clock, and it's only moved 23, so still 17 or 18 moves to be made for Carlsen or Fabiano. So okay, rook to e6. Rook to e2 was also possible, but for some reason Caruana didn't enjoy it. The rook is a bit more active on e2, of course, but on e2 it's not gonna be an active member of the king's defensive squad as g5 is coming. So okay, he goes rook to e6, Carlsen pushes g5, and here we have knight to e7. It seems like king to h7 was a better move here, but even after king to h7, f5 is coming, and then it's really not a pleasant position for black. Here, Caruana played knight to e7, and Carlsen immediately grabbed g captures on h6. And it was in this position that Carlsen went into the confessional booth. The confessional booth is something they're having during the Grand Chess Tour, where a player is picked up from the board, he goes into the confessional booth, and then he discusses openly his position, so the viewers can enjoy it. Something like if you play Texas Hold'em, the viewers know which cards the players have, so everything is out in the open. And it's also very interesting because you can hear what the players are thinking about. And here, Carlsen just went like hush, quiet the haters, as stating that he will win this game. Don't interrupt him. And here, of course, you cannot capture with the pawn. The pawn is pinned. Caruana played rook captures on h6, and everyone was really impressed by this move. Everyone thought king to h7 would be played, and Caruana would be down a pawn, because here f5 was expected, and it was played instantly by Carlsen. And now you run into a lot of problems here. For example, if you capture here, you lose the game. Knight to g4, and you're lost. You capture rook captures on h1, and now you don't recapture immediately, but rather knight to f6 check. The pawn is of course pinned. You cannot capture. You cannot go to h7. You have to go to h8, and now rook captures on h1 will be checkmate. On the other hand, after knight to g4, even if you don't capture on h1, you could capture the pawn, for example, but still you get knight to h6 check. The pawn is again pinned. You have to move the king. Knight captures on f5, opens up a discovered check. You move the king, captures. You're down a whole rook. White is completely winning. So Caruana calculated precisely. He played rook to h7, and here after some consideration, Carlsen played knight to g4. Knight to g4, a move that will cost him dearly later. As if you've seen the live coverage, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't, I suggest you check it out. It was really a thriller. Here knight to g4, he thought that wins. He thought this wins the game, but instead it was f6 that would have most likely won him the game if Caruana didn't play like, I don't know, 20 engine moves in a row. Because after this move, of course, the g pawn is still pinned. Let's say knight d5. Now comes knight to g4, and now unlike the variation that happened on the board, the knight is misplaced here on d5, and the king is on g8, not on the h file, as you'll see later. Here g6, c4, kicking the knight even further back. Knight b6. Now comes h captures on g6. And now it all depends on what you play. If you play f captures, then you get rook captures, king captures, and f7. Now the rook is coming to f1. This pawn on f7 will be guarded. Bishop is coming all the way to c3 to control this diagonal, and it's most likely black will get crushed here. On the other hand, after h captures on g6, you could go for rook captures on h1, but this simply loses the pawn as black has this position 2 or an in-between move. G captures on f7 with check, king captures, and only now rook captures on h1, which leaves white with an extra pawn. But here Carlsen did not find after knight e7 this f6 move. He played knight to g4, not now f6 immediately, so knight to g4 was played, and here Caruana played king to h8. Carlsen did play f6 now, and now knight to g8 was played, and it was in this position that Carlsen realized that, okay, there's really no breakthrough here, and he really spent a lot of time here. And not only that, one of the reasons, as he said later in an interview with Maurice, one of the reasons he played knight g4 and not knight to f6 isn't because he didn't see this line. He didn't see an idea after knight to f5. The knight from f5 will now be defending the g7 pawn. But although there's no clear refutation of the knight to f5 move, simply rook to g5 attacking the knight, but then knight comes to h6, and well, the idea is that black's position is really funny and that white is better. This is basically it. But Carlsen said he found the refutation against knight f5 after he played the knight g4, but what he had in mind after that, I have no idea. But okay, f5, rook to h7, knight g4 as was played, now king h8, and we have f6, but now knight to g8, and here the game continues. Here Carlsen really spent all of his time, as he was much better on the clock, some 5 minutes ahead. Now after f captures on g7, rook captures on g7, and bishop to e3, preparing bishop to d4, Caruana stops this immediately, c5, and now Carlsen spent really all of his time. He went from 9 minutes to a minute and a half. So here he played bishop to f4 with a minute and a half on the clock, where Caruana had 9 minutes. And it's very interesting. Probably if he had more time, he might have considered this bishop to d1 move, simply moving it back, preparing c4, and yet again bringing this bishop to this very strong diagonal. But like I said, he spent all of his time. It's only move 31. He still has to make 9 more moves to reach time control, and he plays bishop to f4. And it's a good thing that he did, because Caruana was most likely expecting this, and he already had a reply. And here Caruana also had to spend some time to figure out how to go about this. So okay, rook to e8. Finally, Caruana brings this inactive rook from a8 to e8. Knight to e3, preparing knight to f5 with a double attack against the d6 pawn. We have rook captures on g1, rook captures on g1, and now rook to e6. Caruana brings the rook to help out with the defense of the pawn, and Carlsen replies knight to d5. Carlsen really has to play fast as the time is really low. We have knight to f6, allowing this knight to c7 idea, but Caruana doesn't mind. We have knight to c7 with an attack on the rook, and here rook to e2 was played. Knight to b5 with a double attack against the d6 pawn, and also Carlsen is attacking the a7 pawn. Caruana simply goes back, rook to e6 defends the pawn, and offers his a7 pawn. And if knight captures here, then king to h7 is coming, bishop is coming to h6, the dark square bishops will get exchanged, and then this h5 pawn really is a liability, it will fall sooner or later. So okay, rook to e6, rook to f1 now by Carlsen. We have king to g8, and now knight back to c7, attacking Caruana's rook once again. Caruana played rook to e2, we have knight back to b5 by Carlsen, and Caruana repeats, rook to e6. Knight back to c7 by Carlsen, and here this was move 40, so time control has been reached, players received additional time, and after Caruana played rook to e2, both players now reached time control, and they both of them left the board as they really needed to clear their heads. It was really an intense game, and Carlsen was really, probably most likely angry with himself that he didn't push for advantage, because after the game in the interview with Maurice, he said that very soon he realized that f6 was actually the way to go, not knight to g4. But okay, here Carlsen, after considering what to play for a couple more minutes, he played knight to b5, and as this now qualifies as a threefold repetition of the position, he thought Caruana would call the arbiter and said it's a threefold repetition. I want to ask for a draw, but instead rook to e6 was played by Caruana, and after Carlsen saw this, he didn't really know why Caruana repeated the move. He went for a fourth repetition instead of calling the arbiter or asking for a draw, but then at some point, as we do have it here, the players agreed to a draw after a threefold repetition. You can see that Carlsen was not very pleased, and everyone was watching, checking out what's going to happen, but definitely a very nice moment for Caruana, although it was a beautiful game, and like they mentioned during the live feed, this was the first time that someone actually challenged Caruana's Petroff defense, as when Caruana won the candidates, he actually won 3 games in the candidates with the Petroff defense, with the black pieces, so this is actually a pretty big deal. Someone did ask in the comments, like, why would Carlsen show off what he can do against the Petroff, why not save it for November? But there's a lot of psychology here. I mean, if you win this game here, if you don't allow Caruana to get near you with his rating, then that also will play a part in November. It's not just about saving all the best stuff you're going to play in November. But yeah, this brings us to the standings after round 7. There you can see Caruana still in the lead with 4.5 points, the sole leader, followed by Grishuk, Mamedyarov, Aryan, and Carlsen with 4 points, then with 3.5, Vishwanathan Anand and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Wesley still with 3, Hikaru Nakamura with 2.5, and Karakin still in last place with 2 points after drawing his game today with Shahriar Mamedyarov. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I'm positive Carlsen didn't, but that's chess. Things always happen when you least expected them, and it was kind of, as he already signalized that in the confessional booth, that he will win this game quite to the haters. It was probably a very disgusting experience for him that when he realized that he will not in fact be winning this game. So once again, I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Joseph Burnett, Alexander Epuran, Jack Nevet III, David Dominic Fowler, and Rick Rowland for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check out my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, hopefully with another interesting video. Thank you all, and enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Hello everyone, and welcome to an extremely wild game that was played in round 6 of the 2018 Korchnoi Memorial. It's played between the Russian Grandmaster David Paravyan and the Russian International Master Savely Golubov. Now, a lot of you have requested me to check out this game. Here are only a couple of your suggestions, saying like it's a magnificent game, probably one of the best attacking games of modern chess era. And you might think, okay, this Sagan Matar dude has a chess channel, he probably knows every game that's going on in the world, but that actually couldn't be further from the truth. I mean, of course I try to follow what's going on, but your suggestions are of great help, because today was actually the first day I saw this game. I read on Twitter that such a game was played, and that it was spectacular and stuff, but up until today I haven't seen it. And if you're wondering what's up with the quest in the top left corner of your screen, we'll get back to that after we check out the game. So let's see this beauty. David has the white pieces, and he opens with e4. We have e5, knight to f3, and the knight to f6. Two Russian guys playing the Petroff, very nice. Knight captures on e5, we have d6, the classical variation. Knight to f3, knight captures on e4, d4, d5, and bishop to d3. This is still the classical variation. Bishop to d6, we have castles, castles, c4, and c6. And if you're a Petroff player, or if you come across against someone who plays the Petroff, chances are you've been in this exact same position quite a lot of times. I've been in this position with the black and the white pieces in online chess and over the board chess as well. And it's very interesting. You can try a lot of things here. For example, rook to e1, bishop f5, and then go into a series of exchanges. So let's say knight c3, captures, captures, bishop captures, queen captures, 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 and a lot of games were actually played in this fashion. But here we have a very interesting approach by David. He goes queen to b3, and this is a very rare move. Only a handful of games have been played using the queen b3 move that can be found in the database. One notable game that was played was in 2007 in the European Cup, where Nigel Short played queen b3 and he beat Pentala Hare Krishna with it. But Hare Krishna went bishop to g4 here. But in this game, Savelye Golubov goes d captures on c4. So already on move 9, we have a position that was never before seen in high-level chess, or it cannot be found in a database. So now we have a completely original game. Bishop captures on c4, we have knight to d7, we have rook to e1 attacking the knight here, knight to d to f6, simply improving the position, knight bd2, knight captures, bishop captures, and here we have queen to b6. Savelye offers a trade of queens here. And here we have the critical moment of the game, queen d3, offering a pawn here. Now, is this a poison pawn? You can try and check out the position for a bit and try and figure out for yourself, is this pawn poisoned? It doesn't appear to be poisoned because queen can always find her way out. Queen captures on b2 was played. Golubov accepts the challenge, and let's see what happened here. Rook a to b1 was played, queen to a3, offering a trade of queens, and now queen to c2. So now if you look at this, this rook is controlling the b file, so let's just mark those with red. The dark square bishop controls a5, the queen controls a4, and the bishop, as you can see, controls a6. So the queen doesn't really have any square, and the pawn guards c5. So the queen doesn't really have any squares to go to. If you're able to attack the queen, you will most likely win the queen. Here, the most essential move in the position is b5. You have to kick this bishop back, bishop to b3, and now escape with the queen. So this is a must play move. But knight to d5 was played by Golubov, and here we have rook to b3. So okay, the queen is attacked, but now the queen is no longer guarding the a4 square. You can play queen to a4. But here comes the problem. Bishop captures on d5, you have to recapture, or you're just down a piece. C captures on d5, and here comes knight to g5. And here we have a beautiful position where the queen is now actually able to escape, but first you have to deal with this small threat of checkmate. There really isn't a great way to deal with this. You kind of have to play g6. f5 is no better. G6 was played in the game, and in case this is the first time you're actually seeing this game, feel free to pause the video here and try to find the absolute best move for white. It's really a nice maneuver. I'll give it a couple of seconds as usual. For those of you who were able to find it, congratulations, you are an excellent player. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, here David played knight captures on h7. A wonderful move because the knight is immune to capture. If king captures, then rook to h3 check. You simply give a little check, and now you're able to capture the queen on a4. Black loses the queen and the game. So you have to play something here, of course. You cannot capture the knight. Bishop to f5 was played, attacking the queen here. So you have to react to this. First, knight to f6 check. You have to move with the king, but you can't really move the king. Okay, not h7, but you can't go king to h8 because again you get rook to h3 check. Captures, and again you lose the queen. So you kind of have to go king to g7. This was played in the game. And now, how do you continue the attack? Well, simply try and give up more material. Bishop to h6 check. And here you have three options. Again, king to h8, king captures bishop, and king captures knight. So what do you play here? If you go king to h8, then bishop captures on f8, a wonderful move. You simply give up the queen. I mean, what's who needs the queen? Bishop captures and rook to h3. This will be checkmate. The knight guards d squares. Bishop guards g7. So there's no way for the king, and there's no way to block check. This would be checkmate. On the other hand, of course, if you capture the bishop, again rook to h3, a deadly move as always. Bishop captures. Again, you lose the queen. We've already seen this. So after bishop to h6, black tried king captures on f6. And here, this is a spectacular position. Again, feel free to pause the video here and try to find the winning idea for white. As usual, I'll give it a couple of seconds. For those of you who were able to find it, congratulations. Here, Paul Morphy, Adolf Anderson, Mikhail Tal, Rashid Nejmedinov are all applauding you for your great showing if you found the correct move. If you found queen d2, then it's not all that impressive. Yes, you are threatening checkmate, but black can actually block the rook's presence on the e file, and now queen g5 check, king e6, and the king can escape. But if you found the strongest idea here, that is g4, which was played in the game, then all of this stands, and this is the way chess was meant to be played. I mean, this is just spectacular. So what's the idea behind g4? Of course, if you capture the queen, you get this beautiful rook to f3 check. Bishop goes back to f5, blocking check, and now comes g5, and this is checkmate. Bishop guards g7, the rook is controlling the entire e file, and of course the pawn gives a check. Wonderful idea. On the other hand, if you don't capture the queen and you don't do anything, g5 will be checkmate, all the same. On the other hand, if you try blocking the e file with the bishop, so you can try and escape using e6 and d7, white will simply prevent this with rook captures. D captures, and now queen captures. Again, g5 is the threat of checkmate. And there's really no good way to stop it. You can push g5 yourself to prevent white from pushing g5, but then again, rook f3 check, bishop has to block, and now queen e5 check. The bishop is now pinned. King goes to g6, and queen to g7 will be again checkmate. So here, after g4, Golubov tried bishop to f4. You have to try something, giving further protection on the f file, and also preparing to capture this bishop with bishop captures on h6. And here there is only one good move for white, and it's the move that we found in this game, but again, feel free to pause the video here and try to find yet another move because this game is simply full of beautiful puzzles to solve. Try to find the best idea here. For those of you who were able to do it, once again, congratulations. Everyone is applauding you as this is just one spectacular game. Queen to c7, and this is simply. First, the light square bishop wasn't allowed to capture the queen. Now the dark square bishop isn't allowed to capture the queen. If you capture the queen now, then it's all the same. G5 comes, and this will be checkmate. On the other hand, after this queen to c7, if you try something like rook f to e8 to prevent, because here queen to c7 is a powerful move because queen to e8, this is the threat. The queen e7 will be the threat of checkmate. So if you try blocking this, so the queen now cannot come to e7, then comes g5 with check. Bishop captures on g5, and now queen to d6 with check. Rook has to block. Rook captures, pawn captures, and now queen to e5 check. King to f7, rook captures on d7 with check. Bishop to e7, and now queen g7 check. King moves, and queen captures on e7. A beautiful forced variation, by white. If such a move was played, it's forced to checkmate. So here bishop captures on h6 seems to be the only viable move, as now the king can hopefully escape to g7, but white doesn't allow it. Queen to e5 with check. What can you do here? King to g5 was played, and now comes h4 with check. Simply bring the king deeper into your own side of the board. King captures, and now yet another beautiful move, rook to h3 check. giving up more material to bring the king closer. Of course, you cannot capture here. If you capture queen to g3, will be checkmate. So here, king to g5 was played, and here we have queen to e7, and it was in this position on move 28 that Savelij Golubov resigned the game. Why did he resign? Well, whatever you do here, you're getting checkmated. For example, you can capture the pawn, and then you get queen to h4 checkmate. If you try after queen to e7, if you try king to f4, then first you get queen to e3 with check, king captures, and now you get queen to g3 checkmate, and lastly, but not leastly, f6, nicely blocking check, but again you get queen to e3, king captures, and again queen to g3 will be checkmate. So there you have it. This is one of the games that had everyone in the world, all worked out. What an amazing game was played, and I definitely agree. Not really sure about what the title of this video will be. I kind of feel like anything I think of will not be sufficient for such a grand game. So feel free to suggest a title for this video as well. Not sure if I'll be able to think of anything worthy of such a game. So a beautiful game from round 6 of the 2018 Korchnoi Memorial by Russian Grandmaster David Paravian. So I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Santosh Akilesh, Nico Viergever, Danny McCullough, Steve Sirois, and Thorsten Grassman for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, really appreciate it. And now I did mention we're going to discuss what the quest question mark in the left top corner is. It's an idea I had while washing dishes, none other. For some reason, I thought it would be a nice idea if I gave you a quest. Perhaps not every video, but maybe every other video or something. I'll just see if you enjoy the idea and if you like it. So I will give you a quest, and then if you are able to fulfill the quest, you just print screen that you were able to do it and use the hashtag #AgamatorQuest. It will be the first thing you see in the description below. Just use that on any social media, and I think it will be also a nice way to create an even larger community and expand it to other medias. For example, for this quest, I decided you have to beat an opponent on any platform for playing chess, regardless of which one you use. But you have to finish the game with all of your 8 pawns, so you're not allowed to exchange any pawns. So you can use any time control, and you have to beat someone pretty much on your own level. Let's say 100 rating points plus minus. So if you are 2000, you can beat someone that's like 1900 or 2100. So that's basically it for this challenge. Just try to accomplish it, beat an opponent without wasting any of the pawns. And if you will be able to complete this quest, then print screen it and publish it on any social media using hashtag #AgamatorQuest. And then I'll see how this thing will evolve. If you guys will enjoy it, I'll try to think of some more creative quests for other videos, and you will also be able to suggest quests. There could be a lot of funky quests, like try to finish the game with 3 queens on the board, or try to finish the game with I don't know. Anything could go like without touching your D and E pawn, or a lot of interesting quests could happen. So there you have it. I will put a short description of this Agamator quest idea in the description below. It will be the first thing you'll see. So if you feel like it, give it a try. Maybe in the future we'll have like some way of actually measuring who is completing the most quests, and perhaps you'll be able to level up and something. I don't know. It's just an idea I thought of while doing the dishes. So there you have it. So for those of you who were with me until the end of the video, I do hope you enjoyed that as well. So yeah, as usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and hope to see you soon with another interesting video. Although a game like this happens not too often, once in a couple of maybe twice a year, I'd say, or maybe once a year, I don't know. But definitely exciting times, and hopefully more games like this will happen in the future. So thank you all, and I'll see you soon. Hello everyone, it's Viswanathan Anand's birthday today, and I thought it'd be a nice idea to commemorate this occasion by showing a very nice gem played between him and the mad titan Vasily Ivanchuk. It's a game from 1988, it was played in the Reggio Emilia tournament in Italy, which is the Torneo di Capodanno. In Italy it means the end of the year tournament, and it's a tournament that has been played since 1958. Enrico Paoli started this tradition, Italian Grandmaster, and ever since then it's been played once a year. And it really, when they got a lot of sponsors, it became a bigger and bigger tournament, and then the biggest one was in the 1991 to 1992 Reggio Emilia tournament, where it was actually Viswanathan Anand who won the tournament ahead of Garry Kasparov, Anatoly Karpov, and Vasily Ivanchuk, who were really insane players in those days. But yeah, you remember, perhaps you remember, those of you who have been subscribed to this channel for some time, we've covered the 1991 Linares series by Vasily Ivanchuk, where Vasily Ivanchuk won that tournament a whole point ahead of Garry Kasparov. But this game today, Anand celebrates his 49th birthday, so not yet a 50. And here you can see he tweeted a nice tweet about this, as everyone congratulated him. And there he showed some a nice drawing and a cake, or maybe it's 2 cakes. I think it's one cake, but from different perspectives. So very nice. And like I said, it's from 1988. Both Anand and Ivanchuk are 19 years old here, and they are of the same age. Only Anand's birthday is today, and Ivanchuk's birthday was in March. So Ivanchuk is a bit older, but definitely a rivalry that has lasted for a lifetime. And it's really an insane game. It's not the shortest game Anand played in the Petroff defense, but it's a very nice one. So without further ado, let's check out this very nice game. Like we said, it is the Petroff. Ivanchuk opens with e4. We have e5, knight to f3, and knight to f6. Sorry about that. Knight captures on e5. So the classical variation of the Petroff defense. d6, knight to f3. We have knight captures on e4, d4, and d5. So this is still the classical variation, and it's very interesting. The classical variation lasts for a very long time. We have bishop to d3, bishop to e7, castles. This is all standard book theory of the Petroff. Knight to c6, rook to e1, bishop to g4, developing light for bishop c3 now. F5 here, and here queen to b3. Well, while Ivanchuk's queen is on d1, you never want to capture here and allow something like f captures. Then you've created a very strong pawn on e4. Also, you created a semi-open f file. You can't move the knight. Maybe you want to attack this knight, but the knight is pinned. So first you have to move the queen. Queen to b3 by Ivanchuk. This comes with an attack against the b7 pawn. But now queen to d6, and now you don't want to capture on b7. If you capture, queen captures on b7, then rook here, queen here, and then first bishop captures on f3. G captures, and it will be a very hard position to play for white. After queen to g6, black will create a very strong attack. Now to defend the f2 pawn, you have to go to f1, and then it will be just a very unpleasant game for white. But okay, that of course is still part of theory, so no one really captures the b7 pawn. But now comes knight f to d2, going after this knight, and as the queen is no longer on d1, so the knight is no longer pinned. But you never want to capture this knight. That's not the point. You never want to allow f captures on e4. The idea is here to play f3 and force Anand to capture on d2. That's the idea. And okay, we have queenside castle by Anand, and now comes f3. And now it seems that that Anand is forced to capture. For example, if you play knight captures here, then you get bishop captures, and after bishop moves, bishop will capture on f5 with check, and Ivanchuk will win a pawn here. King d8, rook is coming to e6, and already white is starting to create something. So after f3, Anand found the best move in this position, bishop to h4. Although the rook is very deep in white's camp, it's also undefended. And the problem is you cannot play g3 here to repel the bishop. If you play g3 here, then you get bishop captures, h captures, and queen captures, and checkmate will follow. Either king f2, king f1, followed by queen to f2 checkmate, or you can go king to h1, but then knight to f2 is checkmate. So here after bishop to h4, Ivanchuk decided to move the rook. We have rook to f1, and here again it seems like Ivanchuk didn't fall for it, or however you want to phrase it, and it's still you either have to move the bishop. Well, you could capture and still go for the same idea. Knight the bishop captures, you move the bishop, and then again lose the f5 pawn with check. Or there's a different idea. After rook to f1, you can move the bishop immediately, but then after pawn captures and pawn captures, yes, you have created a very strong pass pawn here. But here white can simply ignore you and play knight captures, pawn captures, bishop captures, and white would just be up a pawn with a better position. So Anand doesn't like either of these two choices and plays the third option, which is bishop to h3. And now it's a very interesting position. Ivanchuk has a lot of options here. He can capture on h3, he can capture on e4, but none of those work. If you capture on h3, queen to g6 will be very deadly. Queen g6 check, king has to move, the knight is covering f2, you have to go to h1, and now comes knight to f2 check. You have to capture the knight, rook captures, bishop captures, the threat is now queen to g1 checkmate, and after queen to d1, rook h d8, and there is no defense against this rook coming to e1. You cannot block with the knight, which would be pointless, because then it's again queen to g1 checkmate. And on the other hand, after bishop to h3, if you still insist on capturing the knight, it still doesn't work because of the same queen to g6 threatening checkmate on g2. And after the rook blocks, you will simply capture it, king captures, queen captures, and after king to e1, now comes f captures on e4, the rook is now coming to the f file, and it will be a swift victory for black. For example, bishop attacks queen, queen g1 pins the bishop, queen comes to help out with the defense, but rook is coming to f8. Queen e2, but now simply bishop to g4, and the queen has no squares. Wherever the queen moves, she will be lost, and if you play something like queen to g2, where the queen can go, but then rook captures on f1 is a mate in 5. After queen captures, queen to e3 check, queen blocks, and now queen captures on e2 will be checkmate. So a very unpleasant move this bishop to h3, but Ivanchuk plays the most precise defense. Queen to c2, preparing to move the knight, and from c2 the queen will be protecting the g2 pawn. And okay, we have queen to g6, Anand is now threatening checkmate on g2, but now knight b3, the queen is now defending white from being checkmated. And here rook h to f8. Ivanchuk successfully defended, now Anand simply continues to play the game normally, developing a rook, putting the rook on a nice f file. And here, again, if you insist on capturing, for example, f captures on e4, you get pawn captures, and now after you move the bishop will still be attacked, and white will have to give up the bishop. If you move the bishop to a4, black can push b5, but it doesn't make sense. He can simply capture, and after king captures, go rook f8, and the game is over. King g1, bishop to f2 check, and now you'll either move the king and get checkmated, or you'll have to give up your queen, so everything loses here. If king to f1, then queen captures, king moves, and now bishop to h4 check, king d1, and rook to f1 will be checkmate. So very nice, but here Ivanchuk played knight to a3, and this is a very interesting move because of what Ivanchuk plays next. Here Anand played rook d to e8, so first rook h to f8, and then rook d to e8, and here something happened in Ivanchuk's head. No one probably can explain what. Perhaps they had a discussion about it after the game, who knows. Here Ivanchuk played king to h1. But here after, for example, you could have played f captures on e4. Here it does work, because after you can exchange a pair of rooks, and after rook captures, bishop to f1, and now there are no tricks here. The bishop is now defending the g2 pawn here, and the bishop to f2 check no longer works, because you can simply move the king, or even capture with the queen now once you've exchanged one pair of rooks. After rook captures, king captures, g2 is defended, and white will have sufficient material to continue this game. On the other hand, you could also simply continue with bishop to f4, continue developing, and still black has no real way of forcing matters here. But Ivanchuk played king to h1, and this is a move that loses the game on the spot. But feel free to pause the video here and win this very nice game for Anand's 49th birthday. So, for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, you are an excellent exploiter of Ivanchuk's mistakes. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, knight to f2 check. Seems like a move you would play, but you also have to find the next move. Of course, if you move the king, then queen captures and g2 will be checkmate. But if you capture the knight, rook, if you capture with the queen, of course, you lose the queen. But if rook captures, here's where it becomes interesting, and this is the move you have to find. Not rook e1, you can simply block with rook f1, but bishop captures on g2. And it was in this position on move 18 that Vasily Ivanchuk resigned the game. Why did he resign? Well, the white king is in check, and you have to play something. If you capture it, then you get rook to e1 check, and now the rook is no longer on the f file, you have to block on the g file, and now simply rook captures, rook will be checkmate. On the other hand, if you don't capture the bishop, if you move the king, let's say go king g1, again, it's the same idea. Rook to e1 check, and it's a forced checkmate. Bishop blocks, but now comes rook captures. Rook captures, and now the king has no escape path. You will simply play bishop captures on f3, and now the bishops are doing all the work here. You can't move with the king, you have to block either with the bishop, but that's pointless. You have to give up the queen, and then it's queen captures on g2, again a forced checkmate. So yeah, after bishop captures on g2, Ivanchuk resigned the game, and a very nice 18-move gem against such a strong grandmaster, such as Vasily Ivanchuk. But it's interesting when I mentioned why that knight to a3 here, Ivanchuk played knight to a3, why this was so interesting, because here, instead of this knight to a3, it's possible to play king to h1, and it is in fact a good move, because Anand still didn't play rook d to e8, and now there is no real threat of knight to f2. So here, king to h1 would have been a good move, but here something happened in Ivanchuk's head. He played first knight to a3, and then after Anand played it, he just thought, okay, Anand is simply putting a rook on a better file, I'll continue with my plan, which was king to h1. Here he played king to h1, and the game is over. But yeah, very nicely done. By both of them, and yeah, I do hope you enjoyed this game for Anand's birthday, and let me know if you enjoyed the Alpha Zero versus Stockfish games from the new match, if you have, and if you would like to see more of them, do share in the comments, and well, you should always let me know, either in the comments or by liking the video. That's how I know if you like the content or if you don't like the content, or if you don't like it, just dislike it. That's basically all I need to know, whether you're enjoying it or not. So yeah, I would like to thank Mario Encinosa, James Kokoros, William Jones, Arthur Clay, and Anton Lager for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, most likely with a game from the London Chess Classic, where Fabiano Caruana has his chance today against Hikaru Nakamura, the overtake Magnus Carlsen in the #1 spot in ratings, but only in the live ratings, not for real. But first you have to overtake him in live ratings, only then can you do it for real. But yeah, thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Hello everyone, I hope you're all having an excellent day. We are going to take a short break from the Capablanca Saga to check up on the FIDE World Team Championship. It's a tournament taking place from 5th to 14th in Kazakhstan, Astana, and 10 teams will be fighting for, well, the title of World Team Champion. And it's an invitational, so all of the 10 teams have been invited. I know that Poland rejected their offer to participate, and instead of Poland, Sweden decided to participate. We're going to talk a bit more about the teams after we check up on this game, and this is the first game that we're showing from this championship, and it's already round 3, so we do have a bit catching up to do, but I really like this game. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. So before we check out the actual game, here are a couple of nice photos. All the photos are from the official photographer, David Lada. So there you have it, as we are showing the game, Nepo versus Yu Yangi. There you have it, the team of Russia, Sergei Karakin, Jan Nepomniachtchi, there you have it, Grishuk opening up his bottle of water, and Ladislav Artemiev all the way in the back, and there's this gentleman here, I cannot recognize him, and it seems like he's showing something to Nepo, hard to say what it is, could be a new shiny belt buckle or something, but yeah, just a very nice photo of the team, and while we're on the subject of belt buckles, I always thought it'd be really cool like to have a belt buckle where you have like a king and a rook, and then if you buckle your belt, you know, you just castle. I always thought that would be nice. I don't think other people would think it's nice. I just always thought that'd be something nice to have. But also here we have a nice photo of all of them before the game starts. There you have it. The handshake is all over the place. For China, there we have it. First board, Ding Liren versus Sergei Karakin, then Yu Yangyi against Nepo, the game we're just about to show. Then Wei Yi versus Alexander Grishuk and Vladislav Artemiev on the final board against Buz Yangji on board 4. We're going to talk a bit more about the results after the game. So let's check it out. It's a very exciting game, a lot of action going on, and well, it's just a nice game. So Nepo opened with E4. Sorry about that. One of the few times that I actually forgot to do this. E5, knight to F3, knight to F6, and D4 now. So the Petroff defense is on the board. We have the Chinese attack. Knight captures on E4, bishop to D3, and now D5. This is all standard theory of the Petroff of the Chinese attack. Knight captures on E5, and now knight to D7. Captures, and here white just castles. We have bishop to D6, and now knight to C3, preparing to capture the knight here. Knight captures, B captures on C3. Black doesn't want to waste any time, and now black just castles. So here it's one of those quick variations where all of the knights are exchanged already on move 9. And both players are left with a bishop pair. So it's always, you know, you're playing the game, you think, okay, I have a bishop pair, my position is great, but then all of a sudden your opponent also has the bishop pair, so it's really just crazy. And here Nepo goes for queen to h5. Seems like a very barbaric plan, but it's also the best plan because you're already threatening checkmate. So you do have to block. You don't want to ruin your position a bit too much by going g6, then the queen moves, maybe bishop to h6 comes in. So first we have f5. Now, okay, the bishop controls the f5 pawn, the pawn blocks the bishop, so there are no threats here. Rook to e1, Nepo develops the rook, c6, and bishop to g5, attacking the queen. Queen to c7, and here it's move 12, and already this position has been played. For example, one of the stronger players who have reached this position in 2009 in World Cup is Maxim Vashyalagrad versus Boris Gelfand, where c4 was played. And c4 is in fact the strongest move recommended by the engine, but it seems that Nepo either knew this and he prepared something else, or perhaps he just had an inspiration over the board and he goes rook to e3. A very nice rook lift, a much more enjoyable move, a more aesthetically pleasing move, if you will. The threat is rook to h3, already doubling up on the h file, and well, queen would very much like to capture on h7. So if you did something like rook a to e8, then rook to h3 would be very dangerous. For example, you have to block, now you have to play h6, and white can just grab here. Bishop captures, and you cannot even capture back. If you capture back, then of course you are getting checkmated. So a lot of poison to this rook lift by Nepo, rook e3. You have to first kick away the queen. This is what Yu Yangyi does. We have g6, queen to h4, and not only now rook a to e8. With hopes of exchanging rooks. Nepo doubles up. Now rook to h3 isn't all that impressive because there are various ways that you can defend the h7 pawn. You can go rook e7, rook f7, you can go bishop c8, then the queen also defends the h7 pawn. So rook to h3 here is not so powerful. So first rook a to e1, you do want to develop all of the pieces before you start any rapid decisioning. Rook captures on e3, rook captures, and now rook to e8. Yu Yangyi wants to exchange the outer pair of rooks as well. And only now c4, a very principled idea. Your c pawn is doubled. You do want to trade it for black's very strong d5 pawn, and also if black captures, then you of course have this diagonal for your bishop, which will be very nice. Rook captures on e3 first, bishop captures on e3, and now bishop to e8. So the queen can now come back into the game. And here we have c5, pushing the bishop back, asking basically do you want to go bishop to e7. Attack my queen, then I will just go bishop to g5, trade bishops, but rather Yu Yangyi goes queen to e7. He wants to trade queens immediately. And here we have bishop to g5. Now the queen is attacked, and also the bishop here is still attacked. So what does black do? Queen to e1 check, bishop to f1 blocking, only move, and now just bishop to f8. The bishop will be very useful here. You don't want to allow something like bishop here, queen here, and then all of a sudden white is threatening checkmate. So a very nice defending piece on f8, this dark square bishop. We have bishop to e3, now blocking the queen's control of the e file. So black would very much like to retreat, let's say queen e7, in hope of trading queens, and also the queen would be a very nice defensive piece. But now white pretty much locked the queen out of the e file, so the queen has to find a different way how to get back into the game. Here Yu Yangyi goes queen to f5, queen to a5. If he wants to go queen to c7, and maybe the queen can now rejoin the defense. Bishop to f4, blocking the c7 square. Now the queen is controlling d8, this bishop is controlling c7, so there's not a lot of ways the queen can get back into the game. First black goes bishop to f7. We have queen to f6 now, infiltrating with the queen. Now there are, of course, ideas. Bishop to e5 followed by queen to h8 would be deadly. So first you have to kick away the queen. We have bishop to g7, and now comes queen to d6. And here queen to e1. If you went for the d4 pawn, for example, bishop captures, then you get queen b8 check. After king to g7, you get bishop to d6, now threatening all sorts of ideas. And after bishop to g8, you do have to make some room for king on h8, otherwise queen to f6 is coming. So bishop here, but now queen captures with check, king h8, and now queen to e7. And black will have a very unpleasant position here where he will constantly have to keep an eye on this diagonal. For example, if you're not careful or something, let's say you grab a pawn, then white can even sacrifice a queen for a very nice bishop checkmate here. The king has nowhere to go as his own light square bishop is blocking his path. So after this queen to d6 move, we have queen to e1 first. Now the queen wants to come back into the game via the e-file, and Nepo just closes the e-file once again. We have bishop to e3, and now comes bishop to f8, attacking the queen, forcing the queen to move, queen to b8, now threatening to pick up the pawns from the queen side, and while black was able to prevent any checkmating ideas, he had to allow at least some loss of material in favor of white. So b6 here, we have pawn captures, and queen captures. Nepo grabs the pawn, and by doing this, he created a very strong passed a pawn now. So even if white doesn't do anything regarding any checkmating ideas, he can just push his passed pawn, and he wins the game. So black has to do something about this. We have queen to a1, now of course you cannot push the pawn, as black will just win it. Queen to a7, now just defending the pawn, and now black doesn't really have all that many active ideas. So what black wants to do is somehow break through the center. That's why c5 is played. And perhaps if things happen, then maybe this bishop can come to c4 and threaten some checkmating ideas of its own. Queen to a8 first. Now pinning the bishop here, bishop to h6 will be a deadly threat. So let's say you play d captures on c5 here, like we mentioned, then just d4 is very strong. Now after you move the bishop, let's say anywhere, then bishop to c4. It was the plan, just to explain c5. But okay, queen to a8, and now you don't really have a good way of preventing this. If you go king g7, still bishop to h6 wins the game. King captures with check. King has to move now. You lose the other bishop as well, and well, white is just up a bishop and winning. So after this queen to a move, Yu Yangyi finds a different plan. Queen to e1. Now the idea is after this bishop to h6 move, you can just defend with queen to e8, so not the greatest of plans. So instead, after this queen to e1 move, first we have d captures on c5. Nepo just takes this opportunity to create yet another very strong pass pawn, which is now even closer to becoming a queen. d4 now, attacking the bishop, but also threatening bishop to c4. Again, if you capture the pawn, you get bishop to c4, black is now winning, as queen captures on f1 will be deadly. So after d4, we have bishop to h6, white cannot afford to waste time. Of course, you cannot play bishop to c4 due to queen captures on f8 with checkmate. So bishop to e8, blocking. We have queen to d5 check, bishop to f7 now, and now queen to d8, again threatening to capture here, and now you cannot block again. If you try something like bishop here, then black is pretty much tied down, just c6 will win the game. You're threatening to bring the queen into the game if you capture. Sorry, not that. The bishop is not a knight. If you capture, then queen captures on f8. So after queen to d8, we have queen to e7. Now black has to bring the queen back into the defense, but now it is far too late. Nepo goes queen captures, we have bishop captures, and now c6. The threat, of course, is c7 and c8. So Yuangi stops the pawn, bishop to d6, controlling the c7 square. We have g3 now. Nepo has plans of now playing bishop to f4 to exchange the dark square bishop, so the pawn can continue advancing forward. Bishop to d5, threatening to capture on c6, but now again a very nice move, just a4. Bishop to b5 was also possible, but a4 is just a much nicer move, because now if bishop captures, you get bishop to c4 check, the king has nowhere to go. King has to go to h8, and now you just push a5, and with the black king being cut off from the game completely, there's no way this king is ever coming back into the game. White is just going to bring the king into the game, maybe win the d4 pawn, and then get closer. The bishop pair will now control all of the important squares that are needed for pushing of this pawn, and black king will just be stuck there in the corner, watching helplessly. So after this a4 move, we have king to f7, bringing the king into the game, of course, and only now bishop to b5 defending. Bishop to c7, so black decided it was better just to keep the pawn alive, but activate the king. In the end game, a king is just as valuable as any other piece, sometimes even more valuable, sometimes. Bishop to c7, blocking the pawn, but also controlling the a5 square. We have bishop to f4 now. White even offers to double his own f pawn, just to get rid of this controller of the dark squares. So bishop captures, pawn captures, and now king d7. Black finally gets his king into the center of the board, but now c7. The bishop and pawn are preventing the king from reaching the d8 or d7 square, so you do have to play something. Bishop to b7, preventing the pawn from queening, and now just a5. And it was in this position on move 44 that Chinese Grandmaster Yuangi resigned the game, and a very nice victory for Yan Nepomniachtchi, whose victory got Russia a full 2 points, because here when you win a game you get two match points, a draw will win you 1 match point, and of course a loss will win you no match points. But yeah. A very nice game by Nepo. Here, black resigns as there is no way to prevent the queening of the pawn. If you play something like king d6, you have to bring the king into the game. Just a6 is coming, and then doesn't really matter. If you go bishop to a8, then this pawn queens. If you play something like this, then again just a7, threatening the queen. Again, you have to block, and then just any pawn. Let's say you bring a queen into the game, captures the other pawn queens. So nothing to do here. White always ends up being up a queen. So after this a5 move, Yuangi resigned the game, and with this victory in round 3 of the FIDE World Team Championship, Russia takes first place. Here we have this is from the official FIDE website. There you have it, Russia with 6 match points. I thought China had a really good shot at winning this, as they did so extremely well in the Olympics. But here only one match so far. The previous round in round 2, Alexander Linderman won a very nice game. So and all the other games were drawn, so China lost against the United States in the previous round, and now with this victory by Yan Nepomniachtchi over Yuangi, also full 2 match points. So Russia is now in first place, followed by India with 5, and USA with 5, England with 5, then Iran with 3, Kazakhstan with 3, China with 2. Very very hard to see China so far back, but it's a tough competition. Then Azerbaijan with 1, and then Egypt with 0, and Sweden, who took Poland's place in this championship, as Poland for some reason declined the invitation. I don't know why they declined. Maybe it was just maybe they just didn't feel like playing, but I don't think that's it. If anyone has some insight to this, why Poland declined the invitation, do share in the comments. I will of course pin your comment or give it a heart so everyone else can see it. But yeah, that's the game. I really hope you enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it because it was a very normal game where just both players have the bishop pair, and then just little details mattered, where black was constantly trying to trade the queen. Nepo did not allow it. He created little advantages, and then when black finally was able to trade the queen, it was far too late, as Nepo already had 2 passed pawns which were just too strong. But yeah, once again, I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Tony Clemens, Mark Huberty, Dennis DeYoung, Carol Krensky, and Tomas Turbado for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thankful for watching, and I will see you soon, hopefully with some more interesting content. We're going to check up on games from the World Team Championship, and we are definitely continuing the Capablanca saga. Also, thanks to David Lada for such nice photos. I will put a couple useful links in the description below where you can also follow his work and follow the official FIDE streams and FIDE channels. So thank you all, and I will see you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome to the penultimate round of the 2019 US Championship. We have a game between Fabiano Caruana and Alexander Linderman. The clash of leaders, Dominguez versus Nakamura, ended in a draw, and a lot of other games ended in a draw, but we'll get back to that after we check out this game. Everything is on the line. If Caruana wants to catch up to the leaders, he does have to win his game. So let's see how he did. And it's a very interesting opening choice for Linderman, as everyone knows Caruana is famous for his Petroff defense. So in this game, Linderman chose none other than the Petroff defense. So let's see how it went. We have e4, e5, knight to f3, and now of course knight to f6. Linderman goes for the Petroff defense. Knight captures on e5, b6, and now knight back to f3. So the main line, and it's also a very nice psychological move from Linderman's side, as well, like I said, Caruana is the most famous for his Petroff defense in the last year and a half, and well, he now has to show us how to play against it, which I don't think anyone played against Caruana so far, at least not to my knowledge. But okay, knight captures on e4, continuing in the main line, and now Caruana goes for knight to c3, and I'm very happy about this, as it's my favorite line how to play against the Petroff, so I was very curious on how the game will go. And here Linderman decided to go back with the knight to f6 and avoid any trades. But I will show a nice line, especially if you're a beginner and you face the Petroff. Oftentimes when knight captures on c3 is played, you can just recapture by d captures on c3, and sometimes your opponents will go bishop to g4, just a nice developing move, which is a bad move, and you will often be able to win blitz games and maybe even longer games by just going, let's say, h3, bishop h5, and now queen d5 goes with a double attack against the bishop and the b7 pawn. And here, of course, you do not win material, but black will have to give up the bishop pair very early, and you will just enjoy a very open-ended game with a bishop pair where all your choices are just open. You can just do whatever you want, castle, king side, develop both bishops, and enjoy a superior game. But okay, in this game, knight to f6 was played with d4 by Caruana, bishop to e7, and now bishop to d3. We have castles by black, castles by Caruana, knight to c6 just developing, and here this move has been played a few times. Of the stronger players who use this line is Yu Yangyi of China, and he did have one such position in Shenzhen against Anish Giri. Anish Giri went rook to e1, and that game ended in a draw. But there is also one game that Yu Yangyi also played with the black pieces against Wei Yi. Wei Yi continued the same way Caruana did in this game with the d5, attacking the knight, and here Yu Yangyi went knight to e5, and he was able to beat Wei Yi in that game. But here Linderman goes knight to b4, and it's as of this move from move 9 we have a completely new game. So Caruana's idea, he wants to keep the bishop pair, he goes bishop to e2, and now c6. Now both knights, knight from b4, knight from f6, and also the c pawn attack White's very strong central pawn. So Caruana decides to trade it with d captures on c6, b captures on c6, and now just a3, kicking away the knight. Knight to d5, as the other knight is also guarding the square. Knight captures, and now knight to d4. And here it's already a bit of a dangerous line, as a knight you could easily mess up by playing something like c5. Then knight c6 just wins the game. Your queen is under attack, and also your knight here, so you just be losing a piece here. But of course, Linderman will not make such a mistake. He goes bishop to d7, just guards the c6 pawn, and bishop to f3. here, Caruana's plan is to capture on d5, give up the bishop pair fairly early in the game, but also have a very nice blockading knight on d4. Linderman continues with rook to c8. We have bishop captures on d5 as planned. C captures on d5. Now Caruana decided to give up the bishop pair, but in return he does have this. Well, it's not a monster knight, but it's a very nice knight blockading both of the double d pawns Linderman has. So it's a trade-off, but once these pawns start marching forward, the double d pawn will be a handicap for black. But okay, bishop to e3 by Caruana, bishop to f6, placing the bishop on a much nicer diagonal. Queen to d2, connecting rooks, developing the queen, and black does the same. We have queen to c7 with ideas of maybe winning the c2 pawn, but so far there is no real danger here. Caruana just goes h3, and you can't win the pawn by something like bishop captures. I mean, that's a very strong bishop. Even if you could win a pawn, you're not going to do it because after queen captures, you can capture on c2, but then you lose the a7 pawn. Your bishop is under attack, and you will not be able to do anything here. If bishop b1 attacks the rook, then just rook ac1, and you will have an excellent game here with the white pieces. The pawn cannot be captured. If you capture yet another pawn, then you get rook captures, and queen b7 attacks the rook and the bishop, and after the rook moves wherever, a4 will just win the bishop as the queen is not. Sorry about that. The queen is unguarded on d2. So quite a vivid position. Rook f to e8 by Linderman, and then now comes rook f to e1 by Caruana. Also, he wants to develop the rook. We have h6 by black, and then now just c3. No longer Caruana has to worry about that c2 pawn, and also he's preparing b4. We have queen to b7, just waiting to see what white will try. Knight back to f3. We have rook to e6, preparing to double up rooks on the e file, and now comes bishop to d4. Bishop to e7. Linderman declines the trade of dark square bishops, and now b4 by white. Now Caruana is ready to push on the queen side. We have a6 by black, a4 by Caruana, and now comes rook to e8, preparing to move the bishop, and the rooks will now be doubled on d file. King to h2. Caruana improves the position of his king. Rook to e4, just a much nicer square for the rook before the rooks are doubled, as if white ever captures, then black will undouble his pawns. So it's just a solid square for the rook. Rook e to b1. Caruana no longer is interested in any play in the center or on the king side. He wants to really start pushing on the queen side and create a pass pawn if possible. Bishop to d8. Now the rooks are doubled. The bishop has moved, and now b5. And here you could go something like rook to e2, but it doesn't really do anything. Just queen d3. You're giving further support to the b5 pawn. Doesn't really do anything for black. So here black tried a5, which does stop the pawn expansion on the queen side somewhat, but still white now has a passed b pawn. Rook to b2. Caruana now is preparing to double rooks on the b file. We have queen to a8. Now comes queen to d3, and just queen back to b7. Black still trying to keep everything together, seeing what Caruana will come up with. First knight to d2. Remaneuvering the knight, going after the weak a5 pawn, but first also black has to decide what to do with the rook. We have rook to f4, and then now knight to b3, attacking the a5 pawn, but of course the real idea is b6, cutting off the bishop's defense of the a5 pawn. Here we have bishop to f5, attacking Caruana's queen, and now queen to g3. Now threatening checkmate on g7. Linderman decides to cover that, as the rook is also attacked on f4. You have to play g5 to defend everything. There's no more checkmate, and also the rook on f4 is guarded. We have b6, now cutting off, if you capture with the bishop, then you get under the mask of the rook once the discovery is made. Queen to a6, now with defense towards the a5 pawn. Knight back to d2, and now Linderman just goes bishop back to d7. Attacking the a4 pawn, but Caruana doesn't mind. He plays rook a to b1, and you cannot capture the pawn because b7, and there's no stopping that pawn. So here, after rook a to b1, we have queen to b7 blocking the pawn, and then now knight back to b3, attacking the a5 pawn. Linderman repeats, as he does have a bit of a difficult position, so he definitely wouldn't mind the draw here. Knight to c1. Caruana finds a different plan with the knight. Queen to b7 back, blockading the b pawn, but now knight to d3, and now it's already quite difficult to decide what to do with the rook. If you move it, you can move it to f6, bishop is guarding that square. If you just move it, queen will capture the d6 pawn, then the d5 pawn will fall as well. White will just be out material. It will be an easy game for white. So here, instead, or if you go something like rook to h4 also possible, but then again queen will capture on d6, and it will just be better for white. So here Linderman decided to give up the exchange. He played rook captures on d4, grabbing Caruana's strong dark square bishop. We have c captures on d4, and now rook to e6, defending the d6 pawn. But now it's just a hard game. We have knight to f4. Caruana takes this opportunity as the g pawn is pinned. You cannot capture. The rook has to move. Rook goes to e4, and now comes knight to e2. Again, the queen opens up an attack against the d6 pawn, and now white plays bishop captures on a4. At least now black also created a passed a5 pawn. Knight to c3 now. Caruana finds a very nice tactic. The rook is now under attack, and also the bishop. Rook captures on d4, and now comes the idea. First, queen captures on d6. With an attack against the bishop here. Bishop to e7, forcing the queen back, and now queen to e5. And now the rook is under attack. You have to do something about this, and there's really nowhere for you to move the rook, as you also have to keep an eye on the bishop here. You could try something like rook to f4, but then you're still protecting the bishop, but then just knight captures on d5, and the black will very soon fall apart. The rook is under attack. The bishop on e7 is under attack twice, so not something you can defend. So after queen to e5, Linderman decided to play rook to e4, giving up yet another exchange. Caruana accepted. We have knight captures on e4, d captures on e4, and now just rook to c1. And it was in this position on move 47 that Alexander Linderman resigned the game, and Fabiano Caruana, former World Chess Championship challenger, indeed showed us how to play against the Petroff defense, and he did it without too much problems, it would seem. But yeah, why did black resign? Well, rook to c7 is coming. There's not all that much you can do about it. You can try blocking the pawn, let's say before, but now just rook c7, and after queen moves, now you can just do a little tactic. Rook captures, pawn captures, and now after b7, there's really nothing to do against rook to c8. If bishop to d7 with the idea that if rook captures, black queen captures your queen with check, there's a very nice idea here, but I haven't asked you to pause this video, so do it now and find the win for white. It's not all that complicated, but if you're interested, I will give it a couple of seconds for you to decide while I have a nice sip of my water. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, you are an excellent spender of your Sunday time. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, the idea of course is rook to c8 check, and now white wins. Because you will either capture the rook with the queen and then pawn recaptures and you will just be up a queen, or you will capture with the rook, but then queen captures queen, pinning the bishop, you will get another queen, whatever black does, that doesn't really matter, you will capture this queen, bring another queen into the game, and black will be checkmated fairly soon. So yeah, after rook to c1, Linderman resigned, and a well-deserved victory for Caruana, and a much needed one as he now climbs back into the top. I also prepared the standings here. Here we have a nice cross table from Chess24 website. Also put a link to it in the description below, as you will also be able to find some other information there. So after the penultimate round, we have one more round to go. It's Dominguez Perez in first place with 7 points, also with 7 points Fabiano Caruana with this win. Nakamura also with 7 points after his clash with Dominguez in this round. Then with 6 points Wesley So, Samuel 5.5, then with 5 points Jeffrey Shiong and Samuel Shankland. with 4 points. Alondra Lee and Timur Gareev managed to climb up a bit with 3.5 points alongside Lenderman and Ray Robson, and in last place with 3 points, Grandmaster Varuzan Akobian. So there we have it. And in the last round, we're going to have really an interesting clash. It will be Jeffrey Shiong against Hikaru Nakamura. Nakamura will have the black pieces. He has to win this if he wants a chance to win first place. Then we will have Dominguez will face Timur Gareev. Dominguez will have the white pieces in that clash. So I believe Dominguez has the best shot of winning the US Championship 2019. But also in the last round, Samuel Shankland with the white pieces faces Fabiano Caruana. So if Caruana wants to win, he has to defeat the former US champion Samuel Shankland with the black pieces. So it will be definitely going to be interesting. We'll see what happens. It's chess, anything can happen. So definitely looking forward to it. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it and that you enjoyed my short coverage of the US Championship. I would like to thank Anton Kukushkin, Brian Anderson, Dan O'Hanlon, George Chassi Georgiou, and Georg Benchmate for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. I'm very happy to see that Dan O'Hanlon still you are enjoying my content. You are one of the first subscribers on this channel and also one of my first supporters. So very happy to hear that. So yeah, as usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon with some more interesting content, hopefully. And you know how it goes. So thank you all. Have an excellent rest of your Sunday. And like I said, I will see you soon. And once again, do check out, if you haven't, I will put a link in the description below the trailer for the Grand Chess Classic Festival. Now, really, thank you all, and have an excellent rest of your Sunday. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Capablanca Saga. We are back at the 1914 tournament of St. Petersburg, and so glad that a lot of you have caught this. I didn't mention it in the previous video, as I was too busy seeing who's who and what great quality the photos were. But yeah, in this photo you can see how Capablanca is really giving Lasker the look, and also not just in this photo, but if you look at this photo, it's really like you're going down. And I don't know if, I've heard somewhere that in the really old photos where the eyes weren't really caught, or they were just, blurry or something, that they would later redo the eyes. So maybe Capablanca isn't actually giving Lasker the stare, maybe it was added afterwards, but if not, he really does seem to be doing it. Yeah, okay, Frank James Marshall is definitely looking at the photographer, and Ayahin looking at something in the back. But Capablanca definitely giving Lasker the stare. But okay, in this game, Hosiyar Capablanca, this is the second round of the 1914 St. Petersburg tournament, faces his old rival Frank James Marshall, who is, one of the people that is mostly to thank that Capablanca was even able to play in the 1911 San Sebastian tournament, and that his career took such a huge sudden leap. If you remember, Capablanca defeated Frank James Marshall in a match prior to the 1911 San Sebastian tournament with 8 wins and only 1 loss, and during the San Sebastian tournament we skipped the game. It was a really short draw just out of the opening, so very interested to see how this game will turn out. Like we said, Capablanca has the white pieces, and he opens with e4. We have e5, knight to f3, and knight to f6, the Petroff defense, and if you've seen the previous video, we mentioned that Capablanca spoke very highly of Paul Morphy, and that he said that Morphy's ideas with white against the Petroff are still considered in those days by Capablanca and Lasker to be the best continuation for white. So knight captures on e5. This is the classical variation, and it's still being played today. Fabiano Caruana employed it very nicely with the black pieces. We have d6, knight back to f3, and now knight captures on e4. We have d4, and now black wastes the tempo as he already played d6 with d5, but it doesn't really matter as white already played with the knight captures on e5 and knight back to f3. So it's not really that big of a waste of time. Bishop to d3, and now bishop to d6. And here, today, you will most likely see castling here, but then Capablanca played c4. And here, black could continue in various ways. He could play c6, he could castle, but this early c4 idea leaves open an opportunity for Frank James Marshall to play this bishop to b4 check. And with his knight being on e4, this allows him to exchange a lot of pieces, which Capablanca doesn't mind. Capablanca always welcomes trading pieces and going straight into the endgame. But here it mostly favors black, and it really just oversimplifies the position for black. We have knight b to d2. Of course, you cannot go knight to c3. This loses pretty much instantly, as you would lose the exchange here. But okay, knight b to d2, and now we have castles by Marshall. We have castles by Capablanca, and now knight captures on d2. Here, Frank James Marshall is able to exchange a few of the pieces. Bishop captures, queen captures, and now knight to c6. Doesn't bother himself with this c6 move. And here, rook f to e1. Here, if Capablanca wants, he could play a close position with c5, but he chooses rook to e1. We have bishop to g4, now threatening the capture on f3, and now knight goes to e5. There's still no threat of knight captures on d4, as the bishop captures on h7 is always an idea. So knight to e5, attacking the bishop on g4, and now knight captures on e5. Rook captures on e5, and now comes d captures on c4. Bishop captures on c4, and now queen to f6. Now, with the idea of bringing this rook over to d8 to pressure the d4 pawn. So first rook a to e1. Capablanca now doubles up rooks on the e file. And now if you look at this position, the material on the board is equal. There is a small difference. Marshall has only 2 pawn islands. Capablanca has 3 pawn islands. And the exception is he has an isolated d pawn, which can be a weakness, but it can also be a strength. It depends on how you play your game. First rook a to d8. Now both the queen and the rook are pressuring the d4 pawn. It seems that the rook on e5 cannot move. But Capablanca finds a very nice way to move it. Not the most precise way to continue playing this, but definitely the most interesting way. Rook to e7. Here Capablanca offers the d4 pawn. And indeed, if you captured it with the rook, then white can win the game instantly. It's a very nice tactic, so feel free to pause the video and try to find what Capablanca had in mind here. I'll give you a couple of seconds as usual. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, you are an excellent winner of games. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, the move is rook captures on f7. And now you can see that white is threatening all sorts of discoveries with the bishop on c4, eyeing that king on g8. If you capture the bishop, then of course you lose the queen. And if you capture the queen, then you get rook captures on f6 with check. There is nothing black can use to eliminate the bishop on c4, which is the piece that gives the check. You can give up a few of the pieces before resigning completely, but the game will end after king h8 and rook captures on f8. This will be checkmate. So this is the general idea. On the other hand, if you capture with the queen, this is possible, but then the queen captures, rook captures, and again you get rook captures on c7, where you would have the exact same material on the board. White would have some lead in development, but still overall a better position for white. Hard to say if you could actually push for anything here. Most likely not. But okay, Marshall finds a different idea. He plays bishop to e6, prevents any ideas Capablanca had of capturing on f7, and also he traps Capablanca's rook here. And now this was Capablanca's idea. Rook captures on e6, with f captures on e6, and now the other rook captures on e6. So why did Marshall allow this? His queen is under attack. After he moves the queen, he will be treated to all sorts of nasty discoveries after the rook moves, as the bishop is once again extracting the king on g8. So what was his plan here? It's interesting. If you play something like queen to f7, seems like a reasonable move. If the rook moves, then you simply grab the bishop on c4, but then white has this rook to c6 move, opening up a discovered attack and also defending the bishop. And here, black would have to go for b captures on c6, and after white grabs the queen, rook captures on f7, we would have a queen against 2 rooks, and after queen c3, we would have rook f to d7 going after the d4 pawn, queen captures, rook captures, and then after g3, defending against any back rank weaknesses, you would have this endgame where white is a queen against the 2 rooks and up a pawn, and the 2 pawns are very easy targets for the white queen. So white would definitely have the advantage here. But Marshall had a different plan. He played queen captures on d4, and this is the best way to go about it. Now you can't do any discoveries. Now rook to c6 check doesn't really do anything because of queen captures on c4. You you just grab the bishop and you don't mind this. Rook captures because the rook captures queen, and then black is just up a whole rook. So after this queen to d4, Capablanca found queen to d6, block the rook's attack towards the queen on d2, and also there's a discovered check now. So what do you do here? We have queen captures on c4 by Marshall, and now comes rook captures on d8. Rook captures on d8, queen captures on d8 with check, and now queen to f7. Capablanca plays queen to d7 check, and here we have king to f6. Marshall could go back and go up for some repetition of moves, but Marshall still wants to play this game. King to f6. And now we have g4. Capablanca offers the a2 pawn to perhaps trap the Marshall's king on f6, and maybe he's hoping he can go maybe some h4, g5 ideas and see what happens. And Marshall calculates precisely. He grabs the a2 pawn and doesn't see a way Capablanca can win this. We have queen to d8 by Capablanca, not grabbing the c7 pawn immediately. First, he wants Marshall to go back, and then he wants to capture the pawn with check. But Marshall goes all the way to g6. We have queen to d3 check now. Forcing the king back. If you try something like king to h6, there's still not a lot of white can do to trap the king, but you don't want to allow something like h4, your king would feel very uncomfortable there. So king back to f7, and now we have queen to f3 check. Now Capablanca connects the check and will grab the b7 pawn, which will also protect the b2 pawn. We have king to e7, queen captures on d7, now protecting the pawn, and now queen to c4. Here, Marshall defends this c7 pawn and also threatens to capture the g4 pawn with check. So Capablanca defends it. We have h3, and now king to d6. We have b3 now, attacking Marshall's queen. Queen to d4, now this one is defended, this one is defended by the queen, everything is defended, and queen to a6 check by Capablanca. We have c6, and now queen to b7, pressuring the king side pawns, even for the time being, all of the pawns are defended. We have a5 by Marshall, pushing his pass pawn, but also limiting the mobility of white's b pawn. We have queen to b8 check, king to d7, and here Capablanca repeated queen to b7 check. We have king to d6, queen to b8 check, and king to d7. And it was in this position on move 35 that Hosiyar, Capablanca, and Frank James Marshall agreed to a draw. So as you can see, after that match against Frank James Marshall, which Capablanca won 8-1, but if you remember, if you were following the saga from the beginning, you know that Capablanca was leading 7-1, and then you had a series of I believe 10 draws, or maybe not 10, but a huge series of draws before Capablanca eventually won the last game and got the result 8-1. Then they again met in the 1911 San Sebastian tournament, where they also made a quick draw. And here it wasn't a quick draw, 35 moves and a fighting draw. Both players tried a lot, but in the end, it's always nice to see a fighting draw. But yeah, that's round 2 of the 1914 St. Petersburg chess tournament. Like we said, we have a single round robin where all of the players will compete. If you haven't seen the previous video, here are all the players that will compete here. And then 5 of the players that do best will continue in the second part of the tournament, where 5 of them will go into a double round robin to see who is the true champion. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I decided not to skip it, even though it's a draw. I know some of you don't like draws, but we already skipped the game against Marshall in the San Sebastian tournament, so I decided to show this one, as it wasn't just like a draw out of the opening. And it's also a nice piece of history, as Capablanca and Marshall really do have a long history. So yeah, and I do hope you're enjoying the Capablanca saga so far. I would like to thank Mario and Sinosa, Tony Clemens, Vivek Brandi, Matt Edwards, and Alan Black for their contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, hopefully with some more interesting content, most likely continuing the Capablanca saga, as it really is a vast saga. So yeah, thank you all, and I will see you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Capablanca saga. We are back at the 1918 tournament of New York, where Capablanca with the white pieces faces the honorable Roy Turnbull Black. And last time we had Mr. Black here, we used a photo of the guy, since I couldn't find a photo of him, but thanks to you guys, we were able to find this very nice photo of him. It's not very nice, but it is the one we have. We do have one of much higher quality, but it's one where from where he was much older, the one where he faces Samuel Reshevsky. But here, in the first part of the tournament, as it is a double round robin, Capablanca drew against Roy Turnbull Black. It's the only game Capablanca didn't win. So far in the tournament, all wins and only one draw against Roy Turnbull Black. So let's see how Black deals with Capablanca with the black pieces. Without further ado, let's check it out. Capablanca has the white pieces, and he opens with e4. With e5, knight to f3, knight to f6, so the Petroff defense, and knight captures on e5. We have d6, pushing the knight back, knight to f3, knight captures on e4, d4, and the d5, all standard as it is played today. We have bishop to d3, knight to c6, and now comes queen to e2. Well, today it's another move that would be played today, probably something like knight c3 or knight b2 would be played, or just castles, but in those days, queen to e2 was considered standard theory. We have queen to e7 by Black, castles by Capablanca, and now bishop to g4, just a nice developing move, and Black is without a worry in the world. We have c3, as Black threatens to capture on f3, and then, eliminate the d4 pawn as the knight is defending it, so Capablanca defends it. We have pawn to c3, castles, a queenside castle at that, and now comes rook to e1. And here we have f5. And it's interesting, this exact same position, since it was played between Capablanca and Roy Turnbull Black in 1918 New York tournament, never happened before, as of course White found better moves to play in the opening other than the ones that were popular in those days. We have f5, and now comes bishop to b5. You could also try developing, but it's not easy to develop. You could try something like knight b to d2. You can go something like knight f4, then just g5, and you really give Black initiative to start pushing and create an attack on the king side. As it is a game of opposite side castle, so the first player to attack is most likely to do well. So after f5, we have bishop to b5. Capablanca wants to play bishop captures here, and maybe just queen to a6 check, see what happens. So queen to f6, preparing to defend here, but also preparing to bring the dark square bishop into the game. We have queen to d3 now, unpinning, and here Capablanca doesn't want, Black doesn't want Capablanca to, let's say, capture here and then go knight to e5 to get this very nice e5 square for his knight. So Roy eliminates the knight. We have bishop captures, queen captures, and now just bishop to d6, allowing Capablanca to capture here. He's not worried about that. He wants to attack on the king side. We have bishop captures by Capablanca, b captures on c6. Capablanca gives up the bishop pair to mess up the pawn structure on the king side, and now comes bishop to f4. We have rook h to e8, finishing development, and now just bishop captures on d6. We have rook captures on d6, preparing rook d to e6 to double up on the e file, and now just knight to d2. And here rook d to e6 as planned. And here Capablanca goes queen to d3. He tries to transfer the game over to the queen side. Maybe some queen to a6 ideas are possible, as there are a lot of weak pawns on the queen side. And here you have to decide. Here Black can go for knight captures on d2, and it is a very nice line. Queen captures, you can go f4 now, threaten f3, and let's say if rook captures, queen captures, now you threaten checkmate. Queen e1 would result in captures. Not immediately, but well, if a trade did happen along the e file, so White can no longer win the e file. But if the queen moves, then queen e1 would of course result in checkmate. So here you'll probably play something like f3, make some breathing room for king, also prevent Black from pushing f3, and it would be a nice equal leisure game where I guess Black is to be preferred. But if Capablanca wants, he can always go king f2, just trade everything along the e file and play this king and pawn endgame where he does have a bit of a superior pawn structure and less pawn islands. But Roy goes for a different line. He doesn't go for the one we mentioned, knight captures. He goes for queen to h4. Threatens queen captures here, and now white has to decide what to do here, but he does have to react. We have rook to e2, just defending the f2 pawn, and now knight captures on d2. And here, of course, you cannot capture the knight. If you capture the knight, then all sorts of ideas become possible. If you capture with the rook, of course, then just the rook e1 ends the game. Rook captures, you have to block with the queen, and then well, you're just down a queen and losing. So after knight captures on d2, Capablanca played rook captures on e6. We have rook captures on e6, and only now queen captures on d2. And now Roy goes back. We have queen to e7, and now it's pretty much the same position as the one we mentioned. Only this pawn is not on f4, and this pawn is not on f3. So king to f1 by Capablanca, not allowing any threats along the e file. Also maybe ideas of trading. We have king to b7, and now comes b4. Now comes queen to h4. Again, as Capablanca played king to f1, now the h2 pawn becomes vulnerable. With h3, and now f4, preparing f3 at some point. And here just queen to d3, not allowing this pawn to advance any further. And here, an important move is queen to h5 here, although it's hard to say. Capablanca wants to push b5, and here if queen to h5, then b5 isn't all that dangerous, because now Roy can start attacking with f3. Now the queen also well eyes the f3 pawn, and now if captures, you can go rook captures on c6, rook b1 check, king can hide, and now well it's actually white who has to worry about what's gonna happen here. If rook e1, you can just capture here with check, king captures, rook g6 check, king to f1, and now it's well, it's very hard to say if white would be able to push for anything here. If anything, it's most likely black who would be able to do it. So here, queen to h5, like we said, best idea, simply playing f5, but Roy decided to go about it differently, played g5, he wants to bust open the king side completely, and he says Capablanca is too slow on the queen side. But Capablanca disagrees, and he pushes b5. With g4, black ignores him, b captures on c6, king captures on c6, and now queen to a6 check. We have king to d7, now comes queen to b5 check. We have king to e7, saying to Capablanca, okay, you can either capture this pawn, I'm just going to capture, let's say if you capture here, I'm just going to capture on h3, and then, yeah, I mean, it's me who's attacking, it's not you who's attacking, you're just going to have to settle for a nice draw here after a repetition of moves. So here, after king to e7, Capablanca says, I'm not interested in your pawn, just queen c5 check. And now what do you do? Now if of course if you go here, then the queen can grab the d5 pawn with check. So here king to f6, just hiding that king, and now comes not captures, but rather queen to f8 check. King to g5, and now queen to g7 check. And now you can either move the king or block with the rook. The problem with blocking with the rook is queen to e5 check. King to h6, and now you eliminate the pawn with check. Queen captures on f4 check. If you go back, queen captures on c7 with check, and if you block with the queen, well then white can just go into a winning endgame for him, as he will be on material. Not something black wants to do. So here Roy played king to f5, and now comes queen to f7 check. Now you have to block because if you move the king, you're just going to lose the rook. So we have queen to f6, but now queen captures on h7 with check. Forcing either the king to move back, but if king here, then of course you all see the win. It's actually very poetic. It's h4, it's mate in 1, the king has nowhere to go, the queen guards the light squares, so that would be very unfortunate for Mr. Black. Queen to g6, just blocking, and now comes h captures on g4. You can't capture with the queen because the queen is pinned. If you capture with the king, then again, white can just trade down into a winning endgame, but there's not all that much you can do. If just king g5, then there's no more attacks, white can either just go for the c7 pawn. So king to g4 was played, and now you could go for queen captures, rook captures, and then hope to win this rook and pawn endgame where you're up a pawn, but it's not very likely as black has a very active king, f3 is coming. So Capablanca just decides to capture yet another pawn. We have queen captures on c7. There's always time to grab one more pawn, you know, unless there's not, but here there is. With rook to b6 by black, and now you can't start attacking immediately with f3, just queen g3, and you're going to again trade down into a winning endgame. So after queen captures on c7, we have rook to b6, and now Capablanca just goes queen d7 check. He's not interested in the a7 pawn. King to h4, queen e7 check, king to g4, and now f3 check. We have king to h5, and here Capablanca goes queen to e5 check. You can also play rook to e1 to threaten rook to e5 check, but again, it was most likely the case of Capablanca being lazy to calculate rook to b1. But here you can just go queen e5 then. Queen e5 check, king h6, queen captures on f4, you just grab more pawns, king h7 or whatever, and then you just continue playing the game where you're just up so much material. But Capablanca, perhaps he just didn't feel like calculating it. Queen to e5 check, we have queen to g5, and now comes rook to e1. And it was in this position on move 41 that honorable Roy Turnbull Black resigned the game. Why did he resign? There's no real counterplay here. If you trade queens, just captures, you move the king wherever, and then you lose another pawn, and then you're just up 3 pawns in a rook and pawn endgame. This is of course completely winning for Capablanca. And on the other hand, if you don't capture, if you go something like king h4, hope to activate your queen once again. Just queen e2, you're going to go for something like queen f2 check, you're going to go behind with the rook, and it's going to be a quick win for white. Let's say if you try something like rook g6 to create threats against the white king, just queen c2, making room for your rook. Let's say if queen g3, rook to e8 now as planned, you have some checking ideas from the back. It would be very uncomfortable for black, and then if you go back, let's say queen g5, then just well, queen f2 check, you go back, rook e5 again wins the queen. It's only one of the lines, but in every one of them, Capablanca will end up on top. So yeah, after rook to e1, Roy Turnbull Black resigned the game, and yet another victory for Capablanca in this New York tournament of 1918. So again, so far all victories, only one draw in the first part of the tournament. Also again, this one Roy Turnbull Black. We'll see how it goes. A few more games in this tournament, and then we go into the match against Boris Kostic, and then we go of course into the World Championship match against Emmanuel Lasker to end the Capablanca saga, and then of course we're gonna choose a different saga, and then enjoy that. So that's the game. I would like to thank Frederico Van Tent, Aaron Wolflart, Francis Doherty and his sons, Felix Rhyme and Kenneth McKay of Scotland for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Hopefully with some more interesting content, continuing the Capablanca saga, checking up on your suggestions, and of course following what's cool in the world of chess. Thank you all. I will see you soon. Have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the final round of the 1918 tournament in New York. It's Hosiyar Capablanca versus Serbian Grandmaster Boris Kostic, and even though the official title of Grandmaster did not exist in those days, Boris Kostic was one of the first people ever to receive the title of Grandmaster in 1950. But I mean, I do call him Grandmasters. It would be silly not to call Capablanca and the other guys here Grandmasters. So that being said, it's really an intense game. It's still a double round robin. I mean, it's the same tournament, and we skipped Capablanca's game against Boris Kostic in the first part of the tournament. It was pretty much a textbook draw, so I decided not to cover it pretty much like two modern day Grandmasters played out in Engine Light all the way to a draw. So not much to show there, but this game is entirely different. A lot going on here, so I really do hope you enjoy it, so we can nicely finish up this 1918 tournament of New York. That being said, Capablanca has the white pieces, and he opens with e4. We have f5, knight to f3, and we have knight to f6. Kostic goes for the Petroff defense. And if you remember, some time ago during the Capablanca saga, we mentioned that one of the few lines Capablanca actually did study is how to play against the Petroff. So knight captures on e5, a nice modern day reply. d6, knight back to f3, now knight captures on e4, and d4. This is still to this day the main line. We have d5, and now bishop to d3, attacking the knight. Bishop to e7, Capablanca castles, and knight to c6. We have c4 here, and here knight back to f6. Also possible today is knight to b4, but here we have knight to f6 by Kostic, c captures on d5, knight captures on d5, and now knight to c3. And it's still a line that's very, very much popular in modern chess. For example, in 2014 in Croatian championship in Boric, even Šarić had this position against Ante Šarić, and Ante continued with bishop to e6, and even won a very nice game there. But here we have castles by Kostic, and now comes rook to e1, and here bishop to e6. And again, still a line that was played a lot of times in modern chess. For example, Boris Gelfand was a big fan of this line with the black pieces. Alexander Grishuk had it against Boris Gelfand in 2006. Grishuk lost that game after continuing with a3. a3 is an improvement to this position because in those days you didn't have engines, so of course a move like a3 was most likely considered a waste of time. Also, Jan Konishi had it in 2011 against also Boris Gelfand. That game ended in a draw, but a3 is well, the engine's improvement today. But then in 1918, Capablanca just played knight to e4, a nice human move. He's grabbing hold of the g5 square, also avoiding any unnecessary trades. He wants to keep as many pieces on the board, and he already won the tournament, so he doesn't really have to worry about that. He just wants to play a nice game and just enjoy some good chess. With knight back to f6 by Kostic, and now knight f to g5. Just putting a lot of pressure on this h7 pawn. If the knights are traded here, then even the queen can infiltrate with queen to h5. And of course, Kostic is not interested in giving up the light for bishop, so bishop to f5. We have knight captures on f6 with check. We have bishop captures, and now bishop captures on f5. Bishop captures on g5, and here Capablanca plays d5. And okay, it's a very nice move, but you always have to check if a move like bishop captures h7 works, just in case. Here it almost works, but it doesn't. If bishop captures, of course, king captures, and now queen to h5 check, you will block with the bishop. And now after bishop captures here, g captures, queen f5 check, you can go king g8, and now rook e3. And of course, it all makes sense. You want to go rook g3, finish up with the attack, but black can simply defend queen captures on d4. And now after rook g3 check, king h8, you don't have a good follow-up. If rook h3, if you go after the pawn, queen d6 just defends, and after queen g5, hoping to win the queen here, king h7 defends, and now you don't really have any more useful ideas. Queen f5 will be met with queen g6, black defended, and you don't have good compensation for your sacrifice piece. So although it doesn't work, you should always check if maybe it works. So here d5, the knight has to be moved from there. With knight to b4, you can go to e7 because the queen has to keep an eye on the bishop on g5. So knight to b4, and now comes rook to e4. A very nice rook with by Capablanca comes into the game with an attack on the knight. So a5 defending, and now queen to h5. Capablanca is really starting a beautiful attack here with h6 just defending, and now rook to g4. Capablanca, like I said, he already won the tournament. He wants to play some beautiful chess here. So bishop captures on c1, we have rook captures on c1, and now again you have to be careful with black here. If you try something like g6, you could easily blunder the game away. After white sacrifices the rook, checkmate will very soon follow. So here rook to a6, the rook now controls the g6 square, also the h6 pawn, so you cannot capture. Queen captures on h6 was also a threat. So bishop to e4 now, maybe also with ideas of queen f5 followed by queen to h7 checkmate. So here Kostic finds a very interesting line, f5, now forcing white to capture on f5. We have bishop captures on f5, and now comes queen captures on d5, grabbing that pawn. Also the bishop now cannot move, as then the queen trade can occur. And it's again a very interesting line here. Capablanca has to make a choice. Does he want to go for the safe bishop g6, which offers a queen trade, where if black trades queens, it's going to be pretty much a drawish endgame, but the problem is black has queen to d2. It's a very annoying move, and after rook to f1, as you have to defend both the rook and the f2 pawn, so rook to f1, and now rook comes to f6, and all of a sudden it's black who's on the attack. And here it would just be something like rook bishop to e4, and now okay, you can capture. It would be very unfortunate if you play something like rook captures here, then you get rook captures on g7, you again run into checkmate, but you would most likely meet this position with queen captures on d2, just continue playing the game, and it would be somewhat better position for black. White doesn't really have a good way of continuing the attack here. So after this queen d5 move, Capablanca finds a very interesting line, rook captures on g7. And okay, for the moment you don't have the same option of delivering checkmate because we already said that the rook covers the g6 square, so this maneuver is out of the question. We have king captures on g7, and now queen to g4 check. A very important check that positions the queen where the queen needs to be, and also still keeps an eye on the d1 square. So the rook can capture on c7 without you having to worry about any checkmating ideas on d1. We have king to h8, and now rook captures on c7. Again, Capablanca threatens checkmate on g7 while guarding the d1 square, not allowing black to deliver checkmate. So again, Kostic has to be very careful here. If you go something like rook g8, you get rook h7 checkmate, not something you want to allow. So he goes to queen to g8. But now this is what Capablanca had in mind. We have rook to h7, giving up a rook for the queen and the bishop. Queen captures, bishop captures, king captures, and now queen to d7 check. So what's Capablanca's compensation for so much material? Black has 2 rooks, a knight, and 3 pawns against the queen and 5 pawns. So it's black is actually off material here, but with Kostic's king being so loose, and Capablanca can just deliver as many checks as he wants to grab as much material as possible here. We have king to g8 and now a3, forcing the knight to move. And here it's a very delicate position. Here if Kostic goes something, you can go something like knight to a2. If you go knight to a2, then queen d5 will simply pick up the knight. If you go something like knight to c6 or knight to c2, again you will get queen captures on b7 with an attack on the rook, and after the rook moves, now you will get queen to d5. And again, it's a very interesting position. You pin the rook f6 defending, now h4 making some room for your king, and the knight doesn't really have all that many options of entering the game. You can go knight e1, but then h5, and after black plays something a4, you will pick up that pawn with check, queen captures, and you will now have this position where black knight isn't very comfortable there, and you will have to connect the pass pawns that you will start pushing. And I mean it's very hard to say if white can actually win this, but at least with the black king being so loose, Capablanca can draw this to eternity and then maybe win someday. But Kostic doesn't like this line. He prefers a different one. He goes rook to c6 first, threatens checkmate. After rook c1, you block with the queen, and then of course it's checkmate. And Capablanca has to react to this. First h4, just making some breathing room for the king, and now knight goes to a6. Of course, you have to give up the pawns. There's no way of saving all material. We have queen captures on b7, rook after f6 now, putting more defense on the 6th rank, and now queen to b5, going after the a5 pawn. We have rook to c5. Kostic doesn't allow it. The rook now from f6 defends the knight, and the rook from c5 defends the pawn. So he's trying to keep everything intact. Queen e8 check. We have king to g7, and now queen to e7 check. Rook to f7, and now queen to d6. Again, attacking the knight. With ideas of going h5 and even queen to g6. So first rook to c1 by Kostic, this comes with check, king to h2, and now comes knight to c5. We have h5 by Capablanca, threatening queen to g6 check, and now rook to f6, pushing the queen back. Queen c7 check, rook to f7, and now queen to g3 check. We have king to f8, and now queen to d6 check. And now you no longer have the option of retreating to g7, because now queen g6 would just be deadly. You'll go king f8, queen captures on h6 with check, and you pick up the rook on c1. So a huge problem for black. So after queen to d6 check, we have king to g8, not allowing the queen to grab the h6 pawn with check. But Capablanca still grabs it with queen captures on h6, and now rook to c4, getting the rook out of harm's way. Queen g5 check, clearing the way for the h pawn. We have king to f8, and now comes b3. checking what Kostic will do with the rook, as the rook has to keep an eye on the knight on c5. We have rook to c2, and now finally Capablanca finds a very nice tactic. Queen d8 check, we have king to g7, and now queen to d4 check. King to h7, and now b4. And now you see the problem. We have a captures on b4, a captures on b4, and you cannot move the knight because the knight controls the d3 and e4 squares. Either of these maneuvers with the queen will deliver check and pick up the rook on c2 if you move the knight. So it's not an option. We have rook f captures on f2. Now Kostic decides to give up the knight, but at least he's going to have some perpetual checking ideas here. We have b captures on c5, rook captures on g2 with check. We have rook, king to h3, and now again Kostic has to decide how to go about this. I mean, it's two rooks against the queen, but the pass pawns are very strong and fast. For example, if you try some checks here, I mean, it's very easy to run away. King g4, you can go rook g2 check, king f3. If you try this, then I mean, it simply doesn't work. So white can just give up the queen back for two rooks, and then of course the pass pawn is winning. So Kostic tries a different line. Rook g to d2 pushes the queen back. We have queen to e4 check, king to g7, and here we have the crucial moment of the game that pretty much decided the title of the video that I used. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find the winning idea for Capablanca here and how to go about this position in general. Decide what would you play here. I'll give you a couple of seconds. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, you are an excellent queen maneuver. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, here Capablanca played c6, but c6 does not win. c6 allows black a beautiful drawing line, but this is not what we're looking for. What Capablanca had to play was queen to f3, and now you really don't have a good way of defending with black. The c5 pawn is off limits. If you capture it, then you will always be able to grab at least one of the rooks. For example, h6. Now you cannot capture. If king captures, then just queen f4 or e3 check will pick up the rook. This rook or this rook doesn't really matter. And if you go king g6, then comes queen e4 check, king to h5 if you still don't want to grab the pawn, and now queen to e8 check. King to g5 or captures on h6 doesn't really matter. Now you finally get queen e3 check, and now either of the rooks will be just perfectly fine, and you will of course win the game. So this is what Capablanca had to play, but he didn't. But even if queen to f3 and you start delivering some checks, let's say rook h2 check, king g3, you still can't deliver any more checks, as white would always give up the queen for two rooks. And if you try something like king h6, then you get queen to e4. Again, just keeping an eye on the g2 square, so no checks are possible. And now after king captures on h5, you will get c6. The pawn starts marching up the board. If rook e2, you will just go queen f3 check, king g6, and now after c7, black has no good way of defending against queening, as he constantly has to keep an eye on one of the rooks. If rook ed2, you're just going to play c8 queen, allow black to capture it, and then you will pick up one of the rooks either way. Let's say queen e4 check, king f7, queen f4 check, picks up the rook here, and now after you move it, just captures, and that's game. If you don't know how to play with the queen against the rook, it's a very important principle. You should learn it, as chances are you will have this position on your board more often than not. So after king to g7, Capablanca did not play queen to f3. Queen g6 allows a lot of checks, but queen to f3 is just winning. So here Capablanca played c6, thinking that okay, I can just play king g3 on the next move, and then of course any checks with the rook will not be possible. But here Kostic found a beautiful drawing line. I'll give you a couple seconds to find that move as well. So do your best. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, you are an excellent defender with a pair of rooks. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, rook to c3 check. It's a very nice idea, because now Capablanca played king to g4, and now rook d to c2. This is the move you have to find. Now you're just threatening to win the pawn, and of course you're threatening rook to c4 to win the queen. So here, if you try to run away, let's say king to 5, you're going to get rook c5 check, and now after king to e6, you're just going to lose this pawn, and it's just going to be very unpleasant. You have to go king d7 or e7. If you go back, you can even lose the game. Just rook here check, followed by rook c4 wins the queen. So very unpleasant for Capablanca to allow this, but even the great Capablanca can make a mistake. Here he played queen to e5 check, we have king to h7, and here queen to e7 check. King to h6, now comes queen to f8 check, king to h7, and here finally Capablanca played h6, hoping to deliver checkmate on the next move. But here Kostic just played rook to g2 check, and it was in this position on move 56 that Hosiyar Capablanca and Boris Kostic agreed to do a draw. Why is it a draw? Because you constantly have to go king h4, king g4, king h4, king g4. You of course cannot go here, as you're going to lose the queen, and then of course black will win the game. So there's no other way to go about this than by repeating king moves. So yeah, that's the game, and really a wonderful game by both Capablanca and Kostic. Capablanca created some chances with some very exciting and interesting play, but then he missed his chance here where he should have played queen f3, but Kostic found a brilliant defensive line, and he was able to draw a game against Capablanca. And now, as this was the last game we will be showing in the 1918 tournament of New York, we are of course going to check out the standings. Here are the standings. Sorry, not that, but that's also a very nice photo. Here are the standings. So as you can see, Capablanca won the tournament a point and a half ahead of Boris Kostic, so he won the tournament even before playing this game against Kostic. But still, it was a very nice game. But as you can see, 10.5 out of 12, so 9 wins, 0 losses, and 3 draws. And Boris Kostic in second place. You can see how strong Kostic was. 9 out of 12, so 6 wins, also 0 losses, and 6 draws. So as you can see, Kostic played a tournament, a double round robin where he faced Capablanca twice, and he did not suffer a single loss. And he even finished 2 points ahead of Frank James Marshall, who was a brilliant player. Then Oscar Hayes with 6 out of 12, David Janowski 4 out of 12, Roy Turnbull Black the honorable 3.5 out of 12, and John Stuart Morrison 2 out of 12. Just a very nice tournament, and I'm very happy that we went through it in its entirety. So yeah, and I also felt it was really important to check out this game, even though it ended in a draw, but it was a really an exciting draw. A lot of things could have gone wrong for both Kappa and Bora, but in the end, I'm just very satisfied with this game, and I hope you enjoyed it as well. And since the next thing we are covering in the Capablanca saga is Capablanca's match against Boris Kostic in Cuba Havana, so I think this was a pretty nice prelude to this very nice match, which is also a prelude to Capablanca's match with Emmanuel Lasker for the World Chess Championship title. But yeah, we're gonna continue doing that as much as I can during any other tournament that goes on. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Robin Villa, Wayne Christensen, Jeff Graves, Anthony Cox, and Nathaniel Pomeroy for contributing to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Hopefully with some more interesting content, continuing the Capablanca saga, and of course checking up on your suggestions and what's interesting in the world of chess. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your Sunday. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the good stuff. We are back at the Capablanca saga. It's the match that we've been waiting for. Hosiyar Capablanca faces Serbian Grandmaster Boris Kostic, a match in Cuba Havana, and we covered a lot of ground during the Capablanca saga. We covered his match with the Cuban national champion Juan Corso when Capablanca was 12 to 13. I believe the match was held during Capablanca's birthday. Then we went to his match with Frank James Marshall, then to his first big international tournament of San Sebastian, then to the big tournament in St. Petersburg. Then we covered a few smaller tournaments, a few simultaneous exhibitions. Then we covered the Rice Memorial Tournament in 1916 in New York, then the 1918 tournament in New York, also that Capablanca won. And interestingly, Capablanca faced Boris Kostic 4 times prior to this match, twice in the Rice Memorial Tournament in 1916 and twice in the New York tournament of 1918. And although okay, some of the games were quick draws, but some of them were really exciting draws, like the one that we covered from the 1980 New York tournament. But all 4 games ended in a draw. So it's very interesting how this match will turn out. It's basically an 8-game match, but not all 8 games were played. You'll see why this happened, and let's just enjoy the first game. So in the first game, Capablanca had the white pieces, and he opened with e4. So let's see what happened in the game. Kostic replied with e5, with knight to f3, and the knight to f6. So he goes for the Petroff defense. With knight captures on e5, d6, pushing the knight back, knight to f3, and now knight captures on e4. And queen to e2, this was the most popular continuation in those days. Queen to e7, and now d3, pushing the knight back, knight to f6, and bishop to g5. And here Kostic decides to trade queens. With queen captures, bishop captures, and now bishop to e7. Both Capablanca and Kostic are ready to castle. With knight to c3, bishop to d7, and now both players just castle. With rook f to e1 by Capablanca, and now knight to c6. Kostic just continues development. With d4, and now rook f to e8. And it's interesting, after this game was played, this position has never occurred in tournament played ever since. So bishop to b5 by Capablanca, just attacking the knight, as the knight is one of the pieces that control the center. With a6, bishop to a4, and now b5. Capablanca transfers the bishop to this bigger diagonal, but it also allows Kostic this knight to a5 move, which frees his c-pawn, but also he will be able to eliminate Capablanca's light square bishop whenever he pleases, and thus take away the bishop pair from Capablanca. With rook to e3, preparing rook a to e1. Capablanca wants to double rooks on the e-file, and now c6, taking away the d5 square from Capablanca's knight here, and now rook a to e1. With king to f8 by Kostic, just preparing bishop here, so the king will be helping out with the defense of the rook here, as Kostic is preparing bishop to d8 to trade some rooks along the e-file. And here Capablanca plays the very interesting bishop to f4, which pretty much saves him the bishop pair, because now it's a very tricky position. For example, if you play a silly move like h6, already Capablanca is prepared to capture on e7, and after you capture, bishop captures on d6, pins the rook, it's already attacked twice, and after you defend the rook to e8, Capablanca would just trade here and then go knight e5 and enjoy this position that is better being up on up. Of course, he would enjoy that very much. So here you have to decide how to prevent that. One of the options is d5, but d5 still allows Capablanca to go for this rook captures on e7, even though it doesn't win a pawn, but maybe it would be a bit better for Kostic, as it leaves him the option of at least eliminating the bishop whenever he wants to, but he doesn't really need to, as the pawns really create a nice tomb for this light square bishop. But okay, Kostic decides to defend it in a different way, with knight to b7, guarding the d6 pawn. And okay, the game continues with h3. Capablanca keeps his bishop pair. With h6, black also creates some breathing room for his king, and now bishop back to h2. With bishop to d8, now offering a trade of rooks, Capablanca decides okay. With rook captures, bishop captures, and now comes a4. A nice flank attack on the queen side, and Kostic of course ignores this. He goes for c5, preparing c4. And Capablanca finds a nice idea to refute this idea. He plays knight to e4. Now the main line, which of course we have to ask ourselves what happens when black pushes c4. Kostic did not go for this, but if c4, Capablanca's idea was knight captures on d6, and after c captures on b3, knight captures on b7. And now after b captures on c2, now you can go captures on b5, and if captures on b5, then you get captures, and rook to c1. And probably at some point, even if the pawn is defended, you're going to go knight e2, win this pawn, and Capablanca would most likely go into this being a pawn up. So Kostic doesn't like this. He doesn't go c5. He finds a different idea. Knight captures on e4, but now Capablanca doesn't capture immediately, because now c4 is actually very strong. So here Capablanca found an even better idea than recapturing immediately. So of course you see the move. Maybe you want to pause the video and find it. But I'm pretty sure you don't have to, as you do see the move. The move is bishop to d5. Congratulations, as I know everyone saw it. It attacks this knight. It attacks this knight. So it was a bit of a temporary piece sacrifice, but very soon you will recapture it. So what do you do here? It's really a tough position. This knight is under attack, and this knight is under attack. And if both knights move, then nothing is defending the d6 pawn. So bishop captures on d6 would also be an idea. This knight cannot move. The rook is behind the knight, so a very tricky position. For example, one option is to play f5, give up the b7 knight. But here, after bishop captures on b7, you will get rook a7, and now bishop captures on e4. F captures on e4, and now bishop captures on d6 with check. Bishop e7, you will capture with check, and after rook captures, you will go knight d2, go after this pawn. C captures, a captures, you get bishop captures on d5, and now rook captures on e4, and you will get this position where Capablanca has 2 pawn islands, Kostic has 3 pawn islands, and Capablanca is up a pawn. So of course, a better position for white. Kostic doesn't like this, so he doesn't go for f5, rather he goes rook to a7. Defends the b7 knight and also gets his rook out of this nasty diagonal. With bishop captures on e4, and now bishop to e7, just defending this pawn here. You don't allow bishop captures, and then you lose the pawn. With a captures on b5, a captures on b5, d captures on c5, d captures on c5, and now an interesting idea by Capablanca, bishop to b8. Removing the defender of the knight here, as the bishop attacks the knight, but it's not a problem, just rook a8, you also attack the bishop. And here, bishop back to g3. So what's Capablanca's plan here? I'm sure Kostic was very interested in this as well, so he just repeats rook to a7, and Capablanca repeats again, bishop to b8, with rook to a8, and bishop back to g3. Kostic repeats, rook to a7, and now Capablanca doesn't repeat, he goes knight to e5. So basically what Capablanca did with this bishop b8, the g3 maneuver, he managed to get closer to time control, and also he improved his position. The bishop is no longer here, but rather here. The position is exactly the same. It's just that this bishop is now in g3, which creates some more breathing room for king, and also the bishop is, on a better square. So he improved his position without wasting time. Knight to e5 by Capablanca. With some ideas of going knight c6 with an attack on the rook and the bishop, and here we have knight to d8, just getting this knight out of the way. It's no longer a target, and also you guard the c6 square twice. With b3 by Capablanca, and now knight to e6, just increasing the activity of this knight. Bishop to d5 by Capablanca, and now knight to d4, going after the c2 pawn. So c3, pushing the knight back as the bishop is guarding the b3 pawn, and now knight to f5, again going after this bishop. And here, Capablanca has to play it back, bishop to h2. So now, was the bishop to b8 followed by bishop to g3 maneuver all that great? It's hard to say, but Capablanca did play it. With b4 by black, and here Capablanca, before deciding where to capture or to close up the position on the queen side, first g4, pushes the knight back, knight to d6, and only now c4. And here, something very interesting for us to see. Here, the pawns on the queen side from black are on dark squares, and white pawns are on light squares. So if Capablanca can somehow trade his light square bishop for his opponent's light square bishop, that would be great, because then Capablanca's dark square bishop would have targets, whereas his opponent's dark square bishop will not have targets, as Capablanca's pawns here are on light squares. It's not much to go on, but it is something. Here, by pushing c4, Capablanca also weakens the b3 pawn, as now it's a backwards undefended pawn. Kostic goes for it, rook to a3. Capablanca, of course, defends it, rook to e3, and now knight to c8. just remaneuvering the knight, with bishop to b7, attacking the knight, knight to a7 now. We have bishop back to d5, and here we have f6. You don't want to allow this pawn to remain a target with some rook to f3 ideas. So f6 first, pushing the knight back, knight to f3, and now knight back to c6. Now the knight is nicely placed. From there it can go here. It can go to a5 and serve as an additional attacker to the b3 pawn. And here, Capablanca has to decide how is he going to defend the b3 pawn. Now you don't want to capture the knight here and give up your bishop pair, as I mean it's very useful to have it in such a nice endgame that plays on both sides of the board. But also, how do you defend the b3 pawn? It's a very, very nice idea. Here, Capablanca did it by knight to h4. So how do you defend the b3 pawn by playing knight to h4? Well, the idea is next. Here we have knight to d4. Now the knight can also attack the pawn from here, as the knight is no longer guarding the d4 square. But now knight to f5, attacking the knight, attacking the bishop here. The bishop is attacked twice, so here you kind of do have to trade. With knight captures on f5, g captures on f5, and now bishop to d7. This pawn is under attack, so bishop to e4 by Capablanca, everything is in check, and now rook to a6. Kostic has to wait and see what Capablanca will do. We have rook to d3, and now what do you play here? Here Kostic played bishop to c6, but there aren't all that many active moves he can play, and Capablanca was very happy to enjoy this trade. Bishop captures, rook captures, and here king to g2. Capablanca starts bringing his king into the game, and here you can see that he was successful, like we mentioned. He was able to trade light square bishop, so now Capablanca's dark square bishop has targets here, whereas Kostic's dark square bishop does not have targets, as Capablanca's pawns on the queen side are on light squares. So how will Capablanca go about this? First, Kostic goes rook to a6. The b3 pawn is still a weak target, so if at any point Capablanca's rook moves, Kostic is going to go after it. With king to f3, now going for some increased activity with the king, and here rook to a2. Kostic does not allow this king to move any further. You have to keep an eye on the f2 pawn, but bishop to g3, just defending the pawn. With king to e8, Kostic also wants to increase the activity of his king, although it's not all that easy to do. And after Kostic played this king to e8 move, it was in this position on move 51 that the game was adjourned. So I believe the game started at 2 p.m. and lasted up until 8 p.m. So 6 hours of play, and then the games would be continued the other day in the morning. So here it was in this position that the game was adjourned. So Kostic went home, Capablanca went home. They each had their rest, analyzed the game, analyzed the endgame, and of course came the next day prepared, or did the day. We're going to discuss this a bit more, but later. So here Capablanca played bishop to f4 in this position. It's interesting if Capablanca starts increasing the activity of his king a bit too much, let's say king d4, which seems like a very natural move. Then you can get rook e2 check, and after king d5, seems like your king is on such a nice square. King d7, and now you can no longer move your king anywhere. All of the squares for your king are taken by either black rook or the pawns, and it's very hard to see how you would make progress here. So Capablanca goes for a different plan. We have bishop to f4, and now rook back to a6. Kostic just has to wait and see what Capablanca's plan is. We have bishop to e3 with some ideas of attacking the c5 pawn here, and now rook back to a1. We have king to g4 by Capablanca, and now rook back to a7. King to h5 going after g6. It would be a pretty big accomplishment if Capablanca managed to get his king over to g6. Now comes king to f7. Of course, Kostic prevents this. We have rook to d5 now with a double attack against the c5 pawn, and here Kostic can go rook c7, but then both his bishop and rook are pretty much stuck guarding the c5 pawn for the rest of the game, and Capablanca will have all the time in the world to improve his position as much as he wants. He can go h5, king g4, he can push a pawn to h5, he can start to bring his king into the game, move the rook somewhere, play king d5, and it's going to be a lot of activity for white with no moves to play for black. So here Kostic decides to go for the active defense. Rook to a3, again going after the weak pawn here. Capablanca here, he has an option. He can go bishop c5 or rook d7. It's interesting, Capablanca doesn't like bishop captures on c5. Here you have to capture the bishop because rook d7 attacks the pin piece, it's all over. So here we would see a trade, and if rook captures on d3, rook c7 check, king e8, Capablanca would get the g6 square. Well, you can go h4 first, not allow this pawn to remain a target, then go g6, king captures or rook captures, and it seems like a very promising position for Capablanca. But Capablanca has a different plan. After rook a3, he goes rook d7 first, now threatens the rook captures on c5, but here, of course, he just kicks it back. The problem is, of course, you cannot capture, because if you capture bishop captures here, you no longer have the e3 square to defend your bishop here, you would just lose the game. So Kostic pushes the rook back, king e8, and now we have rook back to d3. Now, again, just Capablanca defends the b3 pawn, king back to f7, h4, and now rook to a7, Kostic repeats. And here, rook to d5. So what do you play here? Now, if rook to a3, it's not all that great. If you play rook to a3 now, it's a bit different, because after all is said and done, there is no pawn on h3 for black to target. So here, you would just see the same variation, only much improved, for Capablanca. Bishop captures, rook captures here, rook c7 check, king to e8 or f8, king g6, and now there is no target here, so white didn't have to waste a move on moving the pawn, and after rook f3, let's say going after the pawn, h5, you will capture the pawn here, now rook f7 check, king e8, you can capture here, and after black starts pushing his passed pawn, you will just eliminate this pawn. On the next move, you're going to go, for example, b2, rook b7, defend the queening square here, and you will be enjoying a winning king and rook endgame. So not all that great now that Capablanca already pushed the pawn to h4. It's a minor difference, but it is a big difference. So rook to a5, just defending, and here Capablanca creates a very nice triangulation. We have rook to d7, again, not allowing the bishop to move, not allowing the rook to move due to bishop captures on c5. Here Kostic repeats, king e8, we have rook to d3, king back to f7, and now rook to d5. So Capablanca got to this exact same position, only now it's Kostic to move. So what do you move here? You can't move the rook, otherwise you're going to lose the pawn here, and we go into the line that we explained that was winning for white. If you try and lose a move with bishop to f8, let's say, then again rook d7 check, king g8, you're going to go king g6, and again, black isn't getting anything, and Capablanca is just getting a much better and better position. So after rook d5, Kostic decided to go into the line that isn't all that great for him. He played rook to a3, and now we get bishop captures on c5. Bishop captures the line that we already shown. Rook captures, rook c7 check, king to f8, and now king to g6. Not having to worry about the pawn, sorry, on h3. With rook to f3 by Kostic, rook to f7 check, king to e8, rook captures on g7. So everything like we've shown. Now the difference is rook to f4 goes after the c4 pawn, with h5 defending the h4 pawn, and now rook captures on c4. So Kostic now has a passed pawn that he's ready to push, but Capablanca will also create one. With king captures on h6, now comes king to f8, and now rook to b7, putting the rook behind the passed pawn, and now rook to g4. With f3 by Capablanca trying to push this rook away from the defense of the b4 pawn, rook to g5, and now rook captures on b4. And here, a beautiful idea why it's not okay to capture the f5 pawn. If Kostic plays rook captures on f5, then you get king g6, rook captures on f3, and now rook to b8 check. King to e7, and now comes h6. And now after rook to g3 check, king to f5, rook to h3, now the idea becomes clear. Of course, here the winning move is h7. And there's no way to prevent the pawn from queening, and of course, if you capture it, rook b7 check wins the rook, and of course, the game. So very interesting how Capablanca knew this, of course, and he said, okay, you cannot capture here, you should just either move your rook or play with the king. So Kostic played king to f7, but now comes rook to g4. Capablanca forces now black to either trade rooks of course, this will be a losing king and pawn endgame for him, so he forces him to capture the f5 pawn. Now comes f4, and now rook to a5. Capablanca goes rook to g7, check, king to f8, and now rook to b7. And now the king's ready to go up the board, and the pawns will also start marching forward. With f5 from Kostic, and now king to g6. Rook to a6, check, king captures on f5, there was nothing better. Rook to a5, we have king to g4, now comes rook to a6, and now king to g5. Rook to c6, now comes f5 from Capablanca, with king to g8, and now f6. Rook to c8, with rook to g7, check, with king to f8, and now h6, and it was in this position that Borislav Kostic resigned the game, as there's nothing more to do here. Whatever you play, let's say go rook c5 check, you'll go king g6, and after rook c1, hoping for some checks, you're gonna get h7, rook g1 check, you can go king h6, rook h1 check, and now king g5. So here it doesn't matter what you do. Let's say rook g1 check, king to f4, and now you either capture, but it isn't enough because first white queens, here you can go here, and then it's going to be a quick game for white after this position, or after king to f4, instead of capturing, you can go rook to h1, but again, just rook g8 check, and after the king moves, now you queen the pawn, and again, nothing to do here. You will have to capture, white is up a rook, and of course winning. Kostic knew all this, so after this, king f8 and h6, he resigned the game, and a very impressive showing from Borislav Kostic, even though, it was pretty much a drawish endgame for the entire game, but little by little, Capablanca was able to create some chances, get some sort of a 2-1 going on, and in the end, he prevailed. So, first win ever by Capablanca over Borislav Kostic after 4 incredible draws, like we said, between the 1916 and between the 1918 tournament. So this is only first game from this match. We're going to check out all the games from the match, and I do hope you're going to enjoy them, because this is just a prelude to the match with world champion Emmanuel Lasker. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Emir Zečić, Jagan Vaman, Rod Smith, Melanie Klein, and Lionel Manuel Tarazon Alcoher for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the Capablanca saga, checking out your suggestions, and so on. Thank you all. I will see you soon. Have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, I hope your Monday started well, because we have really an awesome game from round 4 of the Ultimate Strawweight Championship. Now sometimes I'll say we have a very nice game, sometimes I'll say this, that, or something, but this game, it's really exquisite, a lot of things happening, and well, there's a lot to learn from in more than one aspect of the game. So without further ado, it's Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces against Wesley, so let's just dive straight into it, because it's, well, just great. So Fabi opens with e4, we have e5, knight to f3, and now knight to f6, the Petroff defense. Wesley gives Fabi a taste of his own medicine. We have knight captures on e5, going into the main line, we have d6, and now knight back to f3. Knight captures on e4, sorry about that, my voice is still not fully functional. We have knight to c3, again, one of my favorite lines against the Petroff. Knight captures on c3, d captures on c3, and now bishop to e7. We have bishop to e3, and now knight to c6. So it's very interesting. Wesley's basically playing the same game Caruana already played against Hari Krishna in the St. Louis Blitz Championship Showdown in February this year. Queen to d2, Fabi prepares to castle queenside with bishop to e6. Sorry, that's not a bishop. Bishop to e6 and queenside castle. Here we have queen to d7, black still deciding on whether to go kingside or queenside, and Fabi just goes h4. And while it is possible to castle kingside here, you don't really want to do it, because white already started pushing the pawns here, and it would just be very, very unpleasant. White would just have a very, well, normal game. So we have h6, still a part of theory, the strongest move, and now knight to d4. We have knight captures on d4. There is the possibility of just going for the quick king to b1 before going knight to b4, but Fabi decides it's not important. We have knight captures on d4, bishop captures on d4, and now rook to g8, defending the g7 pawn, but also preparing g5. Since Fabi decided to leave the king on c1, it would be very nice to open up, well, the g file, and maybe if the bishop can occupy the g5 square, it could be very nice for black. And this is the exact same position Caruana already had against Hari Krishna, like we said in the championship showdown, St. Louis Blitz tournament, where Fabi went king to b1. But here, and the dead game ended in a draw. But here, Fabi decides it's still a waste of time. He's going to go c4. When black pushes c5, he wants to make some room for his bishop here, and he's not afraid of any counterplay on the king's side. And first, Wesley does push c5 with bishop to c3, and now a queenside castle. We have queen to e3, and now this position has been reached before. There are some known moves like rook d to e8, also queen to a4, unknown move. But here, Wesley pushes g5. It's a new move, and well, it is now as a move 15 that we have a completely new game. And also interesting. I still did not say if this is from the Armageddon or from the classical, but I will let you decide as usual. I found it more interesting. Sorry about that. But here we have h captures on g5, and now, of course, bishop captures doesn't work, because just f4, you push the bishop back, no queens will be won. Just rook captures on h6 loses the pawn. So here, after h captures on g5, we have h captures on g5, and now bishop to e2, preparing to bring this bishop over to f3 to assume this excellent diagonal. We have rook g to e8 now, positioning the rook in front of the queen, and now comes b3. Here, Fabi solidifies here, puts another defender of the c4 pawn, and now the bishop can move. For now, the bishop needs to defend the pawn here, but now you can play bishop to f3. And here, Wesley says, well, really, the only weak point in my position is the backwards d6 pawn. So now that Fabi allowed it, Wesley definitely will push d5. So we have d5 here, c captures on d5, bishop captures on d5, and now the excellent bishop to f3. And how does Wesley untangle here? I mean, you can't really move the bishop, your queen will be hanging. Here, Wesley finds an excellent defense, bishop to d6. Not only is Fabi's queen under attack, but also you have to be careful if you move the queen somewhere like d2, bishop f4 will win the queen now, as Fabi still hadn't played the king to b1. So after bishop to d6, we have queen to g5. Fabi decides that it's perfectly fine to capture this pawn now, and here Wesley just doubles his pawns with bishop captures, pawn captures, and now queen to e6. Finally, king to b1 from Fabi, and now bishop to e7, pushing the queen back. We have queen to f4, and now comes the bishop back to d6, continues harassing the queen. We have queen to a4 now, with some queen captures on a7 action going on, and of course the bishop to b8 just defending that pawn. And here there is the option for Fabi to go queen b5. It's a very nice idea. Because it attacks the c5 pawn, and after queen to c6 defending the pawn, you will just not right away trade, but you will exchange rooks here, and then trade, and you will be up a pawn, but not only that, black will have 3 pawn islands, which in bishops of the same color, and well, the rooks on the board will be very nice for white. Fabi decides this is not the best for him. He decides to go for rook d to g1 first, and now Wesley just goes queen back to d7, offers a queen trade, but Fabi declines. We have queen to c4, now attacking the pawn from this angle, and now queen to d5, again defending and offering a queen trade. Queen to g4 check, now comes f5, pushing the queen back, and queen to h5. And here rook to g8, Wesley again offers a trade, with rook back to e1, and now comes bishop to f4. A very nice move by Wesley, it's a very nice square for the bishop, but it also allows Fabi to really take initiative here. The best idea is bishop to e5, just blocking the queen's defense of the f5 pawn here, and threatening to win the bishop. And here, if you capture first, white eliminates the pawn with check. Only after the king moves, you will go rook captures on e5, and now you will enjoy 2 extra pawns. Yes, they are double pawns, but still, it's being 2 pawns up. Should be very nice. But Fabi goes for a different line with bishop to f6, attacking the rook to d7, and now king to b2. The king is very safe on b2. The bishop still controls this diagonal very nicely. And now b6, just making more room for the king, and also the c5 pawn is now even further protected. But with rook to e8 check from Fabi, rook captures on e8, queen captures on e8 with check, and now king to b7. And now rook to h8. Here Fabi threatens queen to c8, which will be checkmated. The pawns on a7 and b6 prevent the king from escaping anywhere. And here Wesley finds a very interesting defensive resource, king to a6. And now he says, okay, what are you going to do here? I'm going to go with my king's very safe safe here. And here, Fabi should go for queen to c8 check, and after queen blocks, bring the queen over here, as now the black queen blocks the king's escape route, and now you want to go queen to e2 check and push your king further down the board. Here, black would have to waste a move like queen d5, and then you will play a4, continue, reducing the number of squares the black king can use. But again, Fabi had a different idea. He played queen to e2 check first. We have king to b7 and now a4, which is somewhat not all that great, as it allows Wesley to consolidate up there. Queen to d6 was played. Now, if Fabi repeats queen to e8, then Wesley can just defend everything with queen to c7. So bishop back to c3. We have rook to e7, attacking Fabi's queen, queen to c4, and now bishop to e5, offering a trade of bishops. And now comes rook to f8, just going after that f5 pawn. Here, Wesley trades, bishop captures with queen captures on c3, and then comes queen to d5. Just a nice centralizing move, defending the f5 pawn, asking Fabi, what do you want to do here? Fabi first pushes f4, and now Wesley goes king to a6. He says, I'm very much safe here, and now Fabi wants to open up the position, a5. Wesley captures on a5, and now we have rook to f6 check. Here, Wesley goes king to b5, and that's a very dangerous position for the black king. Now, you don't want to allow something like queen to, not there, of course, but for example, queen to d4 would trade queens, and it would be very nice for black. First, Fabi decides for king to a3. After the queen moves, the king will also prevent the black king from reaching the b4 square, and now it's, you cannot force a queen trade. But still, queen d4 for black here, really excellent as it connects with the queen and with the rook. This is the best idea that Wesley could have gone for in this position, but instead, Wesley finds rook to e4, and it's not the best, not the greatest of moves. It's a move that completely loses the game. And it's why I chose the title that I did for this video. Also, I put it as a quote above the board. There's no remorse like the remorse of chess. What I mean by this, well, feel free to pause the video and try to find the absolute best winning move for white here. I'll give you a couple seconds while I have a nice sip of my water and, recover my voice a bit. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations. You will not be having any remorse today or ever. This is just awesome. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, queen to e5. It's just a beautiful, beautiful move that wins the game on the spot. Whatever black does, you don't really care. I mean, you have so many threats. c4, such a terrible threat. Queen to b8, such a deadly threat. So whatever black does, if black accepts the queen, doesn't really matter. c4 check. The king has nowhere to go. The rook controls the entire 6th rank. The king prevents the king from reaching b4. So here you would have to give up the queen. White recaptures with check, king captures, and now after you capture here, you're just up a whole rook. On the other hand, after queen to e5, if you capture with the queen, it's exactly the same. Just c4 check. Black has nowhere to go. You have to give up the rook. And now it's a bit of a different setup, but in the end we reach the exact same position. And on the third hand, well, you might not want to capture the queen, but you don't really have a good square. c4 is always a threat, and if you play something like queen d7, just queen b8 check, queen here, and queen captures again will be checkmate. So it's a wonderful move, and it's very interesting. Maxim Vashylagrov was watching the game live with the official commentators Judith Polgar and Anna Rudolph, and he spotted queen e5 instantly, and he was very surprised when Fabi didn't see it because Fabi played something else, and he made a little joke. He said, Fabi, if you need lessons, I'm giving free lessons, which everyone thought was very funny. I mean, you have to see what Fabi played. Fabi played queen to h3 here, and it's so normal to play this move because I mean, c4 just wins the game. There's no move black can make to prevent such a lovely idea. But here, the move Wesley finds, and it is the only defensive resource in this position, is just as beautiful as the win Fabi missed. So here, feel free to pause the video again and try to find the move Fabi missed when he played queen to h3. If he saw this move, then he would have kept looking, and he probably would have found queen e5. But he thought probably that c4 wins on the spot, and he allowed Wesley this beautiful defensive resource. So again, feel free to pause the video and try to find this awesome defensive resource. For those of you who were able to do it, really, you are definitely not having any remorse today. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, queen to d1. It's just an insane resource. Why is it such an insane resource? Because, well, the answer is twofold. First, you're threatening mate in 1. Queen a1 will be checkmate. And if white goes for the win that Fabi most likely thought was a win c4, then Wesley found this. Rook captures, pawn captures, and king captures. And there are no good checks for white to give. Here, white would have to place anything, and then black would just be able to achieve a perpetual checking sequence, which will, of course, ensure a draw. Here, whatever you do, again, if you want to prevent something like queen a1, you have to go here with the king, but then queen d2 check. King a3, queen c1 check, you can repeat, queen d2 check. If you go king b1 or a1, doesn't really matter. You will go queen d1 check, you will go king to b2, whatever, queen to d2 check, and so on and so on. Here, Wesley found a beautiful perpetual. So after seeing this, that c4 doesn't work, I'm sure Fabi was very angry with himself, but not only that c4 doesn't work, you also have to prevent queen to a1 checkmate. So he played queen to c3, defending the a1 square, and now it's Wesley who's on the attack. Here Wesley played a4. Fabi grabs the pawn on f5, we have rook captures on f5, and now queen to c1 with check. With queen to b2 blocking, and here Wesley just captures it. With queen captures, king captures, and now a captures on b3. King captures on b3, and now rook to b4 check. So here we have an endgame. Fabi's up a pawn, but it's a doubled f pawn. So how will Fabi go about this? King to c3, we have rook c4 check. King to d3, we have rook to d4 check. King to e3, and now rook back to c4, going after the c2 pawn, and Fabi defends it. King to d2. Wesley repeats, rook to d4 check. King to e2, rook to e4 check. King to d2, now comes rook to d4 check, and now king to c1. Fabi prevents the checks, but he has to go to a very passive square with his king. And now Wesley starts pushing his pass pawn with a5. Rook to f8 by Fabi, making room for his pass pawn to start marching forward. Rook to e4, going for e1 check, then followed by rook to f1, and then you want to win the f2 pawn and also position your rook behind white's pass pawn. With f5 by Fabi, rook to e1 check, king to b2, and now rook to f1 as planned. Here Fabi goes rook to b8 check, king to c6, and now rook back to f8. Wesley captures the f2 pawn, we have rook captures on f2, with f6 by Fabi, and now a4. King to a3 by Fabi, and here we have king to b7 by Wesley. King to b7 actually loses the game, but it's, again, a very nice sequence, but we're going to return to this position after we show the entire game. But, do remember it. It's king b7, move 65. So here we have c4 by Fabi, and here Wesley plays rook to f4, goes after the c4 pawn, again allowing Fabi to go into the exact same winning sequence, but Fabi pushes f7. And here with pushing f7, Fabi basically forces a theoretical draw. Here Wesley plays king to a7, and now we have king captures on a4. We have rook captures on c4 with check, king to b5, and now rook back to f4. King captures on c5, and now king to b7 by Wesley. Here Fabi plays king to d6, and Wesley just plays rook to f1, and it was in this position that players agreed to a draw because this is a well-known theoretical draw. Why is it a draw? Well, you will not be able to prevent the rook from giving checks. For example, if you play king e7, you're just going to get rook e1 check. King f6, you're going to get rook f1 check. King, and now you will not be able to escape checks. The only way to escape checks is to actually start going after the rook. But here after rook e1 check, let's king f4, rook f1 check, king e3. Now you don't play rook e1 check because then king f2 wins the game. Whatever the black rook does, rook b8 check will be followed by f8, and you will bring a queen into the game. But instead you will go rook to f6. Again, this is now not possible because the rook still keeps an eye on the f8 square. And here if the white king starts going after the rook again, you're just going to go rook f1, and it's still a draw. So yeah, it's very interesting that they agreed to a draw in that position. But returning a few moves back where king to b7 was played. Here Fabi could have gone into the exact same sequence as he did, but with the pawn on f6. With the pawn on f6, the position is winning if you don't push the pawn all the way to f7. Because here, if you capture, then let's say rook captures on c2, you go king b5, now rook goes back to f2, pretty much the same as was played in the game. Now you get rook f7 check, and after the king moves, now you first go king b6, threaten checkmate, and now black has a few options. You can either go rook to b2 with check, but let's say you go king c8. Now you want to prevent checkmate, but now king c6, and now if king b8, rook f8 check, king to a7, and now you will capture here, and now this is a known winning position where you can go, let's say king b7, now comes king b6. It's exactly the same as happened in the game, but with the pawn on f6, not on f7. And here, of course, if you've ever studied endgames or you studied rook endgames, then you will know how to win this. Whatever black plays, let's say rook f1, you will go king d7, and then if black checks you, you will hide your king behind the pawn, and now after the king starts bringing, black starts bringing his king closer, you will go rook a8, of course you want to go to the fourth rank, and then after king to d7, just king to f8, you prepare now to push the pawn to f7 when the king is on f8. After rook f1, you will play rook to a7 check, push the king back, let's say king d8, now you play f7, but now it's a bit different. Now after rook g1, of course the black king prevents the white king from escaping, the rook prevents the king from escaping this way, but now you go to the fourth rank, rook a4, and now after black plays anything, rook g3, now you go rook to f4, and now after black repeats rook g1, of course rook d4 check, you push the king back, king to c7, and now you go king to e7, and now you're threatening to get the queen into the game, rook e1 check, now you go king f6, after rook f1 check, you will go king to e6, and now, well, if black makes a move with the rook, let's say rook f3 to keep an eye on the f8 square, you're gonna go rook d5, rook f5, and of course you will prepare to queen the pawn, and if black continues checking you, rook e1, then you're gonna go here, and after one more check, you're just gonna block, and now of course your pawn queens. So very, very interesting. I will now mention it was an Armageddon game, it was not a classical game. It was, if it was a classical game, of course Fabi would have found all the winning moves, but here it's very interesting. Fabi, being the World Chess Championship challenger to Magnus, so easily pushes the pawn after rook f4, because after Wesley played rook f4, he again allowed Fabi to go into the winning sequence, but he decided to push the pawn. So I mean, that's why you should always study the endgame, because even if you have a few seconds on the clock, you will know that if the pawn is on f6, it's winning. If you push to f7, it's a draw. And I think if Magnus had this position, that he would win it without a problem, because a lot of the top players will sometimes miss. I know this as I follow a lot of the games, obviously. But Magnus never has any problems winning, one end games, even in severe time troubles. So I mean, that's pretty much the point. There's it's not a shame to miss that queen e5 move. Everyone can miss that. That's not a problem. After this rook e4 move, of course, everyone can miss queen e5, because I mean, face it, queen h3, and c4 of course wins because Wesley found the brilliant defensive resource queen to d1. But even that, it's I don't know. I think Fabi felt very sad when he didn't win this, when he actually pushed the pawn to f7. But you just can't control these things. The only thing you can do is actually study the endgame and know these positions by heart, and then you will, of course, even in volley games, you will not push it to f7. I guess, I don't know. So that's the game. Maybe it took a bit longer, but I really enjoyed it. The Fabi missing e5, Wesley finding queen d1, and this beautiful rook endgame. I don't know. It was just a very special game to me. I don't know. But yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Austin Wheeler for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. Really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon. Well, hopefully with more interesting content, continuing this Audio Pro Championship. And after we finish with that, we're continuing the Capablanca saga, the match against Kostic, against Lasker, and then we are starting a whole new saga, which of course we are going to have a vote about it. Thank you all. I will see you soon. Have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, my air conditioning is still malfunctioning, but your vast knowledge is not going to increase on its own, so we better just check out this very nice game. A lot of you suggested it already, even though it was played only yesterday. Sian Nepomniachtchi versus Liviu Dieter Nisipianu. Nisipianu is a Romanian chess grandmaster. As of 2014, he's a German grandmaster, who I think around 2005 was rated amongst the top 15 players in the world. So it's really amazing that a game such as this one was played against two such very strong players. And I would just like to thank everyone who was able to make it yesterday to my Instagram chess quiz, and special congratulations to everyone who got all of the 15 questions correct. So thank you all for coming. Now, getting back to this game, like I said, it's round 6 of the Dortmund chess meetup, the annual Dortmund chess meetup, and it's really just insane. So let's just dive straight into it. Also there on the left, you can see update Agamotto chess clock. So all of your suggestions were input in the Agamotto chess log. Even made all the updates, and it was released, I believe, 2 days ago. So make sure to update your chess log, but it's still not the full version being released. We still have a few things to check out, and then I will inform you. But if you want, you're welcome to update it now. So getting back to the game, Nepo opens with e4, with e5, knight to f3, and knight to f6. The Petroff defense is on the board. We have knight captures on e5, d6, all standard stuff, and now knight captures on e4, and now knight to c3. This is my favorite line against the Petroff. Knight captures, d captures, bishop to e7, and now bishop to e3. White says maybe he's going to go queen d2, maybe castle queenside. We have kingside castle by black, and now queen to d2. So the main line here is knight to d7, just transferring this knight over to f6. From f6, you will do a very nice job of protecting the black king, as white might have some ideas. So bring the bishop to d3, this bishop to d4, maybe lining up the bishop pair with the black king. But here Nisipianu plays queen to e8. It's a very rare line, and I don't think it was played all that many times, especially not in high-level chess. The idea is to bring the queen over to a4, which is a really aggressive idea, especially if white castles queenside. And here a few moves were attempted. Bishop to e2 was an idea, bishop to d3 was an idea, also queenside castle was an idea. But here Nepo goes for h4. And believe it or not, already in move 9 we have a completely new game. This move was never played in this position. So Nisipianu continues, queen to a4. Now of course you'll not be able to castle queenside. If you castle queenside, just queen captures on a2, and white will not be very happy about this. So Nepo continues with h5. So just ignoring black's previous move. And h6. Nisipianu of course does not want Nepo to push h6 with bishop to d3. Now developing the bishop, maybe saying that he's ready to castle kingside, and now rook to e8. Always useful move, as Nepo's king is still in the center of the board, and it's not all that easy. We already said that you can castle queenside, and if you castle kingside, for example, kingside castle, then you get queen to g4. No longer do you have a rook on h1 to guard your h5 pawn. You can't really guard it. Whatever you play next move, black will just capture here, and you don't really have anything to show for this. So here Nepo plays king to f1. It's sort of like castling, and the king's very safe there, but you still keep your rook guarding the h5 pawn, and also perhaps if something happens in the position, maybe you can get this very nice rook lift in and introduce this rook into the attack. So here bishop to f8, now opening up the e file to the rook, and also the bishop here will be very useful in defending the king side. So what can you do here? Here Nepo played knight to d4. An excellent move by white would have been rook to h4, because now the queen is under attack, and you have to decide where you want to go. Queen to c6 is possible, but the queen is not all that useful on c6. Also, if queen to c6, you just will have problems developing your queenside knight. You can develop it to d7, but if you develop it to d7, then the rook can come to h3, and it's the same if the queen retreats all the way to d7. Now you can return to h3 with the rook, and then you can play rook to g3 and use the rook for attack. So rook to h4 was a very interesting idea here, but okay, Nepo has a different idea. He plays knight to d4, now controlling the f5 square. The knight can also now join the attack, and here we have queen to d7. Keeping an eye on the f5 square, and also by playing queen to d7, now you don't really now you can develop the knight to c6. That's true, but you also allow this very nice rook lift. So a nice rook lift incoming by Nepo. Rook to h3. The idea is of course rook to g3, since the queen is now blocking the bishop, and here we have knight to c6. If you try something like bishop to f5 instead of rook to h3 doesn't really do anything. Black will just move the queen, and then you can trade on c8, but black's bishop is doing really nothing, so there's no point in something like this, if you were wondering maybe about that. So knight to c6, rook to g3, and here, how do you defend? There's already a threat. Bishop captures on h6 is a threat because there's a pin on the g file. But the best course of action for black would have been queen to e7, just giving up the h6 pawn. And here, indeed, if you capture it, bishop captures, then you get knight captures on d4. And after c captures queen to h4, as the rook controls the e file, now you're threatening queen to h1 mate. So here you'd have to play king to g1 to prevent mate, but now queen captures on h5, and black plays on. Everything continues. The bishop guards the g7 square, so no threats are possible there. But Nisipanu played king to h8 here. He decided he doesn't want his king at the g file, so this is no longer a threat, as the bishop also controls the h6 square. So Nepo says, okay, knight captures on c6. I have to get rid of your control over the d4 square, so I can get my bishop over to d4. We have b captures on d6, and now bishop to d4. And now Nepo has a huge threat of queen captures on h6, as the g pawn is now pinned by the bishop as well. So it's very hard to defend this. Nisipanu tries rook to e6, and now how do you continue this attack? Nepo played queen to f4, and it's a really strong move. It threatens queen to f5, and then queen to h7 will be a huge threat. If you want to prevent any ideas here, you will have to further weaken your king side, which is not something you want to do. So here, Nisipanu played queen to e8, now hoping that if queen to f5, then he can trade down into this. Whereas endgame after rook to e1 check, rook captures on e1, now comes bishop captures on f5. Now comes bishop captures on g7, a very important in-between move, as you want to capture the queen with check, because if you just if you don't do this, then after you trade, black will capture on d3 with check, so you're not going to be able to snatch a piece. So here, first you capture on g7, bishop captures, now you capture the queen with check, rook captures, and only now do you capture on f5. So you get this position where white is up pawn, but the bishops are of opposite colors. Black had high hopes of holding this position to a draw. But after queen to e8, Nepo did not play queen to f5. Nepo played a different move. Feel free to pause the video here and try to find this killer idea on move 19, which is just insane. A 19 move miniature in modern chess is just insane. While I give you a couple seconds, of course, for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, you are an excellent movers of rooks that were lifted. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, rook to e3. Such a wonderful idea, and it's hard to imagine that such a move wins the game. Because what's the point? You want to get rid of the rook's control of the h6 square. So of course, it's we don't even have to mention that if rook captures, then just queen captures on h6 with check. You cannot capture. King g7, king g8, and now queen to h7 is mate. So capturing on e3 is not an option. So what are your options? Well, you can try to unpin. You can play king to g8, but now you get the same idea. Queen f5, going for queen to h7, and after g6, now you play rook captures on e6, queen captures, and now queen back to f3, and black's position will just fall apart. It seems like black has a lot of options here, but really whatever he does, let's say bishop g7, you can just go rook e1, kick the queen away, and after queen to d7, there's really no good way for black to even continue playing. You can't develop the bishop. You can go here. That's not even a move. You can go here. The bishop is controlling the a6 square. So whatever you do, well, after white captures, of course, h captures on g6. You can play bishop captures on d4, c captures, and now f5 as okay, you do control the f5 square, but now just queen to h3. Going after this pawn, after the king blocks, now rook e7. Sorry, not rook e7 right away, but first, of course, queen to h4. Going for rook to e7 check, and well, what do you do? King captures here. Rook to e7, and now whatever you play, the queen is captured. You can just well, not even that. If you play queen to d8, you don't even have to win the queen. You can just deliver mate. Just queen g4 as the pawn here is pinned. King to f6, and now queen to g7 will be mate. So that's one of the options you have after rook to e3, and maybe another option would be bishop to d7, just trying to develop it, but then you run into rook captures on e6, queen captures, and now rook to e1. Again, where do you go with the queen? You have to move the queen out of control of the h6 pawn, so whatever you do, just queen captures on h6 is coming, or you give up your queen here, but there is no compensation for the queen. It's just lost. All of the threats are still here. So after rook to e3, you could try f6, just numbing the influence of the bishop on d4, but again, queen to f5, just going after h7. This is such a powerful idea, and black is black's king side is full of holes. If king g8, then it's not a problem. Queen h7 check, king here, and now just bishop to g6 check wins the queen. It's all over. So yeah, after rook to e3, move 19, as I do say it, Livio Dieter and Nisipanu resigned the game, and an epic victory for Yanni Pomci in round 6 of the Dortmund chess meetup. And it's really gentlemanly from Nisipanu to resign on move 19, not trying to play something like f6, waste a few more moves just to make it seem like the game lasted 25 moves. This way, history will remember it as a 19 move miniature, and it's we should definitely congratulate both players on such a lovely game. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Elis Amparo and Mario Encinosa for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the FIDE Grand Prix, we have to check out the finals, continue the Capablanca saga, and checking up on your suggestions, such as this one. And also, do not forget to update your Agamato chess log. Thank you. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the good stuff. It's the Morphy saga, and in this game we're going to cover, in this video we're going to cover a game between Paul Charles Morphy and Hungarian master Johann Jakob Löwenthal. And in the previous video you've seen Morphy's game against his father at a rather young age to see that he was already able of producing some good moves. But here Morphy is already 12 years old. This match has been played Morphy almost had his 13th birthday, so almost 13. But okay, he's playing against his first real opponent. So far, okay, he's been beating his father. He defeated the Army General Scott that we mentioned. He's been beating his uncle Ernest Morphy, and he's been beating him even blindfold since he was 11. He's been beating his grandpa with rook odds. So this is Morphy's first actual opponent. Now, like I said, he's from Hungary, but he was expelled from Hungary in 1849, and he only arrived in North America on 29th of December, so prior to New Year's Eve, and he didn't know anyone, he didn't know any friends, but people really accepted him, and since he was a known chess master, they took him to a lot of chess playing sites and introduced him to a lot of people. So this is how he was invited to the home of the Morphys, and he was brought here to face Paul Morphy himself. Although, okay, in those days it wasn't really Paul Morphy himself, because here Morphy is the challenger, as he's the one facing the master. So that being said, let's check out this very nice game. So this is the first game in the match. Some people say that there were 3 games in this match, some people say that there were 2. The general consensus is that there were actually three games in this match, but we are going to cover that sometimes later. So Morphy opens with e4, as he usually does, with e5 by Löwenthal, knight f3, knight to f6, and now knight captures on e5. So the Petroff is on the board, and this is a modern approach to the Petroff. And thank you for correcting me. In my previous video, I often said New Orleans, and it's you guys said it's actually New Orleans. So thank you for that. I blame the House of the Rising Sun for that. But okay, we have d6 pushing the knight back, knight f3, and now knight captures on e4. So pretty much as if we were watching a game played in 2019. Queen e2, Morphy attacks the knight with queen to e7 defending, and now d3. Morphy kicks the knight back, knight f6, and now knight to c3. So it's that you don't want to capture because you help black develop, and black doesn't want to capture because he helps white develop. So bishop to e6, and now bishop to g5 by Morphy with h6, and here Morphy captures with bishop captures on f6, queen captures on f6, and the d4, grabbing more space in the center, as you will want to develop your light square bishop, so it makes sense to open up this diagonal. We have c6 by Leventhal, and it is as a move 10 that this position was never repeated again. So we have queenside castle by Morphy, and now d5, grabbing also more space in the center, making room for the dark square bishop to be developed. We have knight to e5 by Morphy, and here bishop to b4. And already here, Morphy plays a most interesting move, one modern masters might not even consider, but here Morphy plays knight captures on d5. Now, of course, if you capture the knight with the pawn, then queen b5 check picks up the bishop, and, well, it's not a problem, you just grab the clean pawn, you are good to go. However, Leventhal played bishop captures on d5, and he said, okay, I don't mind. I grab the piece, you can have your knight to g6 check. This is what Morphy played, and now Leventhal blocks with the queen. Queen to e6, and here we have knight captures on h8. So Morphy grabs a rook. However, after queen captures on e2, bishop captures and king to f8. Now Leventhal, a very strong master, knows that two pieces are better than a rook. And here Morphy plays a3. Now, if you absolutely want to play this position to perfection, this is actually a good idea by Morphy that he decided to give up two pieces for the rook. However, you have to play it with c4. Although asking, this is asking a lot even for modern players. Bishop to e6, d5, c captures on d5, and now bishop to f3, where if the pawn captures or moves, you win the b7 pawn and the rook. So here you would see king g8, bishop captures on d5, bishop captures, rook captures. Now you cannot capture, as rook to d8 would prevent black from ever developing the queen side. Bishop to e7, preventing this, and now knight captures on f7. You have to win at least some material if you're going to give up the knight king captures and rook to e1. So this is basically playing the position to perfection. You would have two rooks against the rook, knight, and the bishop, but the two rooks are extremely active, and well, white is slightly better here. You are up 2 points for your sacrifice material. Morphy played it a bit differently. He played a3, we have bishop to d6, and now bishop to d3. And okay, king g8 by Leventhal, and here Morphy grabs knight captures, we have king captures, and now f3. Not allowing any captures here, so it's basically the same thing. Morphy still has two rooks, Morphy still has a rook for 2 pieces, and he's up 2 pawns. But the difference is Morphy's rooks are not so active, and well, his opponent still has the bishop pair. So okay, b5 by Leventhal, and now bishop to e4. Morphy wants Leventhal to capture, so he can improve his center. Knight to d7, Leventhal continues developing, and now rook d to e1. We have knight to f6, putting pressure on the bishop, and now rook to e2, preparing to bring the other rook into the game. We have rook to e8, and here, well, mostly rook h to e1 is of course to be considered. You might even consider it an automatic. The problem is after bishop captures and f captures, you have bishop captures on h2. So although you have a very nice center, c3 will be played, you don't want to give up a pawn as you're already down material. So after rook e8, Morphy decides for bishop captures on d5 with check. We have c captures on d5, rook captures on e8, knight captures on e8, and now g3. Now the rook can get into the game as there is no bishop captures on h2. So here, I find this game very impressive, as this is Morphy's first game ever, especially Morphy's first endgame ever against a real chess master. So here we have g5 by Leventhal, and now king d2. Morphy brings the king into the game. We have knight to g7, and now, although the e file is the only open file on the board, and yes, rooks do belong on open files, the problem is here the bishop, knight, and pawn control all of the squares you can use. So all of these squares are not available to the rook. So here Morphy plays rook to a1 instead. And he prepares a4, which of course makes sense. We have a5 now preparing to meet a4 with b4. Now Morphy improves the position of the king even further. King d3. We have king d6. Leventhal does the same. And now a4. Morphy wants to bust open through the a file with his rook. We have b4. And now again with absolute engine precision, Morphy goes c4. And here of course if d captures, king captures, you improve the position of the king a bit too much. So here Leventhal goes bishop to c7 instead. But now rook to e1 check. King d6 now blocking bishop's control of the e5 square. And now rook e5. Morphy now prepares to capture on e5. And now dc4 is forced. So d captures on c4. King captures. Morphy improves the position of his king even further. And now knight to e6 by Leventhal. We have rook to b5, putting black in sort of a little zugzwang. He doesn't allow the bishop any moves. So you have to play something else, either go back with the knight or go back with the king. Here, Leventhal plays knight back to f8, and only now rook d5 check. We have king to e6, rook to c5, Morphy puts the rook on c5, now king back to d6 by Leventhal, and now d5, grabbing even more space. Rook to c6 coming with the winning of the h6 pawn. So king to d7, not allowing that, you will be able to block with the bishop, but now rook to c6 just the same. We have bishop to d6, but now rook to a6. The bishop cannot keep blocking the path towards the h6 pawn, and also not allow capture of the a5 pawn. So here, if you move the bishop, of course, you lose the h6 pawn, so knight to g6 is played. We have rook captures on a5 by Morphy, and now knight to e5 with check. King to b5, and now b3. Not allowing this the b pawn to be pushed, and also Leventhal is hoping for something like knight d3 captures the pawn, and then maybe promoting the b pawn. We have rook to a7 by Morphy with check, king to d8, and now f4, pushing the knight back. Now no longer allowing even knight captures on f3. G captures, we have g captures, and now knight to d3, going after the b2 pawn, but now king to c4, attacking the knight. Here, of course, you could capture here, but then just king captures on b3, and the knight is kicked away. Although it does make sense to capture here, king captures, and then retreat with the knight. Okay, Leventhal goes knight captures on f4 instead, and Morphy just goes rook to h7. There's always time to capture here, and so for the moment your d5 pawn would be hanging. So bishop e5 preparing to capture on b2. Now Morphy captures on h6. Rook captures on h6. We have bishop captures on b2, and now king captures on b3. We have bishop to g7 attacking the rook, rook to h7, and here we have bishop to e5 as the bishop is under attack. So feel free to pause the video. What would you play here? While I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who decided that king to c4 is the best move, it is playable, but there's no need to capture on d5. Absolute best is a5. This is what Morphy played, and congratulations to everyone who also decided that a5 was best. King, well, now that a5 has been played, there's the question, why not capture the pawn? Well, of course, if you capture the pawn, then rook h5 simply attacks 2 pieces, and there's not much to be done here. If you don't capture the pawn, you are up against 3 pawns. So let's explore the option. If you continue king c8, you just play a6, king b8, now we go king c4, bishop to d6, not allowing the king to c5, but now h4, and now h5, h6, and you will not be able to keep an eye on all of the 3 pawns. So instead, Leventhal knew that he was lost here. He decided for knight captures on d5, but Morphy, of course, played rook to h5. I only imagine he played it instantly. Bishop captures on h2, but now rook captures on d5 with check. King to c8, and now rook to b5, not allowing the king to cross the b file. King c7, and here Morphy played a6. And it was in this position on move 55 that Hungarian master Johann Jakob Leventhal resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. For those of you who are maybe new to chess, we are just going to play it out. If bishop g1, preventing the pawn to reach a7, king c4, you're going to go king c6 or something, rook b7, it's important to guard the a7 square, bishop somewhere, doesn't really matter, you're going to move the rook g7, and next move a7 is coming. Whatever black plays, bishop goes back, you will play a7, now you have to capture, and after rook captures, it is of course a winning endgame for white. So of course Leventhal knew this, and after a6, he resigned the game. So this is the first game of the match, Morphy Leventhal, and well, I'm sure Leventhal did not expect much from Morphy, but after this game, it's very interesting to see what will happen in the next game and how will Leventhal approach it, and will he take it more seriously. Because here, it was one of the rarer cases where, well, not so much rarer, but here, for example, it was really enjoyable. For example, here, f4 captures, how the rook was completely dominating the bishop and the knight. There was nothing to be done here. Especially here after rook to c6, for example, both the bishop and the knight are dominated, and the king has just a free entry into the game. But okay, it wasn't just a rook for two pieces, for two minor pieces. It was a rook for two minor pieces, and Morphy was up 2 points. That's a big difference. So, like I said, after this a6 move, Lowenthal resigned, and brilliant victory for Paul Morphy in his first ever game against a renowned chess master. So we're gonna continue this match, Morphy Lowenthal, into the series. So I hope you enjoyed the game, and it was really impressive how Morphy played the endgame. He didn't know any. I imagine there were no principles back then. Morphy created principles when he played. He didn't know that two minor pieces are better than a rook. He just played the position, and in this position, he knew that the rook will be stronger than the two minor pieces. So I find that incredibly impressive, and we're gonna check out the other game. As in the other game, Lowenthal will go for the Sicilian defense. So, prepare for that. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Julian Yosifzadeh for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga and, of course, following whatever is currently happening in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Magnus Invitational. We are continuing the match Maxim Vasylyov versus Yanni Ponishi in there. Game 1 that we covered yesterday, Maxim won, and the next two games ended in a draw. So here, Nepo is in a must-win situation with the black pieces if he wants to get back into the match and force an Armageddon. But before we check out this game, I would just like to briefly mention this position. This is a game Carlsen versus Firuza that we've covered, and a lot of you mentioned that, okay, queen g6 check, bishop captures, pawn captures his mate, but what if bishop to g8? You said that maybe you can defend like this because then the king has the h8 square. It's also a problem because after queen g6 check, king moves, you don't have queen captures here because you will not be able to deliver mate using this rook since it's pinned, but you do have a queen to f7, and next move it's mate. There's nothing Magnus could have done here. There are no checks, there's no rook d3, there's no queen h1, there's nothing here. So next move, Firuza would just deliver checkmate on g8. So that being said, let's check out this game. So Nepo in a must-win situation, let's see what he chooses. With e4 by Maxim, and Nepo goes for c5, the Sicilian defense. We have knight to f3, d6, and bishop to b5 check, the canal attack. We have knight to d7 blocking, and now c3. Preparing to strike in the center with d4. We have knight to f6, and now comes bishop back to d3. Defending the pawn this way, preparing bishop to c2 now to make room for the d pawn. We have g6, and now we have castles by Maxim. We have bishop to g7, rook to e1, and now black also castles. Bishop back to c2, and there is one game where a6 was played, preparing b5, but here Nepo just goes for b5 straight away, and it is as a move 8 that we have a completely new game. So Maxim continues with d4 and bishop to b7, just putting pressure on the e4 pawn. We have d5 closing up the center, and rook to e8 now. We have a4 challenging this queenside expansion, and a6 Nepo defense. We have bishop to f4 now grabbing control of the e5 square, and knight to h5. Nepo kicks the bishop back, bishop to e3, and now knight to b6, hoping to maybe get the knight over to c4, but also it will be just useful at some point you want to play e6 and attack the central d5 pawn. So knight b2, getting the knight into the game, and e6 now. So the captures, Nepo captures with the rook, and now we have a few captures here, captures, the rooks also come off the board, rook captures, queen captures, and now as there's a lot of pressure here against this pawn here, first bishop to b3. You force the rook to move away, you kind of hope to get c4 in, which would favor white as you would grab the d4 square for your knight. So rook just back to e7, and now h3, preparing g4 to kick away the knight. We have knight to d7, now this knight is coming to f6 to put more pressure on the e4 pawn, and now bishop back to c2 to immediately help out with the defense. We have h6, and now queen to a1. Maxim only needs a draw, so he doesn't mind the queens coming off the board. If he gets a draw, he wins the match. So rook to e8, Nepo decides that he's going to trade it this way, as it will allow him at some point to go for this b2 pawn. So g4 attacking the knight, knight f6, and now comes bishop to f4, going after the d6 pawn, but instead of defending, Nepo just counters with rook to a2. And okay, rook to b1, Maxim defends, and now knight to e8, just defending the d6 pawn. We have bishop to b3, attacking the rook here, and rook back to a6, guarding the d6 pawn, and now Nepo can again bring the knight back into the game. We have c4, but Nepo, of course, doesn't want to trade. He creates his nice pawn chain here and makes this bishop a bit useless for the moment, whereas Nepo's bishop pair is fully operational here, just slicing the board in half nicely, both bishops having targets, so that's how you should use your bishops. We have knight to e1, now shifting the knight over to d3, where it will help out with the defense of the b2 pawn, and knight to c7 now. The knight is coming to e6, so bishop to e3, and knight to e6 just the same. We have f3 now, strengthening the e4 pawn, but you will create some dark squares around your king here, so you should consider not trading off your dark square bishop. So knight to d4 with that idea that if bishop captures, it will just be a great position for black. So bishop back to d1, just keeping an eye on this knight here, guarding everything, and now as the bishop moved, finally rook back to a2, going again for this pawn here. If the knight moves, then the bishop and the rook will go after the pawn. So knight to d3, adding another defender here. And knight back to c6 now. And here Maxim decided to go for f4, taking away the e5 square from Nepo's knights, but now Nepo just returns with knight to d4. With king f2, Maxim improves the position of the king, and now knight to f6. Again, putting pressure on the e4 pawn, so Maxim forwards with e5. With knight to e4 with check, and you don't want to trade here. If you trade here, it doesn't really work all that well for you because your knight is under attack, and once you defend it, you can just grab a free pawn here, since the knight cannot recapture because of, well, the rook will be hanging on b1. So here we have king to e1, but now just d captures on e5. We have f captures on e5, and now knight back to e6, adding another defender here. We have knight to b3, now adding another attacker here, and Nepo just defends the bishop back to f8. And here, finally, rook to a1. Maxim is able to trade off this pesky rook. We have rook captures, knight captures, and now comes bishop to a6. Nepo goes for the c4 pawn now. Not interested in committing with b3 at the moment. The first bishop to f3, a nice counter attack as the knight is undefended. Knight to g5, attacking and defending, and now bishop back to g2. And this bishop to g2 by Maxim isn't all that great. Better was to trade off one of the knights. That's what he should have done. Probably captures on g5, knight captures, and then bishop to d5. Guard the c5 pawn, and after Nepo grabs this one, then you go here and grab the c5 pawn. But of course, that's easier said than done. Maxim went bishop to g2, and here we have bishop captures on c4 by Nepo. And now knight to f4. So what do you do here? Nepo went for knight to g3. We have bishop to f2, attacking the knight once again, and now knight 5 to e4. And here we have the incredible bishop captures on g3, knight captures, and king f2, reaching our position from the thumbnail, and the knight is trapped here. You cannot escape. All of these squares are covered, d2 square twice by the knight and by the king. So what do you do here? It seems like you're completely lost now. However, it's Nepo is who has the advantage here, but only if you play the only move that gives you advantage. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find this only move for Nepo while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, as it's not an easy move to find. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's bishop to g7. And now, what's the idea? Well, you have to give up the knight, but now comes bishop captures on e5. And now white has to unpin unless he wants to give back material after g5 is played. So king to f3 by Maxime, and now b3, not allowing the knight any escapes with knight to c2, and now bishop captures on b2 is coming. So here, you can't really do much. For example, if you try to rush over there with the king e3, you just get either bishop captures on b2 right away, or just check king d2. Now you can capture, and now there is no escaping. So here you would have to give up the knight, and well, the two bishops control these four squares, and the pawn is just marching forward. So here, instead, after b3, Maxime tried bishop to f1. He wants to trade bishops so he can get his knight into the game via knight captures on b3. And okay, bishop captures, we have knight captures, and now bishop back to d6. So giving back the piece and defending the c5 pawn. Now we have knight to d2, and the bishop just goes back, preparing to shift the bishop over to c6. So b3 and king to g7. Now Nepo starts bringing his king into the game. We have king to e3, and now bishop to c6. We have knight to d3, and now comes f5. Now that the two bishops are nicely slicing all the way here, Nepo creates a passed pawn. So we have g captures and g captures. And now after things have settled down a bit, after all that madness, it's Nepo who has the bishop pair against the two knights, and he's up a pawn. So and Maxime needs to hold this if he wants to win the match. We have knight to c4 going after the bishop. Now bishop here, just shifting the bishop over to this king side. Knight f4, and now Nepo just spins the knight. We have knight to e5 going after the bishop, bishop to b5 now, and knight to f3 now going after the bishop. We have king to f7. And trading here, not really doing all that much, as you will just fix black's pawn structure. So instead, knight e5 check. We have king to f6, and again knight back to f3. By MBL saying to Nepo that you're the one who has to figure out a plan here. Bishop to c6, and Nepo does have a plan. If Nepo just trades everything, then the king and pawn endgame is winning, as black is up a pawn. So here, Maxime played knight captures on g5, which basically fixes the pawn structure, but it's hard to find the move. You can't move the pawn, you can't move the king as you lose the knight. It's really hard to find. You could try knight to d2, but then you seemingly run into this, and it looks like you're going to lose a knight. However, knight c4 check kicks the king back, and maybe you can just repeat. So black would have to figure out a way here. However, Maxime traded here, and now those are two very strong connected pawns, and went for knight to d3. He goes after the c5 pawn, and trades the h3 pawn for it. So Nepo goes for it, bishop g2. We have h4 here. If you just trade a knight captures, bishop captures, then it's still two connected pass pawn. So here MVL at least breaks them up. So g captures on h4, and only now knight captures on c5, and hopefully Maxime will also start pushing his own pass pawn. King g5, and now comes king to f2, attacking the bishop, but bishop to d5. We have b4 and king to g4 now. We have knight to d3. Now probably hoping for something like here to defend the b5 square, but then knight checks picks up the bishop. So you have to be a little bit careful. We have f4 by Nepo, and knight to e5 with check. King f5 kicks away the knight, knight back to d3, and now bishop to e4. Again, if you cannot trade pieces as it's still it's 2 against 1. So knight to c5, moving away, and now h3. And here king to g1. You cannot allow this pawn to reach the h2 square as the bishop is covering the queening square. So f3 and now b5. And here it seems like f2 check followed by h2 is winning. However, this would be a blunder. If you tried this and h2, now just knight captures on e4, and you just blunder the game. Well, it's a draw, but you blunder the win because you either capture and then you allow king g2, or you bring the queen into the game and then knight g3 check. King has to move and then you just pick up the queen, and it's a drawn in game now. So after b5, Nepo not interested in blundering this. King f4 first, not allowing this in between knight g3 check. So b6 and now f2 with check. King captures and h2. And it was in this position that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave resigned the game. Nepo is back in the match and he forces the Armageddon. Now if knight d3 check, for example, of course you don't capture and allow king g2, just move the king away, and whatever white plays next, you just queen, and that's it. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it, but we're also going to show the Armageddon game as it's extremely short. It basically ends in the opening, so I decided not to make a separate video on it. After the coin toss, it's Maxime again who grabs the white pieces, and now Maxime has 5 minutes in Armageddon, Nepo has 4, but Maxime has to win. So Maxime again goes for e4. He obviously liked the position he got, but Nepo does not go for the Sicilian. Instead, Nepo goes for e5. And here our game starts. Knight f3, and Nepo goes for the Petroff defense. Knight f6. We have knight captures on e5, d6, and knight goes back, so the classical variation. Knight captures on e4 and the d3. Knight goes back. We have d4 and the d5. So this is the mainest of lines. We have bishop to d3 and bishop to d6. So just developing queen e2 check, bishop to e6, and knight to g5 going after the bishop here. Queen e7, and now captures on e6. We have f captures and c3. And this is also one of the games that was played in the candidate tournament between Alexander Grishuk and Van Gaal that ended in a draw, where Grishuk went for c5 here. But here we have castles by Nepo, and now obviously we have a completely new game already at move 11. So with f4, Maxime grabs hold of the e5 square with ideas of shifting this knight over to e5 at some point, and now c5 by Nepo challenging the center. We have castles, and now knight to c6. Both are just continued development. Bishop to e3, rook 8 to e8, and now knight to d2 with the idea of shifting the knight over to e5. But now Nepo goes for e5. He finds this secret tactic that allows him to grab the initiative right from the start. We have d captures by Maxime, and now knight captures, just offering up a full knight. The problem is if you capture and capture, then there's the threat of queen captures on h2, and also just winning back the piece. So you don't really have a good move here. And if you try blocking with the stumbling bishop to f4, then you just grab the queen. Queen captures, bishop captures, and then you pick up the bishop on f4. Again, attacking the knight, and there's also the bishop that's under attack. So here you would see captures, captures, and at the end of this very long line, we would have this position where it's just much better for black. Black is up a pawn, and well, your knight is under attack once you defend it. You get rook f to e8, and it's a really bad position for white to play. However, Maxime decided not to go for it. Instead, he went for bishop to b5. For the rook, he didn't like the endgame that arises from this, and now you get knight e to g4, just going with a triple attack on the bishop. We have bishop captures on e8, rook captures, and now there's well, just a lot of pressure on this bishop here. Also, you cannot move it as the queen would hang. So rook f3, but now just knight captures on e3 by Nepo. Here, rook to e1, and Nepo just went back knight to f5, and it was in this position that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave resigned the game, and thus Nepo won the Armageddon. Point is, you have two pieces for a rook, and you have to play something, and there's not much. You cannot avoid the queen trade. You have to trade here, captures, captures, and now it's just a bishop and the knight for a rook. And Maxime is not interested in playing this against Nepo. He's very sure that Nepo will win this, and it doesn't really make much sense. And plus, Nepo only needs a draw to win the Armageddon, so Maxime just resigned here. Or maybe they agreed to a draw. I don't know. Maybe Maxime just offered a draw, but it doesn't really matter, as a draw also wins the match. So yeah, that's also the game. I do hope you enjoyed that as well. Hope you don't mind that I squeezed 2 games into one video. It's really too short just to make a separate video for it. And here are the standings after day 4, round 2. So here they are. In first place, sharing Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana with 4 points. Nakamura, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Liren with 2 points. Yannick Bonici and Alireza Firuja and Anish Giri with 0 points so far. So there you have it. It's gonna be a wild round 3. So we'll see how that goes. We have a big matchup here. Hikaru Nakamura will face Alireza Firouzja. So I think that's definitely going to be enjoyable. And also Magnus faces Caruana. But I think that's tomorrow. So yeah, those are the games, or rather those were the games. I do hope you enjoyed them. I would like to thank Francis Cole, Richard Schwartz, Thomas Connors, Donald Pettingill, and William McKay for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Magnus Invitational until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to round 7 of the 2020 Candidates Tournament. It's a former World Chess Championship challenger Fabian Caruana versus Van Gaal. And before we check out the game, here's a nice photo of the two of them. There you have it, Fabi with his bottle of water, and Van Gaal again with his banana. Probably not going to just eat it up right away, maybe in the 4th or maybe 5th hour of gameplay to get that extra boost needed for the play and end game against Fabi. But we'll see, it's hard to say. So without further ado, let's check it out. Fabi with the white pieces opens with e4, and as Van Gaal already said in his previous games with the black pieces against e4, he prepared the Petroff for this Candidates Tournament. We have knight to f3, sorry about that. And knight to f6. The Petrov is on the board, and knight captures on e5, going for the classical variation. d6, knight to f3, and now knight captures on e4. And here Fabi goes for the Nimzovich attack with the knight to c3. Which is my favorite line against the Petrov, so I'm very happy about this. Knight captures on c3, d captures, and the bishop to e7. And if there are some beginners watching, I always like to mention that sometimes if black goes bishop to g4, you can immediately punish this with h3. And after the bishop moves, just go for a nice double attack here, which will win you the bishop pair, because you now have to capture, and now will obviously block the b7 square. And now you have an open game with two bishops, so you will have a great time. But okay, bishop to e7 by Van Gaal, and now bishop to e3. We have castles by Van Gaal, and now queen to d2, preparing to castle queenside. Knight to d7, and now a queenside castle, sorry about that. Knight to f6 and bishop to d3. Now developing the bishops to d3 and e3, like Paul Morphy. And now c5. c5 creating this weak, well, for the moment, weak d6 pawn, but he's preparing queen to a5 to go after the queen side here. We have rook h to e1, and now bishop to e6, just going after the pawn here. King to b1 defending, and now queen to a5. And Fabi reached this position a couple of times. For example, he had it last year against Duda in the Grand Chess Tour in the Paris Rapid Tournament, where he played a3 to nullify this threat, and he defeated Duda in this game. But he also had this position in his game against Magnus Carlsen. Only Carlsen had the white pieces, of course. And then the sorry about that. And then the game c4 was played by Carlsen. And this is what Fabi goes for here. He follows the game Carlsen against Caruana from the 2018 World Chess Championship match. We have queen captures on d2, and now bishop captures on d2 was played in every game that reached this position, including the one Carlsen versus Caruana from the World Chess Championship match in 2018. But here Fabi goes for knight captures on d2, and this is the deviation that Fabi prepared, probably to try and throw Van Gaal off guard. So it is as of move 14 that we have a completely new game. So let's see how the game continues. Of course, now that the queens are off the board, now d6 could become a weakness. So rook 8 to d8. He wants to prepare and bust open the position with d5. With knight to f3, sorry, not knight to f3, f3 by Fabi, and then now b6, strengthening the c5 pawn, so you can push d5, and now g4, as f3 prepared it, you want to go g4 and g5. We have d5 striking in the center, and now g5, saying that you don't have time to continue pushing because of captures and captures, so knight has to move, whether to e8, d7, or h5. E8 and h5 is great, d7 not so much because you block off your rook's influence along the d file, so knight to h5, but it's all in preparation for pushing f5, and you are expecting captures en passant, so the knight will return right back, so the knight will not stay on the edge of the board for long. We have c captures on d5 now, bishop captures, and now knight to e4, and here, by blocking the bishop's attack on the f3 pawn, this is where Van Gaal goes f5, and of course now if you move the knight, for example, you move the knight, you just capture and pick off the f3 pawn. So of course Fabi not eager to allow that. G captures on f6 en passant, knight captures on f6, and now bishop to g5, saying now you cannot trade because bishop captures here will come with an attack on both of your rooks. So king to f7. Now the king also helps out with the defense of the bishop, and only now knight to g3, asking Van Gaal, are you interested in a nice juicy f3 pawn here? And indeed, if the pawn is captured, it's a very interesting game. For example, if bishop captures, you get knight to f5 now, offering rook for rook captures on e7, and now you have to block with rook f to e8, and then we just run pretty much trade everything, captures. But if you go for bishop captures on d1, then it's really bad for black. Captures, you have to go here, captures with check, you have to go here, then you capture here, and then you have insane pressure against the h7 square, and could be a lot of problems for black. So Van Gaal not interested in capturing the pawn, well, at least not yet. He goes for c4 instead. He frees the c5 square for his bishop, so the knight on f5 will not be such a problem. Bishop back to f1, and now b5, strengthening his pawn here. With a4, Fabi immediately goes after the b5 pawn, and a6. A captures on b5, a captures, and now knight to f5. But now, of course, the c5 square has been free for the bishop. And here Van Gaal goes bishop to c5. If you're wondering about bishop to b4 with an attack on the rook, it does seem better, but it's pretty much the same. And here's why. Because now you either go rook to e5, or you block with bishop to d2. But whichever you do after captures on f3, we pretty much go into a capture fest, and it runs into an equal endgame. For example, captures. Now you capture here, attacking the bishop, and now after rook d1 check, king a2, you capture on f1, white captures here, and it's equal material. The game continues. And on the other hand, after bishop to b4, if you block with bishop to d2, then it's again bishop captures here. You pick off the bishop now. Bishop captures on d1, and now knight to d6 with check. Checking the king, hoping to pick off the bishop with rook captures here. But now rook captures here, and now bishop captures. We have bishop rook to d8 now, attacking the bishop. And after rook captures here, it seems like white is up a piece, but knight to e4. You cannot move the bishop because of rook captures rook. So it seems Van Gaal could have won a pawn here, but not really, because here Fabi would have bishop captures on c4 with check, and now you unpin with rook to f1 check, king e6, and now you bring the bishop back. Again, having this position where Fabi has a bishop against the knight, and it's 3 pawns each. Although Van Gaal with a much more active king, so black should be preferred here. But after knight to f5, like I said, Van Gaal went for bishop to c5 instead, and now Fabi goes for rook to e5. Now, if this bishop moves, you can just win the bishop on c5. But it's not a problem as the rook on d1 is now undefended. So bishop captures on f3. Now again, we go into a capture fest with rook captures on d8, and now rook captures on c5. Temporarily winning a piece, but rook to d1 with check, king to a2, and now rook captures on f1. Rook captures on b5, and now we get this position. The material is equal, but Fabi's position is somewhat shakier. We have the immediate c3. The immediate c3 saying you either double your pawns, and then those are just super weak pawns, or you play b3, and then my rook f2 is incredibly strong, attacking both h2 and c2 pawns. And after we defend, at least this pawn with knight e3, I bring another attacker, bishop e4, and now if king b1, if you persist on defending, then I capture this guy here, and now I'm definitely better, as I'm up a pawn, and you've done nothing so far with your moves. So after this c3 move, we have bishop captures on f6, king king captures on f6, and now knight to e3, preemptively defending the c2 pawn. Rook to f2, attacking the pawn here. And now, while you could go for a lot of moves here, b4 seems like a good try for Fabi, creating a passed b pawn. And now it's just a matter of moving your rook and continuing to push your pawn. But that's easier said than done, because well, black has to be careful not to move the rook due to rook to f5 check, winning the bishop. So you kind of have to play g6, and then after, let's say king b3, now you pick off the pawn here, and now you play, let's say, rook b8 and start pushing your pawn. But now it's black also who has a passed pawn, and black is still up a pawn. So if you don't have a sure thing here, you don't want to go into an endgame being down a pawn. So instead, Fabi first goes rook to f5 with check, king to e6, and now king to a3. Again, if you try and rush with this b4 move, we run into a similar variation after g6. And now, again, what do you do here? Rook to f4. Keeping an eye on the bishop, so the rook cannot move, but now you allow the advancement of the g pawn, g5, rook f5, you're going to go g4, and you've already allowed this pawn to come all the way here. If you continue pushing the pawn, rook e2 just wins the game, as you're attacking the defender of the rook here, and there is not much to be done here. So it's a very tricky position. So Fabi instead went for king to a3, he gets the king away from the second rank, and now basically says, okay, now you have to capture on b2, which Van Gaal does. We have king captures now, and now we have h5 by Van Gaal. There is a move that kind of allows Van Gaal to maybe go for something more, but it shouldn't yield more than a draw. But if you're interested, feel free to pause the video and try to find this idea. While I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do that, congratulations on spotting how to win a pawn. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's rook captures on c2. Point is that if knight captures, you just play king captures, and you have a very good winning chances here because your king and bishop are very active, and his king is all the way on b2. You do have a lot of time to start pushing those pawns. And after rook captures on c2, you of course don't capture with the knight. You capture with the king, then bishop e4 check, king to d2, and bishop captures on f5. Now it's a bit of a different idea, as the white king is much more active. But again, with perfect play, it shouldn't yield more than a draw. But that's why you are in the candidates tournament. You should exploit all of the options and hope for the best, because only black can be better here. But Van Gaal first played h5. He wants to first advance his pawns as far as he can, maybe even all the way to h3, and then go for this rook captures on c2 idea. So his pawns will be more far advanced. But now Fabi blocks it with h4. And here now, that Van Gaal pretty much depleted all of the resources. Now he goes for rook captures on c2. Fabi goes king captures on c2. We have bishop to e4 with check, king to d2, and now bishop captures on f5. Of course, you cannot trade. It would be a losing game for white. Two pawns against one, easy game. So after bishop captures on f5, we have king to e2, and now we have king to e5. We have king to f3 by Fabi, and after bishop to d3, it was in this position that Fabiano Caruana and Van Gaal agreed to a draw, because it in fact is a draw with perfect play, but and Van Gaal is not interested in trying to do something about this. Maybe if it was a knight for Van Gaal and the bishop for Fabi, then maybe he would try to do some sneaky moves with the knight, but this way it's fairly easier to draw. So yeah, that's the game. I hope you enjoyed it. Really, it seems like it was a pretty safe game for Van Gaal, especially with the black piece against Fabi, and it was very brave of him to go into the variation that Fabi played against Magnus in the World Championship match. But also, it's interesting that Fabi has an improvement on that game for white, so which he showed in this game. And there was some poison to the position, but Van Gaal just outmaneuvered all of the ideas. And here, for those of you who are interested, I will now show the standings after round 7. So for those of you who are still not interested in the standings, don't watch. Close your eyes for a couple of seconds. And for those of you who are interested, here it is. Because Maxime Vachier-Lagrave defeated Jan Konishi, the two of them now share first place with 4.5. And then a lot of people with 3.5. Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, Van Gaal, Alexander Grishu, and with 2.5, Dingler and Kirill Alexenko. And these are the standings after 7 rounds. So we are done with the first half of the tournament. Now we go into the second half, where all the players will again face each other with colors reversed. So that's going to be also very interesting. And those who lost, some players will have their chance to get their revenge. And it's not at the end of the world for Ding and Alexenko. For example, if they win just one game, they're already on 3.5, and it's the ball starts rolling, and it wouldn't be unheard of for Ding to maybe win 2 in a row. But with the way he's playing so far, it doesn't he's not getting a lot of chances, and he should win some games, because if he continues in this fashion, he's just going to ruin the tournament for Fabi by defeating him. But yeah, like I said, I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Hugo Babic, Kerem Kilic, Erika Fong, Anders Norell, and Jens Stefan for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2020 until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the FIDE.chess.com online Nations Cup with another game between Liner Dominguez and Levon Arnan. Not another game between them, it's the first game between the two of them which we're showing, but it is another game from the Nations Cup, and another one by Levon, as we haven't seen his games for quite some time. So it's really interesting, really an exciting opening featuring a line I haven't seen before, and it's not a new line, but it's only been used once, and it's obviously been perfected since the last time it was used. So I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. Let's check it out. Dominguez with the white pieces opens with e4. We have e5, we have knight to f3 and knight to f6. Levon goes for the Petroff defense, and the immediate, of course, knight captures on e5. We have d6, pushing back the knight f3, and now knight captures on e4. So the classical variation of the Petroff. We have d4 and d5 now. We have bishop to d3 and bishop to d6, going for the martial variation of the Petroff, and Dominguez castles. We have castles by Levon and c4 now. So all very standard stuff. We have c6 and the queen to c2, putting more pressure on the knight here. And now instead of trying to defend the knight, you just allow white to capture it, since you kind of want white to give up the bishop here, and the light for bishop is very strong. And the main move here is knight to a6. You go knight a6, you threaten knight b4 to go after the queen and bishop, and after white prevents it, then you later shift the knight maybe to c7 to e6 and so on. But here, Levon goes for h6. It's a much rarer move. Still not a new one, but okay. We have rook to e1, not going for the capture right away. You could capture it, and then after, let's say, queen captures, rook goes here, queen d3 and bishop g4. Black will be very happy with the extra development for the price of one pawn and still having the bishop pair. So instead, rook to e1, now putting more pressure on d4 knight, and now bishop to e6, putting pressure on the c4 pawn. Here we have a trade, captures, and only now bishop captures on e4. So grabbing the pawn, but giving up the bishop pair. We have d captures and queen captures, followed by bishop to d5. Now, seemingly giving up a bishop, of course, white can never capture it because of captures with check and you lose the queen. So Dominguez goes to g4 with the queen, and now it's very interesting. Black has a very strong bishop pair. You just sacrifice a pawn. It seems like you want to keep on developing, but here queen d7. Levon just offers up a queen trade, being down a pawn, which is what makes this game very, very interesting. So we have queen captures, knight captures, and now, knight captures on d7. The interface is not agreeing with me. And here, Levon's next move is bishop captures on f3. So he's down a pawn, and he's now going to give up his bishop pair to create 4 pawn islands in white's camp. And if you try to do something like knight e5 to not allow bishop captures here, then we get something like captures, rook f8 as the rook is undefended, and after bishop to f4, adding another defender here, let's say bishop c5. Knight c3 goes after the bishop here here and rook a1. So this is one way for white to continue the game. However, Dominguez decides that it's not necessary to prevent this. He instead goes knight to c3. He allows this doubling of pawns in exchange for black giving up the bishop pair. So we have bishop captures on f3, g captures, and this position has been reached before, even though it's already moved 17, but it's been played this year in the Aeroflot Open between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Raunak Savani, where white was able to win that game after going rook f to d8. But here we have bishop to b4, and it's a new move from Levin, so it is already as of move 17 that we have a completely new game. So okay, we have bishop to d2, Dominguez continues developing, and now rook f to d8. And now the point is that white is still up a pawn, black no longer has the bishop pair. However, black has 2 pawn islands and white has 4 pawn islands, which the 2 rooks Levin has will use to try and gobble up those pawns and create threats against them. So the rooks will now try to double up on the d file, go after this pawn, and so on. So it is very interesting how Levin employs such tactic. With knight to e4 now, trading off the bishops as well. We have bishop captures, knight captures, and now knight to f6. We have knight to b3, defending the d4 pawn, and now b6, taking away the squares from the white knight. We have rook 8 to c1, and now knight to d5. We have a3, taking away the b4 square from the knight, but the knight wants to come to f4 because white has no e pawn or g pawn to keep it away, so the f4 square seems like a perfect outpost for the knight. So rook to d6, preparing to double up on the d file, going after the d4 pawn, and rook to e4 now, already adding a defender, also taking away the f4 square from black's knight. We have rook 8 to d8, and now king to f1, starting to improve the position of the king. We have a5 by 11, expanding on the queen side, and now a4, not allowing a further expansion on the queen side. So g5 by 11, and now rook to c4, adding yet another defender to the d4 pawn, and now the knight can move, and also this rook can move. So king g7, 11 starts improving the position of the king, and now rook back to e1. We have king to g6, and now knight to d2. For the moment, leaving the d4 pawn undefended, but as long as this knight is here, it's not a problem. So 11 goes for knight to b4, now that you played a4, the b4 square is available to the knight, and the pawn is once again under attack. So knight b3 defending it, and now knight to d3. Attacking the pawn and the rook on e1. So rook e2, defending everything, and now only now knight to f4, and now the knight comes to f4 with tempo. So you again have to move the rook, and now rook to f6. Now 11 will shift his attention to the f3 pawn and f2 pawn as the pawns are doubled here. So knight back to d2, adding a defender to the f3 pawn, and now knight to d3. Now attacking the rook and the b2 pawn. So you have to play rook to b1, which Dominguez does, and now rook to f4. Now adding another attacker to the d4 pawn. Problem is you've now left your b6 pawn undefended, so Dominguez immediately goes after it. Rook c6 check, king g7, and now rook captures on b6. But now 11 is also free to gobble up some of the pawns. So rook d captures on d4, putting pressure now on the a4 pawn as well. So b3, defending it, and now comes a move that obviously Levin played, going into all of this. Knight captures on f2, and it makes sense. You open up a discovery here, which means you just grab back the pawn. So if you go after this, then just captures here, and after the king moves somewhere, let's say here, you just grab this pawn as well, and now this pawn will fall. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to push anything on the queen side. And with the 3 connected pass pawns on the king side, black will be winning this position. So instead, king to e2 was played by Dominguez, and now rook to h4, just going after that h2 pawn. We have knight to f1 defending, and now knight to d3, just improving the position of the knight. We have rook to b5 now, putting pressure on the a5 pawn, and now knight to f4 with check, pushing the king back, king f2, and then now comes rook to d3. Here, Levin is playing rook c3 to c2, which will put a lot of pressure on the white king. So here you should go rook captures on a5. It seems like a bold move, but you should do it. And after rook c3, then you go b4. You start pushing the pawns, and black will have to go after the pawn. You will not be able to start attacking the white king with something like knight d3, checking g1 and captures here. But this will also give you time to start pushing your a pawn. So this is definitely the way to go for white. However, Dominguez played rook to e5 instead, which really took me some time to figure out what he was trying to do. Maybe go after rook to e3 to try and trade off the rooks. The problem is after Levin's rook to c3, he only then captured on a5. So basically, he wasted a move with rook to e5 and only then capturing here. So rook to h3, and now comes rook to b5, preparing of course to push the a pawn, and now rook captures on f3, grabbing the pawn with check. So rook h captures on f3. Sorry about that. Just give me a second. Sorry about that, it was the mailman. So rook h captures on f3 with check, and now king to g1. So already Dominguez king is not feeling all that great with the rooks and knight in front of it. We have rook to c2 now by 11, preparing to put the other rook to f2 and put a lot of pressure here. And now rook to b6, probably preventing the king from going into the game. But Levin needs no king. He goes for rook f to f2. Now there are definitely some threats here, and Dominguez starts pushing his pawn as there is not much you can do here. So Levin played rook to g2 check, king h1, and okay, luckily the h2 pawn is protected. But feel free to pause the video here and finish this game with the absolute best move for black while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting the unstoppable mate in 4. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's knight to h3. And now there is no defense against rook to g1 mate. Well, if you want to move the knight so that the rook guards the g1 square, it doesn't really help you, since if you move the knight, then this is mate as the knight covers the g1 square. So you haven't really accomplished much. And yeah, again, I have to mention this. I say mate in 4 because with best the defense it's mate in 4, but otherwise in reality it's actually just a game over after knight to h3, because here it's mate in 4 because white can play silly moves, and that's why it's you're supposed to say it's a mate in 4, when in fact it's really just game over. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that as well. And here are the standings after 4 rounds. So here is round 3. There you have it. USA against rest of the world 1. All the games on first 3 boards were drawn, and the decisive game was Irina Krush versus Dinara Sadokasova, with Irina Krush winning and USA winning the match against the rest of the world. Then we have India and Europe. Europe won 2.5 to 1.5, with the winner being Levin versus Vidit. We've seen that game already. And China versus Russia, we have a tie. Dingler defeated Yanni Pomnichi, and Ladislav Artemiev defeated Wei, with all the other games drawn. And this are the pairings from round 4. Russia defeated the rest of the world. Yanni Pomnichi defeated Timur Rajabov, and Sergei Karakin defeated Jorge Cori. Then Europe defeated USA with 3-1. Levin, again, it's the game you've just seen, defeated Lenier Dominguez, and Nana Zagnitsa defeated Anna Zadonsky. And we have China and India. China defeated India with Van Kao defeating Vidit Gujarati, who loses his 3rd game in a row. So tough break for Vidit and tough break for India, as in the final standings, this is what it means. China is leading the FIDE Chess.com Nations Cup with 7 points, followed by USA and Europe with 5, Russia with 4, rest of the world 2, and India with 1 point so far. So we'll see what happens and who will reach the super final. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Benjamin Robertson, Darcy Howe, Roger Alexanderson, Alita Tan, and Jean-François Bond for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the FIDE Nations Cup and whatever else I manage the time for. And also sorry about sending you the invitation to the tournament. I really thought it was Friday, and it's only Thursday, so we're going to do the tournament tomorrow. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the actual second leg of the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour, the Lindores Abbey Rapid Tournament, which follows the Magnus Invitational, and it's a very nice game between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Arnon. In round 1, Magnus defeated Alexander Grishuk, and Levon defeated Alireza Firouzja. So here, Magnus gets his second white in a row, as sometimes, you do get 2 whites in a row, but sometimes you get 2 blacks in a row, so it doesn't really matter. In the end, it should all even out. But here, it's a really interesting game, as we have a case of the Petroff defense, where Magnus offers a sacrifice of a knight. Now, the sacrifice is not accepted, but it's still a really awesome game. So without further ado, let's check it out. It's a 12-player tournament. After the preliminaries, they go into the knockout phase, so out of those 12, 8 players will go into the knockout phase of the tournament, and we're going to take it from there, and also check out some standings. So E4 by Magnus, and we have E5 by Levon. We have knight F3, knight to F6, so going for the Petroff defense, and knight captures on E5. We have D6, knight goes back, and the knight captures on E4, and now knight to C3, the Nimzovich attack. We have knight captures on C3 by Levon, D captures on C3, which nicely opens up both of your bishops, and now bishop to E7. Levon prepares the castle, we have bishop to E3, and now castles. Magnus goes queen to D2, he wants the castle queenside, and knight to D7, now preparing to shift the other knight over to F6. We have queenside castle by Magnus, and now C6, preparing to grab more space in the center with the D5. Also now that the bishop is on E7, the D6 pawn is nicely protected, and here there are a lot of moves possible. The most often played is king to B1, as you are expecting the queen to land on A5, going after that A2 pawn, and there are actually quite a lot of games that go into this, queen A5, C4, then we have a queen trade, and so on. But here we have H4 by Magnus. And okay, Levon grabs more space in the center, we have D5, and now bishop to D3, so pretty much completing the development. And now, while you could go queen to A5 here and try to sort of get the same idea going, we have rook to E8 by Levon, and now rook D to E1, not rook H1, as you do want your rook on the H file. And here there is one game in the database where bishop to C5 was played, but here we have knight to F6, and it is as of move 12 that we have a completely new game. So Magnus immediately went knight to G5, which kind of tries to provoke H6 to get some weakening in front of the king, but Levon first goes C5. He wants to play C4 and get rid of this light square bishop. You don't want this bishop and knight eyeing the H7 pawn. And now C4 by Magnus, so of course not allowing black to push C4. And here we have H6, finally going after that knight. And here Magnus did spend some time. I think it was around almost 5 minutes, like 4.5 minutes, and in the end he played C captures on D5, so not going back with the knight, because there is actually quite a lot to calculate. For example, usually you know that it's pretty bad to capture the knight, but here it's not so simple, because after the knight is captured, of course you get H captures on G5, you no longer have these squares available for the knight, so you could go back, knight D7, but then you get D6, and it's a terrible position for black. If you capture, then bishop H7 check picks up the dark square bishop, and if you go something like bishop to F8, then you go into bishop H7 check, king to H8, and now bishop to G6 check, king to G8, and now queen D3, with some really nasty ideas. For example, if the bishop is captured, queen D5 check forces checkmate, as the rook still covers the H file, and if you don't capture the bishop, if you play something else, let's say bishop captures on D6, you try and give away some material this way, then you run into the very unpleasant rook to H8 check. So nothing for black to do here. King captures, bishop captures on F7. Now the bishop covers both of these squares, and rook to H1 is unstoppable. So there's nothing to do here. So Magnus at some point probably had this over the board, as he did prepare for the Petroff during his World Chess Championship match against Corona. But it's probably been quite some time since he looked at it. So he had to, of course, remember if it was okay to leave the knight stranded on G5. But Levon decided to ignore that, and he played C4. Queen captures on D5 is the way to go here. However, Levon played C4. Now it's probably kind of a mixture of being greedy and playing for a win. I think it was more playing for a win than trying to be greedy. Here Levon wants to get this bishop away from this diagonal so he can finally capture this knight, and Magnus captures the pawn. Not much you can do about that. So H captures on G5, Levon grabs the knight, and now H captures on G5 with knight to E4. D4 square now is available, as the bishop no longer guards it. But now queen to D1. The queen is also under attack, so Magnus goes queen to D1. Now preparing queen H5 followed by queen to H8 checkmate. So bishop captures on G5, and now queen to H5, again threatening the same checkmate. And here Levon again goes for bishop captures on E3 check. Bishop to H6 would have been a much more resilient idea. It's not good for black, but it's not at all clear immediately how to take advantage of it. For example, after bishop captures, you go back knight D6, you open up an attack to the queen and to the rook here. After the queen moves, yes, you're threatening checkmate, but first rook captures on E1 with check. Rook captures, now at least you've got one of the rooks away from the H file, and now queen to F8, defending checkmate. And now it's it's a position white, of course, is much better, but you still have to find the correct idea. Point is that this is the idea. You have to open up this diagonal, and now rook to E7 will be very strong. For example, bishop D7, rook to E7, and now bishop to E8, guarding F7, and now it's it's just a wonderful position. For example, there's queen to H4. Now, if the bishop is captured, you can always capture the knight, and if rook to D8, then you just go bishop to F4, you guard the pawn, and the black pretty much has no moves. You're up 2 pawns, and well, black is just completely paralyzed. But it would be much more resilient than bishop captures on E3. Levon played bishop captures on E3 with check. Magnus recaptured with the rook, and now there's still the threat of checkmate. So Levon played F5. He gave himself an escape route for the king, but now D6 check, now opening up this diagonal as well. Bishop to E6 blocking, but here Levon just played queen to H7 check. Magnus played queen to H7 check, and it was in this position on move 22 that Levon Arnon resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. It seems a bit premature, but he calculated everything out, and the point is, it's a really funny idea, because after the king moves, you see a really cool way to win the game for white. It's not only cool, it's also the quickest way to win. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find it while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting the queen sacrifice. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's queen captures on F7 with check, on F5 with check. And there's not much you can do here. If you go back with king to G8, then just bishop captures on E6, of course, that's just winning. But if bishop captures, then rook to H8 is checkmate, as the pawn and bishop prevent the king from reaching the 7th rank. So after this, queen captures on F5 check, obviously you cannot capture. You could block maybe. Bishop F7, queen captures on F7 is again checkmate. If you block with the knight, it's not much better. Just rook captures on E6. And already, you're there's nothing white can do here. Rook to H8 is still coming. So here you could play rook captures on E6, but then just rook captures on H8 with check, king to F7, and now you don't even have to go for the queen. Just bishop captures here will be checkmate. And lastly but not least, of course, you could block with the queen, but then just queen captures on E4, and again, there's not much to do. If you go for the bishop, then rook H8 check just picks up a lot of material. If you go king to G8 preventing that, then just queen H7 check, king to F8, and now queen to H8 with check, king F7, and bishop captures on E6 check, and white wins a lot of material. Rook captures, queen captures here, and after let's say captures, white is up a whole rook, and the black does not have any counterplay or tricks. So Levon calculated all this out, and after queen to H7 check, he resigned the game, and second victory for Magnus Carlsen in the Lindores Abbey Rapid Tournament. We'll see how it goes. 2 more games today, and then we're gonna check out some other games and also check out the standings. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Lars Jacob, Scott Dorothy, Patrick Richter, Thomas Connors, and Joseph Bissett for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Lindores Abbey Rapid Tournament and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome to another very exciting game from round 10 of the 2020 Online Nations Cup by FIDE-Chess.com. It's Fabiano Caruana versus Van Gaal, both of them participants of the 2020 Candidates Tournament, and it's very interesting. They will be repeating one of their games from the Candidates Tournament, well, it's very important for the standings to see if the United States will be able to qualify for the Super Final, and also since on board one, Hikaru Nakamura already lost his game to Dingler, and so Fabi definitely needs a win to equalize. Or more. So without further ado, let's check it out. Fabi with the white pieces opens with e4. And I didn't think I'd show any more games from round 10, but we kind of forgot to mention the standings in the previous video. And when I say we, I mean me. That's also one of the reasons why I decided to show it. But also, it's just a very nice game. So e5, knight f3, knight f6, the Petroff defense, the same as he played against Fabiano in the Candidates Tournament. Knight captures on e5, the main line, and now b6. Kicking back the knight with knight to f3, and now knight captures on e4. And here, knight to c3. The Nimzovich attack against the Petroff, same as Fabi played in the Candidates Tournament against Van Gaal. Knight captures on c3, d captures, and the bishop to e7. So far, everything the same. Both players just keep on developing. Bishop e3 castles, and queen to d2. Preparing queenside castle. We have knight to d7, and just queenside castles here. We have knight to f6, and bishop to d3 now. So everything exactly the same as in the Candidates Tournament. c5 and rook h to e1. Fabi's pieces have been fully mobilized, and the bishop to e6. Van Gaal still needs to develop the rooks, and he will also complete his development. And here in the Candidates Tournament, Fabi went for this king to b1 line, where after queen a5, the queens got traded off, and so on. But here, Fabi prepared the bishop to f4 for this game, and it's a new move. So already as of move 12, we have a completely new game. And now it's Van Gaal's turn to see what this means or doesn't mean for the position. Obviously, we've introduced another attacker to the d6 pawn, which is a weak pawn for the moment. But as Fabi decided not to bring his king to a safer square or play c4 for that matter, d5 is a possibility here. So Van Gaal takes this opportunity to play d5. He doesn't want to be left with the weak d6 pawn. So knight to g5 by Fabi, and here comes as the bishop is under attack, bishop to g4. Now it's interesting why bishop to g4, and this is one of the weirder moments of the game, at least for me. Here the engine suggests, for example, c4, and after the bishop moves, then you just move the bishop to d7. Now I don't have a problem with bishop to g4, but it's weird because we have castles of opposite sides. So by playing bishop to g4 and attacking this rook, you are forcing f3, and white wants to play f3. Even if you don't play bishop to g4, white wants to play f3. Make some support for g4, play h4, h5, g5, and so on. So by playing bishop to g4, it just seems weird to help Fabi start his expansion on the king side. But okay, with f3 and now bishop back to d7. So maybe now after the bishop comes to c6 and let's say Fabi pushes g4, maybe the idea is that the f3 pawn will be a target, but it just looks a bit weird. But okay, we have c4 now by Fabi, not allowing c4 by black, so his bishop remains on this diagonal. And now d4, preparing to bring this bishop over to c6 to grab hold of this diagonal. We have h4, Fabi starts expanding on the king side, and now rook to e8, and g4 now. So the f3 pawn really doing a nice job in helping the expansion. We have bishop to c6. Now okay, this pawn is a target. If for example h6, maybe you can get rid of the knight and win the pawn. But we have queen to h2. And now it's a question, what really happens if h6 is played? Now can you just remove the defender of the f3 pawn and maybe grab this pawn? The idea is that if you play h6 here, then there are a lot of interesting tactics, like you could play bishop to c7, but also just knight captures on f7 followed by g5, busting open the position seems like a possibility. So instead of h6, we have queen to a5, just going after that a2 pawn, and Fabi now needs to react. You don't have time for any craziness on the king side. So here it's between king b1 and a3. Fabi decides for a3 instead of moving the king, and now bishop back to f8, adding one more defender to the g7 pawn, and also now preparing to trade rooks along the e file. Fabi first goes bishop to d2, kicks away the queen, queen to b6, and now queen to f4. Now you don't really worry about h6, but here we have bishop to d7 back by Van Gaal, and now it's a problem because now, well, his position is just lost. So feel free to pause the video and try to find the idea Fabi played. Well, I'll give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on not playing knight captures on f7. This is what I thought, but it's not, because if knight captures, king captures, and g5, then black has this very nice bishop to d6. Now you kick away the queen, and the knight will be free to move since the queen cannot remain here to keep pinning the knight. So instead, we have bishop captures on h7. Now this is the correct idea. So congratulations to everyone who found it, and also to those of you who just want to enjoy the show. Point is that if it's captured, then you get queen captures on f7, king h8, and queen h5, and there is no preventing checkmate. Your only hope is queen h6, but then just knight f7 check, and you pick up the queen. So instead, after bishop to h7 check, we have king to h8, and now comes the bishop back to f5. Now again, with the threat of just knight captures on f7 check remaining. And black has to figure out how to deal with this. So first, how captures on f5, with queen captures on f5, and now king back to g8, keeping an eye on the pawn. The knight covers h7, so there is no checkmate. And here, again, while you could capture on f7, it's too early for it, because again, after king captures g5, then you have g6. And now, again, you don't have a good square for the queen. If you go back here, then just bishop to d6 again is an option. So here you would have to settle for captures, and just play this endgame. Being up a pawn, of course, white is still better, but Fabi can do better. So instead, he doesn't like the idea that after knight sacrifices, that black can play g6. So here, Fabi first prevents g6 by playing h5, and now the threat remains of knight captures on f7. And Van Gaal could try something like queen c7 to keep an eye on the pawn, then let's say bishop f4, and then queen d7 to trade queens, and then go into this endgame. So this is a possibility. However, How played queen to c6, and now Fabi just goes for it. But black seemingly not interested in the attack. But okay, Fabi goes for it, knight captures on f7, we have king captures, and only now g5. And here, How played queen to d7, now offering a trade of queens. So if you capture the knight, the queen is hanging on f5. But here, Fabi said, okay, no problem, I'm just going to play queen to g6 check, and it was in this position on move 28 that Van Gaal resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. The king is in check, you have to move the king, and once you move the g captures on f6 is coming, and just everything falls apart for black. Not much point in playing this. For example, if queen f7, trying to trade queens, you can just go f captures on g7, and it's a pretty bad position. Bishop captures on g7, you can go queen back to g5, now you can bring the rook over here, push h6. It's unplayable, and Van Gaal knows this, so after queen to g6 check, he resigned the game. So yeah, really exciting stuff. And so don't forget, in this video, here are the results of round 10. So as you can see, Russia defeated India with 2.5 to 1.5. We've seen the game Artemiev versus Vidit, that brutal attack, and also Andreikin defeated Aliban. China lost to the United States. Dingler defeated Hikaru Nakamura on board 1, but then Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So defeated Van Gaal and Yuan Yi, and Ju Wenjun and Irina Krush drew their game. And we have a draw between Europe and the rest of the world, with Firuja defeating Aryan and Yang Shito defeating Bassem Amin. So that's for the results of round 10, but also here we have the standings after 10 rounds. So as you can see, China in the lead with 17 match points, followed by USA and Europe with 13 points both, but USA has 22 additional points, those are board points, and Europe only 21.5. So by half a point margin, USA is qualified into the super final. So now we will have United States against China in the super final of the Nations Cup, which we are of course going to cover Some of the games, the nicer ones, of course. So, feel free to use hashtag suggestion if you spot a nice game. I will also do my best to keep track of them. So, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Rafael Bordillo, Christian Hammer, Doug Hughes, 1998, and Chirag Mital for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Nations Cup until it ends. So, thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your Sunday. Hello everyone, and welcome to a game I've known existed for quite some time now, but I've never shown it because, well, there was just never enough proof that the game ever actually happened. Now, it's a game between Charlie Chaplin and Samuel Reshevsky, both of them extremely famous. Samuel Reshevsky, a legend in the chess world, and Charlie Chaplin, a legend in the world in general, in those days in 1923 when the game was played, definitely amongst the top few most famous people in the world. Now, this is supposedly a game from 1923 from a simultaneous exhibition in New York, and Samuel Reshevsky held a lot of simultaneous exhibitions. Here's one of the famous images that goes around. Here is him holding a simultaneous exhibition, and he did this while he was known as a prodigy, and here is also a game of two of them playing. So here is Charlie Chaplin and young Samuel Reshevsky, a bit older here in the photo than the one I'm using in the profile photo. This one is 2 years younger probably than when the game allegedly took place. Now, why am I only showing it now when I've pretty much shown every game known to man that was played between celebrities? Well, it's because chess historian Olympia Urkan posted on Twitter that Vladimir Kramnik, who recently joined Twitter, posted about this game, and he did some research on the game, and he is able to shed some light on the matter, whether the game actually happened or not. So I'm going to show you the game, but I will put a link to his Patreon page in the description below. It will be the first thing you will see, where you can read a bit more about what happened here, and his thoughts as he's a chess historian about whether the game actually took place. But I will try and make sense of the actual game and try and figure out, well, is it even possible that such a game ever took place? Because I've done the research, not a lot. I did some browsing. Let's say it as it is. But I haven't seen anyone actually say that the game didn't take place. So they say like it's very unlikely that the game took place, but I haven't seen anyone saying that the game actually didn't take place. So first, let's see the game and then decide whether it is possible that this is actually a game between Charlie Chaplin and Samuel Reshevsky. So without further ado, let's check it out. Charlie goes for e4, and we have e5. So nothing out of the ordinary here. We have knight to f3 and knight to f6. So young Samuel goes for the Petroff defense, knight to f6, and d4 now. Now, is it odd that a d4 move is played here for 1923? Definitely not. Basically, if you've just known the basics of chess and some general chess principles, you know that you have to develop your pieces early and take the center very early on, even at the cost of sacrificing some pawns. So this is all just still just a very very general chess knowledge. So e captures on d4 and now e5, grabbing some space. So playing like this, it would require some theory, but let's see how the game continues. We have knight to e4 and now queen to e2. Again, doesn't really make sense to block your own knight for a bishop like this, but if you've decided to castle queen side and you want some extreme rapid development, you're already attacking black's knight, it can make sense. So here we have knight to c5, Reshevsky moves back the knight, and knight captures on d4, now recapturing the pawn. We have knight to c6, attacking the knight and the pawn here, and while you could trade pieces here, just bishop to e3, again going for very rapid development, and you are white, you don't want to be behind in development. We have knight captures on d4, bishop captures on d4, and now knight to e6. Again, attacking the bishop here, bishop back to c3, and now bishop to e7. There is one game from 1966 that reached this exact same position where d5 was played, but here we have bishop to e7 by young Samuel, and it is as of move 9 that this position has never been reached again. So let's see how the game continued. We have knight to d2, preparing to castle queenside here. And Reshevsky castles kingside. We have knight to e4 and here d5, just going after that knight. Forgot to mention at the beginning of this game, and I'm going to mention it now because now it's where things really get crazy. Charlie was around 36 when this game was played, and young Samuel was about 12 when the game was played. So just thought I'd mention that as well. So here d5, attacking the knight, and e captures on d6 Abasan does seem like the way to go. However, here we have the instant queenside castle, and it does make sense in a way that you are now preventing capture as the queen is behind the rook on the d file. However, it is a very very risky move. So here bishop to d7. Now capturing is definitely an option, and knight back to g3. So again, it does make sense. You don't have to really know a lot of theory to play like this. You just need to understand the basic principles of chess and how important rapid development is. But even if you know all of that, it would still be very hard to play like this if you don't know anything, if you don't at least waste a little bit of your time on chess. So here, of course, you will now get ready to maybe play king to b1 in the future somehow. You want to get this pawn rolling up the board and so on. And here Reshevsky goes c5. He wants to play d5, b4, and start a queenside attack. We have bishop back to d2. Now not allowing d4, as d4 would attack the bishop either way, but also keeping an eye on the f4 square. You now can play f4 and f5 and go for some sort of a kingside attack. We have b5, and now not going for f4, continuing in this style, but rather knight to f5. And here, yes, your knight is very close to the black king, like you have some ideas, maybe queen g4 with checkmate to follow if this knight ever moves. But okay, black just continues with d4. He says my attack is happening much faster. We have h4 by Chaplin, and now we have knight to c7, remaneuvering the knight over to d5, and from there the knight will truly be a monster knight. You can come to c3, you can sacrifice it to open up lines in front of the white king, and so on. And also the knight is now under attack on f5, so here Chaplin captures on e7. So captures, and bishop to g5. Now putting pressure on the queen here, queen to e6, attacking the a2 pawn, so there's always that, and the king to b1, a nice prophylactic move. Well, not prophylactic here as you have to play to defend, so it's not a prophylactic move, but I also enjoy it very much because it's much stronger than b3, weakening your queen side. So here we can also learn a little bit about how strong Charlie was if this game ever actually happened. So king to b1, defending the a2 pawn, and now knight to d5. Now there's a lot of pressure happening here, like the king and queen are here, knight to c3, you constantly have to keep an eye on that, and white's attack is nowhere. It's not even happening, and it's, well, you require at least 2-3 moves to start the attack. And here we have g3, a move that not really in the spirit of the position, really. I mean, black is coming for you, you want to start the attack, you don't want to play some positional chess here. Bishop to g2, of course, is the idea, putting some pressure along this diagonal, but it is much too slow. Knight to b4, now already putting pressure on the a2 pawn. So here b3, but this only weakens your position. And now queen to a6 by Reshevsky, going after that a2 pawn. We have a4 defending, and now queen to a5. And this is a really, really beautiful position because a lot of things are possible here. For example, if white goes for something like bishop to e7, attacking the rook and the c5 pawn, you can just give up the rook, b captures on a4, and after captures here, you can just capture on d3, and it's a massacre. There's no way you can defend against this. If you capture to guard the a2 pawn with your queen, the a2 squared, then bishop f5 check, king c1, and then now comes queen to a1 check. That's just game. King d2, queen to c3 will be checkmate, as well, you have nowhere to go. So here after queen to a5, we have king to b2, getting the king to the second rank. Now rook to a1 will be an idea, but still just b captures on a4. And okay, rook to a1, pinning the a pawn, as now captures would happen. Rook 8 to b8, now getting the rook to the b file, not really worried about anything here, as the bishop also guards the a4 pawn. King to c1, getting the king away from the b file, and now a3. There are a lot of possibilities here. You could try and bust open the position with c4, for example, queen captures rook f to c8, ideas like that, but a3 creates a passed pawn. It's incredibly strong. It's very unlikely that you will get this rook ever into the game, and it's just a terrible position for white. So here we have bishop back to d2, pinning the knight here, and now bishop to e6, now with ideas of pushing this pawn. So here we have bishop captures on b4, trading down a little bit, and here you could capture with everything. You could capture with the queen, you could capture with the c pawn, but we have c captures on b4 by young Reshevsky. We have queen to a6, now offering a queen trade, and it does make sense to do all of this. Yes, you're down a pawn, and maybe you can survive this, but you definitely want to trade queens. However, queen to c5. Again, there's constant pressure, bishop captures on b3, now the idea because the c2 pawn is pinned, and white needs a way to defend this. We have bishop to c4, now of course if captures, the queen can just capture, and white can still dream of maybe surviving this. However, here we have rook b to c8, sorry, that's not a rook b to c8, and it was in this position that Charlie Chaplin resigned the game, allegedly, as there is nothing more to be done here. And this is what really fascinates me, because to resign here, I mean, you don't have to be a really strong player, but you have to know how to play chess, like, decently to resign here, to, like, throw in the towel, because well, someone might play a few more moves, or maybe some more moves were played, and as this was a simultaneous exhibition, maybe more moves than this were not published. I have no idea about that. But if this is the entire score sheet, then it is a bit odd, because here resigning is the sign of a stronger player. Because for example, let's say you try and trade queens here, queen b5, then you run into pretty much the same idea as well. There's the problem of the pin along the c file, captures, and now it's just completely winning for black. But again, you have to be a stronger player to realize this. And another thing, after rook b to c8, you could go for, let's say the queen is also putting pressure on the pawn here, so you might play f4, but then you allow this d3 idea. Now that's not the only idea. There are many ideas here, but now queen here is the problem, and there's not much. If bishop captures, then you can just go with a bishop captures here, also a possibility. And if you don't, you can play with pawn captures, then you just go in for a mating attack. It's a forced mating idea. Queen e3 check, king c2, you now go for another check, queen e2 check, king c1, queen b2 check, king d1, and now bishop to g4 check, king e1, and now of course queen to e2 will be checkmate. So here after rook b to c8, Charlie Chaplin resigned the game, as there's nothing more to be done here, and a wonderful victory with the black pieces for young Samuel Reshevsky. Like I said, if the game ever actually happened, so far I haven't found anyone saying that it didn't happen. They say it's very unlikely that it happened, even though the two of them knew each other. They took some photos in front of a chessboard, like the one that we've shown here, and while it is possible that the game was played, maybe it was not played in quite the exact same setting, maybe in a simultaneous exhibition, like it's mentioned here. Maybe it was a friendly game, or maybe it was a similar game, or maybe even if it happened, maybe Reshevsky also helped Charlie with some of the moves. Maybe a lot of things are possible, but it's very interesting how Olympiokan says that he's been trying to find an actual source for this game score, but despite the increased pace of digitization, searches in historical newspapers have proved unfruitful. But we might learn more about this. But until then, do check out the entire article. It will be the first thing you see in the description below to learn a bit more about about the mere possibility that this game ever actually took place. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it, and the reason why I've only decided to show it now. I would like to thank Jared Linder, Richard Knapp, William Rideout, Adam Doik, and Roger Partington for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga, checking out your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world, or whenever we have an interesting discussion idea such as this one. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the first game we'll be showing from round 3 of 2021 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. It's Fabiano Caruana versus young Krzysztof Duda, and this is, I'm pretty sure, the most complicated game of round 3. I'll let you guys decide, but it's completely crazy. So without further ado, let's check it out, as Fabi has the white pieces. So Fabi with the white pieces opens with e4. We have e5 by Duda, knight to f3, and already very interesting from the start, knight f6. Duda goes for the Petroff defense, which is very, very bold, as Fabi is known to be a great expert in the Petroff. I know it sounds kind of weird to say something like that, because these guys are experts in every opening, but he did prepare the Petroff defense intensely for the World Chess Championship match against Magnus Carlsen, so of course Fabi knows his way around this, maybe a little bit more than around other openings. So knight captures on e5, going for the main line, d6, and now knight back to f3. We have knight captures on e4, and now knight to c3, going for the Nimzovich attack. We have knight captures, d captures, and now bishop to e7, just continuing development. For those of you who are maybe only beginning your chess journey here, you might think, why not pin the knight with bishop to g4? This is one of the cases where this is a bit too early to do something like this, because, for example, after h3, bishop h5, and queen d5, you get a nice double attack on the bishop and the pawn here, and black will be forced to give up the bishop. And already, we're just starting the game, already lost the bishop pair, and the white will enjoy a great advantage. As it is an open game, two bishops are to be preferred. So, d captures on c3, Duda continues with bishop to e7, prepares the castle, and the bishop to e3 by Fabi. Knight to d7, and now queen to d2, Fabi prepares the castle queen side. Of course, he knows black is castle king side, and who wants to attack on the king side. So, castles by both players, so castles, and now knight to f6. And here, bishop to d3. And here, Duda goes for c5, and we reach the position that is known as the leak variation, as during the 2018 World Chess Championship match between Carlsen and Caruana, this position has been leaked on accident by Fabi's team, and then everyone thought it was like some sort of a mental warfare to try and confuse Magnus and his team to think that they were preparing this for the next game. It was pretty crazy. I don't know if you guys remember that, but here this is the position from that leak variation, and known moves here are rook h to e1, but here Fabi goes for a different move. He actually goes for rook h to g1, and what's the rook doing on g1? Well, probably ready to support this push of a pawn to g4. So Duda not eager to find out. He continues his attack on the queen side, b5, and now Fabi goes for it. He pushes g4, and this is not a pawn you capture. If you capture the pawn, you're just dead lost. For example, knight captures on g4, bishop to h6, and already it's extremely hard for black. Okay, you might not be dead lost, but it is very unpleasant. You cannot capture the bishop, and you have to play something. It's just a very ugly position. But I'm going to show what happens if the bishop is captured. Just queen captures, and now checkmate is being threatened here, and also here since the bishop covers h7. So g6 is pretty much your only move, but then you just sacrifice everything. Bishop captures, f captures, rook captures with check, h captures, queen captures with check, and now after a few more checks, you're going to bring the other rook into the attack, and now you can either start giving up pieces or just allow white to deliver a nice checkmate. So these are the kind of moves that are in the position if you accept such a pawn gift. So here Duda goes for bishop to b7, and now queen to e2, guarding that knight on f3. So queen to e2, and now c4, challenging this bishop here, and Fabi bravely goes bishop to f5, saying I dare you to play g6, even though this was not not played, but this doesn't really do anything because after, let's say, knight d4, you don't you can never capture this bishop. If you capture it, knight captures on f5, and it's just a terrible position for black to play. All of the lines are open to reach the white king, and it's just going to be bad. After g5, the queen is coming to h5, and it's just going to be all over. So here, after bishop to f5, rook to e8 by Duda, and now knight to d4 by Fabi. Again, trying to get Duda, well, not trying to, but claiming that g6 is still not an option because queen to d2 now, for example. And again, there's no point in capturing the bishop. If you capture it, it just opens up this rook's diagonal. King h8, now knight captures on b5. The bishop is coming to d4, and it's going to be an incredibly difficult position to defend, even though it might be playable. It's not something a human would do. So here, knight to d5, bring up that f6 square for the bishop. You want to get your bishop to this diagonal, and here Fabi thought for some long time and played knight to e6. And this is quite an excellent square for the knight. The knight cannot be captured here, at least for the moment, because you don't even win material, because this comes with check, and you're also going to win the knight here. So if anything, it's terrible for black. So instead we have queen to a5 by Duda, going for that a2 pawn, and now here Fabi needs to decide what to do. And here Fabi played queen to f3. But we are going to show what happens after the very tricky rook captures on d5, as there was a lot of discussion on rook captures on d5. Here you accepted with bishop captures on d5, and now knight captures on g7. And this is a really crazy line, because if the knight is accepted, then g5, again, you open up the h file for the queen, and there's not much for black to do here. Queen captures on a2, you're going to go queen to h5, and now there is no good continuation. If rook h8 blocking this h7 pawn, just queen h6 check, king to g8, and now bishop to d4 threatening checkmate, and once you play something like bishop to f8, defending against this just queen f6, and there is no defense against queen captures on h8 checkmate. You can deliver one little check here, but after king to d2, it's just all over. So this is what happens, but it's not forced. Like I said, after knight captures on g7, of course, Duda would not capture the knight, he would play queen captures on a2, and now the position is roughly equal. You could try a lot of things here, but it doesn't look all that great for white. So instead of this very tricky line, after queen to a5, Fabi doesn't go for this knight grab, but rather queen to f3, and it looks pretty crazy because you put your queen in the line of fire here. The bishop is well, indirectly attacking the queen, x-raying it, so to say, but there is no knight captures on c3 with check. The king is still on c1, so this is one of the rare cases where it's good not to play the prophylactic king to b1. And here we have bishop to f6, not going for knight captures on c3 right away, even though you can do that also, could be very nice. We're going to show a knight captures on c3. Now, it does come with an attack on the queen, and after queen captures on b7, knight captures on a2 with check. And after king to b1, you can do a lot of things, but there doesn't seem to be a way to finish this for black, so it's a really crazy position. For example, f captures on h6, f captures on e6 can be played, but you know, not a lot can happen here. Bishop captures on h7, also a move, king captures, queen back to e4 with check, and now, anything could happen here. But this is a really crazy line. You don't capture the bishop here, you go king to h8, and now it's a question of what do you do here. So what could be done here after, for example, this knight check, king to b1, it doesn't seem like black has all that many choices. So instead, after this queen to f3 move, Duda did not go for the capture right away. He played bishop to f6 first, and now comes g5 by Fabi. And this is a very sneaky position, attacking the bishop here. If you move the bishop, it's just a game over. Captures, and queen captures on f7 check, followed by rook g3 to h3 will end in checkmate. So here, after this g5 move, we have bishop captures on c3. Now Duda goes for it by capturing with the bishop, and now it's a good moment for you to pause the video and try to find the only move that gives advantage to Fabi while I give you a couple of seconds. Sorry about that. I heard Medo, he was messing around with the trash can. Medo is a naughty dog. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, as this is the only good move for white here in this position, and that is bishop captures on h7 with check. So what do you do here? Of course, this square is covered by the knight, so you have to either capture or go to h8. King h8 doesn't work because queen h5, and then it's just lost. So you have to capture it. King captures on h7, and now g6 with check. Another great continuation by Fabi, opening up lines to the black king, but also messing up the black's pawn structure here. So f captures on g6, and now comes knight to g5 with check. And here, king to h8. And now another excellent pause the video moment. So once again, feel free to pause the video and find the again the only move that allows white to play for the win while I give you a couple of seconds. This is not an easy one. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting not rook captures on d5, even though this is also a great move, but bishop to d4. Bishop to d4 is a crazy line, but we're going to show rook captures on d5 just because I know a lot of you decided to play this. Point is that after bishop captures and queen captures, of course we have to play this queen captures on a2. Now with the bishop covering this square, queen to a1 will be checkmate. So here we don't really have a good continuation. We would have to settle for a perpetual, either by going knight check followed by knight g5 check, knight f7 check, knight g5 check, or we could capture this bishop here, but it doesn't help all that much. Queen a1 check, king d2, and now we lose the rook here on g1. And again, we simply don't have ways of finishing the attack. We would again have to settle for a draw, knight f7 check, knight g5 check, knight f7 check. So this is what happens after rook captures on d5. Very exciting move, but it doesn't really work. Bishop to d4, on the other hand, is just a killer move, because here now you have to really figure out what you're doing. Now you could run into queen h3 check, queen h7 check, queen captures on g7. The bishop here is a monster, so black must eliminate it. So bishop captures on d4 was played, rook captures on d4, and now again, what do you play here? Here, knight to f6. Yeah, Duda has to give up the bishop, because with the rook here, you simply cannot allow any checks now. For example, if you go after queen captures on a2, just rook to h4 with check, king g8, and now queen to f7 is checkmate. So this is out of the question. So after rook captures on d4, we have knight to f6. Now if rook comes here, you can simply block that with knight to h4, but the bishop is now free for grabs, and this is exactly what Fabi does. Queen captures on b7, rook a to b8, and then now comes queen to f7. Again, putting pressure on the pawn here. Then again, we have some very sneaky ideas. If you allow this capture, then for example, checks, knight has to move, and then you can deliver checkmate with the queen. So here, instead, we have rook to e1 with check, and now of course not capturing, but rather rook back to d1. Rook captures on g1 with check, rook captures, and rook to e8. Now do that with the deadly threat of rook to e1. If you're not careful, if you play something like this now, then you are getting checkmated, captures, and queen to e1 checkmate. So after rook to e8, we have knight to e6, blocking while threatening checkmate. And now there is only one move that saves Duda, and he goes for it. Rook captures on e6, queen captures, and queen captures on a2. And now we reach this position where Duda is up 2 pawns, but Fabi is up the exchange. And here, kind of a first critical moment of the game where Fabi needs to decide how to continue this brilliancy. And I'm just going to show it because it's this game is too complicated. Like every move we could explain for ages, as the game is too complicated. So here, Fabi played queen to h3 check, but rook captures on g6 seems to be the way to go. It doesn't look like there's a clear continuation, but you have to dodge a lot of checks. Queen a1 check, king d2, now d5, trying to advance those pawns. And now after queen to f7, threatening checkmate. Now you go for knight to e4 with check, king e3, and now queen captures on b2, guards against checkmate. Queen to f8 check, king to h7. Now queen to f5, threatening all sorts of nasty discoveries, but now queen c3 check, king f4, and now queen to d2 with check, king e5, and now queen captures on f2, not allowing any nasty discoveries because queen captures queen. So here white would have to trade, captures, and then, for example, rook to g1, and now white would have a beautiful, beautiful position that is winning for white because the white king is super active, the black king is cut off from the game completely, and you're just gonna pick off all of these pawns and win the game. But it's not, of course, not an easy sequence to spot. I just show it for you guys to enjoy. So here Fabio went for queen to h3 check, king to g8, now queen to e6 with check, king to h7, and here Fabio went for sort of a repetition check, king g8, and now not queen to e6, but rather queen to a3. He of course cannot allow check followed by queen captures rook. So here Fabio decided to go for this endgame where of course Duda accepts gladly, captures, and now 6 pawns against 4, rook against the knight. Can Fabio win this? So Duda starts by activating the king, king f7, king to d2 with a6, and now king to e3. So now we have this endgame on move 36 opposed to this one that we just mentioned, like this one where the white king was super active and the black king was stuck here in the corner. But you cannot calculate all this, and Fabio was extremely low on time, even though he was only move 29 when it was time to make such a decision, and you need to reach move 40 to gain additional time. So king e3, knight to d5 check, king to d4, and now knight back to e7. And here again, you have to decide what to do here, but it's such a crazy position that it's hard to even think like that. Although not really. Here Fabio played rook to e1 when in fact Peter Leko in the live stream said that a4 here was a critical move. And it is in fact true. a4 is a critical move because you're trying to weaken the c4 square. Of course, black will not capture. But after something like king a6, you can trade here. And now after rook g5, for example, attacking this pawn, knight f5 check, blocking the rook, king to c3, and now you are reaching this pawn. For example, king f6 pushes back the rook, and now g5, now you will finally reach this pawn. If knight d4 defending, you can play rook to d1, going for trying to get black to capture here, so you can capture here and here. So here black would defend king e5 and now c3. Knight to f3, and only now do you go h3, defending your pawn, and now after any moves played, for example, king to e6, you're going to capture on b5. So this is how you win the pawn. But again, this is incredibly complicated stuff. But interestingly, Peter Leko spotted a4 immediately. So he has a very brilliant positional mind. So here rook to e1 by Fabi, king to e8, and this is a crucial tempo for Duda. He needs to get his king one step closer to defending those pawns, and now a4. But now a4 is not as potent as the king can defend that pawn. So king to d7, we have captures, and now here with this captures and captures, both players to reach time control and have reached additional time. So here rook to g1, paralyzing the knight as the pawns would fall here, king to c6, and now h4, kind of baiting the knight to go after this pawn, so the rook can go after these pawns. So here knight f5 check, king c3, and Duda grabs the pawn. We have king to b4, and now knight to f3, attacking the rook. We have rook captures on g6, and now knight to d4, threatening to pick up this pawn with check, c3, Fabi kicks it away, and here Duda did spend some time thinking about whether to go for this check. For example, check king to a5, and now for example after knight a1, rook captures on g7, but you will not be able to do anything here. Black can always bring the knight here with check. You can bring the king here, push the pawns, and it's going to be a two-sided game, as black will also start pushing the pawns. If black exchanges this pawn, he will get two connected pass pawns. It's going to be very dangerous. So here instead after c3, Duda decided not to go for that, as he fought a lot not to lose this game. He played knight to e2 instead, and now rook captures on g7. Knight to f4, now threatening this check, which would kick away the king from the defense of the pawn, and then pick up the c3 pawn. King to a5 by Fabi, and now knight back to e2 by Duda, going after this pawn once again. King b4, knight to f4, king to a5, and here knight back to e2. And here Fabi played king to b4, and it was in this position that the players agreed to a draw, because neither side can make progress, and indeed the almighty engine agrees with them, as the engine evaluates this as a 0.00 position. So yeah, definitely an unfinished masterpiece by Fabi, but it's often the case with Fabi's games. His games are just too complicated. I don't know, I guess he just knows so many computer lines that he goes into these deep engine positions, and then no one can make sense of such positions. He does an amazing job at it, but then when it's time for that little tweak, then of course it's too difficult for a human. But it's also very interesting how Leko spotted that a4 move, and but then Leko maybe wouldn't get such positions, so to each his own. But yeah, the game ended in a draw here, and brilliant. What an unfinished masterpiece this was. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Maybe a bit too complicated. It took a while for me to record this, but we have to cover such games with such brutal positions. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll show more games from round 3, and only then will I show the standings. As I said, we're going to show the standings after round 3. I would like to thank Chief Arbiter Lothar Schmidt, Brian Flynn, Frank Banner, Gerhard Homa, and Thomas Bardelkas for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Tata Steel 2021, checking out your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the good stuff. We are continuing the Paul Morphy saga, and we are continuing the 1858 London match between Paul Charles Morphy and Johann Jakob Lowenthal. Like we've said in the couple of previous videos so far, Lowenthal lost the match to the 12-year-old Morphy back in 1850, and now he wants to settle the score and prove to everyone that he is the stronger player. But so far, not doing all that great. In the first 4 games, 1 game was drawn, and the other 3 were won by Morphy. So Lowenthal still needs to win a single game in this match to even have some hopes of winning the match. And we're going to show the game now. Very exciting game. But I would just like to mention that the FIDE made it official. The Candidates Tournament 2020 resumes on 1st of November. And if you want to learn more about this, there will be a link in the description below. First thing you see, if you want to check out a bit more info on that. So let's continue. Lowenthal with the white pieces opens with e4, as he usually does. Morphy replies with e5 with knight f3, and Morphy goes for the Petroff defense with knight to f6. We have knight captures on e5, going for the main line, classical variation, d6, knight f3, and now knight captures on e4. So basically, the same as if it was played in 2020. We have d4, d5, and bishop to d3. So this is, to date, considered still the main theory. Bishop to e7, and here Lowenthal castles, the safety, preparing to bring the rook into the game. Knight c6, and here c4. And now, nowadays, you want to react to this c4 move by either going knight to f6 or knight to b4. Both, both add additional protection to the d5 pawn, while this move also goes for the light for bishop here. But Morphy goes for bishop to e6, and this is a very old move and no longer played today. So here is where modern engines and the development of modern theory made some difference. We have c captures on d5, bishop captures, and bishop to e3, and it is as of move 10 that this position has never been reached again. We have castles by Morphy, and now knight to c3. Continuing development, threatening to pick up the knight here as it's attacked twice, and now f5 Morphy strengthens the knight in the center of the board. We have knight captures on d5, grabbing that light for bishop, so Morphy loses the bishop pair, and queen captures on d5. And now Lowenthal goes for bishop to c2, with the deadly threat of going bishop to b3, which will win Morphy's queen. So Morphy, of course, reacts with king to h8, not allowing the capture. Bishop to b3, removing the bishop, and the queen to d6 now. And now Lowenthal grabs more space with d5. And now you could go to e5, for example, knight e5, captures, and then something like bishop to d4. which is very much playable. However, sorry about that. However, Morphy decides to go for knight to a5 instead. We have bishop to d4, just the same, and now Morphy counters the bishop right away with bishop to f6. So even though Morphy lost the bishop pair, he counters the dark square bishop with his dark square bishop, and he always has the opportunity to capture the light square bishop on b3. So rook to e1, Lowenthal just continues developing pieces, and rook a to d8. Morphy does the same, and here we have a trade. We have captures on f6, captures on f6, and now knight to g5. Again, Lowenthal with the threats. Knight to e6 is the threat that will win one of the rooks, but Morphy counters with the threat of queen captures on h2. And now it is interesting if you go knight to e6. If you allow this, then just rook to e8, and you don't win any material. Since if the knight moves, if you capture the rook, then the rook also controls the escape square, and queen to h1 will just be checkmate. So after this knight to g4 move, we have g3 prevents queen captures on h2, and now we have just queen back to c5. You could also just play knight captures here on b3, queen captures, and then go for the d5 pawn. But Morphy not interested in this for the moment. So here, even though if you go for this, it's basically a draw. For example, you could just trade everything off captures, so you could even capture with the queen. For example, let's say even with, or with the pawn, if you want to open up the file for your rook to have an attack on the pawn here. For example, now you go queen captures on d5, knight to e6, and now captures, and here rook captures, and now this rook will finally move. For example, to c8 as well, the c pawn is under attack. But even if you do this rook to c8, you're going to allow this rook to come all the way to d7, and now it's going to be, well, it's Morphy's up a pawn for the moment, but you're going to win one of them, so nothing special here really happens. So instead, after this queen to c5 move, we have a different idea. We have queen to e2, just defending this f2 pawn. So here we have queen to e2, and only now Morphy goes for knight captures on b3. A captures, and now again not going for the d5 pawn, but rather rook d to e8. And this is well, here it becomes really tricky because while you could go for this, it's very dangerous to try and get too much, as you see. Morphy goes rook d to e8, queen to f3, and now again not going for the trade, probably going for the trade captures, and queen c2 is best because you keep the pressure on the f2 pawn, and you also threaten these two pawns. You've eliminated one of the rooks, and you are very happy for the moment. However, instead of all of this, after this queen to f3 move, Morphy goes knight to e5, and now okay, you're pressuring the queen. If the queen ever loses control of the f3 square, you might have some very nasty checks happening, but on the other hand, you allow queen to h5, and now Lowenthal is already threatening checkmate, so Morphy needs to defend against this. h6, and now rook a to d1. You could go for captures, and the knight to f7 check, but that's just trading. You don't really get anything. So first, rook a to d1, add additional support to the d5 pawn, and keep all the pressure. The knight doesn't really need to move. The pawn is pinned, so it's not a problem. Here, Morphy goes queen to c2. Queen to b6 is a bit more resilient, as it keeps an eye on the entire 6th rank, but after queen to c2, he allows a very, very nice move by Lowenthal. So even if you don't see it right away, pause the video and find this move for white while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting the the knight jump to e6, and for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's knight to e6, and now everything is hanging. The rook is under attack. If the rook moves away from the back rank, then this rook is under attack. If you don't do anything about this, then this knight is under attack. Also, you can move the rook because the queen guards this rook, so the black queen will not be able to capture it. So everything is nicely connected. However, Morphy finds counterplay. He goes knight to g4. Again, there's the problem of this f2 pawn. So first, Lowenthal needs to waste a move to defend it. Rook to f1, and now Morphy goes for queen captures on b2. He sacrifices the exchange because if you go for something like rook to g8 because you cannot move away from the defense of this rook, then rook c1, then the rook can come over here. The knight can come to f4 to g6. It's just going to be incredibly difficult to defend it. So Morphy instead decides to capture the pawn instead and allow Lowenthal to capture the exchange. So queen captures on b2. Knight captures, rook captures, and now h3. Lowenthal doesn't want this knight constantly being here on g4. As long as the knight is here, you will not be able to activate this rook. So knight back to f6, attacking the queen, and now queen captures on f5 finally. And Morphy, of course, grabs the b3 pawn. So now the end result of all that has happened is that Morphy's up a pawn. He's down the exchange, but he does have the two connected pass pawns on the queen side. So d6. It's a very bold move, allowing Morphy to create 3 connected pass pawns. On the other hand, if Morphy ignores the pawn, then Lowenthal also gets a beautiful pass pawn here. So Morphy captures this. We have rook captures on d6, and now comes queen to f7, helping out with the defense and also keeping an eye on the pawns here. Rook back to d2, and now a6. Morphy now needs to find a way how to start pushing his pass pawns. We have rook to e1 and b5 now, and here queen to c5, not allowing any pawn pushes as the queen covers this. Also, if you push, you just lose this pawn. So rook to e8. Morphy wants to get rid of a pair of rooks, and then he will try and support the pushing of the pawns with his knight and queen. We have rook d to e2, forcing a trade, but on e2, as you don't want to allow any ideas like if the rooks move, you might have some, let's say, queen captures or something like that. King captures knight before checking up the queen. Not while the queen is defending the f2 pawn, but could be tricky. So Lowenthal wants to keep the rook as an additional defender on the second rank. So rook captures on e2, rook captures, and now queen to b3. The queen now defends the pawn, and you can start pushing your a pawn. However, Lowenthal also has a move, so he goes not rook to e8, queen to f8 with check. And Morphy now needs to decide: does he move? Does he block? If you go king to h7, then it's very hard to decide what to do here. Rook is coming to e7, and then you have a lot of problems here. It will be very, very hard to defend. You could go queen b1 check, let's say king g2, and then bring the queen back. But then you will shift the queen away and go after the pawns this way. Well, it is possible. Morphy doesn't like this idea of moving the king, so instead he blocks check with the knight, and now we have rook to e7, now threatening the g7 pawn, and this will of course be checkmate. So Morphy will now be forced to constantly keep an eye on the g7 pawn and on the g8 knight. So first queen d1 check, king to h2, and now queen to d4, guarding the g7 pawn, and now comes rook to e8. Now Lowenthal threatens to capture the knight here. We have queen to c4 defending, and now rook to a8, not giving Morphy a moment to catch his breath. Now the a pawn is being threatened, but now b4, defending the pawn this way. So Lowenthal remaneuvers once again, rook to a7, again threatening checkmate, and Morphy again needs to defend queen d4 with defending and attacking of the rook. But on the other hand, you have to give up one of the pawns. So rook captures, and now b3. If the pawn reaches b2, then it could already get very dangerous. So of course, white will not allow that. Rook to a8, again threatening the knight here, and queen to d5. We have rook to a7, again threatening checkmate, and now queen to d4. But now rook to b7, putting the rook behind the pass pawn, and really, if you go for b2 here, which seems like a reasonable thing to do, after rook to b8, you're going to lose the pawn either way because the queen needs to defend against checkmate, and then you're just going to pick up the pawn. So after this rook to b7 move, we have queen to c3, a waiting move by Morphy, but now comes a very strong move, queen to f7, not allowing any future remaneuvering of the queen along this diagonal, and now rook to b8, you will not be able to do anything about this. So Morphy needs to unpin here. If rook b8 comes, it's game over. So now he plays king to h7. So if rook b8 comes, knight f6 can be played, but after this king to h7, Lowenthal plays just rook captures on b3, because now the queen also guards that. You cannot defend against everything. So rook captures, and now queen to e5 by Morphy. So now it's actually Lowenthal who's up a pawn and also up the exchange, and it's going to be incredibly difficult for Morphy to save this game. So rook to b6, e7, again, constant pressure here on the g7 pawn, and now h5. Morphy needs to start pushing some pawns to create some openings. Rook d7, and now knight to h6. We have queen to d5 now, offering a queen trade, and queen f6. Morphy declines. Queen to d3 check, king to h8, and now rook to d8 with check. Again, the knight blocks, and now queen to d4. Now offering a queen trade, Morphy again declines, and while offering a queen trade, he also guards the f2 pawn. So Morphy goes queen f3, and now king to g1. Now the king also defends this. We have king to h7, and now queen to d5 with an attack on the queen, an attack on the pawn, and a double attack on the knight here. And here Morphy really doesn't have any choice. He needs to trade. So captures, and now knight to f6. Morphy is now down a pawn and down the exchange in a rook against knight endgame. So if a miracle doesn't happen here, Leventhal should win this game. So will this be Leventhal's first victory in the match? Well, let's see what happened here. Rook to e5 and king g6. Morphy starts bringing the king into the game. f4, and now king to f7. We have king g2. Leventhal also knows that the king is very important in the endgame. So we have king back to g6 by Morphy. Forced to wait and see what Leventhal does. We have king f3, king f7, and now rook to a5. The knight is still on the board, so you don't want your rook close to your king. Could be very dangerous. King to g6. Morphy again forced to play waiting moves, and now rook a6, pinning the knight. So king f7, and now of course f5, taking away these squares from the king. We have knight to d5, and now g4. We have captures, and now knight back to e7. We have king f4, improving the position of the king. Knight d5 check. We have king to e5, and now knight back to f6. And here, Leventhal just played rook to a7 check, and it was in this position on move 70 that Paul Charles Morphy resigned the game, and Johann Jakob Leventhal got his first victory in the match. So is this the turning point of the match, or is this just an anomaly? Well, we'll continue the match and see what happens. But here, of course, you resign because there's not much you can do. Once the king moves, for example, you're going to move the king. King to e6 is coming with some very nasty threats. The pawn is coming. Of course, you cannot capture because the threat of checkmate. So you don't really care. You're just going to keep pushing, and it's a very quick victory. There's even if you try something like knight to d8, you're going to go rook a8, king to g8. You don't have any moves here. Like if you do this, then you just get f6, and well, you're running out of moves g5, f7, and that's just it. So after rook to a7, Morphy resigned, and first victory for Johann Jakob Leventhal in the match. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it, and that you're enjoying the match between the two of them and the saga so far. There's always a link in the description below. If you're just joining the saga, do start it from the beginning, as you really want to know more about the genius that is Paul Charles Morphy. If this is the only game you've ever seen by Paul Morphy, you don't think this is like who he is, do check out the entire saga. So I would like to thank Jeffrey Johnson, Hannah Tomashke, Adia Singh, Serenivas Batvala, and Sid, and Ulrich Dana for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the good stuff, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. And do check out the link in the description below if you want to learn more about the FIDE Candidates 2020 tournament. See you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome to a truly remarkable game that will improve your day at least tenfold, and I'm not even exaggerating. It's from the 2014 Dortmund Sparkassen tournament, where Fabiano Caruana is facing former FIDE world champion Ruslan Ponomarev. The game comes as a suggestion from Latel on Twitter, so thank you for that. It's a really wonderful suggestion. So without dwelling too long on anything but the moves, let's check it out. So Fabi with the white pieces opens with e4. We have e5 by Ponomarev, knight to f3, and knight to f6, going for the Petroff defense. We have knight captures on e5, grabbing that pawn, and now d6, chasing away the knight, and then we're going to recapture on e4. And nowadays, even knight captures on f7 is possible. A lot of strong players are playing that, but in the game, knight to f3 was played. We have knight captures on e4, so going for the classical variation, and knight to c3. Now challenging this knight captures and the d captures. And now, okay, white's pawn structure is a little bit messed up here, but white has excellent compensation. He has a very natural way of developing his bishop pair. All of the lines are open, and he can just castle to safety very easily. And it's very easy for black to go wrong if he's not careful. For example, you could play something like bishop to g4, let's say h3, we chase away the bishop. Black doesn't want to give up the bishop pair. So plays bishop h5, we play queen to d5, we attack the bishop, the b7 pawn, and now black has nothing better other than to give up the bishop pair, and you've already won the bishop pair without even doing anything. So you have to know little things like that. But okay, in the game, of course, Ponomarev is a very strong player. He plays bishop to e7, bishop to e3 by Fabi, and knight to c6. We have queen to d2, developing the queen, preparing castles queenside, and the bishop to e6. Now saying, okay, but if you castle queenside, I'm going to grab the pawn on a2. Of course, that's a joke, as that is not possible. Fabi just plays castles queenside, and now grabbing the pawn. It does look tempting, but you can't really do it. If you go bishop captures on a2, we're going to first trap the bishop. Of course, we play king to b2, we're going to capture the bishop next. And if black plays on like a5, we're going to attack the bishop. a4, you're going to capture it. Pawn captures, king captures. Yes, you've eliminated the white king's defenses, but there's nothing to attack the white king with. So yeah, you're not going to have a lot of fun playing this. Of course, it's possible. I know some people that would definitely play this, myself maybe included, but not for a strong player like Ponomarev. So queen to d7, continuing development, and now the prophylactic king to b1. Of course, we have bishop to f6. So now the bishops are very nicely placed, attacking Fabi's queenside, and h3. We have h6 by black, and now we have b3, and it is now as of move 12 that this position has never been reached again, and we have a unique game, so to say. So how do you continue here? Well, black plays a6. It seems like a5 is something you want to do. You want to open up the white king's defenses, but a4 pretty much stops that, and there's no further attacking that white king. So instead, we have a6, and now g4 by Fabi. We have queenside castles, and the bishop to g2. Now Fabi also placing his bishop pair towards black's king. So g5, and now knight to d4. And this is now a beautifully placed knight. You do not want this knight to remain here. You don't want to capture for nothing, but if you don't have anything better, you have to capture it, because now we're just already threatening to mess up black's pawn structure. The bishop is also attacking that knight, so you kind of have to do it. But white will undouble his pawns. But okay, capturing is the best thing to do here. Knight captures, c captures, and now d5. Black has to close the position, and now all four bishops are really not doing all that much. But that can change in an instant. That's how chess works. So Fabi tries to give his dark square bishop this wonderful diagonal by playing f4. So f4 is played, and now you can't really ignore this, because if f5 is played, then the bishop is trapped here. So your option is either to capture on f4 or to play queen to e7, make some room for the bishop on d7. Maybe this looks a bit passive. So Ponomarev captures on f4, we have bishop captures, and now you could try something like bishop g5. Yes, it's a pawn sacrifice, but it will eliminate white's very strong bishop, whereas your bishop isn't doing all that much. But in the game, we have h5, trying to create some weaknesses on the king side. Now we have a triple attack here on the g4 pawn, and Fabi just advances it to g5. We have bishop to g7, and now rook d to e1. Here you might consider also a move like h4, but maybe Fabi didn't want to allow black to go for this immediate f6. So instead he goes rook d to e1, not rook h to e1. Seems like this is a more natural move, but you have to keep an eye on that h3 pawn for the moment. So rook d to e1, and what do you play here? Well, here h4, of course. We do not want to allow white to push h4, and now you could go for something like rook to e3, rook to c3, try and put pressure on black's king here. But if you do something like this, we can just move the king, and if rook to c3, rook to c8, so no worries for black here. So Fabi goes bishop to e5, offers a trade of bishops, and even though it seems like you're giving up your really awesome bishop for black's bishop that's not doing all that much, it's not all that black and white, because if captures, then you have a wonderfully placed rook here. At some point, you're going to bring this rook to e1. You're going to put a lot of pressure on the bishop here. You're going to undermine it with g6, and that's basically Fabi's plan. So of course, we have rook d to g8. Here, Ponomarev says, all right, at some point we're going to trade. I'm going to put my bishop on queen on d8, and then I'm going to go after your g5 pawn. So Fabi has to prevent this. He plays queen to f4 first, and now queen to d8, now putting indirect pressure to this g5 pawn. So bishop to f1. Now Fabi's bishop is going to assume a very different diagonal from this one. From this one, it's not doing all that much. So what can you play here? You don't really gain anything by capturing an e5 right away. We're going to capture with the rook, and the g5 pawn is still defended. So after this bishop to f1, we have king to b8. This king on b8 looks even uglier than on c8 because now he's actually on this diagonal, but the king wants to come to a7. That's the point. So bishop to d3, and now comes the bishop back to c8. It's always a target here. Like we said, at some point white will play g6, undermine this bishop, and then play some like captures, and then maybe rook captures on e6. So of course black wants to move this bishop, bishop to c8, and it will work very nicely here as a defender of the queen side pawns. We have king to b2, also a nice safe move for Fabi's king. And now you don't really have a way of increasing the pressure. If you play something like rook to h5 to try and eliminate this bishop and then go after the pawn, we can just play rook h to g1, as not only the bishop is attacking the h3 pawn, but for the moment we don't really care about this. If you play bishop captures on h3 now, then queen captures on f7, and well, it's just a complete mess of a position that the black will not enjoy. So after king to b2, we have bishop captures on e5. Now white has to react to this. Of course, rook captures on e5, and it's a terrible feeling when you have to trade just for the sake of trading, but there wasn't really anything better. And now rook to g7, we have to defend this f7 pawn. We have a4 by Fabi and a5 now by Ponomarev, not allowing this pawn to advance any further. At some point you want to play king a7, b6, and we'll try to get this bishop somewhere maybe on b7, maybe on a6. All depends on what Fabi plays. So king to a2, and now king to a7. And okay, the a5 pawn is weak. The king is also occupying the a file, so queen back to d2, going after this queen captures on a5 with check. But now just king to b8. And now if you go for this pawn, then Ponomarev grabs this pawn obviously with the rook, so not something Fabi is interested in. He repeats queen to f4, and Ponomarev repeats king to a7. So Fabi has to try a different approach to the position, but it's not easily done, as all of his pieces are kind of ideally placed. Okay, maybe not this rook, but this rook is stuck here guarding the h3 pawn. But if you think like that, you will never find great moves and achieve great masterpieces. So here Fabi plays rook h to e1. He offers the h3 pawn, which is well, not all that easy to do. Then you allow black to have this beautiful pass pawn, and you better have something to show for. So here Ponomarev captures the pawn. He says, thank you for allowing me to have this pass pawn. And now what does Fabi do? Well, rook to e7 seems like one good idea, going after the c7 pawn, but then queen d6 blocks. The queen here is undefended, so you don't really have time to go for the pawn. And what do you do here? That's the question. So of course that's not what he went for. He played rook to h1. Now the bishop will move, and we're going to capture this h4 pawn. So here bishop goes back to c8. We have rook captures on h4, rook captures, and queen captures on h4. So this is how Fabi tries to keep the position alive, and well, he's trying to make some progress. We have b6 by black, going for this maneuver that we discussed. The bishop cannot come to a6. Maybe you can even trade off the light square bishops. But now comes queen to h6. The rook here is undefended, so we are using that to bring the queen all the way to c6. So here rook to g8, and now queen to c6. And here you have to find a good move for black. There aren't many, but for example, bishop to b7 definitely keeps the game alive. Now the queen is attacked, the g5 pawn is attacked twice. You kind of have to play queen to f6. We're going to trade here, and the white will always be better. This is a very advanced pawn. You can't really go after it with the rook. The bishop covers the g6 square, so there's no worries about that. And rook e7 is coming. You're going to put pressure on this pawn, on this pawn. This is a weak pawn. So Fabi will definitely have a lot of pressure here. So instead of that, after queen to c6, bishop to e6 was played. It seems like it's guarding everything, but now I don't even have to tell you to pause the video, but I will ask you to pause the video here and try to find the winning idea for Fabi while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on paying attention at least a little bit, as this is what we were discussing for the entire game. And to those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is of course g6. Pawn to g6 undermines the bishop here, and there's really nothing black can do about this. It's a really powerful move. Of course, if the pawn is captured, then we just win a free bishop. Black cannot allow this. You could play something like bishop to d7, but this only ends bad for black. For example, queen captures on d5. Okay, you don't lose the material here. We're going to play f captures on g6, but now bishop e4. We're threatening checkmate. And also, if the queen moves too far, we're going to win the bishop on d7. So queen to c8 to try and keep an eye on everything. Now we're going to play rook to e7, go after the bishop, and after, let's say, the rook defense, we're going to move the queen to avoid any nasty discoveries. And now black is basically without a move. You can't move the bishop. We're going to play rook captures on c7. So it's a really ugly position for black to handle, and there really aren't any good moves. The bishop here is just a monster controlling these squares. The queen controls a6. We can even just go after the pawn. We can just pick up the pawn. So many possibilities here. White would win this easily. But like I said, after this g6 move, we have rook to g7 by Ponomarev, and now comes g captures on f7, bishop captures on f7, and this is the position that's been well, sort of the theme of discussion for many years ever since it was played. It's actually a forced mate in 16, but you guys will not need all that many moves. You only need the first two. So feel free to pause the video and try to find these two miraculous moves while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on finding the start of this incredible combination. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is of course rook to e7. Full rook sacrifice. That's hard to comprehend if you don't really see the follow-up after we sacrifice the rook. So you don't have a good option here. Rook captures on c7 wins the game. If you try to defend it with something like king d8 and bishop a6, and there's no defense against checkmate, you have to give up the queen just to prevent checkmate. So after rook to e7, of course, one might have captured the queen, but now comes the move you had to see, and that is bishop to a6. If you've seen the thumbnail, of course, this is much easier, as you know where the pieces should be. But now, how do you defend it? There's no good move. Queen to b7 will be checkmate, and you don't have a move here to prevent this. King captures on a6 was played, but luckily our pawn on a4 guards the b5 square. If Fabi saw this position when he played pawn to a4, then well, I don't know how he lost the Magnus in the previous World Championship match, but maybe Magnus is just that strong. Who knows? But here, of course, Fabi played queen to a8 check, and this is also now a checkmate. So this is just an outstanding game. And once again, thank you, Lakel, for suggesting it to me. I have not seen this game before. I started YouTube after 2014, so this game eluded me, but luckily not forever. So we're gonna show this one more time, even in slow motion. Look at this, rook to e7, just an amazing sacrifice. Queen captures, now bishop to a6, another sacrifice, and then queen to a8 checkmate. Brilliant game by Fabi. So hope you guys don't think I exaggerated with the title, but this is something that a Tal would pull off on his best day, and this is from my understanding of chess, this is performing a miracle. So Fabi also won the tournament, 1.5 points ahead of everyone else. So there's also that. So hope you guys really enjoyed the game. I would like to thank Shanti Chaganti, Matias Binte, Federico Conte Lofredo, Zachary Bell, and Mike Pomerenning for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions, hopefully as nice as this one, and checking up on everything else that's happening in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, welcome to another game from round 12 of the 2021 Candidates Tournament. It's Ivankov versus Jan Konishi, and this game stirred some controversy online between some of you, and we're going to get to that, but it doesn't appear that there is much merit to this. But you know, you'll be the judge of that. So without further ado, let's check it out. Ivankov versus Jan Konishi. Konishi is the leader of the tournament, and if Hao wins this, then I guess he could be, maybe still fighting for the actual win, but it's hard to say. So here he opens with e4, and I would just like to mention, for those of you who maybe still haven't joined, we have a Telegram channel where we discuss things and where you can receive a notification for a video earlier if maybe you don't receive YouTube notifications. So if you guys are interested in that, I will put a link to it in the description below. We had some problems if you were from India, you couldn't join like a month ago, but we fixed that, and now everyone should be able to join. So if you're still into that, do join us. We have a really good time there. So after e4, Nepo decided to go with e5. We have knight to f3 and knight to f6. Nepo goes for the Petroff defense. We have knight captures on e5 and now d6, chasing the knight back. Knight to f3 and now knight captures on e4. So this is all very standard stuff. My personal favorite is knight to c3, but here we have d3, and this is not this is not new. This is in fact an old way to play this, but I guess it's coming back into fashion. So here knight f6, we have d4 and now d5. Black also grabs more space in the center. We have bishop to d3 and bishop to d6. So very just a nicely proportional development. We have queen to e2 check, and Nepo very happily obliges. He doesn't want to play anything too crazy. He's leading the candidate tournament, so he has the black pieces against the renowned chess player like Wang Hao, so he's very much happy slow playing this. So queen captures on e7, king captures now, and castles. We have knight to c6 just developing. You could also play, I guess, c6, but this isn't really how this line is played. So knight to c6, and now here we have c3, and c3 is a new move in this position. There's a known game, rook to e1 check was played. Maxim Shelogrov defeated young Krzysztof Duda in the Skilling Open last year, or rather this year. Let me just check. Can't really remember. Yeah, it was last year, of course, in the Skilling Open. MBL defeated Duda, and here after knight to c6 we have c3, and it is now as of move 11 that we have a completely new game. So here h6, taking away the g5 square from the knight and the bishop, and knight to h4 now. Here Hao wants to play knight to f5 and force black to give up the dark square bishop, but this is exactly what Jan is going for. We have rook to e8, preparing to castle artificially, knight to f5 check, and Nepo castles. Now he gives up the bishop pair, but as you'll see, he will close up the position as much as possible to make the Hao's bishop pair not fully operational. So bishop captures on f5, king to f8. Now the artificial castling is complete, and g3 now. We have knight to e7, attacking the light square bishop, and bishop back to h3. We have knight to c8, as you all know, the strongest move is with the knight back, and now knight to d2. And here a5. We have a4, preventing b5, and now c6. So black wants to keep a nice close position, so that white's bishop pair will not come fully operational. So here rook to d1. It's a bit hard for white to get his pieces into the game. He still needs to get a good square for the knight. He needs to bring the bishop into the game, and only then can he confront black's very strong rook on e8. So here rook to d1. Now you can bring your king, for example, to f1. Maybe you can trade rooks like this. We have h5, and now knight to f1. We have g6 by black, and now f3. We have knight to b6, and now knight to b6, and now b3, preventing the knight from coming to c4. So the position is very much closed, and this is what knights enjoy. We have king to g7, and now king to f2. Knight b back to d7. Now with ideas of maybe bringing the rook over to c8, maybe pushing c5, and bishop to g5 now. Now the bishop is developed, the rooks have been connected, and knight to f8, bringing the knight to e6 to put pressure on this bishop on g5. So rook to e1, finally Hao can bring his rook to the open e file, and the knight to e6 now. And like we said, the position is very much closed, and maybe, just maybe, white should capture here, because the bishops aren't doing all that of an impressive job in a closed structure such as this one, but Hao decides to keep it for later. Maybe the position opens up, maybe the bishop pair will come fully operational. So rook a to c8, now preparing to strike in the center with c5, and bishop to d2. If the c file opens up, you will have the c3 pawn nicely defended, but also if, for example, captures, you will be also attacking a5 pawn, so bishop to d2 makes sense. c5 by Nepo, and now d captures on c5. There's pressure here, so of course you have to react to this. D captures, bishop captures with check, king to g2 now, and bishop back to b6. We have rook 8 to b1, now preparing b4, and rook to c6 now. Now maybe you want to double up on the c file, put pressure on this backwards c3 pawn. We have b4, and now knight to c7. So what do you do here? We have b captures, or rather before capturing here, we have rook captures on e8, knight captures on e8, and only now b captures on a5. We have bishop captures on a5, and now rook captures on b7. So this is all very nicely done. And now you could try and be tricky with something like d4, saying that, okay, if c captures on d4, then I win the game. Bishop captures, knight captures, and rook to c2, attacks the knight. You can't move it. There's a king on g2. That's it. White resigns. However, after d4, you also have to consider c4. It's quite a sneaky idea. And then who knows what might happen. You don't really want to trade here, because then captures, and all of a sudden white has two pass pawns. You don't really want to play against that. So instead, after rook captures on b7, nothing so fancy. We have knight to d6 now. First pushing the rook back. We have rook to a7 now, attacking the bishop, also defending his pass pawn, and the bishop captures on c3 now. And now, well, you could capture here. First, we have bishop to d7. Now, offering a trade to this bishop that's pretty much doing nothing for this knight that could become very strong. So either you move the rook to something like rook to c4, or you capture here. Nepo decides to capture. We have rook captures, but before rook captures, we have bishop captures on c3, getting rid of that one. Rook captures, and now rook captures on d7. We have rook to c6 now, preparing not only is the knight defended, but also you are getting ready to play rook to a6 to attack this pawn. But first, rook to e7. So what do you play here? Well, if you go for something like rook to a6 right away, then rook to e5, and then this pawn is under attack. And if you traded this one for this pawn, then it's we can just call it a draw. But it's also move 39. We also need to make one more move to reach time control. So here, Nepo plays a bit more complicated rook to c2 with check, and here we have king to g1. And with this move, we've reached move 40, and we are granted additional time. And now Nepo starts pushing his pass pawn, so d4. And now this is just beautiful. We have rook to d7, attacking the knight, and now knight to f5. And the beautiful thing is that you can't kick away the knight to win this pawn, because if you do this, just knight h4, and now you can't win the pawn because knight f3 check picks up the rook. So there's also that in the position. So this pawn is very much safe here, and Hao just starts pushing his own pass pawn. So a5, and now rook to a2. We have rook to a7, and as you know, they say put the rook behind the pass pawn, not in front of the pass pawn, so it would be of course much better if the white rook was here for Hao, but it's not, so it's a bit more problematic. We have king to f6, preparing to bring the king into the game, and a6 now. We have h4, trying to bust open black's king side and ruin his pawn structure, and you don't really have a good move here, because if you, or rather, okay, for example, if you capture here, just knight captures, your pawn structure is completely ruined. If you go g4, then knight to e3, extremely strong. What do you do here? If you trade, then d captures on e3, this is now covered. If rook to e1 check comes, you're going to have to move, and then, the pawn just wins the game. There's no rook to e7, the king took care of that, so After h4, not really good to capture or to push g4. So here we have rook to a8, making room for this final push to a7, and now comes h3. And this is a very important move because it takes away the g2 square from the white king. Also, the f2 square is taken by the rook, so you have to be careful. At some point, ideas like rook to g2 are coming. So here we have a7, and now king to e7, just taking care of all of the squares on the back rank. Here you could easily blunder game. You always have to be careful when your opponent pushes the pawn all the way up to the board and there's a rook behind it. You don't want to play something like king to e6, then just the rook delivers check. You have to move the king, and then queen comes into the game, and you can resign. But after a move like king to e7, of course, such things are not possible. So here we have g4, pushing the knight back, and now knight to d6. We have rook to b8, giving up the a7 pawn, but with a very nice idea. Here, Hao finds a way on how to eliminate this d4 pawn. We have rook to b8, preparing a8 queen, so you have to capture the a7 pawn. There's no arguing that. So rook captures, and now rook to b4. Now you have to push the pawn because this the f5 square is taken, the b5 square is taken, so you have to push it, and now rook to b3, and there's no defending the pawn now. So this pawn is lost. We have rook to a2 by Nepo, at least grabbing some activity with the rook, and now rook captures on d3. Now comes knight to c4, and here already you can very easily make a mistake because it's not easy to make a move for white. What do you play here? For example, if you try something like f4, which makes sense, you want to grab a lot of space here, rook g2 check, and then after king h1, rook f2, and now your knight and the f4 pawn are under attack, and well, you've just given up a pawn. So here we have knight to g3 by Hao. Very interesting is knight to e3. I had to check this because there was a lot of controversy about this game online, so I had to check. Knight to e3 does seem to lead to a definite draw, but I don't know how easy it is to decide this from a human perspective, because I've checked the table bases, and table bases say that after all the trades are done here, for example, knight e3 captures with check, king f6. Now you have to find this f4 move which attacks the h3 pawn. Now we go into this rook g2 check, king h1, rook captures on g4, rook captures on h3, and rook captures on f4. So this is a table based draw, but I don't know if it's how easy it is to deduce that from this position where Hao had to decide what to play here. So instead of knight to e3, he went for knight to g3, which is not a mistake, but it does allow Nepo some very cool ideas like rook to g2 with check, king to h1, and now just king to f8. So what do you play here? Again, it's your move. Rook to c3, just attacking the knight, and then now comes knight to b2. There is the seemingly cooler rook to d2, and now if you capture the knight, then it's just rook d1 check, knight f1, and rook captures on f1 checkmate, because this is covered. But of course, this is not forced. After a move like rook to d2, we're just going to play king to g1, and now we're going to have to repeat rook g2 checking h1, and then play the move Nepo already played. So in case you were wondering why Nepo went for knight to b2 instead of this cool move. So knight to b2, and now rook to c8 with check, king to g7, and now comes rook to d8. Instead of this, you could try rook to b8, but you really have to keep an eye on d1 and d3, because if you try something like this, knight d1 and knight to f2 will be checkmate. There's no defending this. Look at this beautiful checkmate. This is nicely covered, so there's no defending this. So you absolutely have to cover the d1 and d3 squares, and now Nepo goes for rook to f2. And again, what do you play here? It's again a very tough decision for white. If you go rook to b8, you have to try something. The f3 pawn is being threatened, so you might try this. Then if captures, of course, we can grab the knight. But you run into the exact same idea. Rook to d2, and what do you play now? Rook to d1 is the threat. You're going to get checkmated. And after king g1, now we play king to g2 check. And now, of course, if we go king to h1, then the same checkmate applies. So we're going to have to go to f1, and then you just lose the h2 pawn for free. And this is now, well, it will be winning for black, no doubt. So instead, after rook to f2, we have king to g1 right away by Hao, and now comes rook captures on f3. And it's not a problem. This is only one pawn. We have knight to e4, and now comes rook to e3. Again, putting pressure on this knight. Knight back to g3, and here Nepo played rook to a3, and it was in this position on move 59 that Hao resigned the game. As well, it's not like there's nothing more to be done. There are things that can be maybe done here, but both of them agree that well, Nepo said after the game that this is lost for white, and Hao said that he's very sure that this is lost for white. But if you try to make moves here for white, you're going to see that there really are no moves that you can play because nothing just works. The king will never get into the game. I mean, this h2 pawn is just weak. The h3 pawn is very hard to be reached by white, and the g4 pawn is weak simply because the h3 pawn isn't there to help defend it. And if you get the king into the game, you can very easily win the pawn. So one thing that could happen is, let's say rook to e8, you make a move with white, you have to play something. We go, for example, you want to maybe try to somehow trade off the rooks, then win this pawn, or trade off the knights, then maybe get the rook into the game and somehow eliminate black's h3 pawn. So we might see something like knight to d3, and then if rook to e3, now of course pinning the knight, we just play rook a1 check. And if knight to f1, now blocking this, knight to f4 nicely defends our h3 pawn. And if rook to f3, we have to play this because well, if the king comes to g5, it's just over. So you have to force g5, and then it's just, I mean, this is so disgusting to play with white. You don't want to be in this position because you can't win. I mean, chances are, okay, there of course exists a chance that Nepo will mess something up and allow some sort of super theoretical draw, but Hao doesn't think that such a thing is possible, and that's why he resigned here after rook to a3. Or I haven't seen the interview, so if you guys have any greater insight as to why he resigned, you're welcome to share in the comments. I will pin it so everyone else can see. But I'm pretty sure that that's why he resigned. And there's nothing for him to gain. He's not winning this game. He is not becoming a challenger to Magnus Carlsen. And here, I think he just lost all will to play this game, because I mean, here you could suffer for the next 4 days, and it doesn't really make sense because you still have to play 2 more games in the candidates tournament, and better to be refreshed for them. Even though I guess tomorrow is a rest day, so it could be anything. But I don't think we are looking at some sort of a controversy here, or a conspiracy. I think this is just a well thought game that he couldn't hold, and a resignation was in order. So I will show more games from this round, but I will show them tomorrow. So for those of you who still don't know how the other games ended, close your eyes and close this video, because I will now show the standings after round 12. So these are the standings. There you have it. After 12 rounds, Yanni Ponici is still in the lead, even though Anish Giri played that beautiful game against Fabiano Caruana. He defeated him, and we thought that he would at least catch up to Nepo, but with winning, by winning this game against Hao, Yanni Ponici still hangs on to first place with 8 points. Then we have Anish Giri with 7.5, Maxime with 6.5, Fabi with 6, Grishuk with 5.5, Hao and Dingliren with 5, and Kirill Alexenko with 4.5. And I don't know, I don't think Fabi is no longer in it, to win it. I think Maxime still has a chance to catch up to Nepo, if Nepo of course loses both of his games, but it's not going to be easy. So I think 3 of them still have a chance. We're going to see. So it's going to be either Nepo, Giri, or MVL. But 2 more rounds to go, anything can happen. So we're gonna enjoy that when it happens. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and have calmed yourself regarding whether this is a conspiracy or not. I would like to thank Lucas Berglund, Robert Lonnier, Mohamed Salih Safa, Jakob Gonzalez, and Daniel Silverberg for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing with the coverage of the candidates, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome to Game 8 of the World Chess Championship Match 2021. We are in the second half of the World Chess Championship, so 7 games already been played, 7 more to go, and Magnus is leading the match. He won Game 6. Game 7 was a very, sort of a calm draw, and now we have Game 8. Will Nepo try to strike back with the black pieces, or will he try, to have a nice calm game, then have a rest today, and then maybe try and come back with the white piece? So this game is what it is. I'm not going to talk all that much about it before we actually check it out. For those of you who still don't know what happened, as usual, we have some nice photos to check out. Let's see the handshake. So there we have it. Magnus was again late to the party. You can see that Nepo was already sitting. He stands up. They have a nice handshake, so no fist bumping or anything, and no eye contact. If you remember, in that Game 6 we had a very impressive eye contact before the game, and that game definitely delivered. Here we have the first move being made by Michal Salgado of Real Madrid. I'm told he no longer plays for them, but that he was a very good player. He played e4 for Magnus. Not sure if he asked him whether he wants to play e4 or not, but he did play. Magnus did say something. Maybe he said play e4. Maybe he said play whatever you want. I'm good with anything. The pawn actually remained on the board. So that being said, let's check it out. e4 was made. Magnus doesn't retract or anything. He just hits the clock, and Nepo replies with e5. So we'll see if we'll have a repetition or will we see something else. We have knight to f3 by Magnus, and Nepo repeats knight to f6. He goes for the Petroff defense like he did in that Game 4. And in Game 4, Magnus played knight captures on e5, which is a very nice reply. But here he goes for the more aggressive d4. This is the Steinitz attack, and it can lead to some very interesting lines. And the most common way to play this is to just capture, but not e captures on d4. This is also played knight captures on e4 is considered the absolute best line for black. So here bishop to d3, we have d5 defending the knight, and only now Magnus recaptures his pawn. We have knight to d7, and the Magnus grabs it. Knight captures, bishop captures, and now there are a couple of very interesting moves that you can play here, such as castles, knight to c3, but Magnus plays knight to d2. It's not a new move or anything. It's been played many times, but it's not easy to deal with if you don't know how to play it and if you encounter it in a World Chess Championship match. So there are a couple of nice ways to meet it. The most impressive one for black seems to be f5, but this looks like an ugly move to play if you don't know it's the main move, and it kind of weakens your king. So maybe it's not an easy move to play. Another thing, if you're not sure, maybe you just go back with the knight to f6, and then we see something like castles, bishop to d6, and white continues with c4, and it's a nice game for both white and black. But Nepo makes a very interesting choice. He actually captures on d2, which kind of helps Magnus develop. We have bishop captures on d2. Notice that there are no knights left in the game, so there will be no horsing around this game. And bishop to d6 by Nepo. Again, trying to go very symmetrical here. Queen to e7 is always a popular choice here. You really ask white, what are you planning? Are you trading queens or not? And if something like bishop to e3, we can even go into the forcing queen to b4 check, and now after queen to d2, just trading queens, captures, and you play this in game. But after that torture in Game 6, it doesn't seem like this is something you want to do against Magnus already on move 11. So Nepo continues developing. He plays bishop to d6, and now this is looking very aggressive. Look at the two mighty bishop pairs. It's not very often that you see something like this. So here Magnus castles, and he's asking Nepo, are you also castling here? Because if you are, we're gonna have a very interesting game. If you castle, I'm playing queen to h5, threatening checkmate. It looks barbaric, but it works very nicely. And then after f5, preventing this, who knows what might happen. Bishop g5, we attack the queen. Let's say bishop e8, we offer a queen trade. Queen h4, now queen d7. Sort of, we get some sort of position like this where black will have to figure out what to do with the light for bishop, and white will have a very reasonable way of developing his pieces. Maybe even f4 can be played at some point. So this is what Magnus is offering after castles. But Nepo says, nope, we're not gonna have that. I'm gonna play h5. And h5 is not only a very impressive move. It's a move Nepo made after some 20 minutes of thinking. It's also a new move. It was never played before, and once you see it, it makes sense. So you prevent the queen from going to h5 ever again. Another thing, white castle. Black did not castle just yet. So if we see something like g3, h4 already threatens to open up the h file. So Magnus really has to figure out how to go about this position, and he does. Magnus spent here some almost 40 minutes. That's insane to spend on one move in a World Chess Championship match, but it is required because what do you play here? So your usual suspects are something like c4 and queen to f3, but it's not easy deciding on either of them after a move like h5. It's just a pretty crazy move to show you at least a little bit. For example, if c4, which is a move you usually play, queen h4, and now if g3, we can even play queen captures on d4. That's the reason. If bishop c3, yes, we're going to win back our pawn. Queen to g4, we offer a queen trade. Now we trade. Let's say captures, bishop captures on g7, rook g8, and now we're going to throw in one check. After king to d7, we go back bishop to c3, and we get this position where white can't really say that he's enjoying it all that much. Black will get rid of this pawn. He will push the f pawn as well, and it doesn't look like all that much for white. Another thing you might consider after this h5 move is just going queen to f3. Looks very interesting. You put pressure on the d5 pawn, but then after bishop to e6, as you are expecting rook to e1, so the bishop is well placed there. We might see something like, for example, bishop f4, queen to f6, now putting pressure, extracting that white queen, and now let's say bishop to b5 check, c6, and now bishop captures on d6. Some trades will happen captures. First, we're going to capture this with check. We want to win back our pawn. B captures, for example, g captures on f3, and you would have this position where it's 6 pawns against 7, but Magnus would have the doubled f pawn, and it's probably playable. Both pairs of rooks are still in the game, and it's bishops are of opposite colors, but again, it doesn't give you all that much. So it's just too complicated of a position to really decide where you want to go, because any move you play here can leave you with a train of thought that will last for maybe like an hour, which it did in this particular case, as Magnus spent some 40 minutes in this position, and he decided on queen to e1 check, not even rook to e1 check, because after rook to e1, you know what Nepo is playing. After rook to e1 check, Nepo was going king to f8, and then it's a complete madness of a position, something that Nepo actually thrives in. So Magnus instead went queen to e1 check, not rook to e1, and now we have king to f8. So like the honey badger, Nepo just doesn't care, and he doesn't want to worry himself with how he's going to castle or anything. Because if you play bishop to e6 now it's different. The queen is on the e file, and you can start pushing the f pawn. So now the rook on the f file and the queen on the e file definitely make a difference. So king to f8, not worrying about castling, and now bishop to b4. Also one of the reasons the queen is nicely placed on e1 to guard that bishop on b4. We have queen to e7, offering a queen trade, but also threatening bishop captures on d4, and now Magnus plays bishop captures on d6. Now you can't really trade queens because you're going to have to recapture on d6 with the pawn. So queen captures on d6. This leaves the queens into the game, and now queen to d2. We have to develop our queen to get the rooks into the game. And now again, how do you continue here? You might continue with h4. This is always very nice if you can get that h3 move in. It's gonna be great. So Magnus will probably play something like h3. But Nepo just starts by bringing the rook into the game, and Magnus does the same. Rook 8 to e1 to counter the rook on e8, and then now rook to h6, preparing to bring the rook maybe to f8 to put some pressure to f6 to put some pressure on the white king's position. But also you could just trade, for example, captures, and then rook to h6 if you want to remove a pair of rooks off the board. Nepo seems to think that that's not necessary. He goes rook to h6 right away, and now queen to g5 by Magnus, putting again some pressure on the position. And it's not easy for Nepo to make a move, but it's not all that difficult either. He just plays c6 here. He says, all right, I'm going to defend my d5 pawn, and what do you play here? Well, okay, Magnus plays rook captures on e8. It's the absolute best move because the king can't capture, you lose the g7 pawn. So you have to play bishop captures, and now comes rook to e1, and now we have this position where Carlsen's bishop is very nicely placed, the queen is very nicely placed, and the rook is very nicely placed, where the bishop on e8 not all that much. So here we have queen to f6, offering to trade queens, but of course we do not want that. We just go back queen to e3, and now Magnus is threatening queen to e8 checkmate, so of course we have to tend to that. So bishop to d7, now the bishop nicely covers the white squares, queen and king cover the d7 square, so nothing to worry about here, and we have h3 by Magnus. At some point you will move the rook, move the queen, so an additional square for the king will be much appreciated, and now Nico has to decide how to go about this position, whether he wants to play h4, whether he wants to start maybe with g5, also seems like a possibility. The bishop here that seems to be not doing all that much would actually give support for that g4 push at some point. But Nico starts with h4 first. It's a good start because you can still play g5, g4. The h4 pawn only improves that. If you've seen any neural nets playing chess, you know that pushing that h or a pawn can go a long way. And the situation on the clock here is, if you guys are interested, 41 minutes for Magnus and an hour and 12 minutes for Nipo. So Magnus really spent a lot of time deciphering that h5 idea that Nipo played. And here again, you can play many things. You could just play c3, which is kind of it looks a bit boring, equalish, but it does make sense. But Magnus decides to go for c4 right away, so putting pressure on the d5 pawn. But even this doesn't appear to be all that much. So Nipo can still consider a move like g5, but he doesn't. He plays d captures on c4. We have bishop captures on c4, and now again it's a pretty crazy position. Now the bishop is a bit stronger than he was on d3. A move to consider here is definitely king to g8, because while this bishop is here, it's fine. It's guarding the 8 square, but if it disappears, queen to e8 will still be checkmate. So king to g8 is just a nice safety precaution. But Nipo played b5 here. It's a very nice move attacking the bishop here. You can start advancing the a pawn next, but the problem is this is a bit of a blunder. So for those of you who haven't seen the game, feel free to pause the video here and find the refutation of this b5 move while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on figuring out this triangle. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is of course queen to a3. And then when you see this, then everything makes sense. That's right, queen to a3 check. This is what Magnus played. We did not see a lot of Nipo on the board after this move was played, because this is a problem. This pawn now hangs, and it doesn't matter that your bishop is attacked, because here, if you play something like queen to d6, if you block, we play queen captures on a7. And we guard the d4 pawn, but it also doesn't matter if the bishop is captured, because queen to a8 check, and you're getting checkmated. That's the real issue. Wherever you play, the bishop doesn't really matter. Queen or rook captures will be checkmate. So this is a huge problem, and Nipo can't just play something like this. So he played king to g8, but this also doesn't help him all that much. Here, Magnus just played queen captures on a7, and it's a very difficult spot to be in. Here you can see Magnus sitting at the board after he played this. There's no Jan anywhere to be found, even though it's his move. He was probably somewhere in the bathroom trying to compose himself, trying to work his mind around the fact that he just blundered a pawn in a World Chess Championship match, which is not easy. It's not easy, if you're playing in a bar tournament. If you blunder a pawn, you're a little bit upset. But if you do it in a World Chess Championship match, it's just of course I can't imagine what it feels like, but I can imagine it doesn't feel pleasant. And here it's time to make a decision. How do you want to continue here? Can you really compose yourself and try to find a way to stay in the game? Because it's not just that you're down a pawn. It's also you just blundered and your position is bad. For one, b3 and a4 create a pass pawn for white, and it's going to be an incredibly strong pass pawn. But that's basically what it means to be a champion. And here you are challenging the champion, and you have to be able to compose yourself and try and figure out how to continue here. That's what we would see if Magnus was in this position and if the roles were reversed. And how you do this is by playing bishop captures on h3. It doesn't give you much, but it might give you a fighting chance. Point is that you can't really capture the bishop. If you capture the bishop, then it's just terrible. B captures on c4, and now it's black who's actually better. You open up the white king, and not much for white to show for. However, after this move, white would have the incredible queen captures on f7, queen captures, and now rook to e8 with check. Of course, it cannot be captured as the attack. The bishop is creating this beautiful pin. So king to h7 has to be played now. Bishop captures on f7, and after this bishop moves, as it is attacked, let's say bishop to f5, we're gonna play something like bishop to check. He goes here. We're gonna go back here and enjoy this position being up a pawn. But still, black will have fighting chances. It's not impossible for Magnus to make a mistake. However, after queen captures on a7, Nipo went back, queen to d8, sort of preparing rook to d8 to put some pressure on the d4 pawn to at least win something. But now Magnus just moves his bishop to b3, and it's not going to be easy. Rook to d6 was played, but how are you ever getting this bishop away from d7? Look at this bishop attacking f7, the queen attacking f7. The rook can also be lifted, let's say rook e3, rook e4 to help out with the attack against the f7 square. And this is the absolute strongest idea recommended by all the engines, and this is what Magnus plays. So not an easy time for Nipo, and it's not easy to find a move. You could just maybe repeat some rook g6, rook f6, but even this will not be enough. Magnus will just play queen to c5, and now what's your move? The h4 pawn is now hanging, even that, and if you move now, even rook to e7 is an idea. Now it's an even nastier threat. So after rook to e4, Nipo played bishop to e6. He decides to go into the endgame now, but here it will be one that is much more unpleasant than the one we discussed if bishop captures on h3 was played. So here, bishop captures on e6, we have rook captures on e6, rook captures f captures, and now queen to c5. It is one of the moves that actually win this position, but Magnus plays it. The problem is, yes, it's a queen and pawn endgame, and those are the most difficult endgames in chess. If you ever tried learning about them, from a book on endgames, you know how complicated they are. But Magnus knows that there are three things that make this position winnable for white. One of them is he's able to create a pass pawn with b3 and a4. Another one is that these pawns are incredibly weak, so black will have very, very difficult time defending them. And the third one is the weak king on g8. You can see that the white king is very safe on g1, the black king is wide open. So those three things combined make this position impossible to defend for black. So here we have queen to a5 by Nipo. It is again not a very resilient way to play this, and now the position is completely winning, even though he's kind of threatening queen to e1 with queen captures on f2. But for the second time, feel free to pause the video and win this game for Magnus while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this move. It is not an easy move to find, and although b4 is a very impressive move in this position, no, it is not b4 this time. It is actually queen captures on c6. So congratulations to everyone who figured out that this is okay, and you can allow black to do this, as this seems to be the only way to win this game for white. So here we have queen to e1 check, king to h2, Nipo captures on f2, but now queen captures on e6 with check. We have king to h7, and now queen to e4. Another check before we secure all of the squares, because the one thing you don't want to allow is something like, let's say the queen is not defending d1 square. Let's say you allow queen g3 check, queen e1 check, queen g3 check, queen e1 check. You have perpetual, and you'll no longer be able to win this game. So Magnus needs to take care of that. We have king to g8, and now Magnus is down to some 15 minutes on the clock. Nipo has some 24 minutes on the clock, but it doesn't matter. Magnus spends some time here, plays b3, and he shows that there is no way to actually play this. You could play b4 now. Capturing here, of course, is met with just queen captures e8 with queen d8 check, followed by capturing on d5 and defending this pawn. But even b4, now you can just start pushing d5, and after let's say queen captures on e2, the pass pawn is much too strong. You can even capture on b3, d7, and that's it. After one check, let's say king to g1, queen to c7, we're going to guard this square, but queen to d5 check. Next move, we bring a queen into the game, and it's game over. So Nepo actually had to go for the other line that we've shown that it doesn't promise all that much. Queen to e8 with check, king to h7, and now queen captures on d5. So the pawn is now nicely defended. Queen f2, Nepo still dreaming of some sort of a perpetual, but now queen to e5, just guarding all of the squares, not allowing anything. We have queen to b2 attacking the pawn. Now queen e4 check, king to g8, and now queen to d3. Everything is nicely defended. And after queen to f2, Magnus plays queen to c3. We have queen to f4 check, king to g1, move 40 has been reached, so no more time pressure for either of them. King to h7, and now queen to d3 with check, g6 by Nepo, and now Magnus even brings his queen to d1, saying that now everything is protected and there is absolutely nothing you can do here. I'm just going to start pushing my d pawn, and that's it. That's game over. So queen to e3 check was played, king to h1, and now Nepo is without a move. Magnus played this basically to perfection. Every move was the absolute top engine move. g5, he wants to try something like g4, maybe h3, then trying to open up the position to start giving some checks, but Magnus just plays d5. We have g4, Magnus captures on g4, we have h3, and here Magnus plays queen to f3, and it was in this position on move 46 that Jan Nepomniachtchi resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Even if you open up the position with captures this, I mean, you're up 3 pawns, of course, this is unplayable. You can even be, completely bold and go, up the board with your king, doesn't really matter. Let's say queen d2, king to e5 check, queen to g5 check. Now you block queen to f5 check. Of course, you trade the queens, but regardless of what black plays, you will always be able to, get out of checks and then promote one of the pawns to a queen. So of course, after queen to f3, Nepo depleted all of his resources, and he had to resign this game. So Magnus wins not only game 6, he wins also game 8, and now Nepo is a really, really bad position. 8 games have already been played, so we're going to play an additional 6 games, and Nepo now needs to win not 1 but 2 games to get back into the match. So now I don't think we'll be seeing the same approach as we've been seeing so far. This is a pretty tough situation for Nepo to be in, but maybe it's a great situation for the match and for us the viewers, because now I believe the games are about to get a lot more interesting. Of course, we're not going to see overpushing or anything, because that would be just silly. But who knows? We might see the martial attack. We might see some other crazy ideas, because he has to come back into the match somehow. Otherwise, he can just draw the other 6 games and play incredible chess. But it's much more likely that he will try to get back into the game. Will he be able to compose himself? He does have a rest day. Will he come back stronger from all of this? We'll see. But it's been a long time since Magnus won 2 classical games in a World Chess Championship match in the actual classical portion. So yeah. That's the game. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Nepo most definitely didn't. Blundering upon in a World Chess Championship match game, that's, I would not like to experience that. Even though it would mean I would actually get to play there, but still, it would be too difficult to handle. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, once again, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I would like to thank AK-47, Nika Chubinitsa, Primoz Lorenchuk, Kevin Huang, and Christopher Hall for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the World Chess Championship with Game 9, and we'll see if Jan will be able to bounce back with the white pieces. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a video pretty much everyone has been requesting. It is my good friend Stockfish14 NNUE and myself versus Mittens the bot. Now, what is Mittens? Mittens is a new bot on chess.com you can play against, and the funny thing is they've made his rating to be 1, which is very annoying, as Mittens pretty much crushes everyone. And I heard Hikaru got a draw against Mittens, so okay, I guess it is not as strong as the most powerful engines, but I'm pretty sure it's extremely strong. So I decided there's no real point in me playing against it, because Mittens would absolutely obliterate me. So I decided to pit it against my good friend Stockfish14 NNUE. For those of you who haven't been around the engines that much and who don't know what NNUE stands for, it stands for efficiently updatable neural networks, but they just wrote it backwards, NNUE instead of EUNN, because why not? Well, that just means it's very strong, and I've run it on Leechess, on the Leechess server. I mostly allowed it to go up to depth of maybe 27, 28 per move. I didn't want to go above that, as I didn't think it would be required for it to defeat or maybe even just get a draw from Mittens. And if Mittens were to crush Stockfish at this level, then I would allow it to go even further. And the cloud analysis was active for the entire time, which is important maybe for the first few moves, because very, very quickly we go into a position that has never been reached before. So let's check out and let's see how Stockfish14 NNUE dealt with Mittens, and why everyone is talking about Mittens. Well, most of all because it's a cat. Everyone likes cats. Everyone is now a chess playing cat. Of course, what's better than that? So let's see how our good friend Stockfish dealt with Mittens. So Stockfish with the white pieces opens with e4. Sorry about that. Opens with e4. We have knight to f6 by Mittens. Mittens goes for the Alekhin's defense. Pawn to e5, knight to d5, and pawn to d4. We have d6 by Mittens. This is very standard stuff. Knight to f3, and now pinning the knight with bishop to g4. This is the main line of the Alekhin's defense. Bishop to e2, e6 by Mittens. We have castles, and now main moves here for black are just go bishop to e7 or knight to c6. But Mittens actually goes for d captures on e5. And now let's see how Stockfish deals with this early deviation. It's not a really deviation because it has been played before, just not at top level chess. Knight captures on e5, bishop captures on e2, queen captures, and now just bishop to d6. And here there is a game where c4 was played, but in the game we have rook to d1 by Stockfish, and it is now as of move 9 that we have a completely new game. And this is where the game becomes extremely interesting, and you can really learn a lot from this game, because Mittens is incredibly powerful, and here you will just see how an entity like Stockfish14 deals with a powerful opponent. So here we have castles by black as well, and now pawn to c4, chasing away the knight from this powerful d5 square, knight to e7, and now knight to c3. Now knight to f5 before continuing development, and now just knight to f3. Stockfish wants to develop the bishop, then get the rook into the game, and Stockfish likes bishop to g5, so he prepares it. Knight to f3, we have c6 by Mittens, and now knight to e4, improving the position of the knight while putting pressure on the bishop. So Mittens brings it back, bishop to c7, and now look at this, pawn to b4. As black did not stop white's expansion on the queen side, Stockfish utilizes that to its full potential. We have rook to e8, and now pawn to a4. We have knight to d7, nicely continuing development, and bishop to b2. We have a6, and now pawn to e5, completely paralyzing Mittens' queen side. We have queen to e7, attacking the b4 pawn, but Stockfish just says pawn to g3. I'm not interested in that, and I'm taking away all of your counterplay on the king side as well. And now look at this, if you play queen captures on b4, then bishop a3 traps the queen. Okay, you can still survive a little bit, let's say queen captures on a5, but now bishop c5, and you do not have any squares left. And even if knight captures on c5, you can even play d captures on c5, and the black queen will not be able to escape. If queen b4, just rook to b1, and now the black queen must be traded for the rook. Let's say captures, and now Mittens would have to resign. So of course, Mittens spots this. He plays rook a to d8, and now bishop to c3, improving the position. Now the b4 pawn is nicely defended, even though there was really no threat of queen captures on b4 just yet. But of course, you have to play it at some point. So now knight to d6, offering a trade. And when I was watching the game, I thought, okay, now probably knight c5 will put immense pressure on black. The b7 pawn will be really weird there. But Stockfish just goes all brute force on Mittens. Knight captures on d6, bishop captures, and now rook a to b1. Just prepares b5. And okay, pawn to f6. We have b5 by Stockfish. C captures on b5. C captures, and now rook to c8, grabbing hold of the open c file. Bishop to d2, and now a captures on b5. We have rook captures on b5 and rook to c7, defending the b7 pawn. And now Mittens wants to double up on the c file. So here, bishop to e3 by Stockfish, rook e to c8, and now rook d to b1, putting more pressure on that b7 pawn. And now Mittens just plays knight to b8. Now the rook and queen nicely defend the b7 pawn, and Mittens has to figure out how to get the knight into the game, probably via knight to a6, and then at some point maybe even knight to c5 or b4. So okay, this is the position, and it's not easy to continue the game for white here, but there is one move which completely shatters black's position, and unless you are Stockfish, you are not finding this move, or unless you are, a really inspired style, you are not finding this move. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find this idea while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on being a true master of positional chess. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is pawn to d5. And now, once you see this move, of course, it all makes sense. Now there is pretty much nothing more for black to do here. Black's position is just unplayable. I mean, it's incredibly difficult to imagine this, but that's just how strong Stockfish is. So really, congratulations to everyone who considered d5. The problem is you don't have a good response to this. If you play e captures on d5, then just queen to d1 is enough. There's no good way to defend the d5 pawn, and then the queen will also set up an attack towards the b7 pawn. If you try queen f7 to defend it, just queen captures, and now rook captures on d5. And what do you play now? The bishop is hanging. Let's say you move the bishop. Look at this, bishop f4. And again, no move here for black. If you try rook to f7 or rook to e7, doesn't really matter. You just capture the knight here. Rook captures and a6, and black just resigns here. There's no good way to deal with this. So that's what happens if you capture the pawn. Not capturing the pawn, not much better. Knight is coming to d4 will put additional pressure, and at some point you will have to decide whether to play e5 or e captures on d5, but whatever you decide, the knight will get to the f5 square, and that's, again, big trouble for black if white is Stockfish, of course. So Mittens says, all right, let's try e5, but this isn't much better. Yes, it prevents knight to d4, and it keeps the position close, but now Stockfish plays knight to h4, going for that f5 square, and Mittens plays g6, and while Mittens really did a fine job keeping that knight at bay, it weakened the king a little too much. So now queen to g4. Stockfish, again, with a deadly threat of just rook captures on b7, because rook captures on b7 will be met with queen captures on c8 check, and then you will just pick up the rook on b7. So how do you play this? King f7 by Mittens, and now rook to b6, just suffocating Mittens. I mean, Mittens is so cute, and this is all very sad, but I may have paired Mittens against too strong of an opponent. So here Mittens says, all right, now it's finally time to activate this knight to get it into the game. Knight to a6 is played, but now knight to f3, and now look at this. We have pawn to h5. Now once the knight moved, you are threatening to bring the queen into the game via the king side. Pawn to h5, now queen a4, and now finally knight to c5. The knight is activated, but Mittens shows that nothing really to it, just bishop captures on c5. And now if rook captures, you have rook captures on b7, and if bishop captures, what was played in the game, rook to e6. Incredible that all of this is possible because of that d5 move. All of these tactics become possible. So now you could play bishop captures on f2. It seems like a very good tactical resource if king captures, queen to c5 check, but just king g2, and now all of the problems just remain. So after rook to e6, queen to f8 by Mittens, and now queen to e4. Now Stockfish is ready to sacrifice on e5 and completely bust open the position, and then some nice ideas like rook to b3, rook to f3 are coming. This is total annihilation. We have queen to g7, now king to g2, not even allowing any tricks with bishop captures on f2, rook to d7, and now pawn to a6. Absolutely incredibly created by Stockfish, because how do you deal with this? Now, if you capture, you lose control over the c6 square. Now look at how strong rook to c6 is. It doesn't matter if you capture or you defend the rook. Let's say queen to g8. Look at this, rook to c1 attacks the bishop. You can't move the bishop because of rook captures on c8. That's just it. If rook captures, pawn captures. Now the rook is hanging, the bishop is hanging, and here Mittens would just have to resign. So again, Mittens is forced to keep the position close, b6, but now he just gives Stockfish a very strong pass a pawn. Now rook to b3, preparing to sacrifice the knight and then bring the rook into the attack via the f3 square. Now comes the bishop back to e7. This is sort of giving up the b6 pawn, but how do you play? If rook to a8 or anything like going after the pawn, you just sacrifice rook captures, pawn captures, rook to f3 check, and that's it. Let's say king here, rook captures on g6, and that's it. Black resigns. So after rook to b3, bishop to e7 is played, and now just rook captures on b6. Stockfish, okay, knight captures on e5 was also a move, but Stockfish decides to create a pass a pawn first, and now again knight captures on e5. That's a weird arrow. Sorry, knight captures on e5, rook captures on g6 will now be even stronger with the rook doubled up on the 6th rank. So queen to g8, Mittens now gasping for air here. There's really nothing more to be done. Knight captures on e5, f captures, rook captures on g6, queen to f8, and now queen captures on e5. We have king to e8, but now just pawn to d6. All possible because of that pawn to d5 move. Absolutely incredible. h4, Mittens now just throwing his little paws around, really just making silly moves. D captures on e7, h3 with check. Now even king captures on h3, nothing to worry about here. Queen to f7, and now rook to h6, going for that final rook to h8 check. Queen to g8, rook to h8, and now just captures. King to f7 was played, and now a very quick ending by Stockfish. Queen to h7 check, king to e8, and now queen to g8 check, forcing black to capture the pawn. Mittens captures on e7, but now rook to e6 is checkmate. Absolutely incredible, and I have to apologize to all the cat lovers out there. I did not expect Mittens to get crushed so hard. I really thought he was much stronger. Even though, okay, as Hikaru said that he got a draw against it, players did get draws against really powerful engines, so I thought, okay, probably Mittens will be a bit more formidable, but okay, I did pair it against the absolute strongest opponent that there is available. Okay, I could go even stronger. I could go to bigger depths. It would require more time for me to even attempt such a video, but I thought, okay, maybe if Mittens survives this, then we're gonna, deal with that. But okay, Stockfish is just a beast on a completely different level. But Mittens really did a nice job, and especially since Mittens didn't really go into main theory already here. Mittens went for d captures on e5, which is considered sort of a lesser move and not even played at the absolute top level. But maybe even it's not, because even the engine says like it's a perfectly fine move. So it's hard to say where Mittens went wrong. It's probably just that Stockfish every move they made, Stockfish was like a little bit better, and then over the course of 30 moves, it just piled up into Stockfish being a whole lot better. But I mean, the game that happened, I mean, it was just an absolute masterpiece, and this d5 move, I mean, what a game! Absolutely incredible. Something we see very rarely. I mean, in classical chess, maybe at the absolute highest level, like a game that would happen once a year. So hope you enjoyed this. Once again, really sorry for Stockfish crushing watching mittens like this, I expected mittens to be stronger, but what are you going to do? It was not my intent, just really to destroy mittens like this, but it happened. So really sorry for that. That's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. As everyone has been requesting me to show a game by mittens. As Mitten says, I am a tiger and you are in the jungle like all eternity. Well, when Stockfish enters the jungle, no one survives. So once again, really hope you guys enjoyed that. I would like to thank Kumar Ruguma, Rabbit7, Young, Anonymno, and Mittens for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon and have an excellent rest of your day. And remember that none of this would be possible if Stockfish did not start this beautiful queenside attack with pawn to b4, and then everything just continued piling up. Thank you all. I will see you soon. Have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the final round of the 2018 Grand K Chess Classic Tournament. Here we have practically an identical situation like in the candidates. Fabiano Caruana is half a point in the lead in front of everyone else. He has the black pieces in the last round, and he plays the Petroff defense in the last round. So this is definitely something to remember. And it's quite an excellent game. Nikita Vityugov came very well prepared, but to his unfortune, so did Fabiano. So let's just check out this game. And I don't have any photos of this round, but I will probably show one more game as Ho Yifan is up 2 points in her game against Arkady Naiditsch. So perhaps she will maybe win this game, and I will have finally a win by Yifan to show you guys. So let's see this game. Vityugov goes e4, and yeah, I forgot to mention, but if you've seen my previous video, you know that Vityugov is trailing half a point behind Fabiano, same as Magnus Carlsen. So if Vityugov wins his game, he has like huge chances of winning the Grand K Chess Classic because Carlsen is facing Anand with the black pieces, and he basically has to beat Anand with the black pieces to win it. So e4, we have e5, knight to f3, knight to f6. The Petroff defends by Fabiano. This is like the standard now. He plays against e4. He will go for the Petroff every game. It was only against Sergei Karkin that he lost one game, but other than that, he really creates nice positions and gains a lot of good results using the Petroff. And I do expect a lot of people to start using the Petroff again, and should become quite fashionable. D4, we have the Steinitz attack, knight captures on e4, d captures on e5. So the same variation that was played in the last round of the candidates between Grishuk and Fabiano Caruana. Here we have d5, knight to d2. Vityugov goes for the same variation Grishuk played against Fabiano, and in the game against Grishuk, Fabiano played knight captures on d2, and this is what Nikita Vityugov was prepared for. But to his unfortune, Fabiano actually checked this position after the candidates. He went out celebrating, and of course the next day he had a couple of hours to spare, and then he checked this position out on the computer, and he found an improvement. Here he played queen to d7, and queen to d7 is a really weird move. Why do you play queen to d7? I mean, white can simply capture. After he captures back, then queens can come off the board, and basically it seems like he just lost the tempo. But to win the tournament, Nikita has to go for a win as well, so definitely you're not going to play knight captures on e4. Another thing is, queen d7, is it actually threatening anything? What's queen d7 doing? That's basically looking like a very weird move, but it is the top engine recommendation. And all the way to this point, although this is move 5, now it's Vityugov's turn to make move 6, but up to this point, the moves were pretty much blitzed out, and here it took Vityugov over 10 minutes to decide on his next move. Here, of course, he didn't capture, as, that just wouldn't make sense if you want to create anything with white. He played bishop to d3, so developing a bishop, and, of course, knight to c5 here by Fabiano. Leaving the options for this knight to go either to e6, he would of course enjoy capturing the light square bishop, so bishop to e2, and now g6, preparing to develop the dark square bishop on g7. Knight to b3, and now knight to e6, avoiding a trade of knights. Bishop to e3, now comes c5 with some future d4 ideas, and here knight to g5. Also, queen to d2 was something Fabiano was also expecting, as he did prepare this variation with queen to d7, so he does know some of the ins and outs of the position, but he wouldn't allow bishop to h6 or anything like that. He had h6 prepared, and here after c3, probably bishop to b6, and after castles, bishop to b7, and he said that he was very happy. If he got this position with black, he doesn't really see a good move for white here in this position. So after c5, knight to g5. Again, we have b6 here, and here he did think about the early d4, but the early d4, you give this knight a square on e4. Now, of course, you can't capture the bishop because knight f6 check, you lose the queen. So after bishop to e7, now bishop to h6, again, getting a lot of space here, and after knight to c6, white at castle, and then knight captures on e5 and f4. So he could grab some material, but it would be a very dangerous position for him. Knight moves now f5, g captures, rook captures, and this bishop is still on c8, the queen is now ridiculous on d7, the knights are blocking the queen is blocking the bishop, the king side is busted open, the rook is on on f5, eyeing f7, the bishop can come to h5, could be very dangerous for black, so he doesn't want to go for the early d4. So instead, b6 now, so keeping the c pawn safe, and waiting to see what the Vityugov will do. We have knight captures on e6, f captures on e6, and now a4. And I did catch a glimpse of an interview with Carlsen and Anand, and Carlsen said that a4 might not have been the greatest of moves, because as he puts it, the position is screaming for d4, so naturally a c3 might have been a better choice. But okay, a4. Bishop to b7, and now white castle. Here again, even Fabio agrees that maybe c3 was a better idea here. There's no reason for white to allow d4, but perhaps Vityugov also wants some inequality in the position to maybe create some winning chances. So okay, he castles, and now knight to c6, f4, and bishop to h6 now. Of course, you can't really go for f5 or anything here because your bishop on e3 will be hanging. So a5, and again. A very provocative move. Here, if you go for castles, which is something you definitely want to do, you allow this a6 move, and this pretty much again forces your bishop back to c8. Again, your position doesn't look very appealing. The rook can come into the game. The bishop is again locked on c8. The queen is once again looking pretty ridiculous on d7, blocking the bishop. So instead, knight to e7. Now, if white pushes a6, there's really no threat to it. Bishop to g4. Bishop to g4 was played with the idea of the queen coming to f3 or d3, and later remaneuvering the queen over to h3, so the queen and the bishop can create some threats against this e6 pawn. But Fabio says that this did come kind of as a surprise to him, and he didn't mind. So immediately d4, bishop to c1, and now he castles. Here comes queen to d3. This was all prepared for by Vityugov. Queen to h3 is now coming, and the bishop will create a nice threat against the e6 pawn. And here bishop to d5. Fabio did consider playing knight to f5, but he don't want to allow bishop to f3 to trade off the bishops here, as he does prefer his b7 bishop a lot more than this weird bishop on g4. So queen to d3, now bishop to d5, and now queen to h3. So now the bishop is on d5 already. He's protecting the e6 pawn, so queen h3 is not coming with such a terrible threat with the attack on the e6 pawn and also on the bishop on h6. So bishop to g7, getting the bishop out of the way. Knight to d2, and now knight to f5. C4. which did come as quite of an unpleasant surprise to Fabi. He was expecting c3, and here he kind of did consider not capturing en passant, but his instincts told him that he wants to preserve his pass d pawn, but he just couldn't figure out how to actually do it. So he played d captures on c3, b captures on c3, and rook a to d8. So a very nice control on the d file. When this bishop moves, the queen can infiltrate on d3. If the exchange of queens happen, then the rook is coming to d3, the other rook is doubling up on the d file. A very pleasant position for black. We have pawn captures, and now rook to e1. b5, knight to e4, and now queen to e7. Queen to e7 to guard against this knight to f6 idea, but also bishop captures knight was definitely a possibility, and it is the engine's top recommendation, but it's very hard, as Peter Leko says, for a human to decide to do something like this. Give up your strong bishop. I mean, it is a strong knight, but you don't want to give up the bishop pair too early. So queen to e7, and now knight to g5. Also, instead of this knight to g5, Fabi says that this was maybe white's best attempt. Bishop to a3, allowing b4 now c captures, and for bishop to b2, now bishop would capture knight. Rook captures, and now queen to c5 with check. King to h1, now queen to c2, attacking the bishop on b2. Rook captures on b4, this is all forced, defending the bishop. Rook to d3, attacking the queen, now bishop to f3, defending. Rook f to d8, threatening rook to d1, now rook to g1, not allowing rook to d1 to come with tempo, and now bishop to f8. And this is amazing. This bishop to f8, this is like a 7-move variation. It's all forced, but now we have to find the bishop f8 to actually see that this is excellent for black. Without bishop f8, there's really no way to continue this position for black to like have an advantage. And it was very funny when Fabi was explaining the position after the game. He actually got to this position and he said, yeah, maybe I didn't even see anything here. Maybe it's not that good for black, but then he remembers, yeah, there was bishop f8. And in reality, bishop f8 is the only move engine give advantage for black, because after bishop to f8, you're attacking this rook, also you're threatening bishop to c5. And he even saw that after rook to b7, threatening checkmate on h7, you can play h5, and again, bishop is coming to c5, the rook will have to move from g1, it will be an excellent position for black. So this is something Fabi saw if bishop to a3 was played, but it wasn't. So instead, knight to g5 by virtue of h6, attacking the knight moves back, and now bishop to c6. And it's a very hard position for white. The rook is coming to d3. There's very little you can do about that. Bishop captures on f5, we have pawn captures, and now bishop to e3. So the rook readily comes to d3. Rook 8 to c1, defending the pawn, and now rook to a8, preparing to infiltrate via the a file. Queen to h4, offering a trade of queens. Fabi was very happy when he saw this. Queen captures, knight captures, and now c4. Pushing those pawns and solidifying the position of that rook on d3. King to f2, now bishop to f8, knight to f3, bishop to d5, and knight to d4. Here, bishop to c5 was played, and here Fabi expected knight to c2, simply getting the knight out of the way. The bishop would be defended by the knight and by the rook, so no harm there. But here, another problem for Vitugov, other than having an inferior position, is time. He was in serious time trouble, so this is move 35, he's about to make his move 36, and he was down to some 2 minutes, I believe. So he had to make 4 more moves in those 2 minutes. So instead, retreating with the knight, it's like Ivanchuk says, the hardest move to find is with knight back. So here he played knight captures on f5, with the idea of if e captures on f5, of course he grabs the bishop on c5, but Fabi played bishop to a3. Now your knight on f5 is still attacked, there's a threat against the rook on c1, so knight captures on h6, grabbing another pawn with check first, king to g7, and now f5. f5, there really wasn't a better move here, and this is move 37, so waiting to make move 38. Whatever you play here, you're still gonna lose a piece. So f5, preparing f6 to create a nice pass pawn. Also, the bishop is now guarding the knight here, but here Fabi seemed to play bishop captures on c1. He did consider some other things. He thought that maybe rook captures on e3 was like winning instantly, but after king captures, bishop captures on c1, rook captures, and king captures on h6, king d4, and it could be dangerous. He didn't want to risk it. He is up a piece, but he only has 3 pawns, and white king is very active in the center. So no reason to do this. So after f5, bishop captures on c1, bishop captures, now rook captures on c3, f6 with check, and here Fabi played king to g6, and he got off of the table, and he went on to take a walk. As this is move 40, so the time control has been reached, and he was in this position that Nikita Vitugov, while Fabiano Caruana was absent from the table, decided to resign the game. So here he stopped the clock. Fabiano came back to the table, he shook his hand, and he resigned the game. So basically, Fabiano won this game, and also Fabiano Caruana won the Grand Chess Classic 2018. It doesn't matter if you still know the other results, but as Fabiano was half a point in the lead before he even came to the last round, with a win in the last round, he's in clear first place. No one can catch up to him. But yeah, I will show a couple of other games. Like I said, the Ho Yifan and Arkady Knight game still being played. With a promising position for Yifan, so perhaps that one, and maybe even the Carlsen Anand one, also a very nice game. But yeah, a spectacular showing by Caruana, not just this game, but the entire tournament and the entire previous tournament. So again, he clenches first place with a win with the black pieces in the last round, and with none other than the Petroff defense. That's amazingly cool. So yeah, it seems like 2018 is the year of Fabiano Caruana. Will it be the year of Fabiano Caruana all the way to November? We'll just have to wait and see. 2017 seems to have been the year of Levin Oregon, and 2016 maybe the year of Wesley So, but every player seems to have his year. We'll see how it turns out. So yeah, basically that's it. I do hope you enjoyed the game and the entire coverage of this tournament. I will probably show one more game tomorrow morning, and then continue with some classics. We should definitely take a rest from modern chess and revisit the actual good chess that was played long ago. So yeah, I would like to thank Brendan Booth for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, hopefully with another interesting game. Thank you all. Hello everyone, and welcome to Game 10 of the World Chess Championship match 2021. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Jan Konnichi, and currently the situation in the match does not look well for Jan. He's down by 3 points, and he has 5 games up until game 14 to bounce back in the match. Otherwise, well, it's not going to be possible for him to do anything about it. Even if he manages to equalize, it's still not enough. He still has to go into tiebreaks, but I believe Magnus lost 3 games altogether in all of his World Chess Championship matches, so, losing 3 games now would be a very impressive undertaking from Jan. But, it's not impossible. So here, Magnus has the white pieces, and will Nepo try to, calm things down, as he just lost 2 very tough games, first blundering a pawn, then blundering a piece, or will he try to go for the win with the black piece and try and win at any cost? But before we check out the game, here we do have a couple of nice photos, so let's enjoy that. So here we have the handshake. Of course, a lot can be seen in this handshake. You can see that Magnus is, it's almost as if he's sorry for the current situation that Jan put himself in the match, and he kind of maybe feels that it'd be better if it was still very intense and that they were fighting it out until the end. But all in all, well, he just wants to win and keep his World Chess Championship title. And Jan, you can see that he's already looking at the board, so he could be very, very eager to get back to the chess and skip all of these formalities. And here we have the first move. The first move was made by Anal Kuwaisi. She's the I believe first female Emirati Formula 3 driver. So she's making the first move. You can see that she's taking it very seriously. Maurice behind enjoying himself as usual. The players, they are very eager to start the game. And here you can see just how Jan is approaching this. The Petroff defense is on the board. You can see that he just played knight to f6, and he's trying to get any reaction whatsoever from Magnus. And Magnus, he's a statue. He's not giving away anything. You can see that he's exposing some of his chest hair. It could be sort of an attempt of asserting dominance, but it could also be the shirt just moved. So these are of course only my interpretation of the photos. They could also be just photos. That being said, let's check out the game. Magnus with the white pieces opens with e4. We have e5 by Jan, knight to f3, and again knight to f6. We have the Petroff defense, and in game 8 we've had the d4 line, but now Nepo repeats knight captures. Magnus repeats knight captures on e5 like he did in game 4. So here we have d6, and now knight back to d3. If you remember, in game 4 knight to f3 was played, but here Magnus goes for knight to d3. It's the famous game Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana from the 2018 World Championship match in London, the one that Magnus almost lost. Well, he was in a pretty bad position, but that's what Magnus decided to play, and obviously he prepared something much better than what he played against Caruana. So here we have knight captures on e4, the same as in the game against Caruana. Queen to e2, queen to e7, and now knight to f4. And here Fabi just played knight to c6, but here we have knight to f6, just returning that knight, offering a queen trade, and Magnus plays d4. And now what do you play here? The position has been reached before, and many moves have been played here. Queen captures on e2 with check, bishop g4, attacking the queen, bishop to f5. Also g5 is a known move here, but the move that Jan plays is a new move. He plays knight to c6, and this is an invitation to a very, very complex game. And Magnus really took his time here to decide how to continue this position, because if this was just a normal game and Magnus had this position, of course you don't really think twice. You play bishop to e3, and after something like bishop to f5, knight to c3, and we probably see both players castling queenside, and we would have this position, and this could get very, very ugly for both of them. All in all, it's a very complicated game for both of them from this point on. But Magnus says, all right, this is a World Championship match. I'm already leading by 3 points, so there's no need to do anything in this double edge. Let's just play c3. The queen trade is still on the board, so if Jan wants to counter, I would be very happy to develop my pieces. We have d5 by Jan, knight to d2, and now comes knight to d8, preparing to move the c pawn. Also, the knight can be shifted to e6. We have knight to f3, and now comes queen captures on e2. Jan trades queens because here, even queen to e5 is a very interesting move. The queen will be very nicely centralized here, and then if you trade, then maybe even knight captures on e5, also d captures on e5 could be very unpleasant. So here we have a queen trade, bishop captures on e2, and now bishop to d6. So the queens are off the board, and both players castle. So castles, and now bishop to d3 is going to be much more useful on this diagonal. Rook to e8, and now rook to e1. Offering the queen trade, we have captures, and now knight to e6. So offering the trade of knights, and Magnus has to decide whether to trade or to go back. He of course trades, knight captures on e6. We have bishop captures on e6. You could also consider f captures. This does improve your situation in the center, but it's not all that much. You will still need to do something about this pawn. At some point you will have to push it to develop your bishop. So maybe not all that impressive. So instead we have bishop captures on e6, g3 by Magnus. Now maybe even considering knight to g2 to gain control of the f4 square, so you can develop the bishop. G6 by Jan, knight to g2, and now rook to e8. So Nepo nicely developed. Magnus still needs to bring his bishop and the rook into the game. So f3 controlling the knight very nicely, and now knight to h5. We have king to f2, and now c6. So black's position is very, very solid, but that's pretty much all there is to it. We have g4 now asking what do you do with the knight. Nepo goes back, knight to g7 with some f5 ideas in the future, and bishop to f4. So just trading everything off the board. We have bishop captures, knight captures, and now g5. So now the knight has to move, and at some point Nepo will strike with f5. And now Magnus needs to decide whether to go for knight captures on e6 or to go back with knight to e2. Knight captures on e6 is very interesting because although the material is equal here is an opportunity basically to introduce some imbalance into the position, because we have everything the same: one rook, one knight for a bishop, one knight. But here if you trade knight for a bishop, then it's pretty much a completely different endgame, because now after knight captures, it's a bishop against the knight. And let's say rook to e1. Now okay, you can't move the knight, the rook would hang. Let's say h6, we defend the pawn, bishop to f5, attack the knight twice, and now knight g7. We trade rooks off the board, and this is probably the endgame we would get, where we would have a bishop against the knight. The game is on both sides of the board, so this tends to favor the bishop, but as I always say, knights are tricky bastards, and Magnus does not want to play this against Jan. So instead he just goes back, knight to e2, and now we have f5 as planned. So now there are a lot of pressure here, and Magnus has to decide how to go about this. The situation on the clock is Magnus has an hour, whereas Jan has an hour and a half. So Jan playing very, very quickly. We have h3 defending the g4 pawn, and now king to f7. We have rook to h1. Now Magnus has some ideas of maybe h4, opening up the h file, and h6. We have f4 now, just trading everything off. F captures and g4. We have h captures and the bishop captures, but now of course rook captures on h6. And now you have to be careful. You can't just grab a pawn here. If you do this bishop g6 check, we'll pick up the rook, and then you win the game. So instead, after rook captures on h6, we have bishop to f5. We counter the light for bishop. Bishop captures on f5. Knight captures on f5, and now rook to h7 check. So luckily, Nepo can go back with the knight, so we don't have to lose any pawns. And now f captures on g5. Magnus is up a pawn, but again only temporarily. So king to g6 attacks the rook and the g5 pawn. Rook back to h3, and now king captures on g5. We have rook to g3 check, king f6, rook to f3 check, king to e7, and now knight to f4. Now the knight's coming to g6, then to e5, and the knight will have an excellent outpost here. But it's not all that impressive, because this knight can also have an excellent outpost on e4. Because if you look at the pawn structure, it's identical, and you don't hope to get anything out of this. So king to d6, we have knight to g6, rook to e6 by Nepo, and now knight to e5. We have knight to e8. Of course, Nepo knows what Carlsen's next move is. So here we have rook to f7, and okay, a lot of things can happen here. If Nepo plays on like a6, then rook to d7 will be checkmate. But of course, that's why Nepo played knight to e8. He played it so he can play rook to f6 check and force a rook trade. Here, rook captures on f6 was played, knight captures on f6, and here king to e3. This is move 41. Time control has been reached, and the players are allowed to draw the game after move 40. So it was in this position on move 41 that Magnus and Nepo agreed to a draw, as there is nothing more to be done here. So still 3 wins for Magnus and 7 draws. We'll see what happens in the next one. There are 4 more games in the World Chess Championship match, and if Nepo can get 3 wins out of those 4 games, we are going into tiebreaks. Otherwise, that will not be happening. So this was a fine game. If the situation was, if 9 games up until this point ended in a draw, but since Magnus is leading by 3 points, this doesn't really help Jan all that much. But okay, he had the black pieces here, so of course he wants to stabilize. He doesn't want to lose another game. And tomorrow, or I don't know if they play tomorrow, if it's a rest day, but on game 11 he will have to strike with the white pieces. But not only that, if he wants to get back into this match, he will also have to win at least one game with the black pieces. Not a pleasant position to be in, but he did play this game very, very solidly, and he even allowed for this position, if you remember in the opening, d4 knight to c6. If Magnus was feeling ambitious, if he wanted to play bishop to e3, then we would see that both players castling queenside position, and then it would be a very, very hard fought game, of course. But Magnus, as there's really no point in going into that, just simplified, and that's it. Of course, after king d3, they agreed to a draw. That's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. World Chess Championship game 10. We'll see what happens in the next 4 games. I'd like to thank Ardal and Shagoli, Scott Christensen, Varan Kumar, Johan Bridger, and Robert Arathun for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the World Chess Championship until it ends. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, welcome to round 5 of the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2022. It's Hikaru Nakamura versus Jan Iponishi. Jan leading the tournament in sole lead, and Nakamura still on 2 points. He did lose that game to Fabi in round 1, so a win with the white pieces against Nepo here would definitely go a long way for him, as he would catch up to him and maybe even share first place, at least for a while. So it's a really fun game. I'm sure you guys are going to enjoy it. Let's check it out as it comes from the Petroff defense. And Hikaru opens with e4. We have e5 by Jan, knight to f3, and Jan goes for the Petroff defense. Knight to f6. We have knight captures on e5 and the d6. So it's a very, very nice opening for both white and black. Caruana used it against Magnus Carlsen in the World Chess Championship match, so there has been quite a lot of work done on it. Knight back to f3, and now knight captures on e4. This is the classical variation, the absolute main line, d4, d5, and now bishop to d3. I'm sure you guys had this position on your boards more than once. So here, knight to c6, and Hikaru just castles with bishop to e7, c4 now, and going after the bishop with bishop to b4, with knight to b4. So again, this has all been played many times. Bishop e2, we have castles, and knight to c3, bishop to f5, and now pawn to a3, trying to chase away this knight so we can pick up the d5 pawn. So of course, black can't just move the knight. First, we have to trade. Knight captures on c3. So we remove one of the attackers of the d5 pawn, b captures, and only now we move back the knight. Knight to c6, rook to e1 by Hikaru, rook to e8, and now this is already where the fun starts. The most common move here is just c captures on d5, after which black recaptures. Second most popular is just bishop to f4. Nice continuing development, but Hikaru plays rook to a2, and it's a really, really funny move because, well, that's a funny square for the rook, but also it's very useful as the bishop covers this diagonal. The b1 square is covered by the bishop. We can put the rook on b2 and claim the b file for ourselves, and as the bishop has already been developed, the b7 pawn is somewhat weak. And also, if this bishop moves, for example, bishop f1 or bishop to d3, or even black captures, we recapture, which is very unlikely. We can shift this rook over to the e2 square and the double rooks on the e file. So this is very nicely done by Hikaru. Jan plays bishop to f8. An extremely rare move, played in only one game, so Jan doesn't just mess around. And here we have c captures on d5, and this is a new move by Hikaru, so already as of move 15 we have a completely new game. Interestingly, a4 here was played in the game Alexeyenko versus Lichevsky in the Russian Cup final 2017, where Alexeyenko won a very nice game. Was played in Khanty-Mansisk, but like I said, c captures on d5, a completely new game, and this is basically where our game truly begins. So here Nepo captures with the queen, develops it, and attacks the rook on a2, and Hikaru could just move it, for example, rook to b2, but he still wants to wait with the rook. He doesn't just want to play this. Nepo can just play b6, and it's not maybe the greatest square for the rook. So instead, first c4 chases away the queen from this active square. Sorry, not there. That was a mouse slip. Well, it seems like you just go back queen d6 or queen d7 or queen to d8, depending on what you prefer. Unless you are Jan Iponishi, then you go forward, queen to e4, and this looks incredibly weird, just putting your queen in front of the rook like this. Luckily, Hikaru does not have any good discoveries with the bishop, so he just goes bishop to f1, asks Nepo, what is your queen doing on e4? That's a really weird square for the queen. And now Nepo plays queen to g4, brings the queen over to the attack, and this is a bit too ambitious here. The actual real tricky way to play this with black would be queen to b1, and it looks silly because, well, you can just allow white rook captures on e8, rook captures on e8, and now rook to b2, winning the b7 pawn, but that's exactly what you should do. Queen a1, we're going to play rook captures on b7, and now bishop to e4. And once we give up one more pawn, then bishop comes here. And this looks like a position that Nepo would very much enjoy playing. He's down 2 pawns, but he will win the a3 pawns, which is going to be down 1 pawn. He's going to have the pass a pawn, and he's going to have, this counterplay with the bishop pair, with the active queen, with the rook on the open e file. It would be very, very interesting to see this position on the board. But he goes for queen to g4, and this is now just weird because Hikaru plays h3, and fairly quickly at that. And now what do you do with the queen? The problem is if you play something like queen to g6, we're going to play d5, chase away this knight, and after, let's say, a trade first, rook captures, queen captures, and knight to e7. Now we're going to play g4. And now, okay, we're not threatening this because the g pawn is pinned, but we are threatening this double attack with knight h5, and then we just pick up the bishop. So the bishop will have to go back. We're going to play rook to e2, claim the e file for ourselves, and it's a much better position for white. Nepo still has to develop all of his pieces, and it's not winning, outright winning, but it would be very, very difficult to find moves for black here. Okay, that's kind of what Nepo usually does, so I guess maybe he would enjoy playing this. But instead we have rook captures on e1 first, queen captures on e1, and now queen to e4. This is how Jan decides to play it. Rook to e2, and now what do you do with the queen? There really aren't all that many good squares. For example, let's just give this queen to b1 move a try. If you play this, then d5 pretty much wins the game. That's the sad reality of black's pieces. Let's say knight to e7, now comes rook to b2. Queen has to move, let's say queen to e4, we're going to play rook captures on b7. You grab the pawn, this is now a weak pawn, this is a weak pawn. Black has absolutely no compensation here. For example, queen captures on e1, we're going to play knight captures. It's just an unplayable position for black. There is nothing for you to do here. So instead, Jan plays the only move available for black in order not to lose the game on the spot. That is queen to d3, and now can Hikaru move the rook somewhere? Are there any good discoveries here? Well, it seems like you could play something like rook to e5, just try and force the queen away from the defense of the bishop, but there's always this queen to b1 square. You're going to be defending the bishop, so that's not the way to do it. So here, Hikaru actually tries rook to b2, but only once. Now, Jan goes back, queen to e4, he offers a queen trade, and here you can't really trade. If you go for rook captures on b7, now we're just going to trade queens, captures, and now knight captures on d4, as the knight moved to recapture the queen, so the d4 square is not covered. And even if rook captures on c7, we're going to continue the game, bring the bishop in, and it's going to be, well, white is up a pawn, but nothing too scary. So instead, rook to e2, Hikaru repeats the position, we have queen to d3, and now comes the moment where, good things could have happened. Hikaru plays rook to e3, but just for fun, you can even pause the video yourselves and try to find a move that gives black the most problems. So while I give you a couple of seconds to try and spot this idea, have at it. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on finding this tricky idea. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is knight to h4. That seems to be the trickiest move because now we are already attacking the bishop. And now if black just leaves the queen on d3, now we play rook to e5, and we will be attacking the bishop twice. We're gonna have an open attack on the queen, and the black will just resign. So yeah, you can't really play just anything here. You have to move the queen. Let's say queen to b1. Now we attack the knight to d5, knight to d4, and now queen to b2. Again, it's gonna be a very similar position to what we've discussed. Let's say queen to e4. We can trade here, captures, and now rook captures on d7. It's just gonna be an incredibly difficult position to defend for black with the weak c pawn and the weak a pawn. But okay, Hikaru played rook to e3, and now Jan happily goes to b1 with the queen. We have d5. It's similar, but not the same because now knight to e7. And here it looks like maybe you can just grab the knight and give up the rook for knight and bishop. The problem is your bishop on c1 will be hanging if we do that. So you can't do that. You could play knight to d4, which is interesting. Hikaru went knight to d2. He went after Nepo's queen, but after knight to d4, we attack the bishop here. So now we are actually threatening rook captures, knight, bishop captures, and well, okay, not right away as the queen is still guarding the bishop, but it is a very hard position for black to play. But black would have this beautiful queen to b6 move. Now just attacking the knight, and after queen to d2, now we play bishop back to c8. So it's very passive for black, but it should be playable. So that's why Hikaru decided on knight to d2. This is what he played. Attack Nepo's queen. We have queen to a1. And now we have knight to b3, again attacking the queen, because this is still not an option. The bishop on c1 would be hanging. So now knight to b3, this defends the bishop, and now what can you play? Well, of course, queen to f6. We have to defend our knight here. Bishop to d2, now preparing bishop to c3 to grab hold of this diagonal, and now knight to g6. This is you have to play this. If Hikaru starts chasing away the queen, then the knight becomes the target. That's going to be a problem. So knight to g6, and now we have knight to a5. Again, bishop to c3 is possible, but now the queen can move to d8, and the game just continues. But white should always be better. However, here knight to a5 was played, going after the b7 pawn, but now Nepo just defends at b6. We have knight to c6, and the bishop back to d7. Slowly but surely, Nepo improving his position by quite a lot. Bishop to c3, now finally grabbing hold of this diagonal, and now queen to d6. And Nepo played this move pretty much instantly, even though a lot of people were saying Magnus Carlsen included that queen to g5 was maybe the way to go. Now you are putting a lot of pressure on white's position, but the question is, after rook to g3, chasing away the queen, queen h5, the rook can go back, still keep an eye on the e-file. What do you play here? Black can just always play this bishop captures, pawn captures, and it does look like something. You've doubled the c pawns, maybe this pawn is weak. However, objectively, not a lot to be done here. So Nepo decided to play queen to d6 instead, and now Hikaru plays bishop to b4. He attacks the queen, and well, I'm sure you guys know where this is going. Another good try would be g3. Just continue the game, play a move, give up the a3 pawn, and if black captures it, and of course Jan will capture this as it is the strongest move, we're gonna play h4, try and kick away the knight, and after h5 we can even play bishop captures on g7, open up a discovery on the queen. There would be this incredible rook to e8 move. Now if you capture the queen, we capture the queen on e1, and here we would have this very nice bishop captures, king captures, rook captures with check, bishop captures with check, and the game continues with white being always a little better due to black having such an exposed king, but probably nothing serious. It is one way to keep the game going though. However, in the game, bishop to b4 was played, queen to f6 by Jan, and now bishop to c3. We have queen to d6, and now bishop to b4, queen to f6, bishop to c3, and it was in this position that the arbiter got in the middle of them and said, guys, this is a draw by threefold repetition, and of course it is now a draw. So instead of repeating, maybe Nepo could have, after let's say bishop to c3, went queen to g5 again, something that Magnus mentioned that he should have maybe gone for some blood, but he obviously was happy with the draw here, as he did have a shaky position, he got out of it, and well, he is the leader of the tournament, he doesn't want to maybe risk too much and even lose the game. So it would be a nice attempt, but nothing serious. The knight can go back, we're going to play bishop to c5. There are nice moves for both white and black here, for example, knight to f3, attack the queen, queen goes back, now we offer a trade of bishops. So nothing serious, it's just a matter of whether you want to continue or not. The problem is for Hikaru had 6 minutes on the clock, so he didn't really have all that much to think about. He just wanted to repeat. He still needs to make 6 more moves to reach time control, which can be problematic. Nepo had almost 15 minutes on the clock, so for Nepo it wouldn't really be a problem. But you've seen how easy it would be if he goes for queen g5 to make those couple of moves, not all that much to think about. So that's the first game we're covering from round 5. Really a nice try by Hikaru, but when he at that one moment where he should have spent a little bit more time and maybe went for this knight to h4 move, it's not maybe for a forced winning line, but you know, like we said, after queen to b1 you will win this b7 pawn, and it's just going to be impossible to rook to b2, queen to e4. We're going to trade captures, now rook captures on b7. It's in a practical game this would be incredibly difficult for Jan to hold. So Hikaru will very likely do a video of his own where he will explain his thought process, but until that happens we are in the dark regarding that. But probably it had something to do with being low on time, but maybe they are both just so good that they know that white will not be able to push this for a win. But you know, it does seem like a decent try. So once again, that's the first game we're showing from round 5. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Another a clean performance by Nepo, who just seems to play effortlessly, even though sometimes he gets in a little bit of trouble. He doesn't really catch up to him like he was against Fabiano Caruana. But Fabio was down also to 10 minutes or maybe even below 10 minutes on the clock, and he couldn't pursue that positional sacrifice, giving up the rook for the bishop, and they just agreed to a draw by threefold repetition. So going extremely well for Nepo. We'll see how it goes. We're gonna probably cover some other games from round 5 as well. So once again, really hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Casey Vance, Paul, Julian Harmle, and Shuba Banerjee for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the candidates until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another very interesting game from round 8 of the 2018 Altibox Norway Championship. It's a game between Viswanathan Anand and Fabiano Caruana. Now, regarding the photo challenge from the previous video, yes, of course, it is a young Hikaru Nakamura. So, okay, we've had a couple of photo challenges so far, and they were, since all of you knew the answers, really easy. It's time for a really difficult one. In this photo challenge, you are able to win 5 points for each person you recognize in the photo. There are 5 people in the photo, so you should know. I believe you will know at least 3, but maybe some of you will know even 4, and some of you who truly have vast knowledge will know even 5. So here it is. Enjoy the photo. Now let's see it. Let's see how you do. So you don't have to do it in any particular order. You just have to recognize all the people in the photo. So good luck to everyone, and let's check out this game. So we do have only one photo from this event. It's a photo from the opening. Fabi holding, I believe that's the pawn. But anyways, the game is much more interesting than the photo. So let's check it out. Anand opens with e4. We have e5, knight to f3, and of course, by now all of you should know what Fabi plays in this position. Of course, knight to f6, he goes for the Petroff defense. Knight captures on e5. Anand chooses the classical variation. d6, knight f3, knight captures on e4, d3, kicking the knight back, knight f6, and now d4, d5, and the bishop to d3. So the standard line and the bishop to d6, pretty much transposed into the French defense exchange variation now. We have castles, and the bishop to g5, pinning the knight, h6, attacking the bishop to h4, and here I believe Fabi discovered a new move. c6 does exist in the database, bishop to e6 also as an opening maneuver, but here knight to c6 is played, and I checked the database, and it seems like this is the only game played with this move so far. So okay, c3, we have g5, bishop to g3, and now comes knight e4. A very strong knight in the center. We have bishop captures, and here is the very nice moment in the game. Of course, black can play knight captures on d6, queen captures on d6 is also an option. Queen captures on d6 seems to be the most natural move after white develops f5 is coming, and black will get a very nice position and a very nice expansion on the king side. But here Fabi doesn't play queen captures on d6, nor does he play knight captures on d6. Rather, he plays c captures on d6. And it was very interesting. Grandmaster Johan Ludwig Hammer said that this means that Fabi is playing for the win. And I saw an interview with Fabi after this game. He said that he did have this position analyzed on the table at home, and he said that he knew that this wasn't really all that great, but white had to play like a perfect game to punish this move. And Fabi said that he thought that the best continuation here is definitely queen to b3, but Anand decides to go knight f to d2. He attacks the knight on e4, and now we have f5. So okay, Fabi did double his d pawn, but he does have a very strong knight in the center of the board. Knight to a3, we have bishop to e6, knight to c2 now, and knight captures on d2. Queen captures, and now f4, not allowing this knight to gain any activity via knight to e3. We have rook a to e1, queen comes to f6, f3, and now rook to f7. Fabi is preparing to double rooks on the f file. Rook to e2, rook a to f8. We have knight to e1, and now knight to e7. And now what do you do here? Well, your knight on e1 isn't really the best piece. You do want to activate it somehow. You have to remaneuver your pieces and get the knight maybe to d3, and from there it will maybe be able to become a bit more active. So bishop to c2, we have a5, bishop to b3 now, and rook to g8, getting the rook out of this bishop's diagonal, and also the king will have to move as well. Queen to d3, we have bishop to d7, now comes a4, not allowing d5. King moves to h8, now both the king and rook have moved from this bishop's diagonal. Queen to d2, we have h5, and now knight does come to d3. And here, it seems like you would like to push a pawn here, but that would be too hasty. If you did something like this, then captures, and after rook captures, there really isn't anything for black here. I mean, it would be a winning position for white. So not a hasty move like this, but instead Fabi finds a different idea. A very active one, he plays knight to f5. Now going for that very strong e3 square. The pawn on f4 is guarding it very nicely, and the bishop captures on d5 is the best way to go. If you allow knight to e3 without getting any compensation, then knight from e3 will even be guarding the pawn on d5. So we have bishop captures, knight to e3. Now of course your rook is attacked on f1, but also the bishop on d5 is undefended, so there is only one move here for white, and that is rook captures. We have f captures and queen captures on e3. So Fabi is now up the exchange. He has a rook for a knight, but he still has to activate those rooks to be able to do something, and Anand has 2 extra pawns for being down the exchange. So first the bishop captures on a4. There is time to grab a pawn. Rook to a1. We have rook to e7 attacking the queen, queen to d2, and now bishop to b5. Rook captures on a5. Anand grabs a pawn as well. Bishop captures, queen captures, and now rook to e1 check. King to f2, and now rook f to e8. And here the position is very, very difficult for white. White has to figure out how to approach this. Fabi said that when he played this move, he thought that he was winning, and he couldn't really find any good moves for white. He thought that if g3, then queen to f5 is coming. If g3, then queen to f5 with ideas of queen coming to h3, and of course if you capture the queen, then rook 8 to e2 will be checkmate. So as Fabi said in an interview, Anand did dodge a bullet here. But Anand finds rook to a8. It's the strongest move recommended by the engine, and it keeps white alive. So queen to f4. We have rook captures, and now queen to d1. A move like g3 does seem to solve all of white's problems, but after queen to c1, white really doesn't have a good move here. Your b2 pawn is attacked, and a queen to e1 is coming, and you're going to lose something. If you protect the pawn, then queen e1 check is coming. King moves, and now rook comes with check. King h3, queen f1. This will be checkmate. Now the rook is blocking queen's defense of f1. So after rook captures on e8, Anand tries queen to d1. He gives up the h2 pawn. We have queen captures, and now queen back to d2. So a very interesting defense. Queen to h4 check, king to f1, queen to h1 check, king to f2, and Fabi repeats. Queen to f4 check, king f1, and this is move 42 now. The time control has been reached, and here Fabi does not repeat, and he doesn't want to draw here. He plays rook to a8. The rook is now ready to come to a2. It's a very dangerous position, of course, grabbing a pawn here. There's really no time for this. If you grab it, then rook to a1, and white is lost here. You move the king, the queen is coming here, and there's really no good move you can make. You can't escape with the king. The rook will simply win the queen. Whatever you do, there's really no point in doing something like this. So after rook to a8, we have king to e2. Now rook to a1. King to d3, trying to escape, and b5 now, not allowing the king to escape to c4. Here Anand plays c4, we have pawn captures, king captures, and now comes queen to f4, offering a trade of queens. And it's very interesting, should Anand accept the trade of queens here and try to hold this position being up a pawn? Well, not really, and after some consideration, Anand decides against this. If you play this, and now, for example, push b4, king g7 is coming, b5, and the problem is after rook to b1, there is no way for white to ever push b6, and there are really no useful moves here for white. Black will eventually win all of the pawns and win the game. For example, if white tries to activate his king, for example, king d5, black will defend his pawn on d6, and then after white figures out any kind of plan, attacking the g2 pawn, king captures, rook captures, b6 is coming now, but now the king will also prevent the pawn. So after bishop to d5, going for bishop to e6 to prevent pawn from being pushed all the way to h1. H4, now comes the bishop to e6 blocking, but now rook to d2. d5 protecting the pawn, and now rook d3 simply wasting a move because white doesn't have useful moves here. King attacks rook, now simply rook d3, and there is no way to defend this. Now you will finally lose this pawn, and then black will activate his king and push the white king back and win the game. So of course that's only one of the ways you can do this, but Anand decides against it. So queen to e2, avoiding a trade of queens. Queen to c1, this comes with check, and now what do you do here? If you play king b3, then you get queen to d1, and after queens are exchanged, that's a winning endgame for Fabi. On the other hand, after queen c1 check, if you go king to d3 again, queen d1 check exchanges queens, and it will be a winning endgame for Fabi. So after queen c1, Anand tries king to d5, and this is a very important moment in the game, because here you could try a lot of ideas, but there is only one move here that will win the game for Fabi, and that move is queen to c8, and it's the move Fabi did play in the game. If you try now to force things with queen to e1, then after queen captures, rook captures, and b4, black will not be able to win this endgame because the white pawn is already on b4, and after king a6, the pawn will be able to be pushed forward. So probably your engine, my engine as well, it doesn't give all that much here for black, but I saw this position was evaluated by the Norwegian supercomputer, and it gives queen to c8 as the only winning move and completely crushing, and Fabi plays it. The idea behind queen to c8 is queen to a6 check, of course, now winning the queen on e2, and there is no good defense against this. If you try king b4, then you get queen b8 check, queen blocks, now queen captures, and now rook to d1, and it's a different position than the one we had, if you remember this one, because here the pawn is already on b4, there is no threat here for black, white will simply continue playing. On the other hand, here there's no time to push b4, rook is already attacking the d4 pawn, and after king c4 and king g7, very two important tempos were won, and the black will indeed win this game. So after queen to c8, the only other idea other than moving the king is maybe you can try to move the queen. If you try and move the queen, then you get queen a6 check, king moves, queen checks again, king moves, and now after rook check, you will simply force the king, and then black will win the queen in the game, of course. So after this queen to c8 move, king to b6 is played, and here Fabi said that he knew that this was winning, in a whole lot of different ways. Queen to b8 was played, now comes king to c6, and after rook to c1, it was in this position on move 50 that Vishwanathan Anand resigned the game. Why did he resign? Well, if you go king d7, you try to escape, then comes rook c7, king captures, queen b6 check, king moves, and now rook e8 will win you the queen. King has to move, and then rook captures. On e2 wins the game and wins the queen and the game. On the other hand, after this rook to c1 check, if you try to block bishop to c4, then okay, it seems like maybe you will be able to defend, but it loses to this variation. Queen c8 check, king moves, and now rook captures on c4. It seems like white will now be up a pawn, but after queen to g8 check, this is the move you had to find. You realize that there is no square where king can go to and still protect the white queen. So here the king has to part with his queen, king captures, and now queen captures on c4. It's all over. Black wins this game. So after rook c1, Anand resigned, and a very nice victory for Fabiano Caruana. So we should never forget to show the correct standings after the game, so let's do it now, so we don't forget. So let's check it out. After round 8, we have a 4-player tie. So it's Magnus Carlsen with 4 points, then Wesley So also with 4 points, then Hikaru Nakamura with 4, and Fabiano Caruana all with 4 points. Then Mamedyarov, Aryan, Anand, Karakin, Hosiyar Lagrave, and Ding Liren, who left the tournament, of course. There's no real point in counting him. So yeah, 4-player tie before the final round, and I believe Fabiano Caruana is the only player that has the white pieces tomorrow. Or should I say today, because I'm making the video today, but yeah. In the final round, Fabi is the only one that has the white pieces, and yeah, I just wanted to mention, if you can see here, Shakhtar Mamedyarov, 3.5 out of 8, so he will not be playing in the final round. He already played all of his rounds as he did face Ding Liren, but as you can see, he did not win a single game in this tournament, and I saw an interview with him, and he said that, well, it was very hard for him to remember when was the last time he played a tournament without actually winning any games. I believe he mentioned it was some 10 years ago, or either 10 years ago or in 2010, so either 10 or 8 years ago, and you know, he will sometimes lose games in the tournament, but he will always win games, but he says that he feels, he's not too happy about not winning even one game, but he did have a huge toothache for the first couple of rounds, and I believe he had to go have a tooth operation, or it was some kind of an emergency. So yeah, I can imagine that playing such strong players with a toothache is never pleasant. But yeah, we have one more round to go. I do hope you are enjoying the coverage so far and that you have enjoyed this game. I would like to thank Max Baggett, Danny McCullough, John Trench, and John Trench for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon with a nice video or two from the final round of the 2018 Altibox Norway Championship. Thank you all, and good luck in the photo challenge. Hello everyone, and welcome to an incredible game from round 7 of the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2022. It's a game that pretty much everyone that was commenting on the game proclaimed a draw very, very early on, because the position that happened on the board was in fact an objective draw. It was an incredible preparation by Nipponishi, who employed the Petroff defense to secure just a very, very early draw. And when I say draw, I mean a 0.00 draw with an engine evaluation. But Rapport decided to push, even though he knew that he was probably going into some extreme preparation. So it's a wonderful game, and it really shows the will Rapport had to play on, even though he didn't want to squander the white pieces. He just wanted to make some use of them from a really, really difficult position, as you'll see, like I said, very early on. So Rapport with the white pieces opens with e4. We have e5 by Nepo, knight to f3, Nepo goes for knight to f6, the Petrov defense, knight captures on e5 and the d6, knight back to f3, so nothing out of the ordinary, knight captures the d4 and the d5, with bishop to d3 and the bishop to d6, castles, and Nepo also castles, so this is the martial variation of the classical attack of the Petrov. C4, c6, and now the usual ideas here are knight to c3, queen to c2, putting more pressure on the knight, is also played, c captures on d5 is a known move, and there are a couple of moves that are somewhat rarer, but queen to b3, the move Rapport plays, is incredibly rare. Well, this is what he prepared for Nepo here. But Nepo, not very impressed, he immediately plays bishop to g4. He says, all right, go after your b7 pawn, I'm just going to grab the knight on f3, and that's it. And this would really be terrible for Rapport if he goes for this. If the queen captures, bishop captures, and queen captures on e8, then you have a forced checkmate. Bishop captures on h5, king captures, queen to h4 with check, king g1, and now queen g4 will be checkmate. So obviously you don't want to do that. So instead, we have bishop captures on e4. There are a couple of other games, for example, knight b to d2 is a known move. Nigel Shore defeated Hari Krishna with this idea, but bishop captures on e4 is a new move, so now already as of move 10, we have a completely new game, which is incredible in itself, as this is the Petrov. So here, d captures on e4, and now knight to g5, and now what can Nepo do here? Well, he just goes bishop back to e7. He wants to get rid of this knight, and he says, well, just move it. So knight captures on e4, Rapport grabs d4 pawn, and Nepo plays queen captures on d4. But now, obviously, queen captures on b7 is happening, and this is pretty much where everyone thought, okay, it's a draw, because we all see what's happening. It's going to be a forced bishop sacrifice, and that's it. So queen captures on b7, queen captures on e4, Rapport plays the strongest move, but it's just another very promising one. Queen captures on a8, and now Nepo goes for bishop to h3, threatening checkmate already on move 15, and there is no other move. You have to capture on h3, otherwise you can just forget about it. So g captures on h3, queen to g6 check, king to h1, and queen to e4 with check. And here Nepo is saying, okay, this is what I have against this. If king g1, we're just going to repeat. We call it a day. We didn't spend all that much time. We prepare for the other half of the candidate tournament. But here, Rapport went into a very, very deep think for some half an hour long, and for the other moves, another half an hour. So basically, to decide whether he wants to continue the game or whether he wants to repeat, he spent about an hour And since I forgot to show it to you in the beginning, here is just a nice photo of the two of them before the actual game. There we have it. This gentleman making the first move. If any of you guys know who it is, do share in the comments so we can learn as well. And as usual, if you notice anything weird about the photo, also do mention in the comments, as I very much enjoy such findings. Now getting back to the position, after queen to e4 check, king to g1, a repetition, queen to g6 check, king to h1, and queen to e4 check. And here, Rapport did not play king to g1. Instead, he played pawn to f3. And now, what do you play here? It's, again, Nepo has to play a series of only moves in order to just survive this, because if queen captures on c4, which seems like a pretty good idea, you're going to play king to g2. You have to defend the rook here, and now after, let's say, bishop c5, you're going to play knight to c3. And after queen to a6, hoping to trap the white queen here, because that's kind of black's plan. After giving up this rook, the queen has no way of exiting. You want to play knight to d7 and to win the white queen. There's the tricky rook to e1. This is how white wins. And now after knight d7, there's a rook to e8, and now white is just winning. So you have to defend against this. So instead, queen to d3. Now the idea is that we are attacking the rook, and if king to g2, we're going to play queen to g6. And this is the other part where Rapport really had to decide whether he wanted to continue, and he spent an additional half an hour. Does he want to just repeat with king g2, queen g6, king back to h1, queen to d3, or he wants to play something else? So here we have king to g2, queen to g6, repeating once, king to h1, queen to d3, and now he doesn't go for this, but rather knight to d2. And here Rapport is saying, I know I'm going into a preparation, but I cannot just squander the white pieces like this. I have to at least try, even though it comes with with the price of a queen sacrifice. So here we have queen to d7. This is the only move. We have to prevent the white queen from escaping via the b7 square. So queen to d7, and now we have knight to e4 by Rapport. And this is a very nice idea guarding the d6 square. Also, the bishop is coming to f4 or e3, and we are saying, well, at some point we will move the knight, and you will not have any square for your queen. So knight to a6, attacking the queen. This is what Nepo goes for, and now you have to give up the queen. There is no other way, and this is what Rapport plays. Queen captures on f8, so grabbing the other rook as well. And this is basically the first moment in the game where Nepo started thinking. He had to recall whether bishop captures on f8 or king captures on f8 was the correct idea, because he probably thought that even though he checked this position, and there's no way this position happens in a candidate tournament, because who would be so interested in playing a position like this? I mean, who would be crazy enough to go into this? But Rapport would, and so this is the first moment where Nepo has to consider. So obviously, he could capture with the king. He captures with the bishop. The king here is just a bit awkward. You never want your king and your bishop like this. Then if you receive some sort of a back rank check, then you always have to give up the bishop, and so it just looks weird. So instead, bishop captures on f8, and now we have bishop to f4. You have to develop the bishop somehow. Bishop to e3, bishop to f4. So bishop to e3 also makes sense as regards the c5 square, so it really makes it hard for this knight to enter the game. But he goes for bishop to f4. He wants to play bishop to g3, so after Nepo captures on h3, he doesn't have to have the rook on f1 to defend the f3 pawn. And okay, Nepo goes for the h3 pawn, rook a to d1. Now he wants to play rook a to d8 to put the pressure on this bishop. If he can get rook a to d8 and bishop to d6, then he doesn't have to worry about anything anymore. So pawn to h6, making a little bit of breathing room for the king here, and now comes bishop to g3. And this is the first moment where things start to go wrong for Rapport here. a3 is a much needed move, because you know that Nepo's playing knight to c5, and this just allows you to really minimize the power of the dark square bishop currently placed on f8, because here the bishop isn't doing all that much. If Nepo activates it, then it's a problem. And here the knight to c5 line, which is pretty much the best thing Nepo has, runs into b4. That's the problem. And now after the bishop moves, we play c5. We don't allow black to mess up our pawn structure here, and now the bishop is not as useful, and it's a very, very tricky position. For example, g5, you play bishop to d6, and all of a sudden you have nothing to worry about. Black can't trade because you got a beautiful pass pawn. If black just moves the bishop, let's say bishop f6, then Rapport can even break through with b5. If captures, then the c pawn starts marching forward again. Made possible by the pawn being on b4, make no mistake there. So after this h6, Rapport went for bishop to g3 instead, and now you don't have this luxury of playing b4 as you have not prepared it with a3. So Nepo quickly plays knight to c5, and now it's a little bit different. You can't trade. The problem is, after you trade now, the bishop here is just too powerful. You don't have time to kick it away. For example, if a3, we play a5. Good luck playing b4 for the rest of the game, and now let's say rook to d8 check. You can make some threats here. Let's say rook f to d1. Now h5 with h4 coming, and it's just much, much worse. It is completely winning for Nepo, so this is not what you can do here. So instead, rook f to e1 by Rapport, and now Nepo goes for knight to e6. You could also trade here. That's also possible. For example, you trade captures, and you play g5. There's also nothing wrong with that. But Nepo goes for a very, very different idea. Knight to e6. We have a3 now with b4 and c5 in mind, and now h5. Of course, Nepo wants to play h4. We have rook to d3, trying to bait Nepo into playing h4 because this defends it with a tactic. If you play h4 now, the knight f2 attacks the queen, and the rook defends the pawn. So once you move the queen, the pawn is defended, and you can just gobble up the h4 pawn. So there's that. So Nepo doesn't fall for this. He plays queen to f5. The situation on the clock, 30 minutes for Rapport, and an hour and 21 minutes for Nepo. So really enjoying his time there. And now finally, Rapport plays pawn to b4. It's there really isn't a better move in position. Only here, pretty much every move is winning for Nepo, but you have to find one very particular idea that wins the game. So feel free to pause the video and win this incredible game for Yanni Pomniachtchi while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this incredible pawn sacrifice. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is of course pawn to h4. That's the good stuff. And now you don't really have an option here. You can't move the bishop, and you can't really capture on h4. Or rather, you have to place one of those two options. If you capture here, it's nothing good. Just knight to f4 attacks the rook, and now the knight has all sorts of nasty discoveries. For example, if you play a rook d to e3 to still keep an eye on the f3 pawn, we can just play queen h3, and now we're threatening the bishop and also threatening checkmate. So this is resigns. And if you move the rook somewhere else, let's say try rook to d4, it's not much better. We're gonna play knight to g6 now, attack the bishop with the knight. Also, we're attacking the f3 pawn because now the rook doesn't defend the pawn, and no problems there whatsoever. So that's what happens if you actually capture this pawn. So what can Rapport do? Well, he plays bishop back to b8. Maybe he can grab the a7 pawn, and then he can start marching his own pass pawns forward. But now just knight to g5 by Nepo. Sorry, not knight to g5. Not knight to g5 by Rapport, knight to g5 by Nepo. He could improve on the position further with c5, but he goes for knight to g5 right away. And now we have rook d to e3. The only way to kind of continue playing is rook e to e3, but it's such an ugly move to make. Yes, you are defending the f3 pawn twice, but still just knight captures here, rook captures, and now h3. This is just disgusting to even look at for white. However, maybe with perfect play, maybe one could hold this. But after rook d to e3, now there is nothing. Now, okay, the f3 pawn still cannot be captured. If you capture this, it would be a pretty big blunder. We just play rook to f1, and now you really don't have anything better than to go after the bishop. Rook captures captures on f3, queen captures here, and rook captures on f7. This is now something white will very likely hold to a draw. But after knight captures on e4, now Rapport realizes that there is no more holding this. F captures on e4, queen to f2 now, a beautiful move, preventing rooks from doing anything, because if you attack the queen with this rook, this is checkmate, and if you attack the queen with this rook, it's not much better. Just queen f3 checking, g1, h3, and well, this is a light square. Good luck defending this. You have a dark square bishop, your rooks can't really move anywhere. It's just incredibly ugly to even look at. I have to say it like that. So after queen to f2, we have h3, not allowing Nepo to push h3, and now just bishop to e7. Now we have all the time in the world to activate this bishop, and we will do that via the e7 and g5 squares. So bishop to h2, and now we're trying to take away the queen with bishop g1. Let's go bishop g5. We have bishop to g1, queen to d2, and now again, what do you play? You have to play something. Your rook is hanging. If you go after the queen here, then we play queen to c1, and again, your rook is hanging, the c4 pawn is hanging. There's just no good way to play this. If you can, there's really nothing to do. You're gonna have to tag the queen one more time, then we capture on c4, and then once your pawn starts falling, there's just not all that much you can do. It's a sad position. So instead, rook 3 to e2 was played, attacking Nepo's queen this way, but now just queen to d3. And here, Rapport has 4 minutes on the clock. Nepo has over an hour, and here we can even check a nice photo of this moment. Here you can see Nepo circling Rapport like a vulture circling his prey. Very nicely done there. The two of them just Nepo leading the tournament. Rapport trying to get anything but a draw in this tournament, and here he overpushed a little bit with the white pieces, but you just don't want to be shut down like that right out of the opening. So here again, not much to do. The h3 pawn is hanging. If you play king here, then we just deliver queen g3 check and then pick up the pawn. So bishop e3, pretty much only thing left. And now Nepo doesn't even go for queen captures on e4 with check, because that would kind of put his queen into some line of fire. We can even show it, for example, if this check king g1, now we're going to play bishop to f6. There's bishop captures on e7. We attack the queen. We create some fast pawns here. And okay, queen captures on c4. The game continues. Nepo will win this position, but he doesn't even allow this. He plays bishop to f6, and Rapport is without a move pretty much. He plays bishop captures on e7, but now queen captures on h3 with check. King to g1. We have queen to g3, king to f1, and pawn to h3. We have bishop back to g1, stopping pawn to h2, but now just bishop to h4, and he was in this position on move 43 after reaching time control that Richard Rapport resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So Jan went into the round 7 as the leader of the candidates tournament, and he finishes round 7 as the leader of the candidates tournament. So it pretty much depends how other players will finish their games, but so far Nepo is leading by a full point and a half. So even if Fabi wins his game, Nepo will still be leading by half a point. So definitely nicely done going into the second half of the tournament. We're going to cover the other games and check out what happened there as well. But in case you're wondering why this is resigns, what do you play here? You have to play something. That doesn't really matter. If you play any move, then the threat is just queen to f3 check. There's no defending this. If you block with the bishop, this is checkmate. If you block with the rook, it's not much better. We just capture here, captures bishop, captures h2. We promote the pawn on the next move. It's going to be checkmate. And if you don't play something like c5, yeah, you have to play something like rook to f2. Doesn't really matter. Still just h2 with check. And now you either capture with the bishop, then we capture here with checkmate, or you capture with the rook, then we capture here. You have to go to g2. I mean, it's queen captures on e4. Impossible to play this with white. It will be resigns very soon. So after queen to h4, Rapport agrees that there's no point continuing this, and he resigned in this position. So incredible game where as you can see very early on, like I said, everyone agreed that this was just going to be after queen captures on b7 a very quick draw, because well, of course bishop h3, and we call it a draw. But Rapport did not want a 15 move draw with the white pieces. He went into a deep thing, spent over an hour, and well, tried to sacrifice his queen for some sort of an attack. And if Nepo did not have everything absolutely prepared, but he just played the moves instantly, and he knew exactly what to do. So it was there was no possibility that this would go in Rapport's way in any scenario. In case someone asks you what happened in the game and you want to explain it to them in like one sentence, that's what happened. So yeah, once again, really hope you guys enjoyed that. Very commendable by Rapport for going for it, but he makes it much harder for him and the other players to catch up to Nepo, who is definitely snowballing the candidate so far. So once again, I really hope you enjoyed it. I would like to wish a very happy birthday to Sophia, and I would like to thank Hans Anderson, my little accounting Spanish accountant in UK, Jacob Gonzalez, and Stephen McNeil for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the candidates until it finishes. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a very interesting game from round 5 of the Brain Chess Classic. This game lasted over 7 hours. I believe it's 7 hours and 9 minutes to be exact. We have Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces and Ho Yifan with the black pieces. And like I said, it's a very exciting game, and as usual, it's this game like finished 5 minutes ago. So I'm just going to show it to you. I don't have any photos of the event yet. I will show you the photos and the standings probably tomorrow morning, as I will show another game from this round. But for now, I just want to show you this game because it features one of the most amazing tactics so far in this tournament, and maybe even further. It's really quite a beauty. Fabi has the white pieces and he opens with e4. We have e5, knight to f3, and knight to f6. Yifan goes for the Petroff defense, so using Fabi's weapon against him. Knight captures, we have d6, knight back to f3, and the knight captures on e4. And the knight to c3, something people have been using lately to try and get advantage with white. Knight captures on c3, d captures on c3, and now bishop to e7. Bishop to e3, we have castles, queen to d2, knight to d7, and queenside castle. Knight to f6, h3, not allowing bishop to g4, c5, and bishop to f4 now. Bishop to e6, and now a3. a3 seems like an interesting move. I don't know. In positions like these, I always go king b1. I kind of don't want my king and my queen on the same diagonal, and if black ever decides to go queen a5 only, then well, maybe if I'm forced, I will go a3. So a3, this is stop chess. D5, knight to g5, and the bishop to d7 now, not allowing Fabi to capture the bishop. G4, bishop to c6, eyeing that rook on h1, bishop to g2, and now rook to e8. Queen to d3, pressuring that h7 pawn, so this knight on f6 can't really move. Bishop to d6, and here queen to g3, pressuring now the bishop on d6, and also basically forcing the exchange of bishops. You don't want to play a move like queen to d2 to simply protect the bishop, because then h6 wins the game for black. You simply tag the knight f3, and now comes the knight to e4. You tag the queen has to keep an eye on the f2 pawn, otherwise you get, for example, queen d3, you get this nice fork of both rooks and the queen. Only square where that you can protect is e3 and d1, and after you do this, knight to g3 attacks the queen from the rook, you pick up this rook, and you don't even have to pick up the rook. If white plays something like queen to d2, you can go bishop captures on f4, and after queen captures, knight d2 check, now again wins the queen. So a lot of poison to this. Queen to g3 definitely the strongest move. Bishop captures, queen captures, and now h6, knight to f3, and queen to b8. e5 forces an exchange of queens. Well, not forcing it, but there's really not a bright square for the queen. So captures, and now knight to d2. Fabi has to activate somehow. This knight doesn't really have any good squares from f3, and this bishop isn't really doing anything unless this knight moves. So knight to d2, but this allows rook to e2, so infiltrating already on the second rank, attacking the f2 pawn, and now rook to f1 defending it. And here e5 plays b6. B6 seems like an odd move, since you do have a rook on e2, so why not double up immediately? Problem is, if you do this, then white has this option of pushing c4. You don't want to capture on c4. Then bishop captures bishop. You're going to have triple pawns on the c file. White can simply gobble them up whenever he wants to. So you have to push d4, and after captures, and let's say b4, captures, you're going to have to go back from the e file. So doubling up on the e file was just a waste of a move. In this position, e5 goes to b6. Now rook to e1, offering an exchange of rooks. Rook to e8 now. Rook captures, and now king to d1, kicking the rook back. Rook to e6, and now f4. King to f8. E5 wants to get her king into the game. Rook to e1, king to e7. Now captures, and king to e2. So if you look at this position, the material is completely equal. One thing you can immediately notice is that Fabi has double pawns on the c file, and that his king is slightly more active. So all in all, black is slightly better. G5, f captures on g5, h captures on g5, and now knight to f3. Attacking the g5 pawn. Knight to e4, defending the pawn, and now king to e3. f6, now defending the g5 pawn once more by the f6 pawn, so now the knight can move. Bishop to f1, and now knight to d6. Knight to d2, now f5, captures by the knight, king to f2, and now king to e5, and now knight to f3 check. King to f4, and now you can see that the black king is already extremely active. So knight to e1. C4 now, allowing knight to d3 check, also limiting the mobility of this bishop on f1. Knight to g2 check now, king to e5, and bishop to e2. Bishop to a4, attacking the c2 pawn, bishop d1 defending, bishop to e8, and now bishop to g4. Bishop to g6, now threatening discoveries to grab the c2 pawn, bishop to e2, and now knight to d6, again attacking the pawn, knight to e3, now defending the c2 pawn, and now knight to e4 check. King f3, and now knight to f6. King to f2, bishop to f7, knight to g2, and now bishop to e6, attacking the pawn. h4, knight to e4 check, king moves, and now bishop to h3. Pawn captures, knight captures with check, king to g3, bishop captures on g2, king captures on g2, and knight to e6. And this is now a very dangerous position for white, as you can see. It's very hard to defend these pawns. Yifan's plan is knight to c5, knight to a4, and from there the knight will be attacking the b2 pawn, which cannot be defended by the bishop because it's on a dark square. And also, if you push it, then c3 will become a permanent weakness. For example, if you push b3, then after b5 captures, again you have this weak c3 pawn, and it will fall very soon. King to f2, we have knight to c5 as planned, bishop to h5, knight to a4, not even trying to defend it, bishop to e8, and knight captures on b2. King to e2, a6 now, we have king to d2, and now b5. Bishop to h5, knight to a4, bishop to f7, and this is move 59. So this is where you have to make one more move to gain, to reach the second time control. And here, of course, the question is, do you push d4 or do you not push d4? D4 immediately does give black some additional winning chances. After c captures, king captures, you do have to play something, king to d1, c3, and now king to c1. And now it's definitely a question, can black actually win this? It's very hard to say, but Yifan didn't want to commit to this, as she does have to make one more move to actually start doing something. But she played knight to c5, and here we have king to c1. And here Peter Leko made an interesting observation. He said that now that move 60 has been made, she could have simply played knight back to a4, allow the king to repeat, and then use her time to calculate d4. But yeah, he's a very experienced guy. So knight to e6, trying to now go all around with the knight, king to b2, knight to f4, bishop to e8, king to e4, and bishop to c6 now. King to e3, the ideal idea would be king to d2, and then use the knight to pick up these 2 pawns without this bishop actually grabbing too many of your own pawns. And here Fabi makes the mistake that almost cost him the game. Here he played bishop to b7, bishop to b7 is a blunder that loses the game, but it's extremely interesting how it loses the game. So here's the position. Feel free to pause the video and find the winning move for Yifan. I will give it a couple of seconds, but feel free to use 5 minutes even to do it, as it's extremely interesting. I don't think even 5 minutes is enough, but you can maybe just give it like a minute or two. So even if you don't find it, you will be very impressed when you see what's going on here. Here the reason bishop to b7 is a mistake. It seeds like this bishop is now going to gobble up all these pawns, but king to d2 actually wins. Now after bishop captures on a6, now you play knight to d3 check, and now you're in a whole lot of pain because after you capture, what do you play now? Now comes d4, and now anything wins for black. If you play pawn captures on c4, then you get captures with check, king moves check, and you grab the queen and you win the game. If you don't go like this. Doesn't matter, even if you capture this pawn, then simply push the pawn to c3, again wins. King moves, doesn't really matter, everything wins here. So after this king to d2 and the bishop captures knight to d3 check, you obviously can't capture the knight, but even if you don't capture the knight, even if you play something like king to b1, again knight to e1 is coming. And now after bishop captures, knight captures on c2, bishop attacks pawn, now comes knight to e3, defending the pawn, and still your king is going to capture the c3 pawn. King defends, now comes d4 with the same idea. You capture, you push c3, and you queen your own pawn. So a brilliant maneuver, this king to d2, but both Fabi and Yifan missed it. So here Yifan played a5, first getting her pawn to a dark square, and only then maybe she thought she would do something. I don't know. As like I said, the game lasted over 7 hours. I don't think they'll be doing an interview, at least not today. But if they will, if I find one after I make this video, I will put all the links as usual in the description below. So king to c1, we have knight to e2 check, king moves, king to d2, bishop captures on d5, knight captures on c3, bishop attacks the pawn on b5. Now we have knight d1 check, king b1, and knight to e3. Bishop to e4. You don't really have the option of capturing here because now comes knight captures on c2 and white is lost. If you capture the pawn, you get the knight captures here. This comes with check, you lose the bishop, and the a pawn will win the game. So after knight e3, bishop to e4, and here this is move 70. It certainly seems like there should be a way to win this position with black, and I mean, black is so much better here. White can basically just move the bishop around on this diagonal, and there's simply no way to win it. So, of course, Yifan tried, as she did work very hard for this game. Finally, she decided to push c3, but now bishop moves, knight to c4, attacks the pawn, king defends pawn, and now Yifan will basically try every possible square for her knight here to try something, but there is no way to do this. Because, as you can see, there's no way to ever capture this pawn. The bishop and the king will always defend it, and there's no other way to break through in this position. So, they did play a couple more moves. So we have here, tried a couple more ideas. Now even a4 was pushed, and yeah, after the knight tried all of the squares, now here finally knight to c6 was played, and here an exchange of pawns was made. So finally knight grabs the c2 pawn, but it doesn't matter. King b3 checks, knight moves back, knight goes here, and now finally c2, and after pushing c2, they finally agree to a draw after 7 hours and 9 minutes. So definitely a wild game, and this entire game Yifan had the upper hand, completely dominated the entire game. But yeah, that one moment when Fabi played bishop to b7, she had this chance of playing king to d2 and win the game. But you know, who would possibly see this? So yeah, hopefully some of you saw that. If you have, do share your great success in the comment section below. I would like to thank Martin Christensen and William Avery for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you tomorrow morning with another game from the Grand Chess Classic. Thank you all. Hello everyone, and welcome to another really awesome game from the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament. It's Richard Rapport versus Jan Krzysztof Duda. This is round 8, and both Rapport and Duda are having pretty much the identical tournament. They both drew all of their games except the one against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Both of them lost their game to Jan Nepomniachtchi. Rapport in round 7, we covered that game, and now they are playing against each other. So both of them really want a win for this second half of the FIDE Candidates Tournament, and that can only benefit us, the players, and maybe one of them, you know, if one of them actually wins the game. So before we check it out, here is a nice photo before the game. You can see that they are preparing to make moves, and one of the questions that was asked at Rapport was, what color is his suit? Is it a red suit? Is it a pink suit? Or is it a salmon color suit? Now, I'm not a color expert, and like, you know, I really don't know my way around colors. So if any of you know what color this could be, you know, do mention in the comments, as it is a very interesting color. Yeah, just thought I'd mention that. And also Rapport said that his wife wanted him to wear it in the previous game, the one against Jan Nepomniachtchi, but he said that it's better that he didn't, you know, the way he played, that it would only do the suit a great injustice, or something like that. But yeah, let's dive straight into it. Rapport has the white pieces, and he opens with e4. We have e5 by Duda, knight to f3, knight to c6, and now, sorry, knight to c6, knight to f6, going for the Petroff defense. Well, Rapport is not interested in allowing Duda some sort of a quick draw in the Petroff. He declines it, and he plays knight to c3. He goes for the 3 knights game, which usually means a 4 knights game. So knight to c6, and now how do you look for chances in an opening that is so old and so analyzed that pretty much everyone knows everything about it? Well, you don't play any of the main lines. You don't play d4 bishop, c4 bishop e5, but you play g3. So we're gonna think into the light square bishop, and it's gonna be a slow game. But you know, we're not allowing Duda to just get a draw with the black pieces here. So bishop to c5, bishop to g2, and now d6. We have pawn to d3, and now you could just castle automatically, but then you might run into knight to a4, and you really don't want to allow white to grab this bishop. This is a beautiful bishop occupying a beautiful diagonal. So first we're gonna play a5. We make room for the bishop. A6 is much more common. A5 is in fact very rare. But okay, we have castles now, and now comes pawn to h6. There are some games where castles was played. Also bishop to e6 is a known move, but Duda's h6 is a new move. So already as of move 7, we have a completely new game where Duda surprises Rapport. I guess it's not much of a surprise if he wanted to. I guess he said to himself, if you know, Petroff arises on the board, I'm going to go for the 4 knights, and I have to be ready for such moves. So okay, pawn to b3. Now keeping an eye on this pawn, not allowing it to go any further with a4. Now, and you also could fianchetto the dark square bishop as well, but all depends on what Duda plays. So castles, we have h3, freeing up this h2 square for the king. You do not want the king on this diagonal, and now knight to d4, just improving the position, preparing pawn to c6. Later on, you're going to play rook e8 to defend the e5 pawn, hopefully push d5 at some point. So Duda is having an absolute, super enjoyable game. Bishop to e3, nicely developing, and c6. Now we have king to h2 and rook to e8. So Duda is just waiting to see what Rapport will do, but there really isn't all that much to do here. We have pawn to a3, and now Duda goes for some trades. Knight captures, queen captures, and the bishop captures on e3. And here, if you wanted to play a principled game, or if you even ask the engine what should we play here, then queen captures on e3 is the move you play. You keep your pawn structure intact, and you look for some chances elsewhere. But then black strikes in the center with d5 and so on. But long time ago, humans realized that, well, pretty much intact pawn structures seldom present winning chances, and he goes for f captures on e3. He doubles his pawn structure here, but he opens up the f file to be used for attacking purposes. And okay, Duda says not a problem. We have pawn to b5, and here the Rapport goes for g4. Now he's saying that he wants to play queen to g3 and push g5 and start an attack against Duda's king. Duda says, all right, this is, I mean, if this was good, everyone would be playing it. We have rook to a7, guarding that f7 pawn, and queen to g3. Now we have h5, and not allowing, Rapport to start attacking. So h5, and the idea is that if you capture on h5, yes, you open up the g file, but after knight captures on h5, it's not all that great. For example, queen goes here. We're going to play g6, defend our knight. The rook defends f7. Everything is nicely defended, and it would be Duda who is better here. So instead we have g5, and now Duda doesn't want to allow knight h7 and h4. He doesn't want to see this on the board, so he sacrifices a pawn. Here after g5, he plays h4 first, so the queen captures, and the h4 pawn will not be able to occupy the h4 square so quickly. So queen to h4, knight to h7, now going after the g5 pawn, and now queen back to g3. Rapport is now ready to play h4, and Duda will of course capture on g5. Now the question is, what will Duda capture with? And the safe option is queen captures on g5. Interestingly, this was not played in the game. Point is that after captures and h4, let's say we're going to put the knight to e6, and it's a game. Black has nothing to worry about. If anything, black is better here. But after knight captures on g5, which is also perfectly fine, it is well, the queens are still on the board, and it is white who is kind of attacking here. So h4, knight to h7, and now bishop to h3, opening up the g file for the white rook. Duda captures on h3, and now you don't want to capture right away. If you capture right away, then rook e6, and after rook g1, the rook is in time to stop checkmate, and again, black is just better here. So instead, rook to g1 right away. We read the position from the thumbnail. We're going to recapture the bishop, but we are now threatening checkmate here. And the question is, how can Duda defend? The most precise way to defend is just g6. Obviously, the most boring one, but the most precise. And after the bishop is captured, we're going to put the knight to f6, guard the h5 square, and there is nothing white can do to break through this position. However, after rook to g1, Duda had a different plan. He played knight to g5. Now he defends the bishop, and he wants Rapport to play h captures on g5, which will close the g file. Now, true as that may be, it will close the g file, but it will open up the h file. So here, h captures on g5, bishop back to c8, and now comes rook to g2. You might also consider king g2 with ideas of just doubling up on the h file, but then queen d7, and you are not in time to double up here. Black will be able to trade queens here. So rook to g2, we have rook a to e7. Here, instead of rook a to e7, f6 is the way to go. But it's who plays f6 here? It's such an unnatural move to make. The problem is that this is nothing because you just capture back, and the rook and queen guard the g7. If you play g6, then king f8, we start marching our king over to the queen side. But after rook a to e7, this allows Rapport a very important move, and that is queen to f3. Now he has all sorts of ideas. He can bring the rook to f1. He can bring the rook to h1. He can put pressure on f7 in the future. He can ship the queen to h5, bring the rook rook to h1, play king g1, put pressure on the h file. And Duda is pretty much without ideas here. Again, f6 is the way to go, but here Duda plays g6, and now Rapport has all the time in the world. We have rook to h1, f5 by Duda, and now king to g1. We have pawn to b4, attacking the knight, and now e captures on f5. Rapport sacrifices the knight here, but it's not really a sacrifice. The knight cannot be captured. If you capture the knight, f captures on g6, and there's no defense here. You're just going to play queen h5 and checkmate the black king there. It's unstoppable. So instead, we have g captures on f5, and now Rapport played knight to e4, and it was in this position on move 29 that Yang Shishito Duda resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So really an impressive game by both of them, but Rapport decided that even though he lost his game to Nepo in the previous round, he's going to play an attacking game. He played it very slowly, and this is how pretty much all the great players who have a must-win a game, or it's a must-win situation, say that you want to keep the game. You don't want to trade too many pieces. You want to keep your options open. You just want to play a nice game, and that basically means play a slow opening, fianchetto your bishops and so on, and opportunities will present themselves. And here you resign because if you capture the knight again, just queen h5 and that's it. If you play rook g7 or something to try and escort the king all the way to the queen side, we don't care. g6. And if king f8, we're going to play queen h8 check, rook to g8, now rook f2 check, king to e7, and it's a mating attack. Queen h6 check, king to e6, and now queen to f7 will be checkmate, or any of the other lines also end in checkmate. And after knight to e4, even if you don't capture the knight, what else can you play? You can play king g7 or something, try to bring the rooks into the game. Now we play rook g to h2, and after rook to g8, we're going to play rook to h6. So absolutely everything is winning here. We're just going after the d6 pawn, and there's no good way. There's no good way to tackle this. It's just a completely winning position. If bishop to e6 blocking the path to the d6 pawn, we can even play knight to f6, and now just there's no move you can make here. Whatever he plays is just silly. The rook is hanging, rook h7 is coming. It's just there's no move you can even try here. So after knight e4, Duda is, I'm sure, very disgusted with his position, and he resigns, which means that Rapport grabs his first point in the FIDE Candidates tournament. And now for the standings, as I know you guys are very much interested in this, here are the standings after 8 rounds of the FIDE Candidates tournament. Yanni Pomnichi is leading with a full point lead, 6 points ahead of Fabiano Caruana with 5 points. Then Hikaru Nakamura with 4.5, and then Rapport with 4 points after getting his first win. Then we have Dingliran, Yang Shishito Duda, Temur Rajau, and Alireza Firuja, who are the other half of the standings, and you can see that none of them have won a single game, which is pretty tough for a candidate tournament. You have to win at least one, for the ball to start rolling. But for them so far, not much is happening. But you can see how impressive Nepo is with 4 wins, 4 incredible wins and 4 draws. That's incredible. If he continues winning games like this, he might even finish the candidate tournament as a 2800 player. But yeah, Fabi trailing by a full point. Today we have the clash Fabi versus Nepo, which is of course probably the one that will decide the candidates tournament. But it's still early. Anything can still happen. No one is saying that Nepo can lose the next 2 games or that Fabi can lose the next 2 games. So anything can still happen. And usually when anything can happen, it does happen. So yeah, once again, I hope you guys enjoyed it and that you were able to figure out what color Rapport's suit is. So be sure to mention that in the comments as well. I would like to thank David Kimura, and I would like to thank Stephen McNeil. Vidal is the one. Daniel Schmidt and Ultimate Poker Coaching for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. Really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. And thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the candidates until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to what could be the most important game of the second half of the candidates tournament. The leader Yanni Pomnichi faces Fabiano Caruana. Fabi has the white pieces in this game, and if you forgot what the standings were, these are the standings after the previous round. So Nepo leading with 6 points, and Fabi trailing with 5 points, with Nakamura on 4.5 and Rapport on 4. Ding, Duda, Rajabov, and Firuja still to score their first victory in the tournament. So if Fabi can grab a full point here in this game against Nepo, that will bring them 6-6, and we will have an incredible race until the end of the tournament. But Nepo still undefeated. It's not going to be easy, but Fabi will of course try. And as he plays e4 here, of course we know that the Petroff defense is going to be on the board. So e5, knight to f3, and knight to f6. The Petroff defense is on the board, and Fabi challenges the Petroff. He doesn't decline it with knight to c3 like we've seen in the previous video. Knight captures on e5, d6, knight back to f3, and knight captures on e4. We have d4, d5, and the bishop to d3. So the standard classical attack against the Petroff. And what can Fabi do to sort of even challenge Nepo here, to maybe create some sort of an imbalance where he can maybe play for a win, because both Caruana and Nepomniachtchi prepared the Petroff defense for the World Chess Championship match against Magnus Carlsen to be one of the weapons that are going to be used, and they both know it extremely well. So bishop to d6, we have castles by Fabi, and now castles by Nepo. We have c4, c6, and now rook to e1. This is already starting to deviate a little bit here. The main moves are knight to c3, queen to c2, and c captures on d5. All of these moves are with the idea of weakening the knight on e4, and so is the move that Fabi plays, rook to e1. So it's the 4th most popular move in this position. Already you can see that Fabi is starting to deviate. Bishop to f5 and queen to b3. The bishop left the defense of the b7 pawn, so we are attacking it. Nepo defends it, and here comes a move that was it was played only once in 2006 between 2 1700 players, or rather one was 1650, one was 1700, and that move is knight to h4. So it was played only once, and this is what Fabi brought to challenge Nepo with. So you can be sure that he dug very deep and hard to find this one. Usually you just go knight to c3, or you grab more space with c5, or you play bishop to e3, but knight to h4, this is a new one. And it already asks us the question, what do you do with the bishop here? Do you just allow us to capture it because then you lose the bishop here? Do you go to g6, then we're gonna maybe capture, and you're gonna play h captures, or do you bring the bishop back? And this is exactly what Nepo does. So already here we have a completely new game. In that game that I mentioned, d captures and c4 was played, but here after bishop to e6, already on move 11 we have a completely new game. Okay, queen to c2. Fabi now puts more pressure on the knight here, and the knight to a6. Just continuing development. Definitely makes sense. You want to play a knight to b4, put pressure on the queen and the bishop here. And you could sort of win material here, because if you play bishop captures, knight here, d captures, and let's say queen captures, yes, you want a piece, but rook f to e8, and you're going to have a lot of problems, because okay, you can move the queen, but the rook here is also on the e file. It's a very tricky position. For example, queen to c2, or something. There are many ideas here for black, like bishop to f5 attacks the queen, attacks the rook, and although you can trade, for example, captures, now your queen is hanging, and there's the threat of checkmate. So it's a very unpleasant situation. You have to defend. For example, queen d2, even bishop to c2 can be played, and this is just very annoying. And of course, you don't want to allow stuff like that. So you cannot win material here, but you can play a3 and say, okay, your knight on a6 will look a little bit weird, and it will take some time for you to reintroduce it into the game. But Nepo just plays f5. He maybe doesn't know this exact position, but he knows the similar ones, and f5 is a useful move in most of them. So c captures on d5, c captures, and knight to c3, and here we have rook a to c8 by Nepo. Also interesting here, as Fabi definitely prepared for this as well, is knight back to b8. Point is that after f3, which of course Fabi wants to play no lines. We are just going to ignore him. We're going to play knight to c6. We're going to sacrifice the knight here because if you accept this, then f captures. We're going to play knight captures on d4, attack the white queen, and after the queen moves, f captures on e4. Yes, we've sacrificed a piece, but we've grabbed so many pawns. We have this massive center here. We have the bishop pair. Black is the one to be preferred here. So basically, what we would have to do is not capture the knight, but play something like the bishop to e3. Then we're going to trade captures, and the game continues. So most likely, this is what Fabi had in mind. Black is perfectly fine here, but of course, that is to be expected with this weird knight to h4 move. So it's a gambit. Whether it pays off or not, we'll see. So rook 8 to c8, and now pawn to f3. Finally attacking this knight, and this is the first moment where Nepo really started using his clock, and he did not move the knight. You could move the knight, and it's perfectly fine. For example, you could play knight captures on c3, but he goes bishop to e7. He says that knight is still looking weird there, and I'm going to use it to my advantage. And Fabi just instantly played pawn to g3, saying this is all well within my preparation, which can also be confirmed by the situation on the clocks. Fabi is an hour and 55 minutes on the clock here, whereas Nepo already dropped to 1 hour and 15 minutes on the clock. So knight back to d6, and this is the move that Fabi did not check, or maybe he did check it, but it's not the one you would expect here, because probably what Fabi had in mind is, well, if bishop captures on h4, then white really has nothing to worry about. Yes, you ruin white's pawn structure, but after knight captures on c3, b captures, there's this very nice queen to c6 move, and you don't have to worry all that much. Okay, you can go after this because the bishop is hanging, but it's a nice position, bishop to f4, and Fabi is enjoying this position. So it doesn't matter that the king side is shattered. This is perfectly fine for white. So that's one thing, and the other one is after this g3 move, the absolute best for Nepo is bishop to f6, and this is also probably what Fabi had checked, where he will win the knight here, f captures, and bishop captures on a6, ruin the queen side, bishop captures on d4 with check, bishop to e3, for example, captures, and b captures on e6, and you get this position where again everything is perfectly fine, but it's only if Nepo spots all of this. So this would be the absolute best that the engine has to recommend. But Nepo plays knight to d6, and this is now where Fabi first starts spending some time. Still, Fabi almost 2 hours on the clock, like an hour and 55 minutes, and Nepo already down to an hour. And here just queen to a4, offering a queen trade, and this is again very, very annoying. Fabi spent some 30 minutes for this move, but it is the absolute top move recommended by the engine. And the problem is if you trade queens, which seems like a good idea for black because you got surprised out of the opening, maybe you want to draw with the black pieces. It's very, very hard to play. For example, king to f7, you're going to play bishop captures on a6, b captures, and now knight to c5. Put pressure on this bishop here, and there is no way to defend the bishop. You can't defend it, you can't move it anywhere. So the only thing left is to give up the exchange with the rook captures here and the d captures on c5, leaving for a very, very complicated endgame. For example, knight to c4, and now whether you're going to play b4 or you're going to move the knight and then bring the knight over to here to put more pressure on the e6 pawn. So it all depends on what black plays, but Fabi would very much enjoy playing this position. But Nepo does not give him this opportunity, and he goes for bishop to f6. Another very interesting line is rook to c6. So just stopping the queen trade, but also adding the rook here so you don't have to mess up your pawn structure. And now if bishop captures, we're going to play bishop captures on h4. If g captures, rook captures here. And now, okay, you can trade, but now everything is perfectly fine. You have an intact pawn structure on the queen side. Fabi's king side is ruined a little bit, so it would be very much playable. But okay, here we have bishop to f6, and this is basically where the game truly begins and where Fabi will be trying to get some chances. So queen captures on d7, bishop captures, he goes for a queen trade, knight captures on d5, and the bishop captures on d4 with check, king to g2, and now rook c to e8, as Fabi's threatening knight e7 check to pick up the rook on c7. So rook c to e8, and now bishop to f4, putting pressure on the knight here, and Nepo just plays knight to c5, so attacking the bishop. And the trades, although they could work in white's favor, they really don't here, because if you just start trading, bishop captures, knight captures on d3, bishop captures on f8, knight captures on e1 comes with check, and after the king moves, we're going to play king captures on f8, and you're just up a full piece. Of course, this is completely winning for Nepo now. So after knight to c5, we have knight to e7 check. Makes sense as you are also preparing to capture the knight here, but this is what Nepo found. King to f7, just playing spectacular defensive ideas. And the problem for Fabi is that now Fabi is lower on the clock. He has 37 minutes on the clock, Nepo some 40 minutes on the clock. And what is this sorcery? Can't we just do something about this knight here? What's happening here? Well, if you go for this bishop captures on d6, it's not really all that impressive as your bishop here is also hanging. Knight captures here, attacks the rook, and we kind of go back into the line that we've already discussed. So here after king to f7, Fabi played bishop captures on f5, but the actual strongest idea is bishop to f1. Looks weird, but now that you see it, of course you believe it, as the rook is coming to d1, and there are all of these targets on the d file. It would be very, very annoying to defend this. With absolute perfect play, you will find knight to c8, but still, it's not going to be pretty. Knight captures on f5, bishop captures on b2, rook attacks bishop, bishop captures on f5 now, knight captures on f5, and rook captures on e1. Rook captures, and now rook to d8. You get this position where, okay, it's equal material, but white will always be better due to the active bishop pair, bishop c4 check, and it's already very, very unpleasant for that black king to f8, rook e2, not allowing any rooklets from black, also putting pressure on the bishop. For example, bishop f6, h4, then g4, g5, the pawns just start marching forward, and the king is in a very, very tight spot here. So this would be the way to put the pressure on Nepo's position, but Fabi misses this. He's already getting very low on time. He plays bishop captures on f5, and now Fabi has only 19 minutes on the clock. Nepo has 40 minutes on the clock, and there are still 16 more moves to be made to reach time control. And here just knight captures on e5. And this is, again, the correct way to play. If you go for rook captures on e7, then, of course, bishop captures on d7 is just deadly. Even if rook captures on e1, we just play rook captures on e1, and now bishop captures on f5. Bishop captures on f8, and now bishop to e6. We save the bishop, but now bishop captures on c5. Bishop captures, and you can see that white is, of course, completely winning here. White is up a pawn and also up the exchange. So knight captures on f5 is definitely to be preferred here, which is what happens in the game. Now comes knight captures on f5, bishop captures on f5, knight captures on f5, and a whole lot of captures here. Rook captures on e1, rook captures on e1, and the knight to d3. And after this capture fest, Nepo finds the absolute strongest idea, attacks the rook, attacks the bishop, and there isn't all that much for Fabi to do here. That's the problem. Rook to e7, although it looks spectacular, doesn't really do anything because we're just going to play king to f6, and now you can't go for the bishop as we capture the rook, and if bishop to d6, which seems like a kind of a good idea, there's rook d8, and nothing works here for white really. Knight captures on d4, rook captures on d6, you can capture on g7, or rather on g7. Because if now king captures, knight to f5 check will pick up the rook, and if rook captures on d4, then we go into this rook captures on h7, knight captures on b2, rook captures on b7. Fabi would have 3 pawns for the knight, but it is not a serious attempt at winning. Or rather, you could play this like if your life absolutely depended on it. It's the best chance you would get, but it's also the best chance to completely drop out of the race if you give Nepo a full point here. So rook to e4, let's not forget Fabi's also low on time. Bishop captures on b2, now bishop to e3, not allowing this trade. Bishop captures on e3, bishop captures on a7, and now rook to a8, attacking the bishop here, bishop to d4, and the bishop back to f8. And here rook to e2 by Fabi. Here Fabi could force a draw here with bishop captures on g7, but he is down to 2 minutes, and he doesn't find the instant save. For example, rook e7 check. check, king to f6, and now rook captures on g7. Again, you give up the knight for some pawns here. Rook captures on b7, king g6. Now you have these 3 pawns here for the knight, or rather 2 pawns for the knight, but still it's a draw. But okay, rook to e2 was played, giving Nepo the opportunity to now maybe play for advantage, and he does g6. Now bishop captures on g7 is no longer an option, and Fabi has to find a unique set of moves. He only has 2 minutes to play 8 moves to reach time control, otherwise he's just busted. So knight to e3. Let's not forget Nepo has the passed b pawn. Rook to d8 attacks the bishop, and bishop b6 attacks the rook here. Here Fabi of course knows how to hold this perfectly well. But one relatively weird move from Nepo could go a long way, as Fabi is extremely low on the clock. So rook to d6 attacks the bishop, knight to c4. Rook to e6 is coming, so you don't want to allow this, and you also have to defend your bishop. So knight to c4 makes sense. Rook to c6 attacks the knight, and now rook to e4. We have bishop to g7, and now pawn to f4. Rook to e6 offering a rook trade, and king to f3 now. Knight to e1 check by Nepo. King to e3, knight to c2 check, king to f3, and now knight to e1 check. And here by playing knight to e1 check, both players have now reached move 40. Time control has been reached. Additional time has been received, and it was in this position on move 40 that Fabiano Caruana and Yannick Pomshi agreed to a draw, as there is nothing more to be done here. It is equal material, and of course both of them are well aware that one will not defeat the other in this position, and it's better to look for a fight on another day. That's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Really a tough one. Fabi really did well to spot it. To prepare this knight stage 4 move. Like I said, this move is nowhere to be found in engine recommendations. It has been played only once in a low level game in 2006, and this is what he had to come up with to try and surprise Nepo in the Petroff, because Nepo is immortal basically in the Petroff defense, and this was maybe one way to ask some questions and to pose some problems, but Nepo, he, even though Fabi is the one who surprised Nepo, in the end it was Fabi who was in time trouble, and it's just incredible how quickly Nepo adapts to these new positions and just finds his way out of all the chaos. Really incredible stuff with the black pieces. That's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Nepo retains his 1 point lead ahead of Fabi going into round 10, so we'll see what happens next. I would like to thank David Kimura, Stephen McNeil, Vidal Abid is the one, Daniel Schmidt, and Ultimate Poker Coaching for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the candidates until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to what appears to be the greatest and probably the most precise game played in the candidates so far. We have Sergei Karyakin with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana, the tournament leader. Going into this game, this is round 12 of the candidates. Caruana has 7 points, and Sergei Karyakin has 6 points, so he's a point behind. And if he wins this game, he will catch up to Fabiano, and he will share the lead in the tournament basically. So before we start this game, I only have one photo of this round. It's a photo of Sergei Karyakin here. Here we can enjoy it in full screen. The photo is a bit weird, but Karyakin always looks a bit weird on photos. But as they say, it's better to be weird on photos than over the board. Now, for some reason, Nikki didn't get a photo of Fabi. For some reason, maybe he was late for the game. I have no idea. But I did update the profile photos of the players here on the left side of the board. So there's a nice photo of Fabi there. So let's see the game. Karyakin goes for e4, as he is probably the most precise e4 player in this field. And we have e5. By going e4, he challenges Fabiano to his Petroff defense, as Fabiano played the Petroff defense against anyone who challenged him with e4. And he hasn't lost a single game yet, so definitely a reasonable thing to do. Knight to f3, knight to f6, knight captures on e5, d6, knight to f3, this is the classical variation, knight captures on e4, and now knight to c3, my favorite line against the Petroff. Knight captures on c3, d captures on c3, and now knight to c6. Bishop to e3, we have bishop to e7, queen to d2, preparing queenside castle, bishop to e6, and here we do have queenside castle. And Caruana plays queen to d7. Here, bishop captures on a2 does condemn this bishop to be captured, but it's also a playable line. But since Karyakin allows this, after you capture here, of course, you will play b3, you want to trap the bishop with king to b2, but then a5, and after king to b2, a4, and the black will get a reasonable attack for this bishop. King captures, now pawn captures on b3, king has to capture on b3, and now rook to a5, preparing queen to a8, you have to go back, queen to a8, and now rook to b1, making room for the king to escape. And although it does appear like black achieved something, but he doesn't fully have compensation. So Sergei was obviously very prepared for this. So after this queenside castle, queen to d7, and now a3, not allowing the pawn to be captured anymore. H6, knight to d4, knight captures, bishop captures, and here rook to g8. He doesn't want to allow this rook to stay on h8 since the bishop is on d4. So rook to g8, maybe preparing to put g5, f5 in the future, obviously announcing that he will indeed castle queenside. Bishop to e2, we have c5 now, bishop back to e3, and now d5. f4, preventing black from executing g5 immediately, preparing bishop to f3. Caruana castles queenside here, and here we have bishop to f3. And here, if Fabi went f5, this does seem to lock the position down, and everything stays the same. Everything is fine on the board. The game continues. But I believe here Fabi really got scared of actually winning the candidates, and he played bishop to g4 with the idea of exchanging pieces. But here I believe Karyakin smelled the blood, as he isn't interested in trading pieces. He immediately played bishop captures on d5. He decided to sacrifice the exchange here to rook on d1. So you do have to capture it now. Bishop captures, rook captures, and now getting the queen out of the d file, queen to c7, and now c4. So Karyakin grabbed the pawn. He's down the exchange, but that's a monster bishop on d5. Black no longer has light square bishop. He still has the bishop pair, and it's hard to say if those rooks will be able to get any action in this game. So rook g to e8, we have queen to f2, now b6, more protection to the c5 pawn, g4, we have bishop to f6, and now king to b1, rook to d7, rook to d3, g5 now, and here king to a2, rook e to e7, and here queen to f3. King to d8, and this is actually one of the critical moments in the game. King to d8 is not the most precise way to go. Here Karyakin played bishop to d2, and bishop to d2 is an excellent move. Here he also had the opportunity, which I'm sure he decided wasn't worth going into, to play f captures on g5, because after bishop captures, h captures, you have bishop to c6. Now, of course, threatening to win back your exchange, and after rook captures on d3, queen captures on d3, this is with check, you have to move the king to c8 only move, and now you have queen to f5 check. Of course, you have to move the king to b8, and now queen captures on g5. And here, of course, if black captures bishop, you capture the rook on e7, but here you would have these two very strong pawns. The h pawn is a pass pawn, and it would be very hard for black to counter this. Queen to e5, offering the trade of queens, but now queen g8 check, king moves, queen to a8, and after king moves, now bishop to d5. guarding all the squares around the black king, and it's hard to say if black could hold this. But instead of this forcing variation, Karkin went for a non-forcing variation, but that will be just as forcing in the end. Here he played bishop to d2, and it seems like a weird move to play, but not really. Karkin's plan is queen to f1, making room for the rook, then rook to h3, and then trying to infiltrate Fabi from behind. So we have king to c8, and now queen to f1. And it's interesting, queen to h3 with the same idea of infiltrating with the queen does not work, because after queen to h3, g captures on f4 and queen captures on h6, you have bishop to e5, and now this queen to f8 check doesn't work. You can simply block this, queen to d8, and now bishop to b7. With the idea of winning back the exchange is actually favorable for black. So king can simply capture it. Queen captures, rook captures, and after rook captures on d8, you do have you want a pawn here, and it seems like you're better off here. But the past f pawn is extremely dangerous, as you can't attack it from behind it because the f pawn is doubled. So after something like king to c6, king to b3, now f3, rook to d3, stopping the pawn, but now rook to d7. And if white trades rooks here, then the f pawn will be too strong. So here white would have to capture, and black would win a piece here. Rook captures on h1, and it's hard to say. Maybe white could actually hold this, but probably not. So Karkin calculates precisely that queen to h3 doesn't work. He plays queen to f1, makes room for rook to h3. So rook to d6, and now not immediately rook to h3. First he plays f captures on g5, bishop captures on g5, and now queen to f5 check. We have rook d to d7, now bishop captures on g5, h captures on g5, and queen captures on g5. Here, Fabiano plays queen to e5. He offers a trade of queens. It'd be excellent if there was time to actually capture the h2 pawn. But if queen captures on h2, then you get queen to g8 check, king c7, and after queen to a8, black is simply doomed. There's really nothing for you to play. a5, g5 is coming. g5 is a very much needed move that it's easy to find if you try to see what black is trying to do. Black would definitely try to defend with f6, preventing this pawn from being pushed forward, so g5 would be a must-play move. After queen to e5, now bishop to b7. Rook to e8, but now rook captures, king captures, and bishop to c6 check. King moves, and queen captures on e8, and it's all over. Queen captures, bishop captures, you're up a piece, you're winning this game. So, after this queen to g5 move, there's no time for Fabi to actually capture the h2 pawn. He played queen to e5, and now comes queen to h6. It's interesting. Now, queen to g8 with the same idea doesn't work. Of course, queen is on e5. You can simply block this with the rook. So, after this queen to e5, now comes queen to h6. King to d8, and another questionable move, because this gives white a perfect opportunity to play this g5 move, which Fabio obviously missed. If there wasn't for this g5 move, black could have this excellent resource of playing f6. Then there's no longer g5, and it's not that easy to push the h pawn. Now that this pawn is in g5, you can no longer push the f pawn, because then g6 is coming. So, unfortunately, for example, if Karkin decided to push h4 here, thinking that it's all the same, then f6, and it's not that easy to push those pawns anymore. But okay, king to d8, now g5, and now queen to d6. Again, offering a trade of queens. Now comes queen to h8 check, and now rook to e8. King to c7, of course, it doesn't work. It's the same idea. Queen comes to a8, and black falls apart. So after queen to h8 check, rook to e8 blocking, and now queen to h4, threatening, of course, all sorts of discoveries here. We have queen to g6 blocking this, and now queen to g4. Queen to g4 threatening so many nasty tactics. One of them being, of course, queen captures on d7. That's not available at the moment, but at some point it might be. For example, first you would have to move the rook, for example, to d2, because after you capture the rook on d7, king captures, then you want to capture bishop to f7 check, win the queen, and win the game. First, rook to e5 by Fabi. Now, this idea immediately isn't possible due to the variation I just explained. Bishop captures on f7 does not win the game because you have queen captures on d3, c captures, and rook captures on g5. If black didn't have time to capture this one pawn, then probably it would be winning, but now it's not. So after rook to e5, simply h4, guarding that pawn, so now this actually is a threat. King to e7, getting out of the way, but now not even playing queen captures on d7, but rook to d2. First getting the rook out of the way, now the queen will no longer be able to capture the rook on d3. So b5 here, but now comes bishop captures on f7 immediately, attacking the queen with a double attack on the rook on d7. Queen to f5, blocking, and now rook captures on d7. King captures, and here it's again a very not complicated position, but you could enter some complications with queen to d1. Karkin probably saw that queen to d1 is the strongest move, but he decided to play queen captures on f5 because this is simply a forced win. Rook captures on f5 and now g6. And the idea here is, okay, Fabiano is still up the exchange, but this bishop on f7 is a beautiful piece. It will constantly be guarding the c4 pawn, and white doesn't mind. The rook will pick up the h4 pawn, but after this captures on b5 and all of the pawns are being pushed on the queen side, this is simply unstoppable. So king to e7 was played. Now comes c captures on b5. Rook to h5, c4 now, rook captures on h4, now a4 is coming, rook to g4, a5 now, king to d6, the king has to go to the queen side now to help out with the defense, a6, king to c7, and king to b3, and after Sergey played king to b3, this was move 48, it was in this position that Fabiano Caruana resigned the game. So first loss in the tournament for Fabiano Caruana, and Sergey Karjakin now has 7 points out of 12, same as the tournament leader so far, Fabiano Caruana, and I checked the main criteria for the tiebreaks is their encounter, so because Karjakin beat Caruana, if at the end of the tournament they have, for example, both of them will have maybe 9 points, then it will mean Karjakin is the winner because he wins in the main criteria. Here after king to b3, the win is completely obvious. White will simply waltz his king all the way up to f6 and then push g7 and promote this pawn to a queen. Black has to play something, then simply king c3, rook can check, king d2, and if rook checks, you don't have to protect the b2 pawn, you simply play king to e3. Now if rook captures pawn, you simply play g7 and the pawn is unstoppable. So you have to keep an eye on the g pawn, but now the king simply goes up the board, you attack the rook goes back, king f5, check, king here, you simply have to protect the pawn, now comes king to f6, and now it's all over. You simply push the pawn and win the game. So yeah, it was at this point move 48, king b3. We can look at the photo of Sergey another time. Here he is, the monster of the tournament, who started off with -2 and then had like the best second half of the tournament like in ever. And it's a similar story than like what happened in the previous candidates tournament. Fabiano was also having a nice streak, and then nearing the end of the tournament, Karjakin simply started winning games, and Fabiano got either scared of winning or I don't know, maybe it's just that Sergey has the best nerves out of all of them. And it's not that like I'm too happy that Sergey is now in the lead, but I did say Sergey would win the candidates before the candidates even started, so it does make me a little bit happy. So yeah, I'm just gonna say it. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I don't have the final standings for you as there are some games still being played, but I will show you at least another game. The Ding Mamadjarov game is also very excellent, so I will show you that one and include the final standings and the pairings for round 13. So yeah, that's the game. Once again, thank you, Nikki, for the photos, or in this case, one photo of this round. For those of you who maybe don't know, she's a photographer. She's at the candidates tournament every day, and usually we do get some nice photos. Today we got only one, but we can't really complain. As usual, all of the links to her social media are in the description below. If you enjoy chess photography, feel free to follow her work. And yeah, as usual, you can check through my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon with another game from the 2018 candidates tournament. Thank you all. Hello everyone, and welcome to another wonderful game from round 6 of this year's Singfield Cup. It is Hans Smoking versus Wesley So, and if you are interested in what's been going on with with Magnus and with him leading the tournament, there is still no confirmation from any official source on what actually happened. So as soon as there will be, I will be informing you guys promptly. But now getting back to the game, Hans already played against some very, very strong players. This opponent, he defeated Aragnan, he defeated Magnus, he drew against Taliveza, but in a really, really wild game. And now he faces yet another world champion. As you guys know, Wesley is the World Official Random Champion, or the Chess 960 Champion, or the Chess 9LX. They're trying to call it that. I'm just not buying it. So it's either Chess 960 or Official Random. I'm not going with the whole 9LX thing. But to each his own. Definitely a very, very difficult opponent. So let's see what happened in this game. Hans has the white pieces, and he opens with pawn to e4. Wesley replies with e5. We have knight to f3, and here knight to f6. Wesley goes for the Petroff defense, and Hans accepts the challenge head on. Knight captures on e5. Sorry about that. This is going into the classical variation of the Petroff. We have d6, and now knight to f3. We have knight captures on e4, and now pawn to d4. Now another possible tries are like bishop to c3 or knight to c3, and everything's perfectly fine for both white and black. Here d5, we have bishop to d3, and now bishop to f5. Just adding another defender to the knight. We have castles, and now bishop to e7. We have rook to e1, and now Wesley castles, knight b to d2. Now you're attacking the knight on e4 3 times, so you should do something about this, and you don't want to capture on d2, as they say usually to take is a mistake, so just go back, knight to d6, over a trade of light square bishops, but now knight to f1. Hans says, alright, if you capture, I'm going to develop my queen, and of course Wesley wants the same. Wesley wants Hans to capture so he can put his knight on the very active f5 square. So c6, adding a defender to the d5 pawn, and bishop to f4, putting pressure on the knight here, and the knight is defending the bishop on f5, so Wesley just eliminates the bishop. The bishop captures on d3, queen captures, and now knight to a6. This is the only move that's being played in this position. There is a game between Yasipenko and Duda that ended in a draw where knight to d7 was played, but other than that, attempt at a surprise, and knight to a6 is the move, and then you want to switch it to c7 to e6, and so on. So knight to e3, we have knight to c7, and now there are a couple games that reach this position. For example, Anand had it against Vidita, and Anand played rook a to d1 in this position. Youngi had it against Baijinchi. He played rook to e2 in this position, getting ready to double up quickly on d-file. But Hans plays b3. It's a new move and never been played before, so as of move 14, we have a completely new game. Add support to c4, so you know that once this knight comes to e4, you will of course try to undermine it with c4. So knight to e6 challenges the bishop, and now bishop to e5 by Hans. And this is probably one of the intricacies of the position that, of course, both Wesley and Hans I imagine know very well. But as the engine gives bishop captures on d6 as the top move, there's obviously a difference between bishop captures and bishop to e5. Hans plays bishop to e5, and now he keeps the bishop, not the bishop, he keeps the dark square bishop, but he allows this knight to land on e4, and that's why probably the engine doesn't approve this, says that the knight should be eliminated. So here c4, trying to undermine the e4 square. Of course, now if captures, then you just blunder the knight. Knight back to f6, and rook a to d1. We have g6 now by Wesley, and here pawn to g3. You could also consider h4 right away. At some point, you want to eliminate this knight and push h5. Hans first goes for g3. We have a6, and now rook to e2. Now with the plan of doubling up on the e file, rook to e8 by Wesley, and now h4, getting ready to trade and push h5. So Wesley beats him to it. He plays knight to h5, and now c captures on d5. We have c captures on d5, and now Hans plays knight to g2. Starts remaneuvering the knight. He wants to have more control over the f4 square, so he can push g4. For the moment, the g3 pawn is controlling that f4 square, and that's a very important square, as both of the knights can go to f4. So he wants to gain control of the f4 square and then push g4 and start an attack against the black king. However, I will mention there is the possibility of playing b4 here, and it's quite the move. Of course, the pawn cannot be captured. If you capture queen b3, you attack the bishop. If the bishop moves, this pawn is hanging. Also, the d5 pawn is hanging, which is obviously much more important. So whatever you play, just knight captures on d5, and then of course Hans gets a past d pawn. So b4 here is definitely the way to go. And even of course if Wesley doesn't capture, which you wouldn't, you're still going to play queen b3, put pressure on d5, and it's a completely different game. But Hans played knight to g2. He's going for the kingside attack, and now Wesley plays f6, and this is the only end, the direct and only way of refuting Hans's idea. And if of course if you calculate everything that comes after f6, then you would probably decide to play b4 there. Problem is you don't have a good square for the bishop. You can play bishop b8, which is what Hans did, as the knight on e6 is undefended, or you can play bishop f4, but this just allows a capture fest. Here you open up the white king, you play queen d7, you put the bishop on d6, and it's going to be well, unpleasant at best. So instead bishop to b8 by Hans, now hoping to trade bishop for knight here on e6, but Wesley just plays king f7, and it's the strongest move in the position, and now Hans has to do something about the bishop here, and you really don't have a square now. Now you don't want to go back to f4. If you wanted, you would have played bishop to f4 on the previous move. Now even if it was the strongest move, you would not play it. Just don't do that. So Hans plays g4, chases away the knight. We have queen captures, rook captures. Sorry, not rook captures, but queen captures. It's important not to take with the rook, but with the queen, because you need to keep control over the f4 square. So g captures on f5, and now knight f4, attacking the queen and the knight here, and also the rook. So the trade must happen here. You could also consider h captures on g6 first, but it doesn't really change anything. It's merely a move order. So captures with check, captures, and rook d to e1. Hans occupies the e file, and it seems like it's a pretty equal position. The material is equal. Hans has nicely doubled rooks on the e file, but Wesley shows that with bishop to d6, the doubling of the rooks on the e file is completely irrelevant, because Wesley can very easily trade them off, and now he has a very firm grip on the position here. If for example the knight moves, could get very, very dangerous. So here Hans trades, rook captures, and now of course not king captures, because queen captures on g6. First Wesley needs to throw in a nice check to defend the pawn, and only then will he recapture on e8. So king to f1, and now king captures on e8, and now you have this endgame. It's a bishop against the knight. Of course queens are still on the board, where black will always be a little bit better, as black's king is much safer, and it's an open game, plays on both sides of the board, so a bishop will always be a little bit better than a knight. So here pawn to a4 by Hans, grabbing more space on the queen side. Also very important to keep those pawns on light squares. King to f7, we have queen to e3, and now bishop to f4, chasing away the queen, queen back to d3, and now queen h3 check. We have king e2, queen to e6 check, and Hans goes back, king to f1. He would be very, very happy with a draw here, and Wesley, of course, not interested in a draw here, as here only black can push for the win. Plays queen to e4. He wants to trade queens, and of course he would very much like it if Hans just captured, so Wesley can connect his pawns. This would give Hans the passed d pawn, but the position is already lost, because you will not be able to keep the pawn. Your knight is attacked. Let's say move knight g1, king already goes to e6, and if knight e2, you're just going to play bishop to d2, and there is no move basically here for white. If the knight moves, or even if it doesn't, the king is coming to d5. It's such an ugly position to have. So of course he cannot allow this. He plays queen to c3, and now bishop back to d6. We have king to g2, queen to g4 check, king f1, and now even king to e7. We have knight back to g1 by Hans, and now queen to f5, queen to e3 with check, and again queen to e4. So here you played knight to e2, and the game continues. However, Hans played king to e2. He wanted to improve the position of his king, increase the activity, but now he allows Wesley such a spectacular move that after Wesley plays it, of course Hans realized what a great mistake king to e2 was. But I will not, of course, just show it to you. Feel free to pause the video here and try to find this incredible move for Wesley while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on being a true master of the endgame, because that's the only way you're gonna find this one. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is bishop to h2. That's the good stuff. You attack the knight, and now what is there for white to do? You know that once white captures the queen, black recaptures, connects the pawn, then it's all over. The king just comes to d5, and this endgame is lost. So we're not gonna go there. So what can Hans do here? Of course, he has to do something about the knight. If you move the knight to h3, then king d6, of course, just Wesley would start increasing the activity of his king, and now there's really no good way to get this knight into the game, and you're basically paralyzed. There's no good move for you to make here. So Hans plays knight to f3, but this is even worse. Now Wesley plays bishop to f4, and now Hans has to trade queens. There's no other way to do it. You cannot keep the queen here. You're gonna lose it, and you can't move it because of the pin. So queen captures with check, d captures, attacking the knight, and now knight to e1, but king to e6. And we already discussed what a terrible position this would be for Hans. Knight g2 goes after the bishop, just bishop b8. Now he's putting the bishop on e7, goes after the pawn, and that's pretty much it. Knight to e3, we have bishop to a7, and now pawn to d5 with check. There's no possible way for you to defend this pawn. You could play knight to c2, but it's such a sad position. This knight will just be stuck here guarding this pawn. So Hans instead goes for pawn to d5 with check, but just king to d6. And now next move Wesley can capture the knight and eliminate the pawn. So Hans tries knight to g2. He tries a little trick. Of course, if Wesley captures knight, will eliminate the g6 pawn and then give Hans the passed h pawn. But Wesley doesn't have to react to this. He just plays king to e5. We have d6 now. Hans has to win some squares. The f4 square, for example, for his knight. So he insists on giving up the pawn. King captures now knight to f4, attacking the pawn, and g5 is the only winning move, but it's not a difficult one to spot, as it's the only way to not lose a pawn. So g5 captures, and now knight to h3, attacking the pawn. G4 now knight to g5 and king to e5 now. Again, a very sad position for Hans. He plays knight to f7 check, just king to f4, and now king to f1. How do you win this for Wesley? Well, if you go king f3, obviously Hans will just bully you with the knight, so you can go that way. So here Wesley just wastes some move. He plays bishop to b6, and now he gives Hans the move, saying that whatever you play, okay, you can't really push those pawns. You can play b4, but it's, I mean, at some point you will have to play something. If you play something like king e2, then we just play e3, create a pass pawn, and that's it. For example, captures with check, captures, and now this pawn will win the game. The bishop will be nicely covering the queening square. So instead, Hans played knight to d6, but now that the knight moved, now you go king to f3. So knight to c4 attacks the bishop, just bishop captures on f2. Now Wesley's up 2 pawns. Knight to d2 check here, king to f4. Wesley finishes the game with a beautiful piece sacrifice, but even though a temporary one, it's a very nice way to end the game. So it was in this position on move 59 that Hans Monkeyman resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So you have to capture the bishop. Once you capture it, e3 comes with check, and even though you will win this pawn as well, of course this pawn will now queen. Let's say king f3, king e1, g3. You can even allow the white king to blockade the pawn because there's no move white can make. Whatever you try, if you go here, then king f2, and if you push the pawn, then of course black will happily just bring anything into the game. Even a rook will also do nice. So let's say rook b1 check, king h2, and now rook to h1 will be checkmate. So there you have it. But after king f4, Hans saw that there's no point in continuing. He resigned, and a brilliant victory for the world official random champion Wesley. So, and again, if you think about it, this game could have been a completely different game if instead of knight g2, Hans played b4 here, and he realized the plan of going after the d5 pawn. But that's just it. Even if I believe, even if you just analyze your own games, and you will see that in most critical positions, b4 is always the answer. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Very nicely done by Wesley. Just complete domination out of the Petroff defense, which just shows absolute class. So there's that, and also here are the standings. We haven't checked out the standings, so these are the standings after round 6. Sorry about that. Let me just enlarge this a little bit. It's from the official Sinfield Cup Twitter page. So Wesley leading the tournament, followed by with 3 points Fabiano Alvarez and Yanni Pomci, with 2.5 points Levon Argan, Hans Linear Dominguez, with 2 Maxim Vachilagrov and Shahir Mamadiaro. Again, really not having the best tournament, in last place with 1.5 points. So yeah, there you have it. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We're going to cover at least one more game from round 6, so stay tuned for that. And always be mindful of that possibility of pushing the pawn to b4. I would like to thank Wood, Paul Sertanovic, CSFI, Repshin, Reptiles YouTube, and Another Casual Coder for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Sinfield Cup until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the penultimate round of this year's Sinfield Cup. After the game Alireza versus Wesley, so we are going to Levon Arignan versus Yanni Pomci, as this is also a bloodbath in its own right. But before we check out the game, here the Grand Chess Tour official account published that strange women started gathering in front of the Sinfield Cup to show their support for Hans Niemann with all sorts of signs like Hans has cool hair, we love Hans, Gen Z's love Hans, checkmate Magnus, and they even decorated the signs with a little chess pieces. So I thought you guys would be interested to know this. Now let's check out the game. So Levon has the white pieces, and he opens with e4. We have e5, knight to f3, and here knight to f6. Nepo goes for the Petroff defense, and Levon goes for the main line. Knight captures on e5. We have d6, knight to f3, and now knight captures on e4, d4, d5, and now bishop to d3. The classical attack against the Petroff, bishop to d6, and both players castles. So castles, and now pawn to c4. So playing very seriously. C6, rook to e1, and now bishop to f5. So again, all been played before. We have queen to c2, putting more pressure on that e4 square, and now bishop back to g6, and now pawn to c5 by Anand. And it's a very interesting position. Looks like a very anti-positional move, since you no longer fight for the center, but it has been played before by some very strong attacking players like Alexei Shirov, Vishwanathan Anand played it. They both won very nice games. And bishop back to c7. So here we have knight b to d2, and it is now as of move 11 that we have a completely new game. Knight to c3 is a no move, but here Levon plays knight to d2, and now completely new territory. And now pawn to f5. And it's very interesting that knight to c3 is the engine stop recommendation. Knight b to d2 is the engine second recommendation. However, it's saying that black will be somewhat better. If you can play, of course, you're not going to lose the game because of that move. But it's very interesting that the move Levon chose is he deviates with sort of not an improvement, but with a lesser move. But who knows what Levon prepared. So let's see how it goes. We have queen to b3, puts pressure on the b7 pawn, and now rook to f7. Now, of course, the pawn is defended indirectly. If you capture, then just bishop captures with check, and off goes the queen. So you can play that. So after queen to b3 and rook f7, just bishop back to c2. We have h6 by Nepo, and now knight to f1. We have pawn to a5, preparing a4. So pawn to a4, and now knight to a6. We have bishop to d2, developing while also stopping the knight from coming to b4, and you really don't care if black trades. If black trades, you will be very, very happy, as the knight here on e4 is basically untouchable. Now you're just going to capture, and you will enjoy this position. So here, bishop to h5, putting pressure on the knight on f3, and well, it's not all that clear how Levon should continue this. He plays rook a to d1, and now queen to f6. Nepo continues to put pressure on this d4 pawn. For the moment, the knight defends it, but the knight can easily be captured. And now it's not all that clear how to continue this. If you try something like bishop to c1, yes, you add another defender to the pawn, but then you allow the knights to jump to b4. And it seems like for the price of that one pawn, you are just allowing Nepo to activate his pieces a bit too much. So Levon decides to give it up. He plays knight to g3, attacks the bishop, and basically forces the trade on f3. So bishop captures on f3, queen captures on f3, bishop captures on g3. We have h captures, queen captures on d4. Now grabbing that pawn, and bishop captures on a5. Now, if you're wondering why not bishop captures on h6, and I know some of you were wondering that because of queen to c4, or rather, even better, queen captures on c5. Now the bishop is hanging, and also this bishop is hanging, so you would just blunder the game completely. So bishop captures on a5 opens up a discovery. Now comes queen captures on b2, grabbing the pawn, rook to e2, defending the bishop, and now knight a captures on c5. And this is the position that Levon probably saw when he decided to play this move. But the problem is he's down 2 pawns. And how do you play this? If you go something like bishop captures on e5, of course now you are threatening to pick up the black queen. Just d captures on e4. Now the white queen is hanging as well, and this is just completely lost. Your bishop here is still hanging, so you have to deal with that. Bishop back to d2, knight captures on e4, attacks the rook, and really no good move inside. Captures, and you are down 3 pawns. So of course, completely winning for Nepo. So after this knight a captures on c5, we have bishop back to e1. And now queen back to f6, not allowing any nasty discoveries with the bishop. We have pawn to a5, and now rook to d8, and now we have bishop back to b1. So Nepo is definitely better here. It's only a matter of how he will convert to this. So here he goes rook f to d7, doubles up on the d file, planning to move the knight. Then you start advancing the pawns. We have queen to a3, putting pressure on this knight, and also perhaps having some ideas of advancing the pawn at some point. So here pawn to d4 and bishop to b4. Now threatening to win the knight here. So knight to a6, and now bishop back to e1. We have pawn to c5 as planned, and now it seems that c5, although it's a move you really wanted to play, now was not the time to play it. Instead of c5, you should continue with some other plan like knight to c7, and then you bring the knight, for example, to d5, then to c3, and so on. The problem is with the immediate c5 is that Levon has this beautiful g4, and now of course you cannot capture, as you would just blunder the knight. So here pawn to g6 by Nepo, and now comes queen to c1. It's very interesting that Levon does not want to play something like captures, and bishop captures. He just wins the pawn back, and after captures, he has 2 rooks, a queen, a bishop. The Nepo's king is wide open, so he would have great chances to play this. Even though Nepo does have 2 connected pass pawns, the wide open black king would be very, very hard to defend. So okay, queen to c1, going after the h6 pawn, but now just king to g7. We have g captures on f5, g captures, and again not going for bishop captures. For some reason, Levon plays rook to d3, but Levon always plays the most interesting chess. So who are we to question his sort of reluctancy towards pawn grabbing? So here rook to e7, and now rook to f3. You have to be careful. It's good that the rook is here, because otherwise you just start capturing here and the queen hangs. So rook d to e8, and now we do have rook captures on e4. We have rook captures on e4, bishop captures, rook captures, and now bishop to d2. So what do you play here? Queen to e6, activating the queen, gaining control over the e file, and queen to b1 now, putting pressure on the b7 pawn. So queen d5, defending the b7 pawn, and now rook to h3, putting pressure on the h6 pawn, rook to e6, defending, and now queen to c1, putting even more pressure on this pawn. But it's not going to be pleasant. Here we have rook to g6. Now you have a possibility of capturing on h6, but checkmate is being threatened on g2, so you have to really watch your steps here. But of course, you will grab the pawn as it comes with check. So bishop captures on h6, king to f6, and now pawn to f3. It's a good question. Do you defend checkmate with g3 or with f3? Here, Levon played pawn to f3. G3 would have been a bit more sturdy, but what are you going to do? Knight to c7. We have queen to f4 now, and okay, the knight is hanging. How do you play this? Knight to e6, attacks the queen, and now queen all the way to b8. So it seems that Levon has a very, very nice attack here. The king is on f6. There's a rook, a bishop, and the queen ready to go after the king. But Nepo finds the cleanest way to push for the win, and that is queen a2. Again, checkmate is being threatened. So how do you play? G4. This is one possibility, but it's also the one that loses the game on the spot. But it's not easy to find a move. Whatever you play, for example, you play g3, then queen captures on a5, and now without the a pawn, your position is just much worse. There is no mating attack or anything here for Levon, even though the king is on f6. But the knight is a surprisingly spectacular defender here against all and every checks. So here after queen a2, we have g4. He tries an idea, but it doesn't work. F captures on g4, queen to h8 with check, king to f7, and now rook to g3. This is what he comes up with, but now there's queen to b1 with check, king to h2, queen to c2 with check, king to h1, queen to d1 with check, king to h2, queen to e2 with check, rook to g2, and now the spectacular pawn to g3. Of course, the rook cannot capture, the rook is pinned, the king cannot capture as the rook is here, king h3 with queen to f1, and it was in this position on move 52 that Levon Aronian resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So whatever you play, rook to queen to h1 is coming. Of course, you will have to block, and then this checkmate. There's nothing you can do. If you play something like queen h7, you can just block knight to g7. You don't have to try and escape with the king. There's just no move you can play. Once you capture, of course, you're just getting checkmate. Queen h1 check, only move, and now queen captures on h2 will be checkmate. So very, very nicely done. Levon played very creatively, as he usually does. He deviated from the standard knight c3 with knight b to d2. Levon Nepo obviously knew how to refute the idea, as he of course knows a lot about chess theory, and he did get a good game. At some point, Levon was even better, but that's just in the end. As they say, the player who makes the last mistake will lose the game. So that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Let's not forget about the standings. These are the standings after the penultimate round. It's a tie at the top between Fabiano Caruana, Alireza Firzia, and Yannick Pomniachtchi, who all three of them have 4.5 points. However, Fabi was supposed to play Magnus in the final round, so he will remain on 4.5 points. As you can see, he is 4.5 out of 8, and everyone else will get a chance to improve. I believe Yannick Pomniachtchi is facing Hans Niemann in the final round, and Alireza, who is Alireza playing? I will just check really quickly. Alireza is playing MVL, so the big French clash in the final round those two matches will be probably what decides the fate of the Sinfield Cup. So that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Very, very nicely done by Nepo, but also nicely done by Fabi. He did have a shaky start to the tournament, but now he at least he's sharing first place before the final round, even though he will not be playing in it. So I would like to thank Paul Sartanovic, CSFI, Ravishing Reptiles YouTube, Another Casual Coder, and David Timura for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the final round of the Sinfield Cup. until it finishes. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a truly remarkable game from round 7 of the US Championship 2022. It's a game that, as advertised, lasts only 10 moves, and it's very hard to imagine such a game in a game between two grandmasters. So it's a game between Linier Dominguez Perez and Elsan Moradiabadi, who formerly playing for Iran, now represents the United States. And you can see there's quite a difference in the elo. Here, Linier is 27-47, and Elsan, or Elshan, I don't know how the name is pronounced, is 25-34. But even this difference in rating, it's very hard to imagine something like this happening, but it is, well, a good tell that you should definitely study the openings. And it's very hard to mix them up. So the two of them have met previously. I think they have met in the FIDE World Cup 2021, where Linier eliminated Elsan from the first round. But this is now 11 years have passed after that game, so a nice opportunity for Elsan to exact his revenge. So let's see what happened in this game. And they play a very, very popular opening, the Petroff defense. So here, pawn to e4 by Linier and e5 by Elsan. Knight to f3, knight to f6. The Petroff defense is on the board, and knight captures on e5. So this is a classical variation, nothing new here. d6, knight f3, and knight captures on e4. So we've seen this many times, as this is one of the most popular oldest openings. d4, d5, and now bishop to d3. Known as the classical attack against the Petroff. And now again, this position has been reached countless times. Even last year in the World Chess Championship match in round 4, Magnus Carlsen played this against Jan Pomnishi. The game ended in a draw, but in the game bishop to d6 was played. Also, a nice continuation is knight to c6, but in this game we have bishop to e7, and this is also one of the 3 most popular continuations, along with bishop d6 and knight to c6. So nothing odd happening here. We have castles, and now comes a move that's a bit rare. Here, you either go knight c6 or castles, but here we have bishop to f5. Now I don't know if this is mixing up the opening, or maybe this was some sort of a nasty preparation to catch Linier off guard. However, it did not go very well. And Linier goes pawn to c4, and what you should do here is just capture the pawn. Just capture the pawn and don't even think about it. But in the game, Elsan just castled, which is a standard move. These are all moves you want to play when you're playing the Petroff. Maybe just not in this order. And now just c captures on d5, and that's a free pawn. And there's no good way to win the pawn back. So best thing for black would be to just pretend that this was a pawn sacrifice. Maybe you go some knight to d6, and then you trade bishops, maybe, or do something. And okay, white is up a pawn, but it's a double d pawn. It's maybe you'll not lose the game over this. However, in the game, Elsan captured on d5, and this loses the game on the spot. This is only move 9, but white is now completely winning. But you have to figure out what Elsan missed. So feel free to pause the video here and try to win this game for Linier while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on realizing that the bishop on e7 is undefended and basically hanging whatever black plays. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is bishop captures on e4. This is what Linier played, and Elsan spent some time here trying to figure out if there is any way out of this, but he decided that there is no going back, and he was in this position unmoved, and that Elsan Moradiabadi resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. The problem is the bishop on e7 is lost whatever you do. If you capture with the queen, just rook to e1, and the queen has no squares. The bishop is hanging. The h4 square covered by the knight, and there are no more squares that the queen can retreat to. As you can see here, none of those squares are sufficient to defend the bishop. And even capturing with the light square bishop doesn't help, because if you capture now, there's this very nasty knight to c3. Most likely what Elsan missed in all of this, because now you will again force the black queen to e4. It doesn't matter where the black queen moves to, you're just going to capture on e4 and play rook e1, and the bishop on e7 is lost. And also, after this knight to c3, it doesn't even help if you play bishop captures on f3. You attack the white queen, because now just knight captures on d5, and you have to take back the queen, otherwise you're down a queen. So bishop captures, and again the bishop on e7 hangs, but he hangs with check. So knight captures on e7 comes with tempo. The black king now has to move, and now you just collect the bishop on d1. And if you count the pieces, white is up a full bishop. So of course, there's no point in playing this after bishop captures on e4. Elsan resigned, and a well-deserved victory for Linier Dominguez Perez. And well, even 11 years after that game in the FIDE World Cup, Elsan was unable to exact his revenge. So it's a sad way to end the game. But for us who are merely enjoying chess, it is very important not to mess up the openings. Even if you know which piece goes, you do not want to mess up the move order, as that can also be very, very important, even as we've shown here, even if you are a grandmaster of a 25-3-4 rating. So okay, if it happens to them, it will happen to us. Nothing out of the ordinary here, but I thought you guys might enjoy this one, as well, it's a very, very popular opening, and the move order really matters. So that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. A bit of a shorter video, but we've had a couple of very long videos, so I thought it'd be nice to throw in a short one. Hope you guys enjoyed this. I would like to wish a very happy birthday to Shannon, who allows her husband to watch chess videos whenever he wants. That's, I mean, what more could you ask for? And I would like to thank Bjorn Bartel, Alan Wiener, congratulations Dr. Taco, and Francis Air for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a very nice game from round 7 of this year's Tata Steel Masters edition. It is Arjun Erigesi versus Nodibek Abdusattor, the clash of the new younger generation of super players. Both of them already rated over 2700, and both of them having a great tournament so far. Arjun, for the first 6 games, he drew all 6 against very strong opposition. And Nodibek, of course, if you've been following what's been happening in the chess world, he has defeated Magnus Carlsen with the black piece in round 5, then proceeded to get a draw against Praggnanandhaa in game 6, and now this is the game that we are covering. So let's dive straight into it and see what this game is all about. So Arjun opens with pawn to e4. We have pawn to e5, knight to f3, and now knight to f6. Abdusattor goes for the Petroff defense. We have pawn to d4, and knight captures on e4, so accepting the pawn to white Stein's attack. And now, usually you see bishop to d3 here, but here we have b captures on e5, which is very rare, especially at top level chess. We have pawn to d5, and now knight b to d2. We have knight captures on d2, bishop captures on d2, and now bishop to e7. We have bishop to d3, and now pawn to c5, grabbing some central squares here. We have c3, and now knight to c6. We have castles and bishop to g4, so just continuing development by both sides. This has all been played before, and not just played, this has been played in a candidates tournament game in 2018 in Berlin, but we're going to get to that. Rook to e1, and here, the game that we discussed is Alexander Grishu versus Fabiano Caruana, and Caruana won that game very nicely. In that game, queen to d7 was played, and also there are some like 5 or 6 games in the database where queen to d7 was played. But here we have castles by Nodibek, and it is now as of move 10 that we have a completely new game. So he finds sort of an improvement on the game that was played in the candidates tournament. We have h3, or maybe not improvement, maybe just a nastier surprise or something like that. So h3 challenging the bishop, bishop to h5, and now bishop to f5. Now the bishop here controls a lot of very important squares, and this bishop will be shifted over to f4. So king to h8, we have queen to e2, and now queen to b6, putting pressure on the b2 pawn. So bishop to f4, increasing the activity of the bishop. Also the queen now defends the b2 pawn. We have rook a to e8, and now rook a to d1, putting pressure on the d5 pawn. So d4 by Nodibek, and now pawn to g4. We have bishop to g6, and now queen to c2. Not really putting pressure on anything, but I guess if bishop captures and f5, he wanted to maybe have the option of queen captures. It's hard to say because g captures looks like such a great option. But okay, queen to c2, we have rook to d8, and now pawn to h4. Preparing pawn to h5, we have queen to a6 by Nodebek, now putting pressure on the a2 pawn, and also preparing pawn to d3, as the d3 square is now guarded by the queen and by the rook. Yes, it's defended by rook, queen, and bishop, but at any point you can just pick up the bishop on f5, and then you're going to advance the pawn to d3. So c captures, we have queen to b3, and now pawn to d3. Nodebek continues advancing his passed pawn, and now pawn to h5. Here, the safe thing to do is play rook to e3, put more pressure on the d3 pawn, and it's not a very exciting move, but that will be, well, objectively the best. But here, Arjun played pawn to h5, and here he sort of runs into trouble. Yes, he forces bishop captures on f5, which allows g captures on f5. Now Arjun will have some e6 or f6 ideas at any point, but now knight to d4. We have knight captures on d4, rook captures on d4, and now bishop to g3. We have pawn to d2 now, attacking the rook on e1, and now rook to e3. We have queen to h6, now putting pressure on the h5 pawn, and queen captures on b7. Now, if queen captures on h5, you can retreat with queen to f3, but first Nodebek plays bishop to g5. He puts pressure on the rook here, rook to c3, and now queen captures on h5. So queen to f3, offering a queen trade, but just queen to h3. Here we have bishop to h2, again offering a queen trade, and rook to g4 with check. And now the problem is you cannot play king to h1. If you play king to h1 here, then queen to h5 is very, very strong. If you continue with something like rook to d3, or pretty much any move, just bishop to f4, and white resigns here. There's no way to stop checkmate. You're going to have to give up your queen here. So instead, bishop back to g3, not much more you can do here, and pawn to h6. We have queen to g2, again offering a queen trade. Now comes queen to h5. We have pawn to f3, kicking away the rook, rook to d4, and now queen to h2. Again offering a queen trade, but here Nodebek declines the queen trade with pretty much the only winning move, but it's not that difficult to spot because the queen really doesn't have any squares. Okay, if you want, you can defend with g6, but it doesn't look like something you want to play. So bishop to h4 is definitely the way to go. Now, if you trade, just rook captures, and this is just really bad. Queen g2, queen captures on f5. There's not much to look for here with white. So instead, bishop to h4, king to f1 was attempted by Arjun, but now rook f to d8. We have bishop to f2, putting pressure on the rook, but now the position is once again completely winning for Nodebek. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find the winning idea while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this wonderful idea. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is rook to e4. You sidestep the bishop, and now also you are threatening rook to e1 in some lines. And also you cannot capture the rook because queen captures on d1 comes with check. So here pawn to f6 was played, but Nodebek just captures, g captures on f6, and he shows that this is impossible. If you capture this, then you free up the fifth rank for the queen, then just queen to b5 check, and you get checkmated. Look at this, queen to king to g2, rook to g8 with check, king to h1, and now rook to e1. Even this is possible because now if bishop captures, then queen to f1, the rook no longer covers the f1 square, so you're going to have to capture with the rook. But this also doesn't help you because after bishop captures, there's always queen to f1 with check, and now this will be checkmate. So after g captures on f6, we have queen to h3, but now rook to f4. Again, not all that much to do here. Bishop captures on a7 was played. If maybe Arjun survives, then the two connected pass pawns will be able to do some damage. But just queen captures on e5. With bishop back to e3 now, attacking the rook. But now queen to b5 with check, king to g1, and now queen to e2, attacking the rook on d1. So queen to f1 defending, and now rook to g8 with check, king to h1. And here Arjun tried trading here, queen captures, rook captures, but just rook captures on f3 by Nodebek. And it was in this position on move 43 that Arjun Erigesi resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. There's no defense against both captures and against rook to h3 checkmate because the other rook covers the g file. And what happens after you capture is, of course, the black just gets a queen into the game, and that's it. Very quickly you will get checkmated. Now the rook will hang and so on. One nice line, for example, king h2, queen e2 check, rook to f2. You can even ignore this. Bishop g3 check, king h1, queen h5 check, king g1, bishop h2, a nice double check from the rook and the bishop. And after king f1, queen to d1, or rook to g1 will be checkmate. So too much stuff happening here, of course, after rook captures on f3. Arjun resigns, and another very nice victory for Nodebek Abdusattorov with the black pieces here. His second win in a row with the black pieces. First one being against Magnus Carlsen, then a draw, like I said, against Prague in round 6, and now in round 7. Another crushing win against Arjun Erigesi with the black pieces. Also very, very impressive. Arjun also 27-22, not to be trifled with. Nodebek seemingly having a tournament of his life. We'll see if he will be able to continue this until the very end. But so far, the way he's playing, it does appear to be so. So that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Very, very nice attempt at the Petroff defense, following the line from the candidates tournament, but then finding an improvement on what Fabiano played against Grishuk. So maybe, like I said, maybe it was an improvement. Maybe it was just a trickier move to meet. But all in all, got him a full point here. So that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Derek King, Richard, F. Sayaj, Black Book, Rob, and Classical is best for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the Tata Steel until it finishes. Plenty of games that are really, really awesome here in round 7. So we are probably going to check at least one more, if not more. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a final round game between Magnus Carlsen and Nodebek Abdusattorov. It is the Armageddon game, but most of the moves that were played in Classical will be repeated in Armageddon. Let me just quickly change the number on the little robot there. Sorry, the letter on the little robot. There we go. And yes, as the title suggests, this is not the worst tournament Magnus Carlsen ever played in terms of how much rating he lost. He lost 18 rating points this tournament. There is one tournament from 2015 also was played in Norway where Magnus lost 23 rating points. But in terms of not winning a single game, or rather not winning a single Classical game because Magnus won 7 encounters of the 9 that he had, we have to go back like 16 years and 72 tournaments for Magnus Carlsen to actually play a tournament where he did not, a Classical tournament where he did not win a single Classical game. So that's okay. He did take some time off, and it's a bit of a different tournament. It's a hybrid wherein every Classical game is followed by an Armageddon game. So most players could also just be trying to get a draw to reach Armageddon. But still, not a single win. That is pretty harsh. So let's see what happened in the final round. He's facing Nodebek, and most of the moves they played up until move 20 will be exactly the same as they played in Classical games. So if you haven't seen the Classical, you will also see what happened. So e4, we have a repetition here from the Classical. The Rui Lopez, sorry, not Rui Lopez. The Petroff defense. The Rui Lopez was in the previous game. Knight captures on e5, excepting going for the Classical variation. Pawn to d6, knight to f3, and now knight captures on e4. So very standard stuff here. d3, knight to f6, and pawn to d4. We have pawn to d5 and bishop to d3. We have bishop to d6, and now queen to e2 with check. And queen to e7 is the most standard reply here. But Nodebek goes for bishop to e6. He wants to keep the queens on the board. And interestingly, Magnus already had this position against Fabiano Caruana in the Grand Chess Classic in 2017, where he played c4, and that game ended in a draw. But here he goes for knight to g5, as he did in the Classical game. Queen to e7. We have knight captures. captures on e6, f captures on e6, and just pawn to c3. We have castles by both players, and now pawn to e5. No big strikes in the center as Magnus allowed it. D captures, and now there is a game where bishop captures on e5 was played, but here we have queen captures on e5, which would be a completely new move, or rather a completely new game, but they already played this exact line in classical. So queen captures on e5, you have to trade or do something about this checkmate threat. Magnus trades, bishop captures, and now knight to d2. We have knight b to d7, knight to f3, and now bishop back to d6, not allowing this trade to happen. Pawn to g3 and pawn to c6 now. We have king to g2, rook a to e8, and now pawn to a4. We have pawn to a5, and now we have knight to d4, and this is the first new move from the classical game. In the classical game, okay, they reached this position on again through a different move order, but Magnus played rook to b1 here in the classical game. Here he plays knight to d4, and now it is truly as of move 20 that we have a completely new game. So okay, bishop to c5. Let's see how the game continues. Bishop to f5 by Magnus. We have bishop captures on d4, c captures on d4, and now rook to f7, preparing to double up on the d file. So the knight pair against the bishop pair that plays on both sides of the board, and it's a pretty open position. So the bishop pair should be a little bit better, but still, it's Armageddon. We have bishop to d3, knight to f8, and now bishop to d2. Everyone knows the shorter the time controls, the trickier those knight bastards are. Knight to e6, and now bishop to c3, just defending the pawn on d4. So for the moment, this dark square bishop is a pawn. We'll see if Magnus can figure out how to optimize its strength. Bishop to c3, followed by pawn to b6, rook f to e1, and now rook f to e7, doubling up on the e file. Pawn to b4, Magnus not messing around. Obviously, a captures, bishop captures, attacks the rook, and now rook to a7, puts pressure on the a4 pawn. Bishop back to c3, now again guarding the d4 pawn, and king to f7. We have rook e to b1, putting pressure on the b6 pawn, and knight to d7, defending that pawn. We have pawn to h4, bishop to c2. First rook e to a8, putting pressure on the a4 pawn, and now bishop to c2, defending that pawn. We have pawn to h5, not allowing Magnus to further advance those kingside pawns, and rook to back to e1 now, preparing to go after the knight with a move like bishop to f5. So knight to f6, and now rook a back to b1, going after the b6 pawn, and the best way to defend this is actually just put the rook on the b file. It looks like something you don't want to do, because if you play, for example, rook to b7, then a5 can be played. Now you can't capture because the rook will be hanging, but you can play rook a to b8, and now after a6, you just bring it back. So that's how you do it. However, Nodebek went for a pawn sacrifice. He played pawn to b5, a captures, b captures, c captures on b5, and now Magnus doesn't capture the pawn. He instead first threatens the knight on e6, bishop to f5. We have rook to a8 defending, and now again not capturing on b5, Magnus goes for bishop to b4. And Magnus had something beautiful in mind when he played his bishop to b4 move. The problem is he missed one move by Nodebek. Nodebek plays knight captures on d4, rook captures on e8, and here Magnus probably thought that Nodebek would play king captures on e8, because if he does this, then he is very, very close to loss. To give you an example, bishop c5 attacks the rook and the knight, and once you move the rook to defend the knight, now you play rook to e1 with check, and this is rook to e1 check is the key move. Point is that if you go to d8, bishop to b6 is mate in 1. The bishop pair doing a fine job here, the rook controlling the e file, so you would have to go all the way to the f file, but now rook to e7 comes also with check, king to g8, and now bishop to g6, and good luck getting out of this. The bishop here, the rook on the 7th trying the dark square bishop. Very hard to imagine that you can survive this in lower time formats. But Nodebek tricked him. He played knight captures on e8, and now you really don't have all that much. You don't have that key rook to e1 check after bishop to c5. So you don't even play, Magnus doesn't even play it, because after bishop c5, rook a4, what do you play? Your bishop is hanging here. You have to move it back, and then knight to f6. Nodebek would be perfectly fine. So instead, bishop to d3, and now knight back to f6. Nodebek says, I'm very happy with my position. Nothing to worry about here. Bishop back to c3 threatens the knight again, and rook to a3. Now goes for the bishop pair. Bishop captures on d4, rook captures on d3, and bishop to b6. Now we have knight to g4 now, preparing to put pressure on the f2 pawn. But okay, for the moment you don't care, as the bishop is guarding that f2 pawn. Rook captures on b5. Magnus finally goes after the pawn. Rook d2 and king to f3 now. Pawn to g6, and now bishop to c5. We have d4 and king to e4, and here we have knight back to f6. The point is, if you go for knight captures on f2 with check king d5, it can be played of course, but it's just a draw. You cannot advance the pawn d3. Just bishop captures, king captures, and now king to e4 attacks the pawn. Pawn is pushed forward. The rook goes behind the passed pawn, and no promoting of the passed pawn for you, sir. So instead, knight to f6 with check. Even though okay, Nodebek could go for this because a draw in Armageddon is equals a win for him, but both of them were extremely low on time. King f3, knight back to g4, rook to b6, and now rook captures on f2 with check. King to e4, knight to f6 with check, king captures on d4 now. So equal material, bishop against the knight basically. Rook to d2, check, king e3, rook to d5, and bishop to d4. Now it's merely a matter of who's faster and who will make second to last mistake. Rook to f5, king to d3, rook f3, check, king c4, rook f5, and now rook to b7 with check. King g8, rook to e7, king to f8, and now rook to a7. You only have 1 second increment, so you cannot waste more than a second making your move. King to g8, bishop to e3, knight to g4, and bishop to g5. We have king to f8, bishop to f4, king to g8, and king to d4 now. We have king to f8, bishop to g5, king to g8, and rook a8 with check. A couple of checks in order to get a bit more time on the clock. King g8, king to c4, king to f8, bishop d2, king to g8, bishop to c3, king to f8, bishop g7, check, king g8, and now bishop back to d4. King f8, rook to g7, finally going after the g6 pawn, and Nodebek should just push it. G5, and now after this gets traded, captures, and captures, this is still a draw. But he went knight to e5 with check, and the Magnus says, all right, I will take that extra pawn. Bishop captures, and rook captures on g6. King to f7, and now rook to d6. Now Magnus is up a pawn, and okay, still objectively a draw, but he will push this for a win. Rook e3, rook to d3, and now rook to e5. Rook to d5 again. We have rook going after the g3 pawn, and rook g5 defending. King f6, and now king to d4. You have to bring your king somehow closer to the defense of the g3 pawn, and then you will be able to capture on h5. So that would be ideal. Rook to a3. This is the losing move, but seconds on the clock. King to e4, rook a4 check, king to f3, rook a3 check, king to g2, rook a2 check, king to h3. Now the pawn is defended, and the h5 pawn can be captured. Rook a7, rook captures on h5. Now Magnus up 2 connected pass pawns. This is most certainly winning. King g6, rook g5 check, king f6, rook to g4, king f5, pawn to h5. Magnus starts advancing the pass pawn, and now rook to a1. And interestingly, you do have 2 connected pass pawns, but there is only one winning move here for Magnus. So feel free to pause the video and try to spot this most elusive idea while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this. This is not an easy move to find because even Magnus missed it. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is rook to g8. And the point is that the black's only defense pretty much is rook to h1 check. And after king to g2, now you cannot capture on h5. If you capture on h5, then g4 check picks up the rook and it's game over. And if you can't pick up the pawn, then g4 check is coming. Then the pawns are nicely defended and you are again winning. The problem here with rook to b4, it's a similar idea. And Magnus spots this, of course. Now rook to h1 check will be met with king to g2, and you again cannot capture because of g4 with check. The problem is rook to d1. And now again, you cannot advance any of the pawns. I mean, you can play g4, that's not a problem. But after king to g5, you will not be able to kick away that king from g5. So instead, king to f2 was played. Now comes king to g5, rook to h5. h4, you have to defend the h5 pawn, and now king to h6. We have king to f3, rook to d3 check, king to g4, rook to d4 with check, king to h3, and here Nodric played rook to d3, and Magnus he knocked over some pieces, and then he quickly played king to g2, but before he pressed the clock, his time ran out, and it was in this position basically after rook to d3 on move 92 that Magnus Carlsen lost on time, but also the position is objectively a draw. It's one of those cases where yes, you're up 2 pawns, but this is a draw. Point is that okay, even if we continue the game with Magnus king to g2 move, which is one of the engine's strongest moves, you cannot continue pushing those pawns. You cannot move the rook from the h file because you lose this pawn. If you try pawn to g4, just king g5. How are you playing this now? Wherever you put the rook, checks are coming, and then of course you will lose the g4 pawn. And if you don't do this, you could try rook h1 to get the rook into the game somehow, but still you have to guard this pawn. Then just rook a4. And I mean, you can't move the rook because you lose this. You can play g4 because you defended that square. And if the king starts marching forward, then we of course start checking the white king. So one of the rare cases where the two connected pass pawns equals a draw. But yeah, very nicely done by Nodric, holding Magnus to a draw in classical and also beating him in Armageddon. And like I said, okay, here we can check out the standings as we haven't seen him in the previous one. Hikaru wins the tournament. He defeated Fabiano Caruana in the final round, so overshadowing him by half a point. If you haven't seen it in my previous video, do check it out. Then Gukesh in 3rd place, absolutely incredible performance with 14.5. Anish in 4th place with 13. Wesley Stone 12.5. Magnus Carlsen in 6th place with 11.5. And like I said, Magnus only lost the first round game to Fabi and the last round to Nodric in Armageddon. Okay, he lost to Fabi in classical. The other seven rounds he won all of them in Armageddon. That's why he is so far behind. Shakhyar 11 points. Alireza 10.5 in 8th place. So not the greatest result for Alireza. Nodric second to last with 9 points, and Ariantar in last place with 6 points. But he does have the final laugh as he has defeated Alireza Firja in the final round in classical chess. So very, very good for him. And yeah, here are the live ratings. Like I said, Magnus losing 18 points. So the only worst tournament that he had where he lost 23 points was in 2015, also in Norway. But other than that, not really. And in terms of not winning a single classical game, okay, if you count this as a classical tournament, this is sort of a hybrid because every classical game is followed by Armageddon. But yeah, last time he did not win a single classical game 16 years ago and 72 tournaments ago. So absolutely wild stuff. Okay, like I said, he did take some rest from chess. He came back. He said, okay, I still remember how to play, but you know, it's not going to be you just sit and you destroy everyone. You will still need to prepare for the tournament and take it very seriously. But yeah, the big winners: Hikaru, world number 2 with plus 12. Fabiano Caruana, world number 3 with plus 8. Okay, Ding and Nepo not playing anything. Alireza minus 9. Anish and Wesley also on plus 3 and plus 4. Gukesh plus 8. He finishes the tournament with 27.44. Absolutely incredible, going close to that 27.50. He finishes as number 13 in the world. Also Shakhyar on plus 2. MVL playing some different tournament with minus 5, and Wei Yi also playing some other tournament, but doing incredibly well. He is up on plus 7.8. So yeah, a little bit about the live rating. So hope you enjoyed that as well. And yeah, really hope you enjoyed the games and this short coverage of the Norway Chess 2023. We'll see what happens in the next one. But this one, this one belongs to Hikaru Nakamura, also current world number 2. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank David Kimura, an anonymous person, David Gasparian, Ricky Johnson, and Farid Arabistani for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions and everything else that happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another masterclass from this year's Global Chess League. It is Vishwanathan Anand versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and we've seen how masterfully Anand disposed of Yang Shishov Duda, and now you will see what he does against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. You know that Maxime always likes to bring the weird stuff to the table. He sacrifices pieces, he sacrifices the exchange. Like basically, if Maxime played c5 and let's say G6 and bishop to G7, put his bishop on this diagonal, which you will see in like maybe a knight of Sicilian or in a Grunfeld, you know that he will sacrifice something at some point, most likely a rook for a knight or bishop, well for a knight, and then we will see a very active game. And here, such an opportunity presents itself, and Maxime does not act upon it. And we've seen when Maxime does very well when he does. We've seen when he just gets destroyed when he does it, but this time he doesn't do it, and it was the best thing to do. So it's a really wonderful game. At some point, Anand is really, he has his backs against the wall, and then there is only one line that he can go for, but it requires, surgical precision to advance from that point. So let's see what happens. Anand has the white pieces, and he opens with pawn to e4. We have pawn to e5, knight f3, and now knight to f6. Maxime goes for Petroff's defense with knight captures on e5, the classical variation, d6, knight to f3, and knight captures on e4. So all very standard here, and bishop to d3. Maybe not the top move, but for a rapid game, and it is gaining in popularity as white really found very nice ways of how to prevent black from just equalizing right away. So pawn to d5, we have castles, and the bishop to e7. We have rook to e1 and castles. Here, Maxime sacrifices a pawn, so okay, he lasted for 7 moves without sacrificing anything, but now he gives it up. Bishop counters, pawn counters, rook counters, and now pawn to c5. So very nicely done by Maxime, now controlling that d4 square. And here there is a game where Arnan played against Elinier Dominguez Perez. He played pawn to d3, and he won a very nice game here. But here we have knight to c3 by Anand, and it is now as of move 10 that we have a completely new game. So knight to c6, we have pawn to d3, b6 preparing to think to the light square bishop, and bishop to f4 by Anand, bishop to b7 by MBL, and rook back to e1. You do not want your rook on e4 with that bishop x-raying it, so rook back to e1, and now knight to d4. An excellent outpost for the knight, and also frees up the bishop. So okay, you sacrifice one pawn, but you have a lot to show for it. Knight captures on d4, we have c captures, and now knight to e4, and of course rook to c8. So okay, Maxime down a pawn, but you can see that he is very active. He has the bishop pair, and also he has the rook nicely placed on the semi-open c file. The d pawn makes it a bit problematic for Anand to play c3 or c4, so c3 is a backwards pawn. And okay, if you have something like, let's say, rook to c6, queen d7, rook to f to c8, you will probably collect this pawn at some point. So pawn to f3, strengthening the center a little bit, and now queen to d7. We have queen to d2, and now rook to c6, getting the rook into the game. Now the rook can be shifted to the king side to help out with the attack, and also you can double up on the c file. Anand plays queen to f2, and now we have pawn to f5, chasing away the knight from such an active square, knight g3, and now bishop to h4. Maxime putting even more pressure on Anand's position, this still being a weak point. Now the knight cannot move either, so still there is quite enough compensation for that sacrifice pawn. So queen to d2, getting out of the pin, and now pawn to h6. Maxime prepares pawn to g5. We have queen to b4, and rook to c5, not allowing Anand to have any control over the board, especially not to offer a queen trade or anything. And of course, if the trade bishop for knight ever happens, then you also have to worry about rook to e7. So rook to c5 stops all of that. Rook to e2, preparing to bring that rook into the game, but also just getting rook off of that e1 square, and pawn to g5. We have bishop to e5, and now pawn to f4, attacking the knight on g3. And this is where the magic really happens. Now you can't really play knight to e4 because then the bishop hangs. The only piece defending that bishop is the rook. So here, bishop captures on d4 is played. Anand wins another pawn, and now Maxime went into a really long thing. Here, best for you is to just play f captures on g3 and give up the exchange. And this is what I was talking about at the beginning of the video. Maxime started sacrificing, but now where he should have continued in his style. I mean, this is vintage Maxime. He doesn't go go for it. Here you would see bishop captures on c5, giving up the rook for the bishop, b captures, queen captures, and now even g captures on h2 with check, king captures, and now rook f7, not allowing some rook to e7 lifting, and you have the bishop pair, you also have the queen, you have the rook. I mean, you would have very nice compensation for the sacrifice exchange. And okay, it's not even an exchange, you have a rook or two bishops. So, okay, the black king is a bit more open, but this is definitely the way to go. However, after this bishop captures on d4 move, Maxime played pawn to a5, and it's an extremely tricky move, and Anand needs to proceed with, like I said, surgical precision in order to gain any sort of advantage here, and he does. He plays queen to b3 with check. The problem with capturing on b6 is that, of course, queen captures on d4 comes with check, so you cannot allow that. And okay, you could even, let's say, king to h1, okay, the bishop is hanging, you also have to worry about queen to g6. It's a tricky line, but let's say bishop captures on f3, because you will also capture on g3, so g captures, f captures on g3, queen captures on h6, let's say, and now rook to c7, just guarding the 7th rank, and if anyone is better here, it is definitely black. However, Anand plays queen to b3 with check, we have bishop to d5, and now, of course, you don't play queen to b3 check without checking what happens if bishop to d5, but Anand, of course, checked it, and he played pawn to c4 immediately. And it seems like such a weird move to play, because what if Maxime just captures it? The bishop on d4 will still be hanging. Well, that's exactly what Maxime does. Bishop captures on c4, attacks the queen, also threatens the bishop on d4, but this is what Anand prepared. Queen to c3. And remember, ever since Maxime played this a5 move, Anand is playing every move is a top engine move. And now finally rook to d5, showing that the rook belonged on the d5 square, not to the light square bishop. And now there is only one way for Anand to really seize the initiative here. Feel free to pause the video and try to find this idea while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on finding this spectacular move. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, I'm not going to tell you what it is. First, I'm going to show you what happens if queen captures on c4, because this is the move that, well, simply comes to mind. And it's very hard not to play this move, because if queen captures on c4, you win a piece, and also you pin the rook, so you don't have to worry about rook captures on d4. The problem with this is b5. This is how you win the bishop on d4, and after queen b3, trying to keep the tension here, a4. That's the problem. After the queen moves, finally you play rook captures on d4. Okay, the knight will move. Now you're going to play g4, and black gets a whole lot out of the position. So Anand did not play that. Anand played move, I'm sure you all found, bishop to f6. And it's such a top level move, threatening rook to e7, and then just completely annihilating the black king. So how can Maxime get out of this? Well, f captures on g3. This simply has to be played, but now not reacting to the bishop on c4 hanging, rook to e7 right away. And now you have to play queen to f5 to even remotely stay in the game. Maxime doesn't find it. The point is, after queen f5, okay, d captures on c4, attacks the rook, and now it doesn't matter that the bishop on f6 is hanging, because the rook is also hanging. So this is why this d captures on c4 is so powerful. Rook to d7, let's say you trade, captures, now pawn to h3, and okay, it's very nice. White will always be better, but maybe black can do something about it. For the moment, the bishop looks pretty silly there on h4. It's basically a pawn, but those were your chances. After queen to d6, there is no stopping Anand. He plays rook to g7 with check, and now the windmill action occurs. You have to play king to h8, only move, and now okay, Anand repeats once, rook to f7 check, king to g8, rook to g7 check, king to h8, and now rook to f7 with check. This is the second best, or maybe even it's the first best. It's hard to say. If you allow the engine to run indefinitely, the engine will say, okay, this is best, or bishop to e7 to be best. Both moves you will play. It's only a matter of in what order. Point is that after bishop to e7, now you are still threatening your sort of nasty discoveries, but also you are threatening to win material. And here you will get captures with check, king to h1, and rook captures on d3, attacking the white queen. And now you trade everything off. Bishop captures on d6, rook captures on c3. Now bishop captures on f8 to defend the rook here, and the black rook is still hanging here. So rook to d3. Now b3 chase away the bishop, and now finally rook to c1. And white will be very, very close to winning, if not straight out winning. The problem is there's not much you can do. If bishop to g3, of course you want to stop king captures on h2, because now you also have some mate threats. Rook to d7, and now there's really not much more you can do here. Once the bishop moves, you will play rook to c8 checkmate, and that's pretty much it. So here you would have to trade. Let's say bishop c4 captures, and now let's say bishop captures on h6. Of course, completely winning for white. You will still have to work for it, because the king for the moment is stuck here, but it's not very difficult to free from there, since you are of the exchange. But okay, in the game, rook to f7 check was played, and now after king to j8, Anand does not repeat. He plays bishop to e7 now. Now it's a little bit different. Maxime plays g captures on h2 with check, king to h1, and now rook captures on f7. He gives up the queen for some material here. Bishop captures, rook captures on d6, and queen captures on c4. Keep spinning the rook on this diagonal. We have bishop to g3. Now still, of course, Maxime's hoping for some sort of a checkmate. If the rooks can somehow be deployed on the e file, maybe if rook t1 can be played, you will get the checkmate Anand, but that's a long way from here. Queen to g4. We have bishop to f4, and now pawn to g3, chasing away the bishop, and of course now you will free the king. Bishop to e5. We have rook to e1, attacks the bishop. Bishop captures on b2, and now even rook to e6. Not bothering with this, because there's no rush. You can always capture it at some point. Probably MVL will give a check, and then you're going to capture it. Rook captures on d3. Rook captures on h6, and now rook d captures on f3. So very, very close are those pieces to the white king, but so is Anand's queen to MVL's king. Queen captures on g5 check. Bishop goes back to g7, and now rook captures on b6. We have rook to f2. Okay, Anand prolonged the capture of the h2 pawn, so now Maxime defends it. If he can get somehow the other rook to the first rank, it's game over for Anand, but again, quite a few moves to reach that. Rook to b8 with check, king to h7, and now queen to h4 with check. We have king to g6, queen to e4 with check. We have rook 7 to f5, and now rook to b6 with check. And it was in this position on move 48 that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave resigned to the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So it's truly a brilliant masterpiece by Anand. Maxime played a brilliant game also, but he gave Anand that one opportunity that required surgical precision. Anand, of course, found it, and there was just no way out for Maxime to save this game. Here you resign, because whatever you play, let's say block with the bishop to f6, just g4 wins the rook, and then you're down too much material. If you try something else like king to g5, then queen to h4 is mate in 1. I try king to f7, not much better. Just queen to a6 check will be a mate in 2. King to f8 and rook to b8 with check is checkmate. So really nothing to do here. Of course, after rook to b6 check, Maxime resigned, and a spectacular victory for Viswanathan on board 1 for his team. So if you guys are interested in what happened on the other boards for this in this matchup, let me just quickly check. So okay, Anand's team lost. The Upgrad Mumba Masters have defeated the Genghis Grandmasters. Anand won on board 1, but Grishuk defeated Rapport on board 2, and Dronavali defeated Kotanishvili on board 5. So there we have it. Those are the other results. If you have any other favorites, do use hashtag suggestion, and I will very gladly show them. Until then, really hope you guys enjoyed it, and Anand just showing everyone how it's done. I mean, what are you going to do? He's a 2 times world rapid champion, and he's just enjoying himself here. So once again, I hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank ABCs of Chess Openings for Kids, an anonymous person, Dagan Repka, Ben Ventusen, Dan McCormick, and James Eugene Cashman for a contribution to my channel. Thank you all. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome to a wonderful game from yesterday's Champions Chess Tour AI Cup. It is Magnus Carlsen versus Jan Konishi. As usual, they played 4 rapid games and we are going to show game 3, the game that decided the match, but we're also going to show game 2 because a really weird thing happened in game 2. So let's dive straight into it. It is Magnus Carlsen versus Jan Konishi, 2 old rivals from their World Chess Championship match. Let's check it out. So Magnus opens with pawn to e4 and pawn to e5. We have knight to f3, knight to f6, Nepo going for the Petroff defense or the Russian defense, and knight captures on e5. This is the classical variation and the best way to tackle this. We have d6, knight to f3, and now knight captures on e4. And there are many ways you could treat this. The main line is of course pawn to d4. This is known as the classical attack. But I always like to mention knight to c3 because it almost always works. Like I've even seen this happen in a classical game where it was a team event. I don't remember which event it was, but a teammate of mine played knight to c3. His opponent played knight to c3. My teammate captured, and after d captures on c3, my teammate played bishop to g4, which seems like a good move, but it's really not in this position because after h3, what is the bishop to do? If you capture the knight, then you obviously don't have the bishop pair, and if you go back, then queen to d5 connects with the bishop and the b7 pawn, and well, there's really nothing if you want to avoid losing material, you have to give up the bishop. Queen captures, and now you have a dream position with white already. So with move 9, your bishops can be developed to natural squares, so you can castle occupy the d1 and d1 square with your rooks. So it's something you would expect to see in a game 150 years ago. But okay, these are of course Magnus and Nepo. Pawn to d4, the classical attack. We have pawn to d5 and bishop to d3. We have bishop to d6, and now both players castle. So castles, and pawn to c4. The martial variation, we have pawn to c6, and now mainline is knight to c3, but rook to e1 also extremely popular. Bishop to f5, you have to defend the knight here, and knight to c3. Just piling up on the knight and also on the central d5 pawn. So Nepo trades here. We have knight captures, b captures, and bishop captures on d3. Queen captures and d captures on c4. Now queen captures and knight to d7. So all been played before. Nothing new really happening here. Queen to b3, moving the queen so you can get the pawn to c4 because well, it's just better. Also you do it with tempo, and you might develop the bishop to this diagonal where it will be incredibly strong. So queen to c7 defends the pawn here. Pawn to c4, and now rook f to e8, threatening to capture on e1. G3. There is a game where well, not one game, many games where bishop to b2 was played, but Nepo plays pawn to g3 first, and it is now only as of move 16 that we have a completely new game. So okay, pawn to b6 by Magnus and bishop to b2 now. Nicely putting the bishop on this long diagonal, and Nepo defends with bishop to f8. Now this bishop will not be that problematic. We have pawn to a4 and pawn to a6. We have king to g2 and pawn to h6, just making useful moves. We have rook captures on e8, rook captures on e8, and now bishop back to c1. The bishop no longer that useful on this diagonal. Magnus wants to shift it over to this diagonal and put pressure on the black queen. So bishop to c1. We have rook to b8. For the moment, it doesn't really do all that much because bishop to d6 would just be very strong. Nepo will definitely welcome the exchange of the dark square bishops. Queen to c2 and now rook back to e8. We have pawn to a5, trying to open up the position here. b5 and now c captures on b5. We have a captures on b5 and bishop to f4, attacking the queen here. So both Magnus and Nepo have a pass pawn now. We have bishop to d6 and Magnus trades captures and pawn to a6. His pass pawn is already on the 6th rank. Rook to a8 and now pawn to a7. But how are you defending the pawn after queen to c7? That is the real question here. Well, Magnus says you don't really have to. Queen to c7 and now rook to a6. Now he wants to trade this pawn for this pawn to make this pawn weaker and then hopefully eliminate both of them. And you could play something like pawn to c5. Nepo goes for knight to f8 instead. We have queen to c5 and now knight to e6, attacking the queen here. Rook captures, attacks the queen, and now queen to b7. Nepo going for some tricks here as now the queen is extracting the king on g2. If you can get something like knight to g5 in, if the rook moves could be very nasty, and also you are just supporting that past b pawn. So queen to b6, of course Magnus offers a queen trade. Rook captures on a7 and now even pawn to d5. We have knight to f8 and now queen to c5. And here with knight to g6, Nepo is still in the game, but he played knight to d7, attacking Magnus's queen, and here Magnus is just dead. Nepo is just dead lost, and it's actually a very basic idea, very elementary principle, which you should know, as it often happens in everyone's games, as it does here in a Magnus Nepo game. Unbelievable, but it's true. I would ask you to pause the video, but I'm sure you guys already see it. It's not very tricky, but if you defend well, and Nepo does defend well, you have to see much further. So of course, it's a rook to c8 check, king to h7, and now queen to c2 check, forcing the only move g6. You could also play f5, but that really makes no sense. So g6, and now once you opened up this diagonal, of course, you will play queen to c3. And now how do you stop checkmate? Well, knight to f6. Nepo defends with tactics, because now if queen captures, then the rook is left undefended. So pawn to d6, and now look at this, pawn to b4, and now the incredible winning move. What do you think it is? I'm sure you guys already have spotted it. Queen to c7. The only move, but it gets the job done. Now the problem is you can't really trade queens. If you trade queens, then just rook captures, attacks the rook and the f7 pawn. And if the rook moves, doesn't really matter. You will simply play rook captures here, and after king to g8, you will just capture the knight. You can't really advance the pawn. Doesn't really do anything because d7 is just winning. So you know you're up a piece. It doesn't really make sense. So after queen to c7, Nepo tried pawn to g5, but now queen captures on b7, rook captures, and rook to c7. Pretty much with the same idea. Rook to b5, rook captures on f7 check, king to g6, and now even pawn to d7. And there's really not much you can try here. Nepo tried rook to d5, and it's a very clever defense because there's only one way to win this for Magnus. I'm pretty sure you guys see it, so I'm not going to make this a pause the video moment, but of course the move is knight to e5 with check. It checks the king, defends the rook, and tries to misplace the rook away from the d file so you can queen your d pawn. So of course you cannot capture. King to d5 was played, king to f5 was played, and now another tricky move, knight to g4. This is a beautiful knight move because there's no way out of it. Rook captures on f6 is being threatened. This will end in checkmate. So you have to capture, but if you capture, then comes rook captures on f6, and it seems like you're in time, but you cannot touch this pawn. If you touch this pawn, then of course pawn to f3 check, and you're getting checkmated. King to h5, g4 check, king to h4, and now rook captures on h6 will be checkmate. So after rook captures on f6, king to h5 was played, but now pawn to h3, and it was in this position on move 47 that Jan Konishi resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. g4 check followed by rook captures on h6 will be checkmate, and there's no way to avoid this. And if you play g4, which does give your king to g5 square, then you fall victim to rook to f5 check. Beautiful. Sacrifice that moves the rook away from the d file. Rook captures, and now of course the d8 queen, or you can even capture with check first, and then after king captures, then bring the queen into the game. And now it's a queen against the rook, of course, completely winning. But Nepo did not wait for this. After he saw h3, of course he knew what was coming, and he resigned the game. So game 1 and game 2 ended in a draw. Game 3 was won by Magnus, and in game 4 Nepo did have the white pieces, and he had a great initiative. He could have done something, but in the end the game resolved to a draw. But the craziest moment actually happened in game 2, which I'm going to show you now. Maybe I should show the entire game, or maybe just the position. I'm going to show the entire game, but just the position in question, because it's also a lot of fun. So Nepo played pawn to e4, Magnus went for his usual Sicilian knight, 3d6, Nepo went for the canal attack, knight to d7, Nepo castle, and now pawn to a6, attacking the knight, bishop to e2, and now knight g2 f6, pawn to d3, pawn to e6, and pawn to a4, pawn to b6, and now there are some games where knight to a3 was played, c4 is a non-move, but Nepo plays knight f to d2 with a very tricky idea, and it's now as of move a that we have a completely new game. So now he wants to put the bishop on f3 and put pressure on this long diagonal. So okay, bishop to e7 by Magnus, pawn to f4, and now castles. We have bishop to f3, and of course Magnus counters it with bishop to b7. now knight to c3, pawn to d5, and now pawn to g4. Nipple really wants to get the most out of his game with the white pieces. Knight to b8, pawn to g5, and now knight to e8. For the moment, retrieving the knight to the back rank. E captures on d5, e captures, and bishop to g2. We have knight to c7, now the knight can come to e6, and here knight to c4, remaneuvering the knight with tactics as the bishop on d7 would hang if you capture the knight. So knight to c6, and now knight captures on b6. Magnus even gives up this pawn, rook to b8, now knight b captures on d5. So Nipple is definitely better here, but he will have to prove it, as Magnus does have some compensation for the sacrifice material. Knight captures on d5, knight captures, and now knight to d4, threatening to pick up the knight here. And while you could capture on e7, Nipple decides to play c4 and defend the knight with bishop to d6, so you don't have this tension on e7. Bishop to e3, and now knight to f5. Magnus is now down 2 pawns, and he does not want to trade. He wants activity for his pieces. Bishop to d2, and now of course the b2 pawn is undefended, so Magnus will give up this strong bishop. Bishop captures, and now rook captures on b2. And here, objectively, Nipple is still better, but Magnus has sort of the initiative, and Nipple already advances the pawns in front of his king to f4 and g5, so he has to be very, very careful. And well, careful he was not. He played bishop to c3, and here Magnus actually has a forced checkmate in 5. Feel free to pause the video and try to spot it while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on finding a move that Magnus couldn't find. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is queen captures on g5. A spectacular queen sacrifice. We can even do it in slow motion. There you have it. Magnus played knight to e3, which is the second strongest move recommended by the engine, but not the strongest one. Luckily, you guys are here to find the strongest one. Queen captures on g5. And now it doesn't matter what black does. If you capture the queen, it's actually just a mate in 2. Bishop captures on h2, check king to h1, and now knight to g3 is checkmate, as the rook controls the entire second rank, and the bishop covers the g1 square. And if you don't accept the queen sacrifice, well, there's just nothing for you to do. If you go king to h1, still knight to g3 check, and once you capture queen to h6 check, and now the queen rook combo is absolutely devastating. You have to give up the queen for no good reason. After king to g1, you will deliver a nice checkmate here. So that was in the position, but Magnus missed it, and he did play the second strongest, but after a few more moves, they just settled for a repetition here with this queen d4, queen c7, queen d5, queen d7, queen d4, queen c7. So yeah, that's what happened. But here, after this bishop to c3 move, it's absolutely incredible that Magnus's spidey sense did not go off here. Everyone was expecting queen g5 to happen like instantly, but you just don't expect it. You just don't expect it in a position like this because you didn't plan it. You didn't, if you play bishop captures on b2 with the idea that bishop to c3 is of course a possibility, but then he says, okay, but queen g5 just demolishes it, then it would happen, but he didn't see it. He went for knight e3, which is perfectly fine. It just doesn't enter the game spectacularly. So yeah, this one ended in a draw. This is the second game. Third one, Magnus won. Fourth one ended in a draw, and that means Magnus wins the semifinal match against Yannick Omchi, and he goes into the finals where he will face none other than Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. There you have it. It's the winner's final, but remember, it is not the grand final. We still have to see the loser's semifinal, then the loser's final, and then whoever wins the final will face the winner of the loser's final in the grand final, as it usually happens. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and big congratulations if you found queen captures on g5 instead of knight to e3. You are truly an amazing player. I would like to thank Helge Madrid, J-Well, Sutton, GersenChessFestival.org.gg, 15th to 21st of October 2023, BulletChessThriller.com, and eBay Numismatics for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. And remember, you still have a chance at playing Alireza Firouzja. First link in the description below explains how and why. See you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome to the final round of the 2018 Candidates Tournament. Here we have a game between Alexander Grishuk and Fabiano Caruana. Now, it doesn't actually mean anything for Grishuk to win this game, since he doesn't really stand a chance of winning the Candidates. He did mess up that game against Shakir Mamedyarov in the previous round, but if Fabiano wins this game, then it doesn't matter how all of the other games will finish. If he wins the game, he wins the Candidates Tournament, as he is half a point in the lead before the start of the final round. But you know, you can't really say if you're going to win the final round, so it's extremely important for everyone else to win as well. If Mamedyarov wins, he has excellent chances of winning the Candidates, and Karakin is playing against Dean Liren, so even Karakin and Dean Liren still have a chance of winning the Candidates. So it's a very exciting last round, and before we actually see the game, let's check out some of the photos. Here we have a nice photo of Fabiano, also from round 14. Here we have a nice close-up of Alexander Grishuk. Here we have that's a photo from above. There we have a nice power bar on the right side of the table. Fabiano came prepared for the final round. And I don't know if I will be doing the game Mamedyarov versus Kramnik, so in case I don't hear a couple of photos, here is Kramnik shaking hands with Anatoly Karpov. Here we have Anatoly Karpov making the first move for Vladimir Kramnik in the game against Mamedyarov. And here, just a nice close-up of Anatoly Karpov, as you know, if I have a nice photo of Anatoly Karpov, I will show it. So that being said, let's see this game. So Grishuk decided to open with e4, and by now you already know, if you play e4 against Caruana in the Candidates now, he did prepare the Petroff defense. So e5, knight to f3, knight to f6, he does go for the Petroff, and d4. Knight captures on e4, and now d captures on e5. This is a line I've never actually seen before, but I've heard it's been played. D5 now, and knight b to d2. You could also capture en passant, but this only would help black develop. Doesn't really do anything for white. So knight b to d2, knight captures, the bishop captures, and bishop to e7. Fabi prepares the castle. Bishop to d3, we have c5 now, with the threat of pushing c4. C3, knight to c6, and here castles. Bishop to g4, rook to e1, queen to d7, and now h3. Bishop to h5, and now bishop to f4. Queen to e6, we have a3, castles, and now b4, h6, and bishop to g3. Here, Grishuk has the idea of going knight to d4. Knight to d4 with the idea of attacking this queen all the placed on e6, and he wants to exchange queens with the idea that now the queen will capture the bishop on h5, so the bishop will have to capture the queen. The problem here is after bishop captures queen and knight captures queen on e6, after black recaptures the knight, this also opens up a discovered attack from the rook to the bishop, so you don't really have time to capture this bishop as you lose your bishop on f4. So before going into this, bishop to g3, getting the bishop out of the f file, b6 now, and knight to d4, now this becomes an option. Bishop captures on d1, knight captures on e6, f captures on e6, and rook a captures on d1. And c4, bishop to c2, and now b5. A4, a6, protecting the b5 pawn, f3, and now bishop to g5. Bishop to f2, going for that c5 square. Bishop to f4 now, bishop to c5, attacking the rook on f8, so rook to d8, and now bishop to d6. And here Fabi plays bishop to g3. And now you can see how this bishop on g3 is really constricting the movement of the white king here. And always white will have to be very careful about this e5 pawn, as both the knight and bishop are attacking it, so this rook can never really go anywhere. And another thing, white will always have to be careful about an idea like rook captures and d6, pawn captures and bishop captures, as this would create a massive pawn center for black. But okay, rook to e2, getting the rook out of the way, and now g5, fixing the pawns here on f3 and h3, and also after this idea with this bishop is resolved, maybe an idea like knight e7 to g6 to maybe f4 or h4 will also be an option. So king to f1, king to f7, and now bishop to c7, attacking the rook. Rook to e8, and now Grishuk returns the bishop to d6. Saying to Fabi, if you want to beat me with the black pieces, if you want to win the candidates, I'm just going to play my bishop back to d6. You figure out a move. You figure out how to continue this game without repeating. As Grishuk can't really win anything with this game. Okay, he can win some rating, but he could also lose some rating. But Caruana, of course, has to win this game. So he plays rook 8 to c8. Rook back to a1. Now preparing as Fabi's rook left the a file. Now a captures on b5 will be an idea, and doubling up rooks on the a file. Rook e to d8 now, as now Fabi's rook is the other rook is on c8, so bishop to c7 is no longer an option. Bishop to b1, and now rook to d7. We have rook to a3, d4, a captures on b5, a captures on b5, and c captures on d4. Knight captures on d4, attacking the rook, rook e to a2, now doubling up on the a file, with the threat of rook coming to a7. Here, knight to c6, now the knight is guarding the a7 square, and now bishop to e4, threatening to capture the knight and then infiltrate the position with rook to a7. But here, bishop captures on e5, grabbing that pawn, and you can't really recapture here with bishop captures on e5, because you get knight captures on e5, and now black simply won a pawn. So after bishop captures on e5, bishop captures on c6, and now rook captures on d6. Bishop captures on b5, grabbing back the pawn, now rook to d1 check, king to e2, and now rook to g1, threatening to pick up this pawn, and then all of the other pawns will fall as well. And here, king to e3. Now, the rook from a2 is also guarding the g2 pawn. If instead of king to e3, something like king to f2 was played with the idea of protecting with the king and also attacking the rook, forcing the rook to move, simple bishop to d4, checking the king, also defending the rook, king would have to go to g3 and then c3, and it becomes very dangerous for white. So instead, Grishuk goes for king to e3, and now we have rook to b1, going for the b4 pawn. Rook to a7 check, king to f6, and now bishop to d7, attacking the rook on c8, and also attacking the e6 pawn, which will in the future create a threat maybe of rook to a6 with a double attack on the e6 pawn. Bishop to f4 check, king to e2, and now rook to d8, attacking that bishop. Here, rook to c2 was played. There's really no good way of defending the b4 pawn. If you try something like rook to a4 to try and defend it, then you're losing the game instantly. Because rook to b2 check, you have to move king to f1 to protect the pawn, and now comes rook to d2 with a double attack on your bishop on d7. You move the bishop and you get checkmated. So that would be very unfortunate. So after this rook to d8 move, there is an option of actually going rook to a6 now, maybe taking advantage of the pin on d6 pawn. But it doesn't really work for white. Rook to b2 check, again king to f1, but now black has the option of playing rook captures on d7, sacrificing this exchange. And after rook captures, now c3, and white has no way of stopping this pawn. White would have to give back the exchange. Rook to d1, c2, now rook to e1, and now after black brings out the queen, now first of course you capture with checking moves, and now you could give a couple of checks, but the black king will hide on h5, so you can't gain any perpetual checking ideas here. You would have to capture the queen, and after bishop captures, rook to e6 check, king moves, and after rook to e4 defending, you would be up a bishop. You would be down two pawns, but it's a winning game for black. So not a lot of options here for Grishuk. So he decided rook to c2. He's gonna try and blockade the position, but he does have to give up the b4 pawn. So rook captures on b4 by Fabi, bishop to c6 now, preparing bishop to e4, c3, and now rook to d7. Also, you don't really have the option of capturing this pawn. That's pretty obvious, because rook to d2 check, king moves, and rook to b1. This will be checkmate after white gives up the rook. So after this c3 move, rook to d7 first, offering the trade of rooks, and now rook to c8. Instead of this rook to c8, rook to b2 was also an option. With the idea that after king to d1, as you can't really afford to grab the rook on b2, king d1, rook d to b8 now, and after bishop to e4, now rook to b4, and this would gain a lot of activity for black. So this would have been a faster way to go about this position. But okay, after rook to d7, rook to c8, we have bishop to e4, and now h5. So here, if you look at this position, the material is pretty equal, but Fabi does have a passed c pawn, and there's really no way white can threaten anything here. And it's interesting, at this point, this is move 46. Here, when Fabi pushed h5, it was actually at this point that the game Mamajaro versus Kramnik ended in a draw. And also, Sergey drew his game against the Dean Liren. Basically, all of the other games were drawn, aside from this one. This one was still being played. So here, after Fabi pushed h5, he could have just offered a draw, and he would win this candidates tournament, as a draw is now enough for him, because all of the other games were drawn as well. But it's hard to say. Maybe he totally wasn't paying attention to the other results. Maybe he just wanted to win this game, even though a draw was sufficient to win the tournament. There are some ideas why he would continue this game. Firstly, he can't really lose this position. He would have to blunder like a whole rook or something to actually be able to lose this game. Another thing is, if he wins this game, he's coming back to the 2800 club. And another thing is, Carlsen was also in a similar situation in the candidates tournament, where a draw was sufficient for him to actually win the tournament, but he didn't want to draw. He continued to win the game. So maybe Fabi also wanted to send a message to Carlsen as his future challenger. Whatever the reason, Fabi decided to play this game on, and the Grishuk didn't offer a draw either. So king to d3, rook to b2 now. We have king back to e2. Now comes h4, rook to d1, and now king to e5. Rook to a1, rook to d8, rook to d1, again rook to b8, rook to a1, and now bishop to d2, preparing to bring the king all the way f4 to g3. Rook to a6, now comes rook to d8, rook to c6, and now rook to b1. King to f2, and now rook to a1. King to f4, again, was possible, but as Fabi doesn't want to draw this game, he wants to win it. He doesn't want to give up pawns for nothing. Although this would be winning after bishop to e1 check, king e2, and now bishop to g3. With this rook coming to e1, this would be completely winning. But okay, after king to f2, rook to c4, we have rook to a1 first, rook to c4, rook to d4 now, rook to c8, of course, avoiding the exchange. Rook to b4, king to e2, and now king to f4, finally bringing the king into the position. King to f2, now rook to b1, preparing some checkmating ideas. Rook to f8 check, king to e5, and now bishop to d3. Rook to b2, now comes king e2, rook to e1 check, king f2, and rook to c1. Here, there's really no more moves for white. You have to capture the rook. Rook captures, pawn captures, and now rook to d8, preventing this pawn from being queened. But now comes bishop to c3, defending the pawn, bishop to e4, bishop to d4 check, king e2, and now king to f4. Rook to b4, now e5, protecting the bishop on d4, rook to b7, and here after king to g3, it was finally in this position that Alexander Grishuk resigned the game, as he really doesn't have any more moves to play. He would have to play f4 first to give up this pawn, and then all of the other pawns would fall. And he doesn't want to. He did all he could. He really tried, but in the end, there was really nothing else he could do. So yeah, basically all in all, Fabiano Caruana is the winner of the 2018 Candidates Tournament, and he's the one that will be challenging Magnus Carlsen in November in London. But even though that match will happen in November, you will already in 4 days there's a tournament called the Grand Chess Classic, and both Fabiano and Carlsen will be playing there. So chances are they will already meet at that tournament. Levin Argan will also be playing in that tournament. Vishanan will be playing there. Ho Yifan will be there. A lot of strong players will be there. I even saw they even made a trailer about the tournament, so I will put a link to the trailer for this tournament in the description below. So feel free to check it out. It's on the Grand Chess Classic YouTube channel. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed the game. I do hope you enjoyed all the photos I've given you throughout these games, and I hope you enjoyed the entire coverage of the 2018 Candidates Tournament. I will put a link with all the games from the candidates in the description below, and I'll have to see. I don't know if I will be covering any more games. Maybe if I missed like an interesting one, although I don't think I have. So yeah, that's it. The tournament is over, and I will probably be covering the Grand Chess Classic that starts on the 31st of March. So yeah, probably gonna do some Tal versus Botvinnik games until then. Pretty sure I could cover about 8 or 9 games, maybe even finish the entire match. So yeah, once again, thank you all for watching. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. And once again, I would like to thank Nikki for sending all of the photos from every round, so we can enjoy the photos in real time. All of the links to her social media will be in the description below. So if you enjoy chess, if you enjoy photography, feel free to follow her work. And yeah, that's it. Thank you all, and I will see you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome to a spectacular game from round 6 of the United States Championship between Ray Robson and Fabiano Caruana. Now, you might remember one video I made about Ray Robson and his famous details from the crypto game. If you haven't seen it, I seriously do recommend it. It's one of the coolest games you'll ever see. I will put a link to it in the description below. It's the first thing you'll see in the description, so be sure to check it out, as it's a really cool game. But this is round 6, and he faces Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces, and he's not afraid to play e4 against him. So once again, Caruana goes for his, we can say famous Petroff defense, and it's very interesting. What do you think Carlsen's best bet for November is? Is it to prepare to play against the Petroff, or to simply avoid e4? And what do you think Carlsen will do? Will he avoid e4 altogether, or will he try to outprepare Caruana in the Petroff? But that being said, let's see the game. So we have e4 by Robson, and we have e5. And in that video, Tales from the Crypt, I did say a couple of words about Ray Robson and his chess career so far, so that's why I also recommend you to check it out. Knight to f3 and the knight to f6, so we have the Petroff defense. Knight to e5, capturing the pawn, d6, knight to f3, and the knight captures on e4. This is the classical variation, and it's something if you play the Petroff or against the Petroff, you've probably seen a lot of times. Knight to c3, this is the Nimzovich variation, knight captures on c3, d captures on c3, and here we have bishop to e7. It's a very interesting move, because if you remember in Caruana's game versus Karjakin, here Caruana played knight to c6, and it's the game he lost against Karjakin. So it's probably a game Ray Robson knows very well, and he prepared, in regards to that game. So Caruana changes the move order a bit just to mix it up. Bishop to e7, we have bishop to e3 now, and castles by Caruana. Queen to d2, preparing queenside castle, knight to d7, and we do have queenside castle. c6, preparing d5, king to b1, and now comes d5. c4, getting rid of the double pawn. We have knight to b6, captures on d5, knight captures on d5, and now bishop to c4. So Robson is offering his bishop on e3 in order to exchange more pieces. And here Fabi said that he did consider bishop to e6 simply protecting the knight, but he didn't think that black actually had anything there, and that if white simply exchanged it, it would be okay for black and white as well. So instead he played bishop to f5. This is a pawn sacrifice, which Robson accepts, and Fabi said that he did prepare this at home, although he didn't analyze the position after the pawn sacrifice thoroughly. He just saw that the computer evaluated the position as okay for black. It's not like black is worse if he gives up a pawn here. So he did play this, but you can even watch Caruana's interview about this move and about the game. I will put a link in the description below. It's the entire video from the United States Championship on St. Louis Chess Channel, and the entire video is about 6 hours long, but I will put in the description also the time marks where the interview starts. So be sure to check that out as well. Bishop captures on d5, accepting the pawn sacrifice, c captures on d5, and now queen captures on d5, and now queen to c8. So defending the bishop on f5, but also threatening bishop captures on c2 with check. Knight to d4, defending c2, and also attacking the bishop on f5. Bishop moves, and we have king to a1. So now the c-pawn can move, it's no longer pinned, as the king is no longer on b1. Rook to e8, we have rook h to e1, and now bishop to f6. So you can see for the price of one pawn, Fabi has 2 excellent bishops, so he does have the bishop pair, and they're eyeing that king side very meanly. He has a very nicely placed rook on e8, the queen is excellent on c8, and he does have an undeveloped rook, but you can have everything. We have c3, rook to e5, now bringing the rook into the attack using the queen. Queen to b3, and then now a6. We have bishop to f4, rook captures on e1, rook captures on e1, and queen to d7. Bishop to e5, as the knight on d4 was attacked twice. We have rook to e8, pinning the bishop on e5, and now f4. And bishop to d8, not allowing any captures, but okay, no captures are yet possible because the rook on e1 is still hanging. a4, Robson makes some room for his king on a2, and h6, Fabi does the same. We have rook to d1 now on pinning, and queen to g4. As the queen was on d-file. So pressuring the rook on d1, but also attacking the pawn on g2. Rook to d2, now defending the pawn, and we have b5 now. An excellent move that opens up the a-file. A captures on b5, a captures on b5, and this is the moment where Ray Robson probably got scared of actually playing for advantage against the World Chess Championship challenger. But it's not all that easy. I mean, you have calculated, you're probably in time trouble. The move he should have played here is queen captures on b5, and there isn't any immediate danger of this bishop moving anywhere because it can't really move anywhere with tempo. I mean, if this bishop wasn't here, you would have this rook to a8 check, and since the bishop is slicing all the way here, this would be game over. But there is no way to move this bishop with tempo, and after the queen captures on b5, the queen is also attacking the rook on e8, so you have to react to this. So probably after f6, attacking the bishop, but also defending the rook on e8, bishop has to move, bishop to d6, and this bishop to d6 is probably the move Robson missed when considering queen captures on b5, because now, even if this bishop moves, you always have this retreat with bishop to a3. For example, bishop to e7, now threatening rook a8, but you simply play rook e2, and now after rook a8 check, bishop to a3, and now the problem is, after bishop captures on a3, you have queen to d5 check. So maybe even if he saw that bishop to d6 idea, maybe he missed queen d5 check. Now after king moves, simply capture, and now white is winning. But okay, he didn't go for queen captures on b5. He played queen to d1 off the trade of queens. But now Fabi goes back, queen d7, and now Fabi does have time to reorganize his forces. f5, and we have an excellent position to really consider a lot of moves here. What do you play here? Your bishop is under attack. You don't want to play a move like this. Simply g4 will trap your bishop. If you go back, you're not really doing anything. You're giving white the next move, and there are a lot of things to consider. For example, if you capture the bishop on e5, for example, your thought process might be I capture bishop on e5. He captures mine on g6 and all as well. Well, not really. If rook captures, pawn captures, now you don't have the option of capturing back on g6. If you capture, you get knight to f3. Now your rook is attacked, and also your queen is attacked on d7. And after queen a7 check, king d1. Now your rook is still attacked on e5, and the bishop is attacked on d8. And there is no move that prevents both of these threats. So after, let's say, bishop g5, you simply capture the rook, bishop captures, queen captures, and at the end of this little skirmish, black is down a piece, and of course losing the game. So after f5, Fabi found the best move that there is on the board. He played bishop to g5, and now it's apparent that because this bishop is under attack on e5, that such a move is possible. Now if you play, for example, pawn captures on g6, you get bishop captures on d2, and after queen captures, you get rook captures on e5, and after g captures, queen captures, black is up the exchange and most likely winning this game. So after bishop to g5, Robson played rook to d3, and now comes the bishop captures on f5. Rook to a8 check was also possible, but after king b1, you would play bishop captures on f5 all the same. So knight captures, queen captures, and we have bishop to g3. This is the move that most likely cost Robson the game. Now you have to play instead of this bishop to g3, you have to go bishop to d6 because you really need this bishop to a3 retreat. But he played bishop to g3, and now comes rook to a8 check. King to b1, and now rook back to d8, and there is a double attack on this rook. The rook is pinned from the queen. Your only move is king to c2. And now I really want you to pause the position here and try to find the winning idea for Fabi. Okay, some of you asked me in the comments if I could maybe say if you're supposed to find checkmate, win a piece or something. Well, no, in this position you're just supposed to continue the attack. It's the only move that allows black to efficiently continue the attack. So feel free to pause. I will give a couple seconds as usual. For those of you who found the move, congratulations, you are an excellent attacker. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, the move Fabi played was b4. b4, now you can see that the immediate idea is b3. You either force the king to capture or move back, and then you win the whole rook. So you do have to react to this. C captures on b4 was played in the game, but it doesn't help if you play something like b3 with ideas of not opening up the c file, because now comes rook to a8 with plans of rushing down the second rank. And after king prevents this, now c captures, b captures on c3, rook captures, and now rook back to d8, and there is no defense against rook to d2. Queen has to move, and then rook to d2 check comes, rook blocks, and then bishop to f6 check. King to c1, and now simply move the rook and prepare queen to f1, and this will be checkmate after bishop blocks and queen captures. So you can prevent this for a couple of moves. For example, rook f2, now comes queen a5, threatening queen to e1, then b4, and then queen to a3 check, and it's all over. You have to block this. Now comes queen e3 check, rook d2, and queen captures. This is checkmate. There are a lot of other checkmate patterns, but this is the most forcing one if black defends correctly. So after b4, Robson played c captures on b4. We have rook to c8 check, king to b3, and now queen to e6 check. Rook to d5 blocking. If you try running away with the king, for example, king to a4, you're getting checkmated. Rook a8 check, king d5, queen a6 check, king c5, now comes rook c8 check, king to d4, rook c4 check, king e5, and queen to e6. This was all forced, and this is checkmate. So after queen to e6 check, Robson tried to block, rook to d5, here we have rook to d8 pinning, king to c4, and now comes queen to c6 check. And it was in this position that Robson resigned the game. There's really no move you can make that will prevent you from losing this rook, and if you try rook to c5 with ideas that if black captures your queen, you will capture the black queen, then simply queen e4 check, and after the king moves, you will grab the queen, and it's a winning endgame. And fortunately, Fabi did play this h6 move, so there is no any back rank ideas here for white. So yeah, after rook c5, no, after queen to c6 check, Ray Robson resigned the game, and a very nice victory for Fabiano Caruana. And yeah, I did prepare the final standings. I don't remember if I prepared them. Let me just check. Sorry about that. Sorry, that's Mikhail Tal. No, let me just check. A couple more layers. Yeah, I did prepare them. Here they are. So these are the standings after round 6. So as you can see, the winner, currently the leader is Samuel Shanklin with 4.5 out of 6 points. Fabiano, with this win against Ray Robson, is now in second place with 4 out of 6 points. Then we have Wesley Sowas with 4 out of 6. Then Varuzan Akobian, Hikaru Nakamura, Yaroslav Zerebuch, Jeffrey Chiang, Zvid Izoria, Wanda Liang, Alexander Lenderman, Alexander Onishchuk, and Ray Robson in last place after losing this game to Fabiano. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it, and I really recommend you check out that very nice game by Ray Robson, Tales from the Crypt, in the link in the description below. I would also like to thank Jan Mikolenko, William Avery, and John Starr for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, hopefully with another interesting video. Thank you all.